While a girl is taking a bath, she remarks that a home with a roof, hot water, a bath, and magic is the best. 1 month ago, she's warily lying on the ground and remarks that this is the worst. She's surprised to see that everyone around her is dead and wonders how it happened. Remembering that she got on the carriage at the orphanage, and as she was sent to an orphan trader, they encountered some bandits on the way and fell off a cliff. However, she suddenly remembers something else. She corrects herself and recalls how she was a middle-aged man. Shocked, she suddenly starts questioning what she's saying and suddenly remembers that she was Yuki Renjiro, a researcher working on mechas in his 30s, but he got involved in an accident, died, and got born in another world. That's how he got here. She realizes that what's happened to her is commonly referred to as a reincarnation in another world. He died and got reincarnated as the present her, and got all his memories from his previous life back, which means this is a coexistence, so he's living as both a 30-year-old Yuki Renjiro on the inside and Ren at the same time. A gust of wind suddenly annoys her, and she annoyingly says she's cold, remarking that at any rate, in her present condition, she has to do something or she'll die. Ren remembers that when your body temperature gets lower than approximately 30 degrees, your thermoregulation functions are lost. Your breathing and blood flow are imperfect, which leads to death. That's hypothermia. She wonders what she should do, wondering if there's any tool she could use. She suddenly remembers that there's magic in this world and remarks that even if she's a normal person, she can use some kind of magic. The one she can use is life magic. It's a magic with no attributes, so even if her magic abilities are low, she can use it, and among those, she must be able to use ignition and dry. She adds that she will use it along with her physics knowledge and breaks a branch in two, explaining that she will make the structure in a cone shape and put leaves on top of it to make a roof. She'll cast dry on the roof, and the foliage she can burn. If she could cast a dry on her clothes over and over again, she could fight hypothermia with ignition. She can make a spark even on a rainy day. While drying her body off with a small fire, Ren happily exclaims that magic is really great, and remarks that although she went through survival training in her previous life, if it wasn't for that knowledge, she would already be dead by now. However, she admits that if you also take this magic into account, she ended up not dying today. As the rain continues pouring, Ren slowly falls asleep, cuddled beside the fire. In a bedroom, a man flirtatiously remarks that it seems that she has quite a few skills, to think that she would survive the dark forest and come to him. He remembers that her name was Ren and remarks that she's a lovely girl. Hearing that, Ren slowly gets up and thanks him, calling him her dear husband. The man admits that her curves and face are pretty attractive even though she's just an orphan he picked up. Next, he tells her to spread her legs and declares that he will make her a woman, so she excitedly lies down and tells him to do as he pleases. Suddenly, Ren wakes up in the forest and realizes it was a nightmare. She recalls how it was the face of the investor whose portrait is displayed back at the orphanage. Less of a nightmare and more of a fever dream, if you ask me. She admits that she might be having all these weird dreams because her memories from both her previous and current lives are mixed up. However, Ren says that even if she will be protected if she turns back, if that's what she really has to do, she has to run. She begins moving, but 5 days later, Ren warily collapses and says she almost died again and has been starving. She remarks that it's been 5 days since her accident, and she's remembered another skill aside from her life magic, but its name is appraisal, as its name implies. It's a skill that makes her able to know things' stats just by looking at them. This way, she can use appraisal on wild grass and medicinal plants that she could use for potions, or as food, which means she might be able to not starve to death, or so she had thought. However, after taking a bite, Ren realizes that she won't be able to eat wild grass at this rate since her throat is so dry, she doesn't have any saliva left. She starts gasping and asks for water before a splash suddenly drops on her face. Shocked, Ren wonders how that water just appeared out of nowhere. She hurriedly says she needs more and asks for more water since this isn't enough. As an answer, a huge splash of water falls on her face again, and Ren satisfyingly says she's been saved. She wonders how this even works since water just suddenly appeared for her. She decides to ask for water some food, wondering if it will do the same since it worked with water. She thinks about what she wants to eat and laughs, remarking that as a researcher in her previous life, she should know it's pointless, so she's laughing at herself. She admits that it is even a funny joke for the current her and announces that she wants to eat onigiri. She starts embarrassingly blushing and remarks that her scientist self just said it with her hands outstretched. She admits her pat self has already died before an onigiri suddenly falls in her hands. Shocked, Ren starts happily eating it and remarks that this seasoning is perfect, not caring about the law of conservation of mass since it's magic. Later, she cheerily falls down and remarks that this is bliss, not caring about anything anymore. She unexpectedly gets up and admits this is weird, uses the word that is commonly used in these kinds of magic worlds, status. She's shocked to see that her stats actually appear in front of her eyes and starts reading them, surprised by how high her stats are. She realizes that she's from the celestial race and questions if she isn't a human, seeing that her INT magic stats are pretty neat too. She wonders what storage is, believing it's a legendary skill as well as creation magic. She says that's some crazy stuff and starts thinking about the reason why the water in onigiri appeared earlier. However, she admits that she doesn't really get it and wonders if she's actually amazing. Ren takes a bath in the spring after a week of surviving in the wild. She thought about catching some fish with the knowledge of her previous life, but her body doesn't follow, and she's forced to use a fishing net. She decides to lay out some tree branches, vines, and pebbles, and says it's time for her creation magic, explaining that this is her new skill that allows her to create things the same way she did back then. However, to create something out of nothing. A large quantity of MP is required, and she doesn't have that much, so she can't use it a lot. However, if she lays out the components of the item she wants to make and understands its composition, then, with only a bit of MP, she can even make a fishing net. She throws it into the water and manages to catch a bunch of fish. Next, she starts thinking about how she should cook this and decides that what she needs is a furnace and the brick stones she made with clay. She explains that this is not creation magic but a storage skill. She suddenly summons it and admits that it's an odd sight even to her, but it's a skill that allows her in a field of phase space to transfer materials to storage and freely take them out. She declares that this storage box and adds that it doesn't consume any MP either, so she can use it as many times as she wants. For the cooking, she uses both of her skills while the fish is being roasted. She decides to take the mushrooms and spices she's found out of her storage box and then mix together everything with creation magic. She finally manages to cook a freshwater fish meunier served alongside some mushrooms. She slowly takes a bite and happily smiles due to the taste, remarking that the butter she made with creative magic permeated the umami of the mushrooms and the pale body of the river fish really well. Ren remarks that if she has the memories from her previous life and knows what to do, she can use her abilities. However, creation magic and storage can really be used for anything. She decides to turn her remaining MP into physical strength potions, admitting she's glad that this is also something she can make relatively easily with the knowledge of her previous life. Once she's done, Ren wonders if it's possible to leave this forest with this girl's body, deciding to put everything into the storage. However, she wonders if she should just go back and if it's necessary to go back. But she remarks that if she goes back with these abilities, it will be really bad for her since that perverted merchant would keep her as his mistress until she dies. She says she doesn't want to be someone's plaything, doesn't want to go back to that orphanage, and nor does she want to die just like everyone else. She decides to run away and says that living by himself, she has the ability and has the memories from her previous life to master them. Ren decides to bet a little bit on luck so that she can attempt to go as far as she can. She remarks that what she should do from now on is collect some stone and rocks, then put them in storage. They will come in handy, and she'll turn them into bricks with creation magic. She adds that she also needs to get some trees and turn them into massive amounts of lumber. She says she would also like some iron sand from the river, and on top of that, she will need to get some overall reserves of fish and mushrooms and put them in storage. Ren suddenly catches herself thinking too much of the situation and believes that simulating it in mind like this must be her previous life's influence. She sees she doesn't have a lot of MP left and decides to do that tomorrow. She checks her stats and remarks that if she keeps on using storage, appraisal, and creation magic, her stats will go up before she even notices it. She questions if that means it goes up according to her skill level. She starts chugging mana potions and says after her preparations of 2 months, using all her MP and creation magic on potions to save it. She drank it all to increase her amount of MP, and after collecting all the materials she needed, all that's left for her to do is to build it inside her head. While taking out all the materials she needs, she will use creation magic to process it. Ren begins with the foundation and a water drainage system, then adding a bit of stone here, assembling some lumber there, and adding a little bit of everything everywhere. After going through a long process, Ren finally manages to construct a house with her magic and hears a sound, wondering if that was the sound of her remaining MP bursting since it sounded like applause. She happily rushes into her house and runs around it. Without further ado, she excitedly jumps into her bathtub to take a bath. While she's satisfyingly lying in her bathtub, Ren slowly wonders if she was being too lavish and slowly wonders what she should do from now on. In any case, she says she'll be living here as both her previous and current self who basically hates dealing with people. She doesn't want to be under any kind of pressure, whether it is from that perverted merchant or a feudal lord, since it would be troublesome if they were to find this place. She says she'll run if it actually comes to that, and until then, she decides to keep making things that she couldn't in her previous life. Ren admits this sounds like a good deal and gets out of the bathtub, remarking that she's getting tired and might have exhausted her MP. She happily falls onto her bed made of cotton and wonders what she should make tomorrow. She says that now that she's completed her home, she's still on edge, but at least she'll be sleeping soundly at last. It's been 3 months since the house was made. Ren remarks that she's currently in the midst of growing a vegetable yard in the garden. She takes a look at her crops and says much ought to suffice if one were to be a vegetarian girl. She creates seeds with WMP and adds that the seeds can be created in a flash with the help of creation magic. Radishes, mini tomatoes, spinach, and green beans. If it's just their seeds, the MP consumption is rather small. She remarks that if it's fast-growing vegetables, they should be fully grown by now and harvests a lot of them, saying all that's left is to use the leftover MP for housing equipment and clothing. She uses 10 MP to create clothes as well and happily sees that it looks pretty cute. She sits down at a lunch table with wild plant and mushroom soda, salad with tomatoes and arugula, and rock-salted vegetable soup, remarking that this is a lifestyle she couldn't imagine having until recently. It's a completely self-sufficient life. She remarks that she can easily keep it maintained too if it's a household garden of this scale. Upon taking a bite, she remarks that if she were to be honest, she really wants to eat meat. She says she wants all kinds of meat dishes. Even in her previous life riddled with constraint, what was always there to heal her soul was no vegetable, but a big slab of meat. She starts salivating at the thought and says her primal desire is unyielding to this meat, so the best course of action is to hunt. However, Ren admits that the only weapon she's made with her creation magic is a measly combat knife, and her fragile body going to a hunt will prove rather difficult. A while later, Ren decides to create a bow instead for long-range combat and nervously tries to practice with it. However, she warily collapses and admits that a weak girl most certainly can't pull this. Ren decides to make a large crossbow, but nothing happens, and she tragically realizes her level in MP isn't enough. She sadly realizes she definitely won't be able to create guns and firearms if she can't make crossbows. However, she decides to do something else, since she can understand its structure with her ability. She wonders what she should use as a medium but questions if she can't just use kinetic energy. She says she'll try shooting a stone ball at high speed, deciding that she'll shoot it with something like a barrel made out of air. She figures she just might be able to do it and shoots the stone, swiftly obliterating her wooden target. However, she admits she can't use too much power since the average speed of a handgun is 400 meters per second, and a rifle would be about twice as much. Those should be around the size of the usual game found here, so Ren decides to practice casting at different speeds. She swiftly keeps on practicing and sees that it's like a lethal blow before feeling dizzy since she used too much MP by shooting a lot. She remarks that she consumes 1 MP at 200 meters per second and 5 MP at 400 meters per second. If she uses a rifle's speed at 800 meters per second, it will consume 20 MP, so she shouldn't use it too much. Later, Ren determinedly arms herself, remarking that her mana has completely recovered and preparations are all set. She quickly leaves for the forest and decides to check her status as well, guessing she can roughly use 80 MP every 200 seconds. She finds a pair of horned rabbits and slowly takes pebbles from her storage before taking aim and firing, instantly taking one of them down. She swiftly fires the second shot as well before happily approaching the 2 corpses and holding them up, saying hunting is easy. She excitedly says all that's left is to go home and cook them, but a wild boar suddenly appears behind her. Shocked, she slowly turns around, remarking that it's way too close and way too big. She hurriedly jumps out of the way as the boar charges towards her. Ren tells herself that she has to quickly shoot stones, since it will start charging at her again. However, the shot misses, and Ren urgently remarks that trying to accurately shoot something that's chasing after her is difficult. The boar suddenly charges into her and throws her away. Ren warily gets up and questions if she's going to die again, admitting that she thought she could finally live a free life. She hurriedly hides behind a tree and chugs a potion, admitting that all she can do is put more into increasing accuracy and power. She decides to use up all her remaining mana and shoots a large air bullet, taking the boar down. Ren warily gasps for air and says her vision is getting blurry. She warily manages to swallow a potion and admits that was crazy. Later, Ren happily gets ready to eat a 2-course meat match and grabs the rabbit meat first. She happily says the freshly caught rabbit is popping in her mouth. Next, she decides to try the stir-fried boar meat and is shocked by the overwhelming meaty taste with a hint of bitterness. She admits it's hard to compare them and happily says they're both winners, remarking that humans don't need to show their hunting instincts in a good way and acknowledging that life is good. Ren spots a buck and predicts that it must be 100 kilograms. She adjusts the speed to 400 meters per second and gets ready to hunt. Upon activating the sniper skill, she instantly fires and takes it down. She approaches its corpse and remarks that she shot it through the heart, so it must be painless. She remarks that she's able to shoot from 300 meters, now took the liberty of practicing air barrels after the wild boar event. She decides to place this in storage for now, and says cutting up all the game she's hunted so far has been hell for her. She learned about how hard life can truly be, and she's honestly exhausted. She suddenly has an idea and wonders if she could possibly take out specific things from storage, since they're in a world with swords, magic, and skills. In just a matter of seconds, the buck is completely dismantled and admits storage is super convenient. The fur, blood, and trails, bones and other parts of the body are effectively dismantled and placed into storage. Afterwards, she could use them as catalysts for creation magic and could convert them into things like fertilizer, lard, medicine, and salt, among other things. Later, Ren says she can learn and level up skills by doing certain actions, though it looks like the bar has been set low for the celestial race she's part of, so it's easier for him. Right now, she's currently working on some spring coils and has been doing this for a few days now. She happily notices the growth rate and explains that in this world, a person with a level 3 skill could be considered an expert in their field. Time passes as the seasons go by and in autumn, and says her food problem has been solved and she can store her food easily as well. So then she started focusing on a higher standard of living. She happily collapses on her bed and remarks that this bed she has made with pocket coils definitely provides the best comfort. She rolls around on the bed, saying she just wants to lie on the bed like this before sadly admitting she's bored. She says she doesn't know how she's going to raise her level by living in the woods as a hermit. When it comes to raising her skill levels, despite being a celestial, her experience level seems to be increasing steadily, though not by much. She admits she really wants to level up so that she could maybe try making the reinforced crossbow from last time. Once she's made her shelter and made enough food, she's basically lost all motivation and can't seem to do anything. She remembers being the biggest person for her age at the orphanage and wonders if it could perhaps be a supplementary effect from the dishes made with her creation magic. She notices that her chest is massive and admits this is definitely going to be a problem, remarking that she isn't entirely sure what to do and might need some underclothes. She suddenly feels a weird sensation and says she has her memories of being a man in her previous life, but right now she has the body of a woman, and they both merge together. So this is where she is right now. Ren decides to test her body out and later admits that was way too much, so she shouldn't overdo it. Ren ends up doing that for 3 straight days, and while she's eating, remarks that she feels like she has to try out something. She goes to make underclothes for herself and ends up doing it for 3 more days. Man, this guy who got reincarnated as a girl is freaky. When she takes a look at her stats, she shockingly sees that she's received 2 perverted skills and vows to make sure she doesn't do lewd things again. Ren says she's been using her creation magic skill to raise her levels, and later, she sighs upon finishing the masterpieces that combine her engineering knowledge and magic. First, she makes a rubber duck whose bill vibrates at high speed whenever wind gets sucked in, saying it's a massage tool that will help with stress. Then there's the lightweight massage tool that rotates via water currents to create vibrations and alleviate stiffness in the shoulders. Finally, She shows a device with a protruding rod that uses a fire-based steam magic to propel itself in a back and forth piston motion. She blushingly wonders if she can't already experiment with steam engines, and says this is what she should do to create prototypes. She is about to succumb to her desires, but suddenly stops herself and declares that all of the technological advances in the world have either been driven by war or sexual desires, and there's no shame in admitting these claims. However, she sees that she's leveling up and rushes into her bedroom, declaring that it's time for her to reward herself for all that hard work, and there's nothing for her to be guilty about, so this is self-examination and self-experimentation. She starts testing her body and later says, in the end it didn't take long before she reached level 5. Ren sets up glass wool on her house's walls and remarks that glass wool is a high-density insulator that was made with materials which had sound-absorbing properties and wonders if this will be enough to soundproof it. She thinks this will definitely help with her nightly routine, but remarks that she must have gone a bit overboard since her lewd skill has leveled up to level 6, and it's only a matter of time before. However, she suddenly stops herself since her detection skill just sensed something nearby. She's heard about things such as magical beasts and monsters, but she wonders if that's actually what she detected. She puts on her armor and decides to verify it with her own eyes. She admits there is a possibility that they could be an enemy stronger than her, so she came in full equipment. She looks around and suddenly spots a cute-looking puppy. However, she thinks it's most probably a wolf, and this puppy is categorized as a magical beast. However, a gigantic wolf suddenly appears in front of her to protect its child. Shocked, Ren hurriedly defends herself and says this is more dangerous than the boar she fought before. She gets ready to use air barrel, but the wolf suddenly collapses and Ren notices a large gash on its side. She admits treating a beast like this would be pretty dangerous, and there's a possibility that she'll become prey and get stalked all the way home before getting attacked. She decides to kill it while she has the chance, but senses that it's not giving off any sort of killing intent. She hurriedly tries to not let her emotions get the best of her and tells herself to calm down so that she can think about it for the sake of her freedom. She wonders if she should kill it and take its fur, or if she should just go home and leave it like this, telling herself that she's free to do what she wants because she has the freedom to. However, Ren heals the wolf's wound with her potion and sees that the wolf is still wary of her, saying she expected as much. She thinks it must be the first time it has ever been treated like this by a human. The wolf slowly gets up and meets eyes with Ren, who wonders if it understands she's the one who treated that wound. The wolf turns around and leaves, seeing which Ren remarks that she didn't really expect it to thank her for anything, since it is a beast, after all. Adding that the laws of nature are quite harsh because humans and animals could never communicate with each other. Wow, she really wanted that thanks, huh? She says it's fine since they'll never run into each other again. However, the two wolves appear outside Ren's house again, and she wonders why they're still here. She recalls that there was time when she was hunting out in the forest and bumped into the wolves, so she decided to divide her spoils with them. Ren initially wanted to get rid of the wolf, but she snuggles down with it and happily sighs. Ren decides to name the mother wolf Norn and the pup Belle. She says her naming them shows her attachment to them, because from this point on, they're not just any random wolf and pup, but they're part of her life. She happily hugs Norn, saying she's the fluffiest, and later notices that it's getting really cold. She wonders if winter is just around the corner, and if she should go hunting now that she's done tending to the garden. Norn starts gently nudging her, so she asks what she's trying to say and arrives at a clearing where a bunch of orcs are present. She sees that there are at least 10 of them and realizes Norn wants to hunt these guys down as well. She says orc meat could definitely be considered an ingredient, and even if she doesn't want them, they're still dangerous beasts that could end up attacking travelers in villages. Using her air barrel and sneaking skill, she shoots out a bunch of stones at once and easily takes them all out. She decides to give Norn and Belle one of the orcs and sees them enthusiastically eating the orcs. She suddenly gets suspicious about just how smart Norn is since she pointed Ren to these orcs. She decides to check Norn's stats using her appraisal skill and remarks that in order for her to see a magical beast stats, it appears that her appraisal skill needs to be a high enough level. She sees that her appraisal skill is already at level 8 and says she could be considered a genius in this world. She wonders if it actually works and is shocked to see that Norn is a Fenrir, recalling that that's a legendary level beast. she really got the final boss as her first companion. Examining Norn, Ren remarks that no matter how you look at it, a normal wolf wouldn't normally get this big, according to the history of this world. Fenris seemed to be able to speak to humans, but Norn's still very young, so maybe she can't talk yet. However, she clearly understands what Ren says, so she wonders if she will be able to talk to her soon. Norn woofs, which means she looks forward to talking to her soon as well. On top of that, upon seeing Bel's stats, Ren happily cuddles with him. As they're leaving, she tells Norn that her detection speed is higher than hers, which makes her wonder if there's a bad guy in the forest that can avoid a level 7 detection and hurt a Fenrir. She admits they should probably start thinking about moving sooner or later. Ren remarks that they can get lard out of the orcs, so she'll be using orc oil and orc meat. She'll cut them up into small chunks, using soy sauce, and say dip them in the sauce with chopped ginger, and throw it into the orc oil after letting it soak. Next, she fries up some eggplants and vegetables, and says the marinade is made from potatoes, and the starch created from the potatoes is used to thicken the sauce, which she will use to top the deep-fried orc meat and the root vegetables. She happily smiles at the taste and the quality of the pork. She exclaims that this flavor makes her end up wanting more, so it would be great if she had some rice too. She remarks that she could also make cutlets if she had breadcrumbs, and winter's coming this year, so she'll maybe try some wheat in the spring. Later, Ren says she ended up getting sick from the orc oil, even though it's the quality that got to her. Norn happily licks her as she says they'll go hunting again today. Ren admits she will have to think about how to make a living, since a city would be pretty convenient in a situation like this. At any rate, she says she wants to avoid making contact with as much people as possible, since she's a bit of an introvert. Norn slightly nudges Ren to show her something, and she suddenly notices a group of goblins chasing a small girl. She wonders if she's being attacked, and says she doesn't want to make any contact with people. However, she gets ready to rush forward, and declares that now is not the time to be thinking about stuff like that. Ren sees that the girl is in danger since she is completely surrounded by goblins that are within 50 feet. She remarks that she might end up hurting the girl if she used snipe, so she has to get closer first. While activating her skill, she decides to use a high-grade status enhancement potion from storage and directly inject it into her veins, since that's the only way. However, doing it this way puts a heavy burden on her body, but the effect kicks in faster this way than taking it orally. She gets a surge in agility and strength and rushes forward, remarking that her body and muscles are going to be sore. She urgently tells Norn to take care of the ones in the back and uses air barrel to behead the goblins. With only one left, Ren decides to crush it using body enhancing and attacks it with aerial free kick. Ren admits she's pretty sure her physical capabilities were pretty bad, but she looked just like a badass hero right now. She excitedly says the potion's awesome as the girl watches in awe. Turned away from the girl, Ren inwardly remarks that she can't say anything because of her heroic pose, so she just pulls her hood up and remarks that she doesn't want people looking at her face since some people might be looking for her. She offers the girl a hand and asks if she's alright, but she just starts crying. Puzzled, Ren wonders if she did something wrong since the reaction is a bit different from what she expected. She sees that Norn and Bel are already munching away at the goblins' corpses and tries to stop her for a second, but the girl sees the blood and collapses. She later wakes up on a couch in Ren's house, seeing which Ren asks if she's feeling fine. While holding a cup of tea, Ren says she just wanted to double-check that she wasn't hurt and asks the girl to check her wounds just to be safe. Worried, the girl asks where she is, which Ren smilingly says that's the typical reaction you would expect from a child. Ren explains that they're at her house and asks the girl if she doesn't remember that she was attacked by goblins. Seeing the girl's expression, Ren assures her that she's safe now since they've taken care of the goblins. Remembering the wolf, the girl starts crying again and asks if she's also going to be eaten. Ren tells her won't happen and explains that the wolf is sleeping outside right now, and if she takes a good look, she will see just how cute it is. Ren offers that the girl pet Norn, but she hurriedly shakes her head and says she doesn't want to. Ren offers her some tea since she must be thirsty, but girl doesn't take a sip, seeing which Ren annoyingly remarks that she's being way too cautious right now. She takes a sip to reassure the girl, and the girl is surprised by how sweet it is, saying she's never had something like this before. Ren inwardly chuckles and explains that she used sucralose, which is similar to fructose, but it's 200 times sweeter than sugar. Corn's also pretty hard to come by, so any child who gets a taste of this stuff will immediately get hooked. The girl cautiously asks if she can have another cup, and Ren happily offers her one. She asks the girl what she's doing here, and why she ended up in a forest filled with dangerous monsters and other beings. The girl slightly pauses and looks down, revealing that her mom is sick. There's an epidemic outbreak in the village, and everyone got infected. At first, a high fever flares up, then their body starts feeling weak and sluggish, and according to the rumors from travelers passing by, their village was apparently under a curse, and shops ran out of medicine quickly, so she went into the forest to gather some herbs. Ren pieces together that she got attacked by goblins after that, and inwardly remarks that a curse is a dumb assumption since the symptoms sound similar to the influenza virus from what she's heard. She recalls how the medicine for influenza is neuraminidase inhibitors and says lanimiver should be enough. She wonders what the chemical chain form structure looked like, and tries to remember it so that she can separate and synthesize the formula with the use of her own creation magic. She somehow manages to create it and admits her abilities are a bit scary sometimes. At first, she thought it was going to be impossible since it's much easier to create molecules with magic. She wraps the powder in a small pouch and slides it towards the girl. She tells the girl to have her mother drink this since it's medicine, and briefly explains that she just has to drink this, eat well, and sleep in a warm place in order to be completely cured. The girl suddenly asks her if she's a witch, annoying Ren, who says she is not a witch, but believing she might be thinking that because of the hood, she assures the girl that she's not a witch even when she's living in a place like this. The girl argues that she doesn't have any money to offer for the medicine, so Ren assures her that it's fine and says she's free to stay the night since it's getting a bit late. However, the girl's expression changes and Ren realizes she's still a bit suspicious. She inwardly tells the girl to suit herself if she wants to be that way, and declares that she'll just show her how hospitable Japanese people are. She makes hamburger meat, made from orc meat and venison, grilled at a high temperature for a juicy taste. She cooks it until it's thoroughly done, and decides to add some homemade ketchup made from grown tomatoes, even thought it might be a bit sweet. She gives the girl her meal and reassures her that it's not poisoned, since it's normal to serve a good meal to your guests. Seeing how the juices are overflowing, Ren says she knew using the orchid's oil, while properly frying it with oil from animal fat would improve the meat's and venison's texture and juiciness. She says the smell makes it taste even better so that she can savor it. Upon taking a bite, the girl happily exclaims that it's delicious and says it's her first time ever tasting anything like this, so she can't hold herself back any longer. As she starts gobbling the meal up, Ren tells herself to not hold back. She starts eating as well and tells the girl that she's prepared the bath after they're done eating. After they've bathed, Ren shows the girl to her room, seeing which she happily jumps onto her bed. Ren remarks that seeing her reaction to things is pretty cute, even though she can't let her into her room. When the girl is about to leave the next day, Ren gives her some extra potions as well and tells her to ask her mother to drink those since her physical condition isn't doing well. When she leaves, Ren takes off her hood and admits she's still not that good at interacting with other people, even with the experiences from her past life. She slowly stretches and remarks that being a good person like that isn't too bad, and being thanked by someone once a year or so should be called the feeding strategy. However, the events that took place that day would affect Ren's life, and she had absolutely no idea about it at the time. Ren remarks that it's almost winter, which is why finding supplies has definitely gotten harder. She asks Norn if they should hunt, and remarks that according to what the girl said, it took her half a day to come here from the village. She tells herself that she needs to stop doing it by herself all the time since she isn't some monkey. She decides to be more careful since some troublesome things could happen and weird visitors might show up. She arrives home to see a man and a woman. The man says she's a witch and asks why she lives in a place like this. He says it's a fine house and asks if she's built it. Hearing that, Ren's eyes narrow and she asks if she's obliged to answer their questions. She says it's nothing more than a nuisance to suddenly talk to people that don't even give their name first. On top of that, calling her a witch is rude too. They explain that their little sister Coco said she got the medicine from a witch, and Ren notices the girl from before peeking from behind the woman's legs. Ren starts warily heading into her house, remarking that she needs to prepare since it's almost winter and she's tired. However, The woman hurriedly apologizes for her brother Neil's rudeness and tells him to apologize as well. Neil agrees and apologizes, explaining that they came here to thank her because of the medicine she gave them. They were able to cure her mother's illness. Ren stays bemused and turns around, saying she's glad their mother was cured. Neil asks if she can gather more of that medicine and help all the people in the village, since there are other people in the villages with other illnesses and need help. Now the entire goddamn village is going to come crying to her for help. The woman asks for forgiveness for the sudden question and presents herself as Kali and asks Ren to make more medicine. Kali also noticed that Ren is carrying nothing even though she told them that she was preparing for winter. So Kali deduced that Ren is a skill holder. Ren innerly noted that Kali is clever and Neil is blunt, and that combination is the worst for deal making. She also noted that they came empty-handed, so they expect the medicine for free, and because the medicine takes 100 mem to make, she can only do one per day. So Ren then tells the siblings that sadly she does not have more medicine or the time and materials to make more. To this, Neil enthusiastically asks her what materials she needs, thinking that materials is all she needs to make all the medicine that they want. Ren responded by asking them to consider her position, and while bidding farewell, Neil got angry because they ask her, quote-unquote, nicely for the medicine, and he gets a little too handsy and violent with Ren. So Norn show up barking, scaring the siblings, and putting her hood back on. Ren told the siblings that no matter how many times they ask her, is impossible, and to please leave and never come back. In December, nobody annoying came by Ren's house, and yet snow started, so she stayed inside and kept working on her potion making. However, she hurriedly exclaims that her girly time is almost here and lies down on the bed, remarking that she doesn't feel like doing anything today, so makes some painkillers and goes to sleep. Upon waking up, she sees snow all around them and sees Norn playing in the yard. January, even in another world. The new year is celebrated, since they made actually good food for them back at the orphanage. Ren thinks of all the buddies she had back at the orphanage and admits she didn't want to talk to them, because then the fact that she's still alive would be leaked. The snow got heavy and it buried her home, so she used her storage skill to get rid of it since Belle runs around in the yard a lot. February, it's time for Ren's birthday, or at least the one the orphanage told her about. She makes a cake, and even Norn and Belle somehow knew it was her birthday. She stays in her room because of the snow and daily activities are going great, so she checks her status and is shocked to see her lewd levels going up, acknowledging that God is dead. March, it stopped snowing, so Ren went outside and practiced her swordsmanship, but it didn't go very well. She wanted to use potions to cheat her training, but she felt like those would have bad side effects. She notices that Norn and Belle's stats are going up and shockingly realizes they were actually practicing their skills when they were playing around. She thought she could keep living life like that, but one day, she found someone she didn't want to show up arrived. A man on her doorstep asks if she's the witch. The man asks Ren if she's the witch again, and says 3 siblings came here. The leftovers from the potions she gave them for free sold for a really good price, so he asks for some as well. Ren questions why she should listen to him, so the man asks if she will give it for free since she's a witch. He tells her to hand the potions over, but Ren tells Norn to show their guest out as Norn starts crawling. In the house, she angrily wonders if this is how the village's community acts, remarking that the man probably won't come back since they've scared him so much. The next day, a crowd of people holding spiked canes appear, angrily telling the witch to hand over the potions. Ren warily sees that they've multiplied in numbers and realizes this is what a witch hunt looks like since she's heard of something like this in the past. Norn comes to Ren with the chief, who says he was called here from the neighboring village, and it seems the Lord has heard about it and is coming with his whole army to get it. On top of that, it also seems that merchants are trying to secure routes to the source to make profit, so he thought he could get some potions for free before that happens. Annoyed, Ren asks why she would give some to him. Later, she admits this is troublesome, and it seems like her time to stay here has run out. She slowly pats Norn and says she thinks she will have to leave this place. Ren asks her if she wants to return to the forest, or if she wants to come with her. To answer, Norn slightly nudges Ren with her nose and indicates that she wants to come with her. Seeing her eyes, Ren remarks that she kind of understands what Norn is saying, although she's not sure if it's because of her hermit lifestyle or because her life magic leveled up. She slowly squeezes Norn and thanks her, remarking that she's really happy. Once that's confirmed, she stores the entire house inside her storage skill, while telling them that it is a waste to discard the house since she made it, and then told them that it's time to head out. As Ren is happily lying inside a horse cart, she reveals that she got ran over all of a sudden. The one who ended up injuring her was a modest merchant, and the destination of the horse-drawn carriage that ran her over is a town called Harula, and she's currently riding on this horse-drawn carriage. She sees that Norn and Belle are trailing behind as the merchant says she's quite an amazing tamer for a girl her age. She says it's nothing, inwardly remarking that the 2 wolves he thinks she tamed are actually her friends. She explains that this good-looking man is the merchant known as Nikoru, who is still young, and she feels like he's maybe around his 30s. The shop boy driving the carriage is Lloyd, and is a bit older than her, while the little girl is Nikoru's daughter, Elsa, who has become really attached to her. And the 2 people sitting inside are people hired to guard the carriage, but they've been giving off a bad vibe, so she doesn't really care about them. However, they won't stop glaring at her chest, and it's grossing her out, so she's keeping her face hidden, whilst keeping an eye on them. They arrive at the place where Ren guesses they must be setting up camp for today, and yawningly gets out of the carriage, asking Norn and Belle to keep watch. She wishes she could get to the city soon, since riding in a horse-drawn carriage all day makes her entire body sore. One of the guards angrily asks Nikoru if he's going to give us porridge again, and tell him to bring them something more filling. Nikoru says he knows it's easy for them to say such things, but according to the contract. However, before he can say anything, the guards remind him that it's thanks to them that he's even alive right now. Ren asks what the problem is, so Lloyd explains that the guards haven't really done anything yet, and are already trying to extort them. He says they have to hurry back to the city quickly, because they're already out of water. He adds that he's been dozing off a lot recently, because he was busy running the previous night. Ren realizes that's why she got ran over, and sees that those 2 guys are the root of the problem. She thinks about it, and says she has to put an end to this by using an orthodox method to deal with them. She steps forward, and tells the guys they can have a bit of her rations as well, since they were kind enough to let her hitch a ride in their carriage. And after all, she doesn't eat much anyways. The guards cheerily say they like that, so Ren suddenly brings out a rabbit from storage and asks what they think of this, shocking them by the fact that she has an item box. An item box is a skill where you can insert and take out items inside a separate space or room. It's different from her storage, as in it's practically backwards compatible, and there's a limit to how much it can store, making it a convenient skill for both merchants and adventurers. Ren stays silent and inwardly says she's glad they mistook it for an item box, since if they were to find out that she had the rarer skill, storage, she would be in a lot of trouble. She suddenly asks where Elsa is, catching them off guard. She hurriedly calls for Elsa, and she comes running for them. Ren asks Elsa where she was, reminding her that going somewhere alone is dangerous. However, Elsa tells her to not worry because she was with the dog. However, Nikoru still tells her off, and says there are dangerous monsters around here. He notices how dirty her clothes have gotten, so Ren swiftly uses her cleaning ability and makes them spotless, shocking the others again. Ren remarks that cleaning is part of her life magic. It can get rid of various stains and even disinfect them as well. You could probably run a business just with this magic. She realizes she's done it again as Elsa happily thanks her and says she's amazing. Nikoru starts thinking about a tamer using item box and magic, hearing that Ren worryingly sees that he has a different look in his eyes. She recalls how this is a habit she developed while living on her own. Whenever she wanted to be efficient, she would always end up relying on her own skills, and because of that, she can't help but stand out by accident. Nikoru asks Elsa what she was doing in the forest, so she sadly remarks that he said they didn't have any food, so she went to gather some mushrooms. Surprised, a sad look spreads across Nikoru's face as Ren notices that some of the mushrooms are poisonous. She says there are only a few poisonous ones mixed in, but they're pretty hard to identify. She suddenly realizes she revealed her skills again, since she used her level 10 appraisal skill naturally, as if she was breathing. Nikoru asks if that was appraisal just now. Appraisal allows you to learn about any item's composition, and more depending on the level of skill. It's a skill that merchants would kill for. It's said that if your level on it is high enough, you can see other people's statuses. Nikoru asks Ren just who she actually is, since she has an item box, appraisal, and magic. Shocked, Ren hurriedly remarks that this is really bad, telling herself to avoid these "she's done it again" situations. She quickly tries to come up with a good excuse. She hurriedly uses creation magic and a titanium block and some lenses before using magic to enchant it. She suddenly puts on a pair of glasses and lavishly reveals that it was thanks to these glasses, which has the ability of appraisal imbued in them, allowing her to use the skill. Nikoru is surprised by the fact that she was wearing glasses, which she confirms and adds that this is a very valuable item that allows her to use appraisal up to level 2. She explains that it uses a lot of MP, but anyone without skills could easily use this as well. Ren remarks that she has these sorts of heirlooms and mementos and gifts at her house. Surprised, Nikoru excitedly says that is amazing and asks if he can try them on as well, so Ren takes them off and asks him to go ahead. Ren had pasted some random effects on the lenses of the glasses, and as Nikoru puts them on, he excitedly asks if this is what the appraisal skill is like. Lloyd and Elsa hurriedly ask him to let them try the glasses on as well. Ren sighs and remarks that this went pretty well for something she made up on the spot. She explains that she made the glasses with some extra details, so that she could really sell the idea of them being authentic glasses with appraisal imbued into them. She says that now she has to keep wearing the glasses if she wants to hide the fact that she actually has appraisal. Ren annoyingly notices that the weird guards are staring at her again and hopes they aren't thinking of attempting anything weird. Even though they probably are, she decides to just ignore them for now. Later for dinner, Ren makes stir-fry minced onions, carrots, and celery and decides to also throw in the mushrooms Elsa gathered for them by sneakily using the storage skill. She adds grilled rabbit meat on low heat before adding in some tomato soup for some extra flavor. She finally makes mushroom and veggie-wrapped rabbit meat. When Ren calls everyone to eat up, Nikoru and Elsa arrive before she can even finish her sentence and start eating. Nikoru excitedly says the lightness of the rabbit meat pairs well with the slightly thick tomato sauce, while the vegetables on the inside give it an even richer flavor. Elsa takes a bite of the mushrooms and happily says they're really good as well. Nikoru happily tells Ren he didn't think it was possible to whip up this kind of meal in the forest, and Elsa says this is way better than any restaurant food, with her eyes twinkling. Hearing them, Ren remarks that in her past life, and even until now, living with people has always been a hassle for her, so something she wouldn't be able to see if she continued to live alone would be seeing the happy faces of the people who ate her cooking. The guards rowdily ask for seconds, but Ren bemusedly says there's nothing left. The next morning, when the party continues its journey, Nikoru tells Ren that once they pass the Kazufuki Peak, they'll be able to reach Harula in a day or two. Hearing this, she remarks that the breeze feels nice and wonders if it's all right for her to be out this far, since she more or less already stands out way too much and needs to calm down and prepare for what's ahead. A gust of wind suddenly knocks her hood out of her face, and upon taking a look at her full face, Elsa happily says she's really beautiful. She asks Ren why she's hiding her face when she's super cute and pretty, adding that it would be a waste if she keeps on wearing that hood of hers all the time. Slightly annoyed, Ren inwardly asks her to stop bringing that up, since the guards will look at her in an even weirder way now. The guards ask Ren if she would like to join their party after they're done with this contract, since it's still dangerous to travel alone as a woman, even if she's a tamer. They brag that they're C ranks even though they may not look like it. But Ren remarks that she can instantly see that they're both super weak, and even Nikoru is stronger than them, which is why they need to stop staring at her chest. She remarks that she can feel their perverted stares on her chest and declines their offer. She turns to Nikoru for help, but he asks for her hand in marriage with his son, Lloyd. Surprised, Ren realizes it was her beautiful face that stood out the most all along. Suddenly, they get attacked by a herd of orcs, so Nikoru hurriedly asks the guards to protect them, but they're too scared and attack Nikoru with their swords before running away, shocking Ren, who questions what the hell she's stuck in. What a bunch of cowardly dimwits. Elsa starts desperately crying and calls for Nikoru, who grunts in pain and says he'll try to buy enough time for everyone to escape, asking Ren to take Elsa with her and run away. He warily asks Lloyd to go with them too, but Ren angrily says they aren't going to run. She quickly takes out an advanced potion from her storage and swiftly heals Nikoru's wounds with it, shocking him as she declares that she's going to have to decline his suggestion, asking herself how she doesn't know what to do in such a situation. She sees that there are 6 orcs, and Norn and Bell quickly distract them, so Ren hurriedly asks Norn to keep them busy. She takes out a hollow point processed stone and gravel from her storage and says she isn't messing around anymore, before shooting a 400 meters per second air barrel. She urgently tells Elsa to stay right where she is, since they could end up missing. She fires the air barrel, instantly chopping an orc into two. She swiftly starts firing one round after another before Elsa alarmingly informs her that she's about to be attacked from the side. Surprised, Ren wonders when that orc got so close to her as it starts attacking her with its spear. Ren slowly realizes this is really bad, but luckily, Norn suddenly rushes in and attacks the orc. It wildly takes the orc down. Seeing that, Ren remarks that it really went ham on the orc, and it looked like it went feral for a moment there. She unexpectedly notices the orc being attacked by water magic and surprisingly wonders if Norn did that, realizing she wants to hold some of them off so they can deal with the other ones first. She sees Belle swiftly rushing through the orcs, attacking them, and sees that it's capable of doing some pretty amazing moves. She realizes that during the winter, while she was cooped up inside, Belle and Norn were out there developing and honing skills. Norn chops the orc's head off in just the blink of an eye, killing all the orcs. Ren admits Norn saved her back there, and admits that if it wasn't for Norn, her head would be rolling on the floor. She remarks that she's been running away and escaping for so long that she wanted to let out all her frustrations and all of her anger for how she's been treated and living. That's all she's had on her mind, and she even beat herself up for it. Whenever she's clouded by anger, her vision narrows, which leads her to misfire or get taken by surprise. Ren sees that Norn's eyes are telling her that she's supposed to use her powers as the situation calls for, and that she shouldn't lose focus. Ren realizes Norn can even teach her as well, happily wonders if she's everyone's mother, exclaiming that she just wants to pet and cuddle her. As she declares that it's over now, Nikoru shockingly asks who she is, so Norn cheerily turns around and says she's just your everyday traveler. Yeah, girl nobody is falling for that at this point. Elsa, Lloyd, and Nikoru stay silent for a few seconds, seeing that she wonders if she's overdoing it. Later, Nikoru tells her that her potion worked wonders and asks where she got it from, since it must have been expensive. He even offers to pay for it, but Ren hurriedly assures him that it's fine, explaining that valuing life is what makes them human, so they should all just get along and enjoy it together. Ren remarks that she's thinking of joining the guild in Harula, but since she's still young, she was wondering if he could act as her surety. Nikoru mutters that that's a small price to pay for what she's done, but just out of interest, asks how old she is exactly. Ren whispers her age in Nikoru's ears, surprising him as he admits he thought she was older and inwardly remarks that it's because of the size of her chest. Ren asks about the escorts that deserted them in front of the orcs and ran away, so Nikoru explains that he's going straight to the guild and will report them when he gets back to the city. Ren acknowledges that that's fair, and Nikoru says he's sorry to bother her, but asks her to come with him to the guild as a witness to help report what happened. Ren cheerily says she doesn't mind, since she's going to the guild to register anyways. Ren finishes cooking the orc's beef steak and reveals it to them, telling Nikoru to eat up and regain his strength, since she immediately used up all the orc meat. She inwardly remarks that the people of this world already have shoyu and miso, but they don't really use them in any recipes, which means they're really missing out. Nikoru admits he thought you were only supposed to put salt on steak, but shoyu goes perfectly well with meat too. Ren happily remarks that she made this sauce only using shoyu, garlic and onions, so she probably does have the skills to become an actual chef. Elsa happily asks for seconds, so Ren exclaims that they have 6 extra portions and tells them to eat as much as they want. While everyone's sleeping, Ren wakes up in the middle of the night and pats Norn and Belle on their heads, gratefully thanking them for their help today. They snuggle next to her as she slowly says close combat is really scary, so next time they should take it easy. Later, as they're about to continue their journey, Nikoru apologizes for not helping much even though they're almost at Harula, but Ren assures him that it's fine since his wound was pretty deep, even after she healed it with her potions. She tells him to get some rest and eat plenty for today. They start moving, and sometime later, Nikoru informs everyone that they can see Harula now. Elsa and Lloyd happily show her the entrance of Harula, which Ren cheerily admits is quite a sight, and that the population is nowhere near the town where the orphanage was, so she can blend in perfectly here. At the gates, the guard asks for their citizen cards, so they hand them over as Ren inwardly explains that citizen cards carry the name, age, and the holder's place of birth on it, and their magic. However, you can't just take anyone's card and use it. Even if you try to use a fake one, it won't work. The guard checks their cards and confirms that they don't have any criminal records. He's about to tell them that they can pass, but he suddenly notices Norn and Bell running along with them, and shockingly asks what the deal is with them. Nikoru hurriedly explains that Ren's a tamer. Lloyd says she saved their lives, and Elsa happily exclaims that she slept together with the wolves, and they're really well behaved. The guard stops them, saying he gets it, and allows them to pass, but he remarks that he doesn't want them all to cause a scene, so he will have to call the guild. So Ren agrees since she was about to head there anyways. She happily tells Norn and Bell that they've finally done it and admits that this is a big city indeed. Ren sees vendors selling flour and rice, but notices they don't have any eggs. She sees food in stalls, stores and facilities, and remarks that she's been trying to survive for almost a year, but she is, after all, the child of a materialistic civilization. Just by looking around, Ren says she doesn't really get it but questions if she's getting excited. In the Adventurers Guild, the leader tells Nikoru that he understands what the 2 bodyguards did to them, and adds that they have testimonies to confirm it too, since the 2 men have caused a fair share of problems for them in the past as well. However, he remarks that them saying Ren took out 6 orcs all by herself is a bit unbelievable. He remarks that he would have believed them if they had said it was the giant wolf that took them all out. Turning towards Norn, Ren inwardly admits there's no way they would believe her. She asks the leader if she should bring out the orcs she defeated, although they did eat some of them. Surprised, the man asks if that means she has the item box skill. Surprised, Ren hurriedly tells him that's not the case, inwardly realizing she almost accidentally gave her skill away. However, Nikoru saves her by explaining that Ren is referring to the magic bag in her possession. Magic bag, also known as an item sack or bags, or sacks with the item box effect. They're quite popular and a lot of people use them, but ones with large capacities are fairly hard to come by. The leader smilingly mentions that a magic bag that can fit 6 orcs sounds like it has quite a large capacity. Ren remarks that it would be a great help if they could buy some of them off their hands later, and smiles, inwardly remarking that Nikoru was right in saying that since it wouldn't be that rare if she was using an item instead of her own skill. He figured that she didn't want to draw any attention to herself and covered for her, admitting he's a really cool guy. The leader explains that in any case, strong adventurers are always welcome here, and says he'll be expecting great things from her since she will be staying in this city for a while. However, Ren reveals that she's actually not an adventurer and says it would be great if they actually helped her get registered. Shocked, the man asks if she's kidding, questioning how she's not even an adventurer, yet despite being this capable. Ren cheerily says that she has her reasons. Nikoru offers to vouch for her, so Ren hurriedly asks the leader to allow her to become an adventurer, which he agrees. Later, the receptionist tells Ren that each orc she's selling is worth 2 small coins, equating to a total of 12 coins. She adds that her registration has also been completed, and explains that she's free to enter and leave the city without any issues, since they've registered her magical beasts. Ren happily thanks her, inwardly remarking that she's really capable before the receptionist glances down at her papers and adds that there's one thing left. She explains that she needs to see her face in order to confirm her identity and asks her to remove her hood. Ren hurriedly takes off her hood and declares that she isn't suspicious at all, so the receptionist quickly says she didn't mean to offend her, inwardly praising her for how cute she is, while another adventurer standing beside Ren admires her chest. My guy has set his priorities straight. Ren happily shows Nikoru and the others her guild card, happily exclaiming that she's finally become an adventurer. She apologizes for making them wait, but Nikoru assures her that it's nothing, saying he's glad she was able to get her guild card without any issues. He asks if she has any plans about what she's going to do now. Ren questions if there are any good inns around that he would recommend, suggesting a place with a good bath, good food and area for Norn and the others to stay would be ideal. Nikoru hurriedly asks her to not say that and insists that she stay at their home since she is their savior, which Elsa hurriedly agrees with. She inwardly remarks that she appreciates his offer, but he's probably trying to hook her up with his son. However, she adds that she wants to have the freedom to do her daily routine, and heads to the Wandering Bird's Resting Tree Inn. Ren explains that a night with meals included Costs 1 gold coin, and they also offer a stable for magic beasts, with the only additional fees she has to pay being 5 silver coins for Norn and Bell. She admits she'll need to start working starting tomorrow, and pats Norn, seeing that the stable is pretty big. She asks Norn to wait for her since they will be going out on a quest in the forest tomorrow. She says she feels bad about leaving them here and leaves some cooked orc meat for them, surprised by the fact that Fenrir wolves will even gobble down cooked food. Next, Ren heads to the bath and remarks that since it's a common bath, she wants to use the bath with clean water before anyone else comes. She peacefully lies down in the water and realizes this is her first bath in a week, admitting she feels like she's lived just for this moment. She admits she's been using her cleaning magic recently, but even if it does technically clean her up, it doesn't have that soothing effect a real bath gives. While splashing around in the water, Ren admits large baths are the best and says she should remodel her house so that she can put a bigger bath in it. She realizes she almost forgot the other reason she came here early, so that she could use her shampoo and body soap. However, she obviously didn't walk in here with them since she's already standing out enough as it is. As she's applying soap and shampoo to herself, 2 women suddenly appear behind her and are about to ask her what is that. But Ren hurriedly says it's nothing and runs away. After getting dressed, she decides to check out the canteen, remarking that she just needs to show her meal-included pass, so that they can serve her food right away. As she is being served food, she acknowledges that the waitress is really cute and happily sees that the portions are pretty large and the presentation is great, which is expected of a hotel that serves nobles. Upon taking a bite, she admits it's really good and even has a rich flavor behind it, adding that they didn't skimp out on the seasoning either. She inwardly thanks Nikoru for recommending such a great hotel, but declares that she still isn't going to marry his son though. The waitress tells a customer that they will be serving eggs in tomorrow's breakfast, and asks him to look forward to it. Hearing that, Ren remembers that eggs are considered a high-class ingredient in this world, so being able to serve them regularly really speaks volumes about this hotel. She decides to procure some eggs for herself too, since she wants to increase the variety of dishes she can create, wondering where she could find some. After eating, she heads back to her room for her daily routine, but decides to tuck in early for the night, adding that the walls here are really thin as well, and she's still exhausted from the past week though. She likes to be vocal, and her tools are kinda nosy. She mentions that at least the room is pretty big and the place is overall pretty fancy, deciding to rate this place 3 stars. When morning dawned in Karasuka, Ren makes her way back to the Adventurers Guild and cheerily says she needs to start working since she intends to stay at that hotel for a while longer. Bell and Norn excitedly woof as well, catching a few people off guard. Ren wonders what requests are available on the board and says she can't take ones with combat involved since she would end up drawing attention to herself again. As she's looking over the quests, the receptionist suddenly recognizes her as the girl from yesterday and asks if she would like to go for their regular herb collection requests, if she's feeling lost. She explains that all adventurers start out with that request and that there is quite a variety of herbs, revealing that there are a number of herbs used for medicine. Ones you can drink, ones that can cure poison, and some that are used as anesthetics, to name a few. She says there are even more types which are used as potion ingredients, explaining that potions can obviously not be made with just a single type of herb, and herb gathering may not sound very impressive, but herbs come in a great variety of shapes, sizes, and uses, so the way of herb gathering has limitless potential. Ren remarks that she's talking like she's giving a game tutorial, which made her realize that she's been making potions this entire time without actually learning the basics, so if she puts her mind to it and to study more, she might be able to make better potions. However, she admits it probably won't be to the point where she'll be able to hunt dragons or demon lords yet, and decides that this is going to be her first quest, handing over her guild card and informing the receptionist that she will accept this request. The receptionist flashes Ren's card and wishes her luck since the quest has been accepted on her guild card. She also informs Ren that there's a picture book containing the different types of herbs in the resources room on the 2nd floor and suggests that she check out some books about skills in there as well. Later, as Ren leaves the city, she remarks that Norn and Bell can pass through with her without any problems, and sees that there are some children who took the herb gathering request for this area as well. She admits it doesn't seem like she will be able to find any along the roads and decides to head into the forest if that's the case. As they're going, she asks Norn if she has any idea as to where a lot of herbs grow like the ones they gathered back when they lived in the forest. Norn woofs in agreement, so Ren inwardly says Norn's detection level is much higher than her, which is why she can always rely on her whenever Ren is in the forest. She can use her abilities as much as she wants. She can walk around with her hood off and use storage and crafting magic. She notices some herbs and wild spices and quickly adds them to her storage, explaining that she's only taking 70% of the herbs here instead of taking everything. After that, she thinks of turning the stalks of ivy that she collects along the way into some string. Then she will use that to tie up the herbs she's collected into bundles of 10, which she will do inside her storage, all while being inside of her tent. To a bystander, it would look like she's just lazing around and muttering to herself when she is in fact doing work. After Ren has pretty much done all her work, she happily gets out of her tent and decides to get Norn and Belle something to eat, since it's about noon now. However, she unexpectedly notices a pile of orcs, goblins, and some weird large bird, realizing Norn and Belle were out practicing hunting again. They happily stare at her, and Ren realizes they want her to prepare food for them both while she's in the stable. She cheerily adds that it's great that they went out there and captured food for themselves. She packs everything up into storage so that nobody will end up seeing it, and says they should head back now. When she returns, the receptionist is surprised by how quickly she finished, so Ren explains that she didn't want to return in the evening when it will be crowded, so she decided to finish up earlier. The receptionist warmly says she'll register the herbs for her then, and points her to the chart displaying the current prices of herbs, adding that there's also someone to help those who can't read. Ren remarks that she'll be fine on her own since she can read, so the receptionist admits that's great since there are many adventurers who go out there without the necessary knowledge and end up losing their lives quickly. So she should try her best not to wander too deep into the forest. Ren remarks that she thought the receptionist was just an overly helpful woman who talked too much, but realizes why she's talking like a game tutorial, and that's why the children stuck along the roads. She assures the receptionist that it's all right, because she's experienced her pain as well, having gone through the pain of working with others in her past life as well. The receptionist suddenly reveals that her name is Selena, and tells Ren that she looks forward to working with her. Hearing that, Ren blushingly wonders if a flower of Yuri is blossoming. Man, this girl is a bit too freaky. She turns around to exchange her herbs, but remarks that she might end up filling the entire guild if she takes everything out. So she decides to take out about 1% of it, but when she does, Selena is shocked and Ren realizes even 1% was a bit too much. Ren cheerily says this is the second day of her life as an adventurer, and remarks that the best part of the day is dinner. However, she sees that it's the same dish again and admits she just wanted something with a little twist. She asks the waitress if she could have a knife and uses it to make a hot dog for herself. Seeing her, the waitress hurriedly heads to the chef and shows her what Ren has done, surprising him. The next day, Ren decides to head to the forest just like an average adventurer after breakfast, but suddenly the waitresses serve Ren sausages tucked in bread for breakfast. Seeing that, she surprisingly wonders if she's just been ripped off. As the other diners happily eat the dish, saying they've never eaten something like this before, Ren annoyingly says the chef looks like someone from a gag manga and admits she was the one who messed up. But then again, she reminds herself that there's no such thing as a sandwich in this world. She heads out for another herb gathering quest, but remarks that all of this is just an act, since what she's actually doing is developing her skills and has plenty of herbs stocked up already. However, she notices a group of adventurers following her and sees that they seem to be around her age or perhaps older and look like they're just starting out. She says she doesn't want Selena to go through that again and decides to not lead them to the herbing grounds. She emerges into a clearing and unexpectedly finds numerous bushes of camellia. Ren admits the vegetation in this world is definitely weird, but decides to just use whatever she can so that she can make camellia oil for herself. She explains that if she ends up getting herself some vegetable oil, she can start making the fried food that she had given up on making before with the orc lard. On top of that, it will also reduce the amount of MP she ends up using whenever she makes shampoo or body soap. She collects a lot of camellias and notices that the group of adventurers following her have disappeared. She cheerily realizes they must have thought there was no profit to be had in camellia and ignored it, since it's not even on the guild's medicinal herb lists, making this the best case scenario for her. She takes out her camping kit and fries the camellia seeds in a pot before using her creation magic to extract the oil without using almost any mana. She remarks that she's not sure if someone's actually watching her, so she's just putting on this act while she is actually working on improving her other skills. Ren waits until after lunch before heading back, since she doesn't want to wait in line at the guild's desk, and receives 5 small gold coins as her reward, which is enough for a few days for her room. She heads to the restaurant in the hotel and asks the waitress if she could borrow their kitchen for a bit. The girl goes to ask and informs Ren that she can cook in their kitchen as long as she doesn't leave a mess. The waitress takes her to the kitchen and adds that she can use the bread free of charge, but the eggs will cost her 1 silver coin each, and she can use a small amount of flour too, if the need arises. Ren takes off her cloak and hands it over to the waitress, declaring that it's time to get down to business, since they've lent the kitchen to her. As she starts working, the chef is surprised by the fact that she has all the necessary utensils. Ren acts as if she's taking orc meat out of her magic bag, surprising the waitress, who admits she's quite skilled for an adventurer. As Ren starts cooking, she deep fries the orc at a low temperature to thoroughly cook it from the inside. After letting it rest for a while, she cooks it again, making orc katsu, and with it making a sandwich with shredded cabbage. As she's about to take a bite, she suddenly notices the waitress pitifully staring at her and offers some to her. She happily agrees and starts eating. Seeing her expression, Ren gets the impression that she's enjoying it, and after they're done, the waitress warily lies down and exclaims that this is the first time she's ever tasted anything like this in her entire life. She hurriedly apologizes for her rudeness and introduces herself as Lily, revealing that she's been staying in this town due to her older sister. She realizes what she just did and says her sister's going to laugh at her and tell her that she shouldn't be doing such things. Ren smilingly admits she can't believe Lily is this embarrassed about it, and asks her to not worry about it, since she did help her get permission to use the kitchen. She introduces herself and says she's going to be staying here a while. Hearing that, Lily instantly starts drooling, thinking about the food. Ren inwardly says she doesn't mind since she is a sweet and honest girl, and satisfyingly says she was able to do what she wanted without standing out. Later, the chef serves braided orc meat cooked in oil for dinner, infuriating Ren, who sees that he tried to copy her dish. She tentatively takes a bite and remarks that the bread has been soaked in the oil, so it's not crunchy anymore and the batter feels bad too. Guess she's the Gordon Ramsay of this world. However, the other diners happily praise the dish. Seeing this, Ren admits it looks quite popular. Lily slowly approaches Ren and explains that their cook was determined to make her dish and refused to listen to them. However, Ren assures her that it's fine, since she was the one who borrowed the chef's kitchen and can't really complain. On top of that, his final product came out to be quite different than what she cooked. She asks if she can see the difference, which Lily happily affirms, soothing Ren with her carefree smile. She asks to borrow the kitchen again soon, offering to make something even better in secret. Hearing that, Lily starts happily drooling. Ren smilingly remarks that it seems like she flipped a sort of switch on her, realizing good food can heal anything. Ren heads to the weapons dealer that Selena told her about, and remarks that she would like to find something that would deal more damage than a piece of gravel being shot using air burl at the same distance, so she bought herself a nice set of throwing daggers. She decides to check the marketplace but runs into Nikoru. She happily greets him, but remembers that his store was supposed to be in the commercial district. Nikoru confirms that it is, but the market square is a good place to train his perceptiveness, so even though he does have his store, he still comes here from time to sell. Ren sees that he's quite the diligent merchant and sees that he's got some high-quality stuff. She surprisingly sees high-quality flour and explains that she's been stopping by the market every now and then, but no matter which stall, they all have a lot of stuff mixed in them, and the ones with rocks or sand mixed in with them are the worst. Surprised, Nikoru remembers that she can use appraisal with her glasses and reveals that all their products are high quality and have no additives in them. Pleasantly surprised, Ren decides to make that thing out of this flour and tells Nikoru that she will take all of his flour and salt, spring onions, garlic, carrots, ginger, and napa cabbage, as well as some tomatoes, potatoes, and butter. She ends up taking all his stock and tells Nikoru that she will come by his store next time as well, if he has any more quality ingredients. Nikoru cheerily says there's a lot more where that came from, and is about to add that he'd be happy to introduce her to his oldest son, but Ren suddenly disappears. She remarks that that was close, since she was almost forced into becoming a bride again. She admits she's running low on money at this point, and decides to go get some work done. As she heads out on her herb-gathering quest, even more adventurers start following her, and she annoyingly notices that there are even more of them this time. Ren decides to just ignore them and keep on collecting before noticing someone ripping off the wrong herb. She points out that it's not a medicinal herb, and the ones she wants are next to them. The girl embarrassingly thanks Ren, who realizes all these adventurers are treating her as some sort of leader, and starts consulting them all on what they should and shouldn't do. A while later, she wearily says they can't go any deeper into the forest since she won't be able to sleep well if she ends up becoming the cause of someone's death. She heads back and sets up her tent, but a boy slowly approaches her and thanks her for looking after his sister earlier when she tried to go deeper into the woods. He also apologizes for following her around, although they made more than double of what they would normally gather. He asks if she isn't going to gather any more, but Ren states that she'll continue whenever she feels like it, since she has still got other things she needs to do. So they should do whatever they like as well. She stays silent for a moment and inwardly remarks that she's not trying to sound cold, but she just can't have people follow her around with a one-sided sense of friendship because she wants to eat good udon. She starts cheerily kneading the dough with her feet and explains that stepping on the dough causes the gluten to expand and become firm. She happily says she's never tried doing this in the open before, and it puts her in such a good mood she can't help but hum a tune. The boy confusingly wonders what she's doing, remembering that she put monster meat into a pot, so it could be a curse. After she's done, Ren decides to have a lunch of rabbit meat with garlic roast while waiting for the udon and happily says she's grateful to Lily for giving her this bread. Once that's done, she cuts the dough into several small pieces and wonders if she should start making her way back since the chicken broth is looking good. In town, Ren rakes in 10 small gold coins from the guild, and Lily happily agrees to let her borrow the kitchen again. However, Ren notices that the plagiarizing cook is watching for her again, but remarks that she doesn't really care, since she did most of the preparation in the forest anyways. She starts working on the dish, and ends up with clear chicken broth udon, noticing that Lily has been gazing at her with her mouth open. She smilingly tells Lily that she's made a serving for her as well, and suggests that they eat before it gets really soggy, surprising her. They sit down at a table, and after taking a bite, Lily starts happily slurping, and they both start excitedly eating. Ren catches her staring at her, and inwardly declares that this is her victory, since she has a beautiful girl from another world whose basic level of civilization is that of medieval Europe, noisily slurping soup from a bowl. Lily happily sighs and starts praising the udon. Hearing that Ren remarks that this is the best way to get a head start since Lily looks like a cute little kitten who just can't resist her desires. After eating another bowl, Lily happily sighs and lies down on her chair as Ren remarks that she's lucky there aren't any bonito flakes or kelp in there, since if those were present, she would have completely fallen in love with it. Seeing them, the other customers angrily ask the chef to give them what Ren and Lily are eating as well. But Ren teasingly says she did almost everything outside this time, so he won't be able to copy her, since the only cooking she did was mostly the final preparation. She decides to leave Lily in another waitress's care, and the next day heads out for another day of work. However, she notices more young adventurers following her and wonders if they know she won't help them if they get attacked by a monster. She notices that the boy from yesterday seems to be their leader, and annoyingly says she wanted to go deeper into the forest today, but she has an entire group of kids following her. Ren finds a small cluster of medicinal herbs and decides to add them to her storage before the other kids get here. A while later, the boy thanks Ren for slowing down and waiting for the younger kids, but she just tells him that he should be moving his hands rather than his mouth. The boy agrees and bows to thank her, but Ren annoyingly wonders what he's thanking her for and tells herself that this is going to become a hassle if she lets her emotions get the best of her. Ren slowly realizes they're orphans who usually live on the streets, unlike her who lived in an orphanage, and admits she knows what it's like to be clinging onto life. She used to be just like them and still is. However, she doesn't want the boy to get carried away and start making other demands. If it ever becomes too much trouble, she will have to change the gathering grounds. They suddenly get attacked by an ogre, and the kids start desperately running away, and Ren explains that ogres are carnivorous beasts, which is the #1 reason as to why the first cities of intermediate adventurers built walls around them. Norn and Bell start fighting the ogre to keep it away from them all, but Ren alarmingly notices the boy's younger sister, Yu, is desperately crying for help. Ren hurriedly remarks that her stones won't be enough to penetrate, but tells herself that she just needs to make sure she hits a shot that will let Norn and the other kids get back to safety. She opens her storage and takes out 3 daggers. Next, she uses her sniper skill to make sure it hits and generates a force field using creation magic, which makes the speed go at about 400 meters per second, before shooting air barrel, piercing the ogre's eye and making it collapse. Once it's down, Norn hurriedly rushes forward and bites its neck off, finishing it off. Yu and her brother gratefully thanks Ren for saving them, and Ren inwardly remarks that to be hearing such words, when she thought she wouldn't be helping them, makes her feel embarrassed. The other adventurers start gratefully thanking Ren, but she hurriedly tells them to not get the wrong idea, because she was just saving her 2 important wolf friends. However, the kids notice her blushing and realize she's at Tsundere. Ren heads back to the city and admits she didn't get the chance to eat because she was busy fighting, so she'll head to the inn and get some lunch before going back to the guild. However, when she arrives, the chef angrily hurries to confront Ren at the door and questions if she's here to use the kitchen again, telling her that her using the kitchen so often is causing problems for them. He says she will need to compensate them with the appropriate price, but Ren annoyingly asks Lily what he means by that. Lily explains that some of the customers saw her eating the food and started questioning the chef. He shouldn't have stopped them, but he claimed that he made it and couldn't stop the customers anymore. Ren realizes he's looking for the udon recipe and apologizes to the chef and says she won't borrow his kitchen again from now on. Shocked, the chef tries to say it's fine, but Ren starts leaving. Outside, Lily sadly asks Ren if this is the end for her being able to eat her cooking, but Ren smilingly tells her to not worry, since she did a bit of experimenting to see if she could make her dishes inside her room. She reveals the magic stove and declares that with this, she can cook whatever she wants, whenever she wants. She realized Lily has a lot of knowledge about magic, so Lily explains that she doesn't like disclosing it much, but she actually comes from a family of magicians. She cheerily offers to keep it a secret between them, after which Ren says she'll be heading to the guild now, and will eat outside. Lily decides to go with her, since her sister works for the guild, and reveals that before Ren arrived, she told her sister that she got into an argument with the chef regarding the recipe, and that he would have her fired. She angrily says the chef wanted her to spy on Ren and steal her recipes. At the guild, Ren learns that Lily and Serena are sisters, and naughtily remarks that these 2 sisters could get her into Yuri. Selena learns of Ren's situation and reveals that at the moment, patents do not apply to recipes in this country. But there is still a moral problem with trying to claim a recipe that doesn't come from your kitchen. She decides to send a letter to the hotel through their guild, and Lily tells Ren that Selena came to this city to gain experience as a trainee, so being a receptionist is more of a hobby or a learning experience for her. Selena tells Ren that it seems like she's been treating her sister well, since Lily has been going on about how much she loves Ren and her food. Ren asks if she would like to have a taste too, and upon taking a bite, Selena inwardly declares that she's going to lose her mind because of how good this is. Ren excitedly remarks that Selena made a sensuous face, then Lily takes a bite as well and makes the same face too. Seeing that, Ren naughtily says that she would instantly take a picture of them if she had a camera. She's going to go after all the girls of this city, huh? The guild leader enters the room, attracted by the smell, and informs Ren that he needs to talk to her. He reveals that they have received reports of an ogre that appeared in the southern forest, and that she was the one who took it down, so he asks if she cares to explain. Ren tries to hurriedly explain, but the guild leader tells her to relax, since he just wanted to thank her and he was checking. He explains that she actually isn't allowed to take subjugation quests due to her adventurer level, but the fact is that she was attacked, so she won't be punished for this case. He asks if she would like to sell the monster materials she took from the ogre, Ren is surprised because she didn't know she could do such a thing. The guild leader explains that orc meat is actually a luxury item in its own right for the average person. But despite that, supply is not able to keep up with demand, and he would hate to see food go to waste, so unless she has something to be ashamed of, or if she wants to use it for research, she should feel free to sell it whenever she wants. Surprised, Ren instantly takes all the orc meat out, shocking the guild leader by how much meat she's collected. As she's heading back, Ren happily says she got 20 gold coins and gratefully thanks Norn and Bell for their help, while the guild leader decides to not ask any questions and remarks that defeating an ogre is quite difficult unless you are at least a D-rank adventurer. He might just be a straggler, and if the entire mob were to come, they will have to gather a party of C ranks and above. He orders for the southern forest to be temporarily closed and for a survey team to be sent. Starting that day, the southern forest became off limits, which is why Ren says she is going to spend the next few days at the river, collecting ingredients. Obviously, the kids are following her, and remarks that they've been treating her like their boss ever since the augur incident. She reveals that she also made a fishing cage out of bamboo and earth magic to catch stuff, and it's an easy task to separate the guts using storage. But since the kids are watching, she's going to gut the fish by hand and eat the fish as is. Next, she grills the fish and seasons it before slowly taking a bite and saying she likes it even if it's really simple. She notices the kids staring at her and tells them to go catch the fish by themselves, offering to let them use her grill if they do that. The boy thanks Ren for leaving the fishing wire in place and sits down before starting to tell her his sob story, annoying her. After finishing his story, he exclaims that he can't thank her enough, but Ren slowly gets up and says they should go look for something to eat. She uses her detection skill to find plums, yam, and potatoes, but the boy remarks that potatoes are poisonous as well. Ren explains that only the buds are poisonous, the rest of the plant is edible, and that's why you shouldn't eat the buds. If there's parts that are starting to turn green, they should just cut those out, and it should be safe to eat. After boiling the potatoes in salted water, Ren happily takes a bite and says that's another great, simple dish. She tells the kids to try some too, but they're a bit anxious. Ren admits that if you suddenly ask someone to eat something they previously thought was poisonous, you'll need some sort of starter. She serves them salted potatoes with butter, which the kids happily start eating. Ren later heads back to the city, remarking that she had a lot of fun with the kids, but before she knew it, it ended up getting late. She hears rumors of her going around and decides to get out of here as quick as she can so that nobody recognizes her. However, the adventurers suddenly recognize her, and another adventurer unexpectedly pulls off Ren's hood, revealing that he's Neil, the brother of Coco, the girl she rescued while she was living in the woods. She remarks that she doesn't really want to get close to him before Neil's sister pleasantly greets her as well. Neil asks Ren why she's here, so she angrily reveals that merchants stormed her house and essentially forced her into running away because of them. Neil explains that it only took one dose to cure his mother, so he sold the rest of it to merchants, saying it was thanks to that fate that they were able to meet here. The guild leader asks if they know each other, but Ren infuriatingly says she has never met them in her life, intimidating them. She rushes away despite Neil trying stopping her and heads to her inn, remarking that she's going to go to sleep at her inn and hope that things will get better by the morning. However, she notices Neil following her around while she's trying to do her quest, and he explains that it's his fault that she had to leave the forest, so it's only natural that he would help her out and take care of her. Annoyed, Ren says she just wants him to leave her alone and wonders if the people behind Neil are his party members. The team members introduce themselves as Kali, Thez, and Beck. Thez said she's Neil's lover, and Ren annoyingly wonders what she is chasing her out for. Kali explains that they will be tagging along because they will be her escorts for today and will also be splitting profits as well. However, Beck says he doesn't think that's possible, not if they've been formally requested. Surprised, Beck seems to be the only sensible person and wonders why he's hanging around with them despite being a C-rank adventurer. Later, Ren angrily goes to Serena and reports that Neil and his party started escorting her without her permission and forced her to pay them a gratuity. Worried, Selena assures her that she will report this to the guild leader, but when Ren leaves the guild, Neil suddenly asks what she was talking about with Selena and asks if she wants to come with them to eat. This starts angrily shouting at Neil and causes a scene, seeing that Ren wonders why she has to get involved in a lover's quarrel. She angrily says this is hell on earth and thinks about the south, the coastal village, the bountiful sea, the tasty fish, and declares that she should go to the sea. After reporting the stalker Neil, Ren finally went back to her days of peace. That's what she would like to say, but the chef still throws glares at her, and Neil is still a pain. She remarks that she should head to the sea, since she wants to stock up on seafood and relax, because the only thing you can get in this town is processed food, and fresh fish is hard to come by. She makes up her mind and decides that she will leave Harula and head to the seaside village to the south. When she told Lily about her plans, she started crying, and at the guild, Selena informs her that she has been promoted to E rank, explaining that it wasn't a hard choice since she contributed a lot to the guild. The only ones left were the kids, who told her that they bought some weapons for self-defense and will avoid going deep into the forest from now on. Touched, Ren hurriedly gives them potions, insisting they aren't parting gifts, and runs away. After that, Ren makes her way to the seaside village. Later, Ren remarks that she was very excited to reach the southern sea, but then now that she thinks about it, she was very frustrated that she wasn't able to do her routine at Harula, so instead, she's been doing it often at a nearby forest. Shocked, Ren realizes that she's been doing her routine for 3 weeks, but adds that she also got maple syrup and has been working on the golems she made on a whim during that time, but she doesn't feel comfortable writing about them in her diary. She also ended up saving a merchant, who revealed that he was from the south, and offered to give her a ride to his village. Upon reaching the village, Ren excitedly rushes into the sea and decides to come back with an amazing swimsuit when it's the right season. She stayed at the merchant, Roberto's inn, and he showed her to the market after she bought all the dried bonito flakes and kelp they had at the inn. She takes all of the seller's stock of fish, and later uses her creation magic to produce salt from the seawater. A few days go on like this, and after going on a shopping spree enough for a sushi restaurant, Ren decides to leave the village. The entire village came to see her off, and she made sure the local finances were in order. Later, when she's almost at Harula, she notices a party getting attacked by a gigantic ogre, and quickly uses air barrel to take it down. They gratefully thank her, and reveal that the guild decided to organize an extermination party, and they were a part of that. The guild leader had assembled a group of adventurers in advance, and the people they had should have been enough for 20 ogres. But then they eventually ran into a pack of ogres being led by an ogre lord. Surprised, Ren asks what happened in the battle, so the man explains that the ogre lord completely overwhelmed them, and they were one of the groups that got separated. Norn starts growling in anger, and Ren wonders if the ogre lord was the one that hurt her before. Infuriated, she declares that she has to deal with the one who hurt her cute and fluffy companions, because she wants to help Norn get even with full interest. A while ago, after leaving Harula, Ren stumbles into a small forest and takes out her house from storage before rushing inside and going about her daily routine. 3 days later, Ren clarifies that she's been doing things other than her routine, like extracting maple syrup from the huge number of trees present in this forest. In order to get that sap, she makes a hole in the tree and inserts a tube through the hole before giving it time to slowly drop the sap into a bucket tied underneath it. The finishing touches can be instantly applied using creation magic, and the fine maple syrup is complete. She cheerily says this was quite the meaningful use of her time and heads back to do her routine while waiting for the sap to accumulate. Ren sees that her lifestyle magic has reached level 10, and she also got a new ability, birth control. Aside from that, there's another reason as to why she's holed up here. She wanted to conduct some research on something that she read about in the guild's library, golems. Selena recommended that if she wanted to do research on them, she should do in a secluded place. It seems like golems work on basic behavioral standards based on magic stones collected from monsters. She placed it upon herself to make some using her creation magic, and makes a wood golem and clay golem, setting up basic tests using magic to look into the flow of their magic. On top of that, she gives them joints and other parts wherever needed, so that they could move without a hitch. In the middle of all this, Ren receives a magic control and magic perception skill that basically lets you sense magic. She wonders if magic control is a more efficient way of using magic, admitting that it has its uses, and can cover for some of the shortcomings of creation magic, for example, setting up magic circuits on magic stones, and even reducing MP consumption a bit. However, She realizes that golems can only do simple repetitive motions, since the golem keeps swinging even after the tree is already cut down, and says it seems like she won't be able to use golems to support her in combat, so she made a golem that you could give constant orders, and that will make it possible for her to coordinate them in battle. It has a magic stone that acts as a sort of antenna, and the thoughts of the user are sent and received through magic. Then the commands are written in real time, so it can be used like a funnel of the space, which can move according to her will and intention without conscious control by split thought. This way it will be possible to use them in battle. However, Ren starts having naughty thoughts and remarks that using her golems for her daily routines could turn out to be quite the support item in the history of daily routines. 3 weeks later, Ren warily says this is really bad because she can basically do her routine any way she wants, but she does remark that she learned new skills like golem creation, golem control, and automatic creation. Time for some practical uses of being overpowered. Who wants to save the world when you can unlock a cheat code for unlimited pleasure? Later, she creates more dolls and tests them all out on herself at once. Ren uses her skill Hawkeye and sees a pack of ogres along with their ogre lord. She's sure that the guild leader is doing his best right now, but the pack of ogres is getting close to Harula, so she will have to do something about it, since there are way too many people that she knows in that town. As the ogres are attacking the guild master and his party, Norn suddenly appears and chops off the neck of an ogre. The guild leader tells the adventurers to don't worry, because that wolf is a lackey of an adventurer. The guild leader retrieves a letter from Norn's neck in which Ren states that she can't exactly help out in the open, since she isn't part of the strike team. However, she thinks that it would be inappropriate for her to overlook the situation and agrees to cooperate with them if he agrees to her conditions. A share of the materials obtained from the ogres, keeping information about her involvement a secret, and protection from any consequences that could occur after the strike. If he agrees to these terms, he should let Norn know. She adds that she will begin sniping as soon as she hears Norn's howl. Surprised, the guild leader hurriedly looks around for signs and admits that the ogres are going to end up pushing them back all the way to Harula. So Ren would be quite an asset if she were to join them, and he definitely doesn't want to bring this battle back to town. Beck offers to unleash his demon sword. Hearing this, the guild leader remarks that he doesn't know who he should rely on more, and assures Beck that there won't be any need for that. He tells Norn to give his master the signal, so she quickly howls. Ren hears Norn's signal and notices that she's traveled quite a distance before sending the signal, so she might be worried about alarming the people nearby. She quickly takes out her daggers and declares that she will fight for her routine life. She notices 16 ogres and wonders if she should thin them out first, since she can't just take out the ogre lord like this. She swiftly unleashes her blade dance and starts rapidly attacking the ogres. As the ogres get attacked, the adventurers hurriedly take their chance and start attacking, wondering where the daggers are coming from. Ren quickly loads the next volley and fires again, so the adventurers charge forward and start taking out the ogres. Meanwhile, Norn faces the ogre lord and starts wildly attacking it. Surprised, Ren sees that Norn is really going at it and wonders why it seems like Norn's attacks aren't doing anything. If that's the case, she just rapidly increases the speed of the volleys and the mana consumption, remarking that she will need to use Hawkeye at the same time. She says she has to gamble on it because this is going to be her last shot and swiftly fires, cutting the Orc Lord's leg off before Norn quickly chops off the Orc Lord's head. After the fighting's over, Ren slowly approaches the guild leader, who confirms that they're all right, and wouldn't be if it wasn't for her. He admits it's a miracle that they didn't have a single casualty after facing an enemy like that, but Ren explains that she was just shooting from far away whilst keeping herself hidden. If she had to fight like them, she would probably get killed in no time. However, the guild leader assures her that every person has a different way of fighting, so she has nothing to be ashamed of. More importantly, that level of accuracy she had with that kind of power to boot is quite impressive. Ren says she hopes he hasn't changed his mind about the conditions they discussed, and the guild leader tells her to not worry since compared to 2 C-rank parties and 1 D-rank party plus him dying altogether, what they agreed on is a trivial price, especially right now when Harula is short on manpower. He explains that the capital and the other territories are doing their best, trying all sorts of things to attract more people, but that will take some time. However, he notices that Ren isn't interested, and realizes she really doesn't want to stand out in any way. She explains that as long as he complies to their conditions, she has no need for fame or anything of the sort. Additionally, she would like to receive cash instead in exchange for the ogre materials, and would like to keep the magic stones for herself. The guild leader remarks that she's a real piece of work and returns her daggers, since she wouldn't want to leave any evidence behind. He explains that he had the tight-lipped guys he knew retrieve as many knives as they could before she could formally assess the situation. While walking back, Ren remarks that this will hopefully make life easier and pats Norn on the head before weakly collapsing, warily explaining that she's out of MP right now. She slowly goes to sleep, so Norn picks her up and starts carrying her home. Ren cheerily says she's on her way back after defeating the Ogre Lord, but she's run out of MP and is currently taking a break. She finally made it to the front entrance of Harula, but they'll have to sit down for a while on the side of the road. She notices people who look like members of the ogre-slaying squad, guild employees, and ogre corpse porters constantly passing by. She believes the strike team must have their work cut out for them, since they have to take care of the aftermath. So it would be helpful to have the guildmaster keep her presence a secret. A pair of guys teasingly tell Ren that rookies like her are better off heading back home, since they don't have any stamina. He says they will feed her to the ogres, and that she can rest at ease, since they've got the work done. Ren warily remarks that she's the one who saved them in the first place. The guard naughtily suggests that they go for a drink after they finish their first report and offer to give her company. He adds that they will both get paid too, so she can stay with them for a more intimate night and will give her as many gold coins as she wants. These guys are going to be put on a list soon. Ren is annoyingly about to say something, but Norn suddenly gets up and starts baring her teeth at the two guys. Surprised, the guys realize Norn is the wolf that fought the Ogre Lord and hurriedly walk away from her. After they leave, Ren is approached by the two guys who were being chased by the ogres, and they ask what she's doing here. She explains that she's just lying here, since she's exhausted and is totally swamped right now. They gratefully thank her for her help today, and tell her to just let them know if she needs anything, since she'll be in Harula, and they will help her as much as they can. Cheered up, Ren admits she'd be grateful for some help in the city. Neil unexpectedly finds Ren and says he's glad she's safe. He urgently asks what she's been up to for the past month, since he was worried she might have gotten attacked by those ogres. Annoyed, Ren wonders how he keeps popping up at times like this. He offers to help her too, and says she can ask for anything, since he's a certified ogre slayer. She says she's fine, then thus angrily asks Neil why he's talking to Ren again. She furiously starts dragging him back. Seeing this, Ren wonders if she should head back as well. She remarks that she's finally back in Harula after leaving this place a month ago. There's not much going on in the city, aside from the rampant ogre activity. For now, she's finally arrived at the inn she previously stayed in. Even though she may not be fond of the cook, there's no other place in town that lets her stay with Norn. She approaches the front desk and is about to ask for a room. But a man angrily asks what they mean when they say he can't stay when he's come all the way here from the capital just to stay here. The clerk apologizes to Ren as well, since they have no rooms available at the moment. A man annoyingly says he came all the way here because he only wanted to eat the foot of rumors. Surprised, Ren wonders what they're talking about when they say the food of rumors. Lily happily sees that Ren's back before Ren asks her what's going on, since the hotel seems to have quite a number of customers. Lily explains that their chef made a dish after copying Ren's cooking, and it ended up a disaster, but the rumor still ended up traveling throughout the territory and the capital. Thus, a lot of people have been especially coming to Harula just to have a taste. Ren is surprised people are coming all the way to Harula just to eat that sandwich, so Lily says despite the taste, business has been booming recently. Since the hotel is fully booked, Ren decides to go ahead and look for another place to stay, but Lily quickly stops her and reveals that the owner reserved the room that she previously stayed in. She explains that the hotel is only doing so well because of Ren, so he left the room vacant and left it as if she ever came by again. Later during dinner, Ren notices that all the tables are full and explains that there are basically 2 or 3 types of food available at the inn, and guests can freely choose what they want to eat. However, due to the sudden increase of customers, the dish they've prepared is ogre meat in pan-fried oil. Surprised, Ren remarks that the hot dog is still more edible than this. Ren greets Lily's coworker, Elisa, who explains that Lily has been working a lot, since business is currently thriving. In that case, Ren asks Elisa to tell Lily to grab the rest of the sausage bread crumbs and come to her room later so they can have some dinner together after a long day's work. Elisa pauses for a moment before nervously asking if she can come too, since she was thinking about just how unfair it is that Lily is the only one who gets to eat the delicious food made by Ren. Pleasantly surprised, Ren cheekily admits it's tough having her cooking become so popular. She tells Elisa that it's no problem, so she can feel free to tag along. She declares that the dish being served here is honestly a bad excuse of a sausage, remarking that she'll see her at her room, so that she can try what a real sausage tastes like, with her added secret seasoning. 30 minutes later, Ren hears knocking on her door, as Elisa and Lily happily arrive and tell her they've brought the sausages. She says they should get started then and creates an authentic hot dog for them with mustard and ketchup. She explains that she perfected the condiments while she was still at the village to the south. Tomato ketchup is basically stewed tomatoes with some other stuff. She didn't add apple cider because she didn't have any, so she used wine vinegar mustard as substitute. As Lily and Elisa are about to take a bite, Ren inwardly remarks that bringing these two girls into her room is kind of obscene. They slowly take a bite and happily exclaim that it's delicious, declaring that happiness itself is flooding her mouth. Ren cheerily says she's glad she made the seasoning, since she got to see the face of another satisfied girl. She tells the girls that she still has some more sauce, so they hurriedly ask for it. Worried, Ren remarks that their words sound way weirder than they actually are. The next day, Ren returns to the Adventurers Guild and says the agenda for today is meeting with the guild master about the recent augur incident. The other adventurers silently watch as she passes by, before the guy who tried flirting with Ren yesterday approaches her and reveals that they've just received an explanation from the guild earlier. He asks if she's the one responsible for yesterday's victory, but Ren instantly says that wasn't her, inwardly asking the guildmaster just what he's done. The man cheerily asks if she really thinks he's going to believe that, when she was laughing at them as well. The guildmaster angrily asks the man what he thinks he's doing. He points to Ren and blankly says he was asking this girl about something that happened yesterday. However, the guildmaster angrily reminds him that he just finished signing a pledge that he wouldn't ask any questions about this situation, and yet, here he is, already breaking that pledge. He asks if he knows what will happen when he breaks that pledge. He questions if the man knows why the guild exists, and remarks that he's pretty sure he told them that they're the ones who keep in contact with the capital and the other territories. He menacingly asks the man if he knows that means for him, and orders him to not say another word because this matter ends here. Ren admits he's really overwhelming as a guildmaster, since he's doing better than she thought he would, because that adventurer just now was simply an idiot. She apologizes to Ren for the trouble the man caused, but she hurriedly assures him that he didn't have to go this far, realizing he bended the man's armor with his bare hand. He explains that these guys were the only ones, so far, who have made a fuss about it, and they're part of a party from another territory, which is why they have some strange sort of rivalry and pride. Ren says she's sorry for that, and the guildmaster remembers Neil, remarking that he's going to have to punish him somehow if they don't get rid of him. He assures Ren that everyone in this town is actually on her side, since the number of injured and dead adventurers has been steadily decreasing thanks to the healing medicine made from the herbs she brought. He says the only thing he can do is thank her, since there's a shortage of talent in this city. As for today, he says they will be giving her her share for the augur slaying and the promised materials, including the augur's magic stone. Upon taking the pouch from him, Ren realizes it's really heavy and asks what's inside, so the guildmaster remarks that there should be around 500 gold coins inside. He admits she should have gotten much more, and that it should have at least been 2,000 just for the augur lord alone. Since she got 10 augurs, that's less than half the price. Ren assures him that she doesn't mind, since she didn't formally accept the request and is already grateful with receiving so much. He says her not having any complaints is good for them and tells her to leave the advocacy role to him. She sincerely thanks him, remembering that it's almost lunch and wondering if Lily is free. She runs into Selena and Lily, who explains that she was thinking of asking her to come eat with them. Ren says she'd be happy to join them and goes to get her food. However, Selena asks Ren if she's really sure she wants to eat with them, even though it's a kind offer. So Ren hurriedly reassures her that it's fine, inwardly remarking that Lily drooling is quite the sight, and Selena's face excites her as well. She tells the guildmaster that he can come join them as well, if he wants to, surprising him. A while later, Ren presents her dish to them all: stir-fried shrimp in chili sauce and richly flavored shrimp soup with rice. They stay silent for a moment before asking what it is, so Ren explains that she bought a lot of shrimp from a seaside village in the south. Lily asks if she's talking about those crunchy fish things, hearing that Ren remarks that the shrimp they've had might not have been properly prepared, inwardly telling the chefs that you're not supposed to take the glands out. She declares that this is a new dish where you don't have to worry about the shrimp being like that. Selena takes a sip and is instantly shocked by how flavorful it is. Lily hurriedly exclaims that this is the first time she's had anything this delicious, and the guild master adds that this rivals even the best restaurants in the capital. He wonders if the rich taste is coming from the shrimp and admits he couldn't stomach it the last time he had it because of the texture it had and the fishy smell. Ren notices there's only been positive reactions so far and explains that this dish is made by stewing the heads and shells of prawn and removing the lye. That's all you need to make it taste like this. The guildmaster says he can't stop eating because this shrimp dish is way too good. Ren remarks that it's stir-fried shrimp and chili sauce after all. She already had potato starch for batter, but didn't have enough soy sauce, so she used creation magic to make the soy sauce. She found some chili peppers in the forest on the northeast side of the river, so she was able to use it to make some Chinese hot sauce in her spare time. She says there's plenty of food around and tells them all to eat up. Later, the others warily say they can't eat another bite, so Ren brings out dessert and says it seems like they can't eat any of this then. Surprised, they examine the berry gelatin in awe and ask what it is, since it looks really soft and beautiful, just like a gemstone. Ren explains that when she was trying to make seasonings in the southern village, she asked them to pick up on any seaweed that ended up washing on shore and process it. She decides to put this away, since it looks like they're all full, but they hurriedly tell her to let them eat it, and are once again shocked by how good it is. As the girls exclaim that it's delicious, the guildmaster acknowledges that it is truly delicious. Hearing this, Ren wonders if they're all starting to act out of character. After lunch finally ended, everyone ended up looking like sea lions that were benched, which is, in other words, a victory for her. After lunch, there lies 3 people too full to function, and there was actually a bunch of stuff Ren wanted to look into at the library. She explains that she wanted to check if there was any sorts of prerequisite skills for a golem, and there were some prerequisites. First of all, the skills she learned during her last daily shut-in research were automatic creation, golem control, and golem creation, with the automatic creation skill being a higher tier version of golem creation. Her research found out that the golem creation skill was derived from the alchemy skill, although the method for acquiring the alchemy skill wasn't mentioned. Ren admits this is bad because she knew that she could use creation magic to produce skills. She could acquire all kinds of skills. So now, she finds herself in a situation where she can't acquire the prerequisite skills. She admits creation magic is handy, but it uses up way too much mana. She decides to put a hold on to looking into the alchemy skill for now. Next up on the plate is body control skill. This skill is the better version of the body maintenance skill. Body maintenance is a skill that prevents muscle weakness and reduces the risk of getting sick whenever you sleep. If it becomes the higher tier body control skill, more control is possible. That made it easier for her to acquire skills that required her to use her body, although she got the skill during her daily routine. Lastly, skills that strengthen physical abilities, such as body strengthening MP and Hawkeye. Body strengthening MP is a powerful skill that increases one's strength, vitality, and agility. She uses Hawkeye to enhance her vision, although using both skills continuously like this consumes a lot of mana. Magical power isn't just the only way of strengthening. There seems to be something called fighting power as well. Magic consumes MP, whereas fighting power consumes HP. In other words, it's the warrior's version of an ability-enhancing skill. Additionally, if you use up all your HP or MP, you die. You can use manga-like moves using fighting spirits such as shooting flying slashes and blowing up a large area. Stuff like those are a boy's dream. It seems like there are skills that make up MP and HP consumption respectively, but the names of those skills weren't mentioned in the library. After Ren's done with studying, she remarks that she wants to experience every skill, since she's someone who likes completing achievements in games. She notices that it's not even evening yet, despite thinking that a lot of time had gone by. She opens the status window and realizes she's gotten the speed reading skill. She decides to do some shopping then, and heads to Nikoru's stall, where he greets her and asks if she's come for some rice again. She asks for some wheat flour as well, so Nikoru tells Lloyd to bring them out from the back. He asks if she went on a trip, since he hasn't seen her around lately. She affirms that she went to a village in the south. Hearing this, Nikoru cheerily says she should have told him, since he would have gone together with her. However, Ren inwardly remarks that she wouldn't have been able to perform her daily routine if they went together. Nikoru says they could have made quite a hefty profit if they got some fish to trade, but it's not like he can use water magic anyway, so it's a shame. Ren asks if they can't make it distance-wise, so he explains that they could during the winter, but it's impossible during the summer. Ren surprisingly notices that Nikoru has buckwheat flour, and Nikoru is surprised to learn that she knows about it. He tells her that she can knead it in water, bake it, then dig right in. Ren asks if she could get some more of this as well, hearing that Nikoru remarks that she really likes buying in bulk. She cheerily says she can finally eat some soba noodles, although gallets don't sound bad either. She asks Nikoru if he knows where she can find some eggs and milk, inwardly saying she wants to make some sweets. Nikoru thinks about it and explains that they don't have those on hand right now, although he could most certainly get some for her. However, there's a minimum price that they buy them for, so they can't really offer much of a discount. With Ren's vitality, he thinks it would be a good idea for her to buy them directly from the poultry village, since poultry farming itself is done in villages around the royal capital. Near this village, there's only about one village nearby, and it's across the village to the northeast. However, he admits it might be hard to talk about, since she hasn't registered with the Merchants Guild yet. Ren inwardly remarks that despite this, he's already told her everything she needs to know, which is why he's an honest merchant as always. Regarding the milk, Nikoru admits it will most probably be impossible, since firstly, the only villages with cow produce are near the royal capital. Then comes the problem of transporting it, since the milk would have spoiled long before it could make it to town. Nikoru remarks that he doesn't know if it will be a suitable substitute for what she needs, but she could try goat milk. Ren agrees that she could try using goat milk, but she doesn't enjoy its taste, so Nikoru says the only choice left now is to head towards the royal capital. However, he does remember hearing something about a village to the north raising some cows, so it wouldn't hurt to assume that they would come here to sell some if they had extra. Ren asks if he can perhaps tell her which villages have poultry and cow produce, or telling her would be a no-go. Nikoru says he doesn't mind telling her and points her the location on the map. Seeing this, Ren remarks that her next stop has been decided, declaring that she's going on a solo expedition for eggs and milk. Nikoru is about to blushingly introduce Ren to his eldest son, but she quickly gets away. She inwardly remarks that she would like to have some assistance along the way for her solo expedition, similar to how she had someone help her out at the village to the south. She adds that she could ride on Norn again, but she doesn't want to. She notices a carriage and says it might be convenient, but it could cost a lot. However, she suddenly realizes something. Later in the woods, she meets the girl she saved, who asks if she's going to stay here for a little while. Ren explains that she's thinking of going to a nearby village for a few things that can't be found in the villages nearby. A sad expression flashes over the girl's face, so Ren cheerily assures her that this doesn't mean she's living already. She unveils materials for a horse golem and a carriage. She cheerily tells the other adventurers to go be good children and pick out some herbs for her. She sits down and remembers clearly how she was completely exhausted afterwards and didn't have much stamina, which is where the carriage comes in, since it will allow her to continue moving without having to walk. Although a traditional carriage would need someone as a coachman, that's where the golem horse comes in. She explains that this is a golem with the ability to follow simple orders. It was created during her research and can follow orders such as keep walking along the highway, watch out for obstacles, so not needing to control the horses is the best feature. Plus, she doesn't have to take care of a living horse, just repairs and maintenance. The mana used for energy powered by the magic stones she took from the group of ogres, which is perfect for magic energy tanks. She admits this is pretty amazing, since it's just like a low-tech, self-driving car in disguise. First things first, she needs to assemble the horse. There was a horse that she observed the other day and was able to sketch out the horse's leg structure. She was able to use that as reference for the endoskeleton, so it seems like she'll be able to stack up some experience. She sees that it will need a magical circuit. Since she has magical perception and magical control, she thinks it will work somehow, without knowing the fundamentals of how to create the frame. She relied on creation magic to make it anyways. She says that's not cheating and explains that the basic skeleton frame is made out of titanium and the exterior is made out of wood, since she wants to be able to travel along rough paths and roads. She'll want enough horsepower on this thing, so she'll be using the magic stone she got from the augur for control system. She starts working and a while later decides that she should grab something to eat. She remarks that she will be using the fusilli she made the other day and will be adding meat sauce to them. While boiling water in a pot, she'll use magic to simmer the tomatoes, then after a while, transfer them and boil until it turns to a paste. After she's done making the dish, Ren finishes up the fusilli with meat sauce and calls the children over so that they can grab a plate too. She tells them to make sure everyone's here before they start eating. When she takes a bite, she remarks that she's glad she made this because she can't get enough of the way the components dance together. After finishing the dish, some of the children take a nap, seeing that Ren remarks that it's getting their stomachs going since they can feel the wheat flour turning into energy. Later, Ren finishes creating her horse golem, but the other children confusingly ask what it is, asking if it's an octopus or a beer. She hurriedly says it's a horse and declares that even the engineers in her previous life weren't able to make a fully self-driving vehicle. She never could have imagined that making a robot would be this easy with magic, so she's not sure whether she should be happy or scared at the abilities of cheat skills. She says this is all for magic science for an easygoing lifestyle and tells her horse golem to soar into this world. However, upon powering up the horse golem up, it starts moving erratically. Seeing this, Ren admits it looks disgusting, so she probably still needs to work on it. She did not cook. She burnt the damn dish. Ren says she's still observing the structure of a horse again, with her past failure fresh in her mind. There's something that's been on her mind for a while now. She was wondering if she could obtain a skill that can help her understand the structure of things, and she's in the middle of practicing by imbuing her eyes with magic. While Hawkeye lets her see far away, this lets her examine and inspect things by controlling and focusing the magic towards her eyes. She examines the horse's anatomy and happily says she can really see them. However, the other people standing around her realize she can see her clothes. Ren excitedly says she can see every individual muscle, remarking that with this information on hand, she can change where she went wrong with the golem horse she first made. Actually, even before examining it, she could already tell that it had way too many legs to begin with. She receives the analysis skill and wonders if it's compatible with appraisal, since she's got another troublesome yet useful skill. She happily says this is completely see-through if you examine it from here, while the men around her keep glancing towards her, wondering what she's talking about, while enjoying the view. After this, the improved golem horse was completed easily. The running horse went pretty well, and it certainly has enough power to transport stuff. She checks the movement before moving on to the carriage, remarking that she understands the basic structure of how to make one, but isn't sure of how to make it so the ride doesn't end up being too bumpy. The last time she rode on a carriage, she was on the brink of throwing up, which is why she will make sure her design will avoid or negate that as much as possible. She creates suspensions, since she wants to lessen the shock in the carriage as much as possible, and in order to do that, she has to fine-tune the suspensions on the carriage, and the frame holding in the suspension too. After being done with the basic plan, she quickly uses her analysis skill so that she can analyze whatever problems she could find, then scrap it completely and rebuild it as fast as possible. Ren feels like she can really put her work into this, from the spring all the way to the shock absorber. She will create everything herself with titanium for the frame, and duralumin to make it light and prevent it from sinking, and rubber tires with tubing inside. She declares that the engineer within her is burning as hot as the sun. She starts moving the carriage, and is ecstatic to see that it doesn't shake at all. She happily says the shock absorption it provides made that week's worth of work all worth it. She wonders what design she should do for the interior, and thinks about what other things she can implement. Although, it will be another challenge to make the horse blend in and not stand out. Plus, the amount of load it puts on a single one. She wonders if making another horse will help offset the balance, and thinks about making a small cart for Norn and Belle to ride on, once she's increased her power. The children from before happily return, and one of them shows Ren that he's finally taken down a horned rabbit. Ren inwardly explains that horned rabbits are one of the monsters that don't have an age restriction on them for their subjugation, and it's one of the most common meats found in any household. Although it still is a monster, if one is careless, even an adult might end up with a hole in their chest. She smilingly sees that it seems like the children are spending their money on some weapons and armor, now that they're earning more. She wonders if Belle plans to help the kids until they really get the hang of it, and tells the kids that they've done a good job, but should remember to keep their distance if they don't have any weapons and armor and know their limits. She adds that they should start preparing the rabbit they've all caught, deciding to avoid using storage for now. She tells the kids who are interested to learn how to prepare the meat to come over, since they might not know how to go about this, so she'll start from the very basics. After a while, Ren finishes up her rabbit cakshitor, and the kids happily eat it, declaring that they can eat it every day. Ren remarks that adding rice to the dish and making it like a risotto would be pretty good too. The girl asks if they can really learn how to make this themselves, so Ren assures her that it will be very easy if she was paying attention earlier, and if she's in doubt, she can just add some tomatoes, mushrooms, and potatoes. On top of that, she reminds the kids to not go out hunting by themselves even though it's very delicious, and to not push themselves if they ever feel tired. She sees that the kids have grown quite well, and believes they should be fine now, even if she's not around. After that, Ren finishes the carriage, and says she will be able to travel to the northern village now. She says she poured her blood, sweat, and tears into this for the sake of comfort, since she will have a great time during her travels with this. She returns to Harula, and says she has to leave the hotel now, and should at least thank Lily for taking care of her. She slowly greets Lily and reveals that she's thinking about leaving the hotel tomorrow morning. Lily asks if she's planning on going somewhere again. When Ren affirms this, she asks if she can learn where she's headed, so Ren explains that she's headed to the northern village and the village beyond the river to the west, since she's planning on buying some milk and eggs. Lily asks if this is for her cooking, so Ren confirms that it is. Lily pauses for a moment and reveals that she's actually planning on taking a long vacation to visit her parents, and they happen to live in the royal capital. So she was thinking of asking Ren if they could travel to the royal capital together. She tells Ren that she can buy the milk and eggs she needs at the royal capital, and if she needs to buy in bulk, she can buy some near Harula too. She asks Ren what she thinks about this proposition. Hearing this, Ren thoughtfully remarks that she was planning to go to the royal capital someday, so she can buy some eggs and milk too. She tells Lily that this sounds great, and she would love to go together with her if it's not going to be an inconvenience. However, she asks if it will be just the two of them traveling together, and asks if Selena is coming with them too, since she's going home. Lily explains that some important work came up for her sister, so Elisa will be coming with them instead. She reveals that Alias has actually been her childhood friend, and they both came here together. Ren starts grinning and sees that this means it will just be 3 girls traveling together, wondering if that might be a bit dangerous. Man, she is freaky through and through. However, Lily cheerily tells her to not worry about that, since they're both D-rank adventurers despite how they look, and they're both pretty strong too. Ren says she's convinced and agrees to go with them before revealing that she doesn't need to rent a carriage if she was planning to, since she actually has her own. Lily happily decides to leave that to her, and Ren asks when they're going to be leaving, so Lily suggests the morning the day after tomorrow. Since that's done, Ren asks Lily if she can handle canceling the rest of her stay, so Lily warmly tells her to leave that to her. Ren smiles, remarking that she was planning to travel alone, but as luck would have it, she's being joined by a party of girls, admitting she's pretty excited about this trip. Later, they use their citizen cards to pass through the gate and are finally setting off. Elisa and Lily thank Ren for coming along with them, and Elisa remarks that she heard Ren had a carriage. Ren assures her that they do and keeps walking, explaining that it would have stood out here, so she moved it a bit. Elisa reminds Lily that there's no way they could walk all the way to the royal capital from here, but Lily hurriedly assures her that it'll be fine. Ren stops, saying this should be far enough, deciding to release the carriage here. She unexpectedly whips out the carriage, shocking Lily and Elisa, who admit this certainly is a carriage. Ren says they should get on now, but Lily hurriedly stops her and says this doesn't make any sense. She questions what just happened and how she brought out a carriage using the rare storage skill. She refuses to believe it, since this is too big, and there's even a horses and a driver that looks really scary. Ren sees that Lily is slurring her words and says she's made this herself. Lily asks if Ren's saying she's made this herself, while Elisa suddenly goes silent. Ren confirms that she's made it herself, and the carriage is run by horse golems, with the driver being a golem too. Lily questions why she's using golems, so Ren explains that real horses require food and shelter among a bunch of other things that all cost money, so they're pretty high maintenance. However, with golems, they don't require any of that, and you can just store them away when you're not using it. Puzzled, Lily asks what the driver is for, so Ren explains that even though she said she wanted to travel alone, she wants to stay inside the carriage as much as she wants. Since it's a box carriage, it would be a waste to not have a coachman for a dummy. Lily slowly says she doesn't even know where to begin asking the questions, so Ren hurriedly tries to snap her out of it and tells her to just take it one step at a time. Lily decides to do just that, and stops thinking about it too much. After that, they set off on their journey towards the royal capital. The guild master explains that his name is Wazrel, and he's the guild master of the Adventurers Guild here in Harula, or rather, his old friends basically forced him to do it. The town's location is pretty decent. It's located between the Moboro County and Baron Neezen's territory, and it even became an important location for trade routes. Plus, there's a bunch of natural resources to the north and south of Harula. However, those with a desire to make a name for themselves or earn money usually end up in the other two territories instead, in order to attract more people. He's tried negotiating with the guilds of the royal capital and the other nearby territories, but they've still got a long way to go, and those are the reasons for why, until today, that they have had a major shortage of talent. It all started that one day when he received reports of some adventurers that messed up. He tried listening to Gigi and Kimburu's story. Those two already had quite the bad reputation for a while now, and he had a feeling those idiots would end up crossing the line one day. However, the bigger shock to him was when he saw the merchant and his companion come by to make their report. She had quite the well-developed chest in proportion to her height and gave off a weird type of vibe. Additionally, judging from the size of her familiar, he would say it was a greater wolf, but its fur is completely different, and it honestly might be something even more outrageous than a greater wolf. After hearing the story, all the things those idiots did were completely inexcusable, and they'll be sent to the mines as slaves. However, after hearing the full story, he learnt that this small girl allegedly took down a bunch of orcs. He would have believed it if they told him that her wolf familiar took them down, but apparently the girl took them down herself. However, right afterwards, she brought out the corpses of the ogres she defeated as proof. She called it a magic bag, but she probably has a high-level item box skill. He remarks that he may not look it, but he's actually a B-rank adventurer. The fact that she doesn't want to take off her hood or talk about her storage skill means she's probably got into some trouble due to her face or skills. Even after the eventful day, the surprises just kept on coming even until the following day. She apparently went to gather some herbs and ended up bringing an absurd amount of medicinal herbs. Even while she's out gathering, she ended up hunting a bunch of magic beasts. Additionally, she even ended up guiding a bunch of the orphan kids around for herb gathering, and amidst that, an ogre showed up which she promptly defeated. Going up toe-to-toe against an ogre, it definitely isn't just any ordinary greater wolf. He decides to not look deeper into it. Putting that aside, he recalls recently hearing the amount of medicinal herbs were steadily increasing. As a result, the number of adventurers getting seriously injured decreased drastically, so things are turning out for the better. However, at one point, he stopped seeing Ren around and heard that she went to a southern village. There's a young adventurer who keeps trying to hit on the little miss, but she seems to get really annoyed, so she must be actively trying to avoid him. He told that young man to give it up already, but he doesn't think he will be stopping anytime soon. In the meantime, he received reports of a pack of ogres. They were coming from the western forest. He quickly contacted the royal capital for assistance, and they sent a C-rank party. In the meantime, he formed a strike team composed of their own adventurers. The reports say the pack of ogres numbered at 20, and among the D-rank adventurers there were some seemingly talented ones that he handpicked back then, which came to help exterminate the ogres, so he naturally had to come along. However, they ran into some unexpected events as a ruler-class ogre lord showed up. Due to the sudden appearance of the ogre lord, the overall threat of the ogres suddenly shot up, which in turn ended up stumping their D-rank parodies into the ground. If he were to face an ogre lord one-on-one, he feels like he could be able to do something about it, but since the others were here, he can't both protect the strike team and fight against an ogre lord at the same time. Right then and there, he already thought that they were all going to die there, but then suddenly, a seemingly familiar wolf took down an ogre in one fell swoop. It also had a letter in its mouth in which the contents seemed to be like some sort of cruel joke, which after reading, made his head spin. He inwardly questioned Ren if she seriously thought she could take down an ogre lord that casually. However, since they were already desperate for manpower, if they were to fall here, that would be the end of Harula. He decided where he would put his faith in and quickly gave his reply to the wolf, and right after that, in the blink of an eye, all of the ogres were defeated. He thought they would try to catch the ogre lord off guard, yet the ogre lord's head and limbs were torn off in an instant. After the ogre lord went down, he left the rest to the strike team and went to have a chat with the young lass. My guy is talking like a cowboy from Texas. He really had no idea as to what she could possibly be thinking about. Though he does understand that she doesn't want to stand out at all. Anyhow, he admits he really doesn't get this girl, but probably shouldn't think about it too much. Shortly after that, she treated them at the guild to some of her cooking, which was simply sublime. He remarks that he's getting hungry just by thinking about it before Selena reveals that it seems like the hotel her little sister works in serves imitations of Ren's cooking, and she's already submitted a warning about the chef's behavior before. Surprised, he stands up and declares that he's leaving, so Selena wishes that he has a nice time. At the restaurant, Wozrel takes a bite of the sandwich and remarks that this is just like Ren's cooking. If the flavor had no layers, and felt like just some meat mixed in with batter and fried in oil, which ends up producing an unpleasant feeling of oil spreading through your mouth. If he hadn't tasted Ren's cooking before, he wouldn't know better, but knowing this is disgusting. He sees the chef annoyingly reminding Lily that he'd told her to find out the recipe for that mysterious noodle dish Ren made. However, Lily reminds him that she's a waitress, not a spy. The chef angrily raises his pan and declares that he's going to fire her. But Wozrel swiftly steps in and tells him that he hopes he's aware of the fact that he can be sued for this amount of harassment and abuse. The chef angrily questions who the heck he is and orders him to just eat quietly and leave if he's a random customer. Hearing this, Wozrel suddenly binds the chef's hands, surprising Lily, who asks him to let go, since she thinks this is enough. He stays silent for a bit and leaves, realizing he took things a bit too far after they fed him that greasy mess when all he wanted was to have a taste of Ren's cooking. Ren introduces herself and explains that she's a reincarnated guy-turned-girl who loves doing her daily routine and with the goal of enjoying her peaceful life here. She now desires eggs and milk, and in a strange series of events, she's currently traveling together with Lily and Elisa, who are waitresses at a hotel. They've just set out on their journey starting from Harula, all the way to the royal capital. She's looking forward to traveling with her companions, and that's why she wants to treat them as if they are guests. She wants them to experience riding on a golem carriage. She asks Lily and Elisa to come inside and feel free to make themselves at home. Lil and Elisa happily get in, and tell Ren that she's going to end up embarrassing them if she's going to go above and beyond, especially considering they're supposed to be her adventure seniors. Lily acknowledges that she's supposed to be here senior as an adventurer, and as someone who has more experience and a higher rank than her. She has to be the one who runs whenever she runs into a problem, which long journeys are prone to. She adds that this trip will prove that she's not just some gluttonous girl who always gets fed delicious food all the time. As they sit down, Lily and Elisa are surprised by how soft the carriage seats are, questioning what in the hell this is made of. Ren remarks that it's just a normal carriage, and that she worked really hard on the seat cushioning they're talking about. Satisfied, Ren inwardly explains that it's a combination of a urethane memory foam sponge and a highly elastic urethane sponge. The bottom of the cushions is lined with springs with the human body in mind too. Lily admits the cushion's softness is on the same level as their hotel's beds, or that it might even be a bit softer, since just sitting on this makes her want to go to sleep. Ren says it's about time they head out, and they stare at each other for a moment before Lily asks when they're going to start moving. However, Elisa shockingly notices that they've been moving all this time and hurriedly tells Lily to look outside the window. Stunned, Lily says the carriage isn't shaking at all, and it felt like they hadn't started moving in the first place. Elisa smilingly tells her that there are probably tons of things in this carriage they don't know about, and Lily admits she's speechless at this point. Ren says she did try her best, so Lily says she thinks Ren has done enough. Later, Ren gives Lily and Elisa orange juice and notices that the cup has a lid on it before Lily sees that you can put your drinks in the cup holder beside your seats. She sees that the design of the cup keeps your drink from spilling even while riding on a carriage. They hurriedly decide to try the drink already, and Elisa admiringly says she's never had something like this before, exclaiming that it's delicious. Ren sees that the orange juice was a success, however 100% pure fruit juice is a bit hard to drink, so she diluted her juice with some water. Of course, she also added some ice to make the drink taste even better. She adds that while she was making ice using her creation magic, she ended up unexpectedly learning ice magic. Elisa remarks that usually, if you asked for something to drink on a carriage, it would be water from a pouch that reeked of leather. Ren happily says she's glad that her ideas turned out so well. Lily annoyingly realizes she lost again before Ren remembers that she doesn't know which way they're supposed to be headed and asks how they should proceed. Lily tells her to leave that to her and orders her to just keep on heading east along the highway as they continue. They will end up in Mubaro, where they will spend the night, and from there they will head to the north, taking another highway towards the royal capital. Ren agrees that they should keep following the road for now. Lily asks who their driver is, so Ren explains that it's the golem, and explains that even though she said it was a dummy, she didn't say anything about it not being able to drive. Elisa sees that Lily has that look on her face again as she gravely says she can't take any more of this. Later, they decide to set camp for the night, and Ren says they should have something to eat for starters. Lily offers to do it and asks her to at least let her do this much. She tries to offer help with the ingredients, but Ren says she's already prepared them beforehand. Lily asks to let her pay, but Ren assures her that she can help as much as she wants afterwards. Lily sadly sits down, saying she was supposed to be the senior here, but Ren tells her to not worry about it, inwardly remarking that she's already made her mind to feed the both of them, so they can just leave that to her. The only thing the both of them need to do is to show her their cute faces to satisfy her inner old man desires. With that aside, Ren says she'll be making gyoza for today. She's already prepared a large serving beforehand, so all she had to do is fry them up, since she would love to eat some white rice too. She wonders if she should fry around 30, since there's 3 of them, but she decides to go for 60 instead, judging by the look Lily and Elisa have on their faces. She says she will cook them one after another and keep them in her storage to prevent them from getting cold after they're done. By doing this, she will be able to take them out as needed, and they will still be hot and fresh along with the gyoza sauce she made using soy sauce, chili oil, and vinegar. When the dish is done, Ren unveils the gyoza set meal with chicken bone soup. After taking a bite, a satisfied expression spreads across Lily and Alias's face as Lily says she can't get enough of the meat juices flowing from the inside. Elisa adds that the sour and spicy sauce is mixed in with the fillings. The difference in texture combined with the springy wrapper is just amazing, and as they quickly start eating, Ren realizes that all the gyoza she made are quickly running out and decides to eat up quickly. After diner, Elisa says she's so full she can't move another muscle, and Lily realizes they still haven't set the tent up. Ren says she's got them covered if that's the case, and quickly uses clean, surprising them. Elisa tells Lily that she can't be surprised anymore and thanks Ren. However, Lily refuses to sit around and declares that she has to at least set up the tent, but Ren tells her that she's got this covered too. She explains that if you remove a lock while the carriage is parked, the body of the carriage actually slides out and it becomes much bigger. They can turn the seats into a bed so that they can have a place to sleep. It might be crammed for 3 people, but it shouldn't be that bad. Elisa happily says this is very spacious and is definitely more than enough, so they can even live here. She rolls around in the bed and excitedly says she doesn't think she'll be able to sleep on her own bed anymore after this trip. She thanks Ren for everything, but Ren tells her to not worry. Depressed, Lily says it wasn't supposed to turn out like this. They're the ones with experience. They were supposed to guide Ren and teach her about various things. She just wanted to show off her dignity as a superior. Ren sees that it looks like she shattered Lily's pride and says that's very cute of her. She comforts Lily and suggests that she head inside. And it seems that they spend a lovely night together. The next morning, they arrive at the poultry village Nikoru told Ren about. Elisa and Ren decide to go check if there are any open rooms in the inns around. A while later, Ren sees that they haven't returned yet and wonders if something's happening, since it looks like there are people gathering at the town square. She yawns and asks a man walking by if there's some sort of event happening at the town square, since it seems to be a bit busy. The man explains that the merchants are having a cooking contest, since a bunch of stuff happened earlier. The quantity of eggs for sale decreased. So the mayor, who acts as the manager of the village's egg trade, decided to have the merchants do a cook-off to decide which merchant gets to sell them, stating that he doesn't want to sell eggs to people who don't know anything about them. He says he understands where this is coming from, even though it sounds stupid, since eggs are their main product. It would be best if they sell them to people who truly know about the product. Ren thinks about it for a moment and asks if she could participate in this as well. The man is surprised that she wants to join, but doesn't think there should be any problems with that. Ren says that's a relief and asks if the main ingredient has to be the egg if they have to make dish that uses eggs. The man explains that you just have to use eggs, however, it will be tough if the dish doesn't match well with the main ingredient. Ren grins and wonders if she should try making a new dish, deciding to give it a shot since it sounds easy enough. As the egg competition begins, a merchant takes his completed dish to the mayor, but upon taking a bite, the mayor angrily questions what the hell this is, and if he honestly thinks that something like this would be good enough. He angrily says these are just scrambled eggs, and tells the man to get out of here, since he's failed and didn't even think of seasoning the dish with salt. Ren decides to have a look as another man approaches the mayor with a fried egg. The mayor angrily asks if this is a joke, declaring that all he's done is sprinkle some salt on it and nothing more. Ren sees that this dish is nothing special, and admits they should at least serve it with some ham or bacon, and maybe add some shredded cabbage as a side or something. The next dish is boiled eggs, but the mayor says this is too simple and unoriginal. Ren says this is pretty boring, since nothing's getting exciting at all. The mayor angrily asks if there's no one here who could stand up to the challenges. So Ren steps forward and asks if it's all right for her to join even though she's not a merchant. The mayor tells her to go ahead, since he honestly doesn't care about whether or not she's a merchant. She decides to join the contest in that case, but the mayor tells her to take off her hood first, since she's participating in a contest after all. He says he won't allow her to join if she doesn't take off her hood. Ren agrees, inwardly remarking that she doesn't hate him, since he is quite the hearty man. She takes off her hood, and inwardly tells him to feast his eyes upon the beautiful chef with quite the figure. The announcer excitedly declares that the last-minute participant is a beautiful girl with an amazing chest, and the crowd starts cheering. Norn tries to tell Ren something, and she asks if it wants to say that she doesn't want to stand out. Ren hugs Norn and tells her that it's for the eggs. If she's able to buy them, she'll be sure to feed her lots of egg dishes. She asks the mayor if the eggs need to be the only ingredient, so he says they don't, but he is absolutely against the idea of using eggs as the only ingredient. She has to support them and use them to complement the main dish. Ren brings out onions, inwardly remarking that she's already decided that she'll be making an onion soup this time, and the only ingredients she will be using are eggs and onions. After finishing her dish, she takes the egg and onion soup. Surprised, the mayor remarks that she made these fast and asks if the stuff she put in is safe. Ren says she's not going to force him to eat it. If he doesn't want to, he can just fail her. She adds that she doesn't mind taking a bite first if he's really that concerned. The mayor says there isn't any need for that, since he's seen her taste test it more than enough. Upon taking a bite, he slowly admits it's delicious, saying he's never had anything like this before. He starts hurriedly praising the soup's flavors, so Ren slowly asks if she's passed. The mayor declares that she is, without a doubt the sole undisputed victor, hearing that she happily jumps with joy. Lily suddenly appears and asks Ren what she's doing. She tells Ren that she's standing out way too much and hurriedly tries to get her to cover her face up. But Ren says she was just making a dish which ended up winning, so she can buy the eggs she wanted now. Lily says she still can't believe Ren is walking around with her face exposed when she was the one who said that she wanted to avoid standing out. On top of that, she's being a bit too careless, and even made such a delicious-looking dish that they haven't even gotten to try before. Ren smilingly apologizes and remarks that she wants to kiss Lily, since her pouting looks really adorable. The mayor clears his throat, asking if they're done, and tells Ren she was the only one who was able to pass this competition, so he would like to proceed and finish up their transactions immediately. The mayor takes her to an ice house and asks Ren if she would be interested in selling some of those onions that she used in her dish. Ren is about to say something, but the mayor angrily says he just wants her to sell, not for her to sell him her production methods. Ren tells him sorry because she won't be able to sell the onions, and mayor just reply that it is a shame. Ren inwardly apologized to the mayor again and asks Lily if she found a place for them to stay. Lily says they weren't able to, since the merchants who come here use a specific area as their campsite. By the time they came back, they couldn't find Ren along with the carriage, and looked all around for her. The mayor takes them to the storage with the eggs and says he would be happy if she bought all of them, since someone stole some of the eggs and left the door open, which ended up causing the snow to melt. Ren picks out the eggs she needs and remarks that the 500 eggs she took cost her 2 large gold coins and 5 small gold coins. That's roughly 250,000 yen, so they are really expensive. After paying, Ren unexpectedly summons a lot of snow which covers the entire storage room. She asks if this will be enough to last till winter, shocking the man, who says he has a hard time processing this. Ren says she can add even more if he wants, so Lily tells the man that he's better off not thinking too much about it, since Ren is not normal by any means. Hearing that, Ren remarks that that's a bit too mean. The mayor gratefully tells Ren that she's done this village a great favor, because snow is more precious in this village than 500 eggs. He excitedly decides to pay her back, and insists that he can't take money from them, since even this isn't enough to pay them back. Ren admits she doesn't really get how she made money from the eggs, but he tells her to not worry because it's perfectly fine. Ren gives the mayor a jar filled with onion paste, explaining that he can recreate the soup she made with this, and can also use it as a secret ingredient in other dishes, inwardly remarking that it takes time to make. The mayor happily thanks her while Ren assures Lily that they've got plenty of stock left. Later they stop on their way, and Ren decides to make something, since they've gotten eggs. She starts making katsudon, and Elisa realizes it's the dish that only Lily has ever had. Ren explains that she will be adding a few new things today. She puts the sliced onions in a separate pan, takes it off the heat, and slices the katsudon before putting it back in the pan and adding egg to it. After a while, she shows the katsudon and onion soup, surprising Lily, who assumed that it was a sandwich-type dish, but Elisa says she doesn't care what it is, since the smell is killing her. They ask if they can eat it now, so Ren cheerily tells them to go ahead. As they start eating, Lily and Elisa happily exclaim that it's really delicious. Lily says it goes very well with rice. As they eat, Elisa says she can see why the village chief praised Ren so highly, as Ren inwardly remarks that she originally wanted to make miso soup. She goes to give Norn and Belle their food, and tells Elisa and Lily that there are refills available, but the first one was so big that if they eat more, they will definitely get fat. Later, Elisa and Lily slowly sigh and lie down, exclaiming that it was delicious. Lily satisfyingly says she gets why Ren is so big. It's because she eats all this amazing food every day. She tells Ren that if she continues to make this food for her, she will be as big as her too one day. Ren cheerily smiles, so Lily annoyingly declares that people who have it will never know how she feels. She unexpectedly grabs Ren's chest, surprising her, and starts caressing them before realizing that Ren is groaning and asking to let her go. Realizing what she's done, Lily quickly apologizes, so Ren assures her that it's fine, inwardly remarking her body is sensitive and that it's not because of her routine, since it's been like this from the start. Ren asks Lily to not do that again. Lily quickly says sorry and agrees to not do it again. However, she's about to say something, so Ren asks what it is. Lily slowly tells Ren that she feels a bit strange when she looks at Ren's completely flushed expression and was wondering if she could stop that. Oh boy, these girls are getting freaky. Surprised, Ren quickly checks her status and sees it stating that she's received a new skill named Devilish, a skill that allows Ren to charm others regardless of age and gender, and not to be charmed by others. Moreover, this skill is not controlled by the user. She alarmingly realizes she's in deep trouble and glances at Lily and Elisa, who hurriedly look away. Ren wonders if she's going to sleep with these two, and says she feels like her body is going to be in danger. That night, Ren's urgently remarks that she's in a critical situation. She admits that the smell coming from the others is a mixture of sweat and pheromones from when they're really in heat. If they touch her for even a second, something will definitely happen, which is why all of them assumed a posture of being vigilant in line, because within the carriage is a cage of swirling devilishness and pheromones. The three keep having weird thoughts, and hurriedly try to not meet eyes with each other when they wake up the next day, since they couldn't catch a wink of sleep. As they continue their journey, Lily, Elisa, and Ren sleepily yawn before they finally see the feudal capital, Mebolo. Famous for its warrior families, and the ruling Earl family, Mebolo is a strong economic city as well. Ren remarks that the city walls are seriously too big, so Lily explains that the walls of the royal capital are much larger, even from here. There's still about half a day's worth of traveling left, so they will probably get there sometime in the morning. Lily remarks that they're finally here, but it's a bit weird, since by now, you would have usually been attacked by monsters 2 or 3 times. She asks Ren if she's doing something to not attract the monsters. So Renly says peace is the best, inwardly remarking that she's warding off monsters. She also noted that Norn has learned a new skill, intimidation, that's working too. In the capital, Lily asks Ren if she has any specific requirements, since they will be staying at an inn in the capital. Ren says she would like a place with a nice bath, and where Norn and Belle can stay, as well as good food. Lily explains that there are several options for a bath and a stable, but she's not sure what level of food would satisfy Ren. Elisa tells Lily to not even bother thinking about it, since there's no such place. Ren says she doesn't have a problem with something on the level of Harula's inn. However, Lily and Elisa mutter that even the lodgings in Harula are pretty much at the level of the royals. Because of this, they have a choice between 2 inns, and Elisa tells Lily that she doesn't have to worry so much, since they will only be in the capital for 1 night, and can eat out, as there's that restaurant in this town. Lily cheerily says they ate at that restaurant on their way to Harula, and admits it was really tasty, so they'll do that. Ren inquires about what kind of restaurant it is, so Lily explains that it's said to be the best restaurant in the capital, and even the Count really likes it too. Ren thinks it must be really expensive if it's so famous. However, Lily assures her that it's okay, and that they're going to handle the bill this time, since Ren has taken really good care of them. Elisa adds that they will be fine, since there are several courses. Lily admits she can't give them the top-level course, but offers the middle-level course instead, since that should be fine. However, Elisa tells Lily that if they're going, they should at least go with the upper-level course. Ren tells them that they don't have to do this, but Lily says it's okay, since she'll split the bill with Elisa. Ren gratefully agrees, and says she looks forward to seeing what a high-level restaurant looks like in this world, admitting she's pretty excited. In the capital, Lily asks Ren what she thinks of the city, so Ren sees that it's very crowded and notices that everything here is a little cheap. She notices that eggs here are cheaper and more common than at the Harula's market. Lily explains that that's because there are a lot of people here, which means that because there are more people/consumers, there is more supplies to maintain equilibrium in the commerce. Ren asks if that means the selling price is lower, because the cost of restocking is also lower, to which Lily answers that is correct, while being impressed by Ren's understanding. Ren questions if that means the royal capital would be less expensive, so Lily explains that it depends on the thing, or that it varies. For example, if you buy good quality flour here versus in the royal capital, it will be more expensive there. However, if they compare similar levels of lower quality goods, it's cheaper in the royal capital. On top of that, depending on the item, things that are harder to get in the provinces may be cheaper in the capital. Consumables and food are generally cheaper where they're produced, but luxury goods are expensive everywhere, and depending on the quality, there's no upper limit on their price. She reveals that eggs are a fifth of the price of Harula's in the royal capital, since people don't consume enough of it in the region, and transportation also costs time. Additionally, seafood becomes more expensive the further you get from the ocean. There's always the possibility of using magic to preserve it during transportation, but you would have to be noble or a royal to do that. Ren inwardly remarks that the huge amount of seafood she's carrying in storage can probably be sold at a really high price, and admits she'd make huge waves if she taught people about things like dried fish or solar preservation, but that'd be too much trouble. Ren asks what are the things that are cheaper to buy here than in the royal capital, so Lily says that would probably be rice, since the country's rice production is in the east, so it passes through here to get to the royal capital. Ren cheerily says they should buy a lot of rice then, and Lily remarks that she knew she would say that. A shopkeeper shouts at Ren, assuring that his rice is high quality. Ren examines the rice using her skill and sees that it's mixed in with old rice, and points out the ones where he's mixed it in with the new rice. Lily realizes Ren is starting something weird again, as Ren inwardly says she can examine it by using her appraisal and analyze skills. Ren says they should go somewhere else, and after they buy some sticky rice, she cheerily exclaimed that she can make lots of different dishes with this. Lily says that they should get going to the restaurant now, and Ren realizes they looked around the marketplace for a long time. Lily remarks that the restaurant has a dress code, and that none of the boutiques in the capital had sizes that would fit Ren's chest. Elisa smilingly says that having a big chest is something to think about, and sometimes she can't find stuff with her sizes. So Lily tells Ren that they can go to another restaurant that's a downgrade instead. However, Ren tells her not to worry, because she's got everything ready. They get fancily dressed, and Ren inwardly remarks that this dress is used for her daily routine. But she should wear something nice if they're going somewhere nice too. She tells Lily and Elisa that they both look really cute, and Lily tells Ren that her dress looks great too, since it's self-made. However, Lily admits that she doesn't think she can hold herself back, seeing Ren dressed like this, and with a figure like that, she'll definitely catch the public's eye. Well, everyone has the hots for Ren. They get seated at the restaurant, and Ren admits it definitely feels classy. Lily explains that you're sent to a different floor depending on the course you choose, so they're here because she ordered a higher course this time. She adds that the nobleman's floor is even better, and is basically a private room. However, she apologizes to Ren, remarking that she thinks Ren's good looks are drawing people's attention. She apologizes for being unable to get a private room, but Ren hurriedly assured her that they should just enjoy the food now that they're here. They receive their dishes, and Ren is surprised by the large portions. So Lily explains that even though the restaurant is pretty luxurious, there's still a lot of commoners that don't know the table manners and misunderstood the course meal format, so they ended up complaining about it. Despite this, she tells Ren to not worry about it, so they just begin eating, and Ren decides to start with the salad. She slowly takes a bite and sees that it has a modified version of a beef-based broth. She remembers that they said they would bring the main dish later. Ren notices it's got a hint of red wine too, and asks the waiter if the main course is a red wine braised beef. Surprised, he admits she's right, and asks how she knew, so Ren cheerily says she thought about it normally, and Lily explains that Ren is just special, so pay no mind to her. I wonder if this girl was Gordon Ramsay in her previous life. Next, Ren moves on to a soup with a lot of ingredients, and slowly takes a sip. She states that it's not quite the same as Kansami soup, but it's from the same culinary family, although the amount of ingredients does not make this the most extravagant dish. She happily thinks that she wants to eat a greater variety before Lily tells Ren that it looks like she's really into the dish. Ren asks if she could tell, which Lily confirms and says she looks really happy while eating. Ren remarks that she can't help it, eating good food makes her really happy. Lily informs her that the people sitting around them are captivated by her expression as well, surprising her. Lily sees that Ren knows table manners, and admits she's way better at this than her, asking where she learned how to do that. Ren cheekily says it's a secret, inwardly telling herself that she can't say she learned it in her previous life. However, she understands why Lily's so curious about it, since it's normal that adventurers are considered the most uneducated people in this world. She takes a bite of the bun, and sees that it's a bit harder than the ones made with natural yeast, but since she's being eaten dark bread, this is welcome, and remarks that she should try to make her own bread. Next, she tries something that looks like chicken nuggets and happily says that she's sure that the chef working in the kitchen is pretty skilled. She happily realizes there is proper fried foods in this world and tells the rip-off cook to up his game. She sees that the chicken is juicy, but the texture of the batter doesn't give the crunch you get from frying it twice, deciding to try it herself later. Lily notices that something's off in Ren's expression, so Ren explains that this feels a little heavy with the meat. Lily says there's a lot of different things, so Ren asks if the original menu had fish. Lily says that she is right, but asks how she knows, and Ren dismissed the question by answering somehow. Elisa explains that Nobles has priority on the freshwater fish they use in the menu. She also heard that when they catch a lot of fish, some show up in the restaurant. Merchants who specialize in these fish hire guards and use traps to catch the fish in bulk and sell them to other restaurants or businesses. And because there are monsters, they have to sell at higher prices to get a profit. Ren inwardly says they have to worry about staying alive, since there are monsters and beasts in this world. However, she can easily get loads of both salt water and freshwater fish with her storage, so she's winning big. The waiter brings out the main course for them, and Ren slowly cuts it open, remarking that you can tell they've taken great care in removing all the scum, since the meat is tender and syrupy and the red wine leaves a rich aftertaste. She happily exclaims that it's tasty. Lily slowly tells her to rain her face, but Ren says there's no way she can hold this in. A while later, the waiter brings out round pan bakes with honey for dessert, and Ren quickly starts eating. She wonders if they are using baking soda because of how fluffy the pancakes are, and happily exclaims that the moment you put it in your mouth, it spreads inside, directly assaulting your brain like a palace of sweetness, and it's unmistakably tasty. She admits that this might potentially be the first time that she's had a proper sweet in this world, other than the ones she made herself. Meanwhile, the other customers are enjoying the view. Once she's done, she lies back, admitting she ate way too much. Later, she wearily says that was a bit rough, asking if the portion sizes weren't too big despite being really delicious. Lily explains that that's because a lot of high-level adventurers visit that restaurant. Ren yawningly says that she keep that in mind, and inwardly say that the adventurer's body is everything. High-profile adventurers probably earn a lot too, and they might like indulging themselves here and there. She admits she needs to get some exercise as she says goodbye to Lily and Elisa. Tomorrow, they will start the carriage ride again. Upon thinking of Lily and Elisa, Ren smilingly says she will do her best when they get to the royal capital. Lily says their journey with Ren has been exciting from the very beginning. A while after they'd left Harula, Lily remarks that this is Ren's first adventure, and she thought she wasn't ready, but she's too perfect. She had thought she would be Ren's big sister who would lend her tools and teach her how to use them, but no matter how amazing Ren is, she is bound to make some sort of mistake. Ren catches Lily staring at her and asks why she is staring at her so much. A while later, they take a break, and Elisa slowly gets out of the carriage, saying no matter how comfortable you are, you need to stretch out like this every once in a while. Ren decides to install reclining seats next time she mods her carriage, admitting that real-world usage is the best way to improve. After Lily and Elisa are done with their business, they ask Ren if she's feeling all right, since she does not look like she was picking flowers. Lily tells Ren that she totally get it. If it's a beauty on Ren's level, it wouldn't be surprising if people wanted to peep. While Elisa just confirmed that Lily is just saying that she wants to peep. Well, folks, now we know what Lily is into. Meanwhile, Ren just keeps smiling. Puzzled, Lily asks what is it, and that she is scaring her. So Elisa reminds her of when they were in the royal capital, and all the guys said that a true beauty don't need to go to the toilet. Lily mentioned that back in the inn Ren went to the bathroom, while Elisa remarks that it was definitely just a diversionary tactic. While they are having that discussion, Ren inwardly mentioned that it is true that she is using skills to live without going to the toilet, pointing that she does not want interruptions when the routine is running long. After they're done with this discussion, Ren asks what they should eat today, so Lily offers to take care of it, suggesting that she's going to cook delicious rice in her mess tin today. However, after she's done cooking, Elisa sees that the rice is still raw. Seeing this, Lily dejectedly denies the result before Ren suggests that the rice can still be used, and she'll try something with it. Ren makes a chicken bone stock mushroom risotto. Lily is surprised by how mellow it smells, and Elisa happily sees that Ren can transform those rock-solid rice grains into something this pretty. After taking a bite, they happily exclaim in delight, and Lily slowly asks Ren why she never fails, questioning if she's some kind of perfect life form, or maybe even a god. Ren hurriedly assures her that she fails all the time, and reveals how hard making the golem horse was. She says she just hide the failures, so Lily and Elisa don't have to look at them. Hearing this, Lily realizes how humble she is, and slowly apologizes to her for thinking being her is too easy. Ren comfortingly pats Lily on the head, comforting her as their journey continues towards the royal capital. Ren remarks that it was the first time she had seen a big city, admitting that the feudal capital, Mebolo, was awesome, and that Lily and Alias's dresses were really cute too. She recalls how good the food was at that fancy restaurant, and admits getting all flirty with Lily, and Elisa was nice too. So she wonders how did this happen as she's sitting in front of a group of corpses lying behind her. 1 hour ago, while Ren is sitting on the carriage, a group of nefarious-looking men suddenly stop the carriage. Ren sees that they've got them surrounded from basically all sides, and uses her search skill to quickly detect the archers hiding nearby. Lily and Elisa peek out from the window and ask what's wrong, so Ren tells them that they are surrounded and not to come out. A bandit sees that the carriage is only filled with women, and they're all beauties as well. He orders them all to hand over their valuables, so Ren tells Lily and Elisa that she will take care of the bandits. Lily confidently says that now is the time for them to show Ren what they're made of, and Elisa adds that it's been a while since they've done this. Lily declares that she'll show the bandits what the power of beautiful girl adventurers is like. Hearing this, the bandits cackle and declare that they're going to have a lot of fun with them before they sell them. Lily tells Ren she'll protect her, and quickly surrounds her entire carriage with a barrier, surprising Ren, who doesn't know what this spell is. The archers quickly try to shoot the barrier, but the arrows bounce right off, infuriating the bandits as Lily declares that the barrier will keep the carriage and them safe. She quickly calls Elisa, and she uses a rapier to swiftly slash through 3 bandits at once. Surprised, Ren watches them fight in awe, seeing that they're actually really strong as the archer decides to get a shot at Elisa, since she's outside the barrier. However, Norn and Belle suddenly appear behind him and chase after him. Ren sees that Lily is defending while Elisa attacks, admitting that there are way too many enemies, despite the balance between them being good. Lily hurriedly informs Elisa that the bandits are coming up behind her, so Ren swiftly loads up an air barrel and fires it, swiftly obliterating a man. Shocked, the bandits suddenly stop and look at her before the leader slowly raises his arms, admitting they don't want to get hit by that, and that it should have been easy because there are only girls. He remarks that he thought they could have some fun before selling them off, infuriating Lily and Elisa. However, Ren tells them that these bandits are weak and suggests that they just report them and leave it at that. They slowly bow down and agree to act good from now on, before a gust of wind nearly knocks Ren's hood off and gives the bandits a splendid view. They hurriedly take off their clothes and ask her to let them have a taste, so they quickly defeat all the bandits. Lily asks Ren if there is a problem, so Ren explains that this is the first time she's seen someone die in a fight. Lily tells her not to worry about it, because these people are criminals, remarking that it can't be helped if they get killed when they fight back. Elisa agrees, telling Ren that it's only natural to defend yourself when attacked. Ren slowly mentioned that she does not feel as much as she thinks she would, to which Lily tells her that she knows what she is thinking, and reveals that she also felt that way at first. Elisa says she never really got a chance to think about it, and never thought too hard about it afterwards. Ren asks what they should do about the bodies, so Lily remarks that it's common practice to leave them on the side of the road, since it's normal to let criminals be seen like this. Lily explains that they just need to tell the gate guards about this when they get to the nearest town, and they'll send someone to take care of it. Later, if there was a bounty on their heads, you can receive some money the day after as well. In that case, Ren decides to get going, and Lily asks what attack she did, since it demolished the bandits will to fight instantly. Ren asks if she can keep it a secret, and explains that what they did was more impressive to her, but Elisa cheerily says Lily didn't take many of them out though. However, Ren assures her that her attack magic was really cool. Hearing this, Lily asks if Ren can't use attack magic, so she says she can't, and has been thinking of looking for the spell books when they get to the royal capital, inwardly remarking that air barrel isn't exactly offensive magic, since it's made using creation magic. Lily offers to teach her if she wants, which Ren agrees to, so Lily happily asks her to just let her know if she wants to learn something else. Ren admits she would like to learn typeless dark and lightning magic, delighting Lily, who says she can use typeless and dark magic, so that is done. And she has a magic book for lightning magic, even though she can't personally use lightning magic. Ren questions if she can also teach her alchemy, but Lily apologizes, revealing that alchemy isn't in her area of expertise, and that you can't learn alchemy without having someone to teach you. She says she's been told that she should learn it, but she doesn't have the time. Ren remarks that she didn't know that, and Elisa realizes there's stuff even Ren doesn't know about. Ren admits that's true, and that there are more things that she doesn't know than the things she knows, and asks if they're ready to move. Since chatting away while standing next to corpses feels a little strange. As the carriage begins moving, Ren sees that she's received the mental resistance skill. She says it seems like it's supposed to help with negative emotions and mental stress. She admits she feels nothing after all these people died, so it looks like she might already be used to this new world, but if something or someone she cared about was lost, she's sure she would still be shaken. After the first live combat experience Ren, Lily, and Elisa had on the road, they managed to reach the royal capital outer walls. It usually takes a week from the feudal capital to here. Thanks to the golem horses, they got here amazingly fast, but she's still going pretty slow, since she isn't in a hurry. While they're eating sandwiches, Lily asks Ren how many recipes she has, since she's never had a bread dish like this before. Elisa adds that she have never tasted this soft bread before, so Ren inwardly remarks that she has stolen away 2 of their first, and tells them that she's still got a bunch of recipes, and this bread was made using one of them. She adds that this bread was made by getting up early in the morning and using earth magic to build an oven to bake it, inspired by the restaurant in Mabelo. Lily asks Ren if it wouldn't be better to open a restaurant already, but Ren says she's just someone who has an interest in food, so Lily remarks that this isn't on the same level as just interest. Ren agrees, inwardly admitting that it's true that the level of her cooking skill is maxed out at 10. She asks if they have any recommendations for lodgings in the royal capital, somewhere Norn and Belle can stay at, and has an onsen as well. Surprised that Ren intends to stay at an inn, Lily hurriedly invites Ren to her family home and asks her to come stay with them. Ren slowly says she wouldn't want to impose on them, but Lily says that's not the case at all, as Ren has been looking out for them. So she can just think of this as repayment for the food she made. On top of that, she can keep her promise to teach her magic too, and the magic books are there too, so she begs Ren to come, by all means. Ren sees that Lily is really pushing it on her, and decides to take her up on that offer. Elisa hurriedly tells Lily that that's unfair, but Lily declares that the early bird catches the worm. Ren slowly asks why the 2 of them are fighting over her. Elisa asks Ren if she has any plans in the royal capital after buying ingredients. Ren explains that she's basically just looking for ingredients, and since Lily is teaching her magic, she's fine on that front as well. She inwardly reveals that with regards to the barrier magic Lily used, she actually tried it afterwards, and it somehow worked after making sure it was there. She's been in the middle of practicing it little by little. Additionally, for the alchemy she's always been interested in, but it seems like there aren't any books on the market, and she'll need someone to teach her according to Lily. For compounding and magic tool creation, the Alchemy Guild does sell recipe books, but it seems like they won't sell them to people without the alchemy skill. So with that said, Ren wonders if there's a forge she could borrow somewhere, and explains to Lily that she wants to train her blacksmith skill a bit. Surprised that Ren has the blacksmith skill, Lily asks if she's planning on making a sword or something. Ren agrees, explaining that the sword she's using right now is something she made too, and there are some things she wanted to make, so she wanted to level the skill up a bit. Elisa says she can help Ren through some connections she can pull to do that, explaining that she comes from a long line of warriors. So they've had long relationships with a few workshops. If they ask the people in charge, they should be able to pull something off. She asks Ren if she knows how long she plans on borrowing them, and adds that she will probably need money to rent the place, asking if that's all right. Ren says that should be fine, since she should have enough money on hand, and if not, she'll just do some herb gathering quests to make it up. As for the time, she thinks she would want to borrow it for at least half a year, surprising them both. She inwardly remarks that she's aiming for skill level 10 just in case, And if she focuses, she thinks she can get there in half a year. And if half a year isn't enough, she'll just have to bow her head and ask for some more time. She asks if it would be all right to ask that, which Elisa affirms, and asks her to be sure to stuff her with tons of good food. She asks Ren what kind of sword she's trying to make, if it is a mana or elemental sword, or maybe a magic sword, since she was talking about alchemy. Ren seemed confused, so Elisa decides to explain it to her. Mana sword is a sword which is imbued with typeless magic that is more powerful, and thus more durable than normal swords. Since it's imbued with magic, it's effective against spirits, undead, and otherwise non-elemental beings. Elemental sword is a sword imbued with various types of elemental magic with specialized elements. As long as the wielder takes into account its strengths and weaknesses, it's a powerful weapon. In mana, an elemental sword's imbued with magic, that type of magic can be strengthened by releasing its power. While swords which have been released will eventually recharge their mana, the time it takes can vary greatly. A magic sword is a sword imbued with not just typeless magic, but also skill effects. The most representative skill effects include strength and attack, strength and endurance at 7, and it seems that a coveted fortune skill also exists. In addition, swords not imbued with typeless magic, but of special skills also falls into the category of magic swords. Furthermore, depending on the weapon, one may be able to use special lethal moves. Ren realizes that you need alchemy to make magic swords, and it's the goal of most knights to get their hands on a magic sword. Elisa adds that when someone obtains a magic sword, they're called a magic knight. Ren sees that there's a lot going on before Elisa further explains that holy swords are swords granted divinity from a god, making it a mysteriously powerful weapon infused with the holy attribute. Depending on the use, it seems it has some hidden power. Since the holy attribute is strong against all elements except for typeless, just the fact of its existence is enough for it to be called extremely powerful. On the other hand, Dark Sword is an evil sword cursed by the Dark God. Aside from being dark attribute, it's basically the same as a holy sword. However, it seems that holy swords and dark swords are effective against each other, so in a clash, the higher quality weapon will win. Finally, God's Sword, you can call it legend or myth, but its existence is highly debated, and Elisa doesn't really know all the details. Long ago, it's said that it could cut anything and everything. After she's learned everything, Ren inwardly admits she doesn't really get the last bit about God's swords. But if things like holy swords or dark swords were made in the past, she should be able to pull off something with creation magic. If that's the case, then the explanation Elisa has given her is really helpful. She decides to aim to make a magic sword, and they head into the royal capital, Ascalon. Ren remarks that no matter how you look at it, this looks pretty insane, and notices that there's a flood of people around the walls. Lily and Elisa explain that the first wall layer is built around the royal castle. Outside of that is the upper noble area, is where territorial lords have residencies in the capital. That area is called the first district. Outside of that is the second wall layer. Beyond that are the residencies of lower nobles and wealthy commoners, and shops geared towards them, called the second district. And their family homes are there. Ren asks if they're from rich families, so they humbly says it's no big deal. They continue explaining that going beyond the second district, past the third layer wall, is the commoner area, the third district. The final wall layer lies between the third district and the outside, while there are people living beyond the walls. They are doing it without authorization. Ren realizes they're talking about the slums, remarking that the fact that the class difference is so clear is disconcerting to an orphaned adventurer like her. She admits she didn't know such huge walls were something you could just make with a snap, so Lily reveals it's said that the founder used magic to make it. Ren says the founder seems like a pretty aggressive person, since someone who named their city Ascalon definitely sounds like a reincarnator, since they even named the entire kingdom, the Georges Kingdom, after a dragon-slaying hero. She adds that she's stored away the carriage for now, and asks Lily if it is always so crowded. Lily affirms this, explaining that the south gate is the main gate, and is usually like this. Once they're finally in, Lily asks Ren if she wants to go straight to her home, since she's probably getting hungry by now, and Ren agrees, deciding to leave looking around for tomorrow. Ren is shocked by how huge Lily's house is, so Lily explains that her family is a baronet family, while baronet is a hereditary title. The class itself is considered a commoner class, so they think of it as the highest level of commoner class. Legends say her ancestor was decorated while serving in war, and the family has since been composed of palatial magic instructors for generations. Ren realizes they must have been a prolific family for generations, since mages aren't a hereditary title. Incidentally, Elisa is from a neighboring baronet family. It seems their ancestors fought as a team, and the families have had close ties ever since, which is why they get along so well. As for why the daughter of a baronet family is working at some inn out in the boonies as a waitress, she said it was to pad out her CV. Both Elisa and Lily's families are male lineages, so they have to figure out their futures themselves, whether that's finding work or marrying someone. Lily's sister, Selena, is already employed by the Adventurers Guild, and is actually a cadet for the Royal Branch Guild. She wanted to accumulate experience in society, and Lily went with her, and Elisa went along for fun. Elisa bids Ren and Lily goodbye, and upon entering the house, they are greeted by a woman who happily exclaims that she can't believe Lily has brought home such a cute wife, happily asking if they should celebrate tonight. Man, is every female in this magic world a pervert. Since the last time Ren talked about the royal capital, she's been staying here for a week now. She slowly takes a sip and explains that she's been staying at Lily's home, and the free food she gets every day is delicious. Aside from the second district where the wealthy live, she also went to the commoner third district to check things out, and got her hands on a lot of things, so she's happy. She was surprised to find out that they even sold sesame here. She also bought some cloth and thread, and things like that. Thanks to that, her underclothes are now made from silk, which feels a lot nicer. She adds that every time she returns to Lily's house, Lily's mom assaults her with tea parties, and that's what's happening right now. But going about life without having to cook is nice too. Seeing Ren, Lily's mom says she really is adorable, so much so that she wants her as her daughter. Lily apologizes about her mom, but Ren assures her that it's nothing, inwardly remarking that Lily's mom is someone she can only see as a young madam in her 20s. Her name is Miriam. Miriam tells Ren that she'll be counting on her to take care of her Lily from now on. Ren smiles, inwardly remarking that she knows she's a good person, but she's also a bit of an airhead. One time, she tried an orange tart that Ren made, and it seems she fell for her even further from that. She happily asked Lily when the ceremony was, exclaiming that she loves having parties with cute girls. Ren believes she heard her saying something along those lines, which makes it seem like homosexuality is well tolerated in this world. According to Miriam, even though they are a baronet family, it's already been decided that the eldest son will be the successor, which is why for Lily and their other children, they want them to find a partner they love and to live happily. However, she went ahead and started going into those deep, dark dungeons and fighting as an adventurer, while Miriam was worried she wouldn't find a partner. Thus, she was very happy when someone suitable appeared. This is why she will gather all the hot men and women in the country, because she wanted to throw a welcome into the family party. So grand that it would stay in their memories forever, at least that's what she intended. It seems Miriam likes Ren enough to do that, and she's really honored if that's the case, but Ren tries asking Miriam about it. She just questions what she's worried about, and delicately holds her hand, asking if she would like being with her unless she prefers younger people only. Lily hurriedly stops her as Ren inwardly admits that would be awesome, and thinks that would be really lavish. She wonders who she's kidding, since even though she baited Lily and Elisa for so long, and when the time came, she was too scared to lay her hands on them. However, she admits she still needs to gather herself and prepare her nerves a bit. She thinks about it, wondering if she would want an older sister-type woman to make a mess out of her, before hurriedly getting back to the main topic. Ren explains that Lily's teaching style is really easy to understand, so she got elemental magic in a snap, and with this, she's learned all elemental magic, and only needs to level up. Lily confessed she hasn't taught her anything super hard at this point, but still wonders how she's learned it all so fast. Ren hurriedly assures her that she was very helpful, so Lily decides to also add in a lecture about magical systems, explaining that aside from elemental magic, magic is also categorized by an attribute called system. First she'll start explaining from basic magic. From your palm, your front, or your general area, it is possible to activate various elemental effects. Fire elemental magic will make fire appear, water magic will make water appear, so on and so forth. However, if you wanted to create a high-temperature flame or make boiling or cold water, special elemental effects like that stray away from the basics and are high-level techniques. Next is arrow. It's an attack magic that launches magic arrows. They have names like Aqua Arrow, or thunder arrow. It has a long effective range, but is lacking in power. It said this system is the base for all attack types. After that is ball. They are named like fire, ball, etc. It has quite some mass, so it will inflict damage to areas surrounding the target as well. The more concentrated it is, the more effective it will be, and its range is dependent on the level. Next is shield. It's a defensive magic. Using fire elemental magic, a shield of fire will appear in front of you to block attacks. If an effective magic is used against it, water magic in this case, fire shield will lose and will be completely ineffective. Next is lance, a short-range, high-power attack magic. By adjusting the strength, you can also make a mid-range, mid-power version called javelin. So generally speaking, attack magic has an inverse relationship between power and range. To add power to a long-range magic, you can only increase the mana output, consume more MP, or find a new technique yourself. Finally, there's wall. It's both an attack and defense magic, but since it's fundamentally a type that has the caster at the center, you have to be aware of your position and distance, so it's a fairly high-level technique. Basically, magic systems are split into those categories, but you can also make your own new categories too, since mages should channel their personalities and make their own original spells. She adds that magic that's used to temporarily channel magic through equipment is called channeling magic. It's a combination magic done by activating shield, then adding non-elemental magic. Magic that changes someone's status is called buff or debuff magic. You can't learn this without the aptitude for it. Other than that, she says there's recovery and barrier magic too, before Ren chimes in, revealing that she can use barrier magic. Shocked, Lily stays silent for a moment, so Ren explains that she just tried copying what she did. Lily hysterically questions if she knows just how long it took her to learn that, so Ren quickly calms her down, admitting recovery magic is a bit hard to pull off. Based on their discussion, Ren doesn't believe she has any talent for attack magic systems, and has also got no chance with buffs or debuffs. The ones she can use are basic, shield and wall. She admits wall is barely just an attack magic, but decides to train with it a bit. However, she decided to stop, saying her magic is already pretty good, since even geniuses can't be completely versatile. Still, even though it's unfortunate, she says she just has to find more ways to use them, because in anything you do, ideas and application are most important. For example, if she could use an earth wall to surround the enemy, and then use a basic fire to kill them with high heat, or instead, she could use a lot of hot water to boil them to death. Both of these will work even if they're wearing armor, so that sounds pretty useful. Lily declares that it's too early for her to be learning these things, and asks how her comprehension is this good, so Ren tells her to feel free to praise her as much as she wants. If it's like this, Lily says it's standard to move on to refining basic magic. She explains that she's talking about basic magic operation. That is to say, mastering mana operation skills, which is not the same as the basic in the magic systems, she explained earlier. First is mana sense. In order to learn mana operations, you first need to learn the skill for how to sense the flow of mana. When you learn that, next is mana manipulation. Just as the name says, it's a skill to move mana. In theory, you're actually supposed to learn this before the non-elemental magic. Ren realizes that the order in which she learned things was quite a mess, as Lily explains that this is where the difficult spikes. She explains that mana circulation is a skill where, by circulating and refining your mana, and thus making it higher quality, your magic becomes more effective as well. A side effect of this is that your MP consumption decreases a bit, and so your max MP growth rate also increases. Moreover, if Ren learns this skill, the poor efficiency of her body's strengthening mana will be improved. She decides to really learn this skill, as Lily explains that if you keep oning your mana with mana circulation and level it up, before long, you'll also learn less in mana consumption and quicken mana regeneration as well. Ren admits these are really all the skills she needs. Overusing creation magic also wears her out, so she always wanted something like this. No matter how long it takes, she says she has to do it, for the sake of doing something about the poor efficiency of her creation magic. She's going into the so-called training arc. This is what she had thought, but she went and learned it all that day. She happily says that she's finally experienced how broken genius types are, while Lily breaks down in the corner because of the cruelty. Later, Miriam thanks Ren for being with Lily again today, and tells her that she's informed the Adventurer Guild today, and they will send their reply. However, she accidentally walks in on Ren changing. Ren explains that she was checking how her underclothes look, since she bought some silk in town today. Miriam starts blushing because of how immodest it is, and asks if she wants an older lady to take the lead, agreeing to do it just once. She pushes her down, and is about to make a mess of her, no questions asked, but Lily angrily barges in and stops them. "Please keep it in your pants, Mum." Ren is standing in front of the Adventurers Guild, the Royal Capital Branch, and is surprised by how huge it is. She also notices that there are a lot of demi-humans here, unlike Harula. In this world, races like beastkin, elves, dwarves, and other demi-humans are pretty common. She asks Lily what kind of requests they can take, since she's E rank while Lily and Elisa are D rank. So with the three of them, she believes they can only take quests that match the lowest rank. Lily tells her to not worry, because there are some loopholes for times like this. Elisa explains that depending on the situation, you can also get requests for special herbs that aren't part of the permanent lineup. Lily adds that in the case of difficult to get herbs growing deep in the forest, as long as you are accompanied by higher rank adventurers, Ren should be able to take the request. Elisa says that it's believed that you would encounter some monsters during these requests, but receptionists have an unspoken agreement that as long as the party seems capable, they'll let it pass. Ren remarks that it sounds like quite a massive loophole in the system, and thinks the guild must have pretty suspicious dealings for something like this to be approved. Elisa assures Ren that she'll protect her if monsters do show up, while Lily says that she helped her when they got surrounded by bandits. Ren wonders why they're fighting over her before they go to check out the requests. Lily takes one out and asks Elisa what she thinks of it, so she agrees that it's pretty good, since the woods in the area aren't too dangerous or monster-filled. And they were fine too, when just the two of them went. Lily asks Ren if that's fine with her, so Ren smilingly says she's okay with it if the two of them have decided on it, since she's not that familiar with this area. She believes that there shouldn't be any problems if the two of them, as experienced as they are, say it's fine. Not only are Norn and Belle there as well. If something does happen, it's just a matter of her having to go a little wild. Lily shows Ren a rare herb, explaining that it's used as a powerful analgesic in medicine. It's in high demand, but because it only grows in dark places, they're hard to spot in deep forests. If you only look down, it's easy to get snuck up on by a monster. Ren remarks that even though there should only be goblins and lesser wolves, they should still be careful about their surroundings. That being said, she can do the gathering since she's got appraisal, and it should be a steal for them. They head out after they're ready, and Ren informs the others that she and Norn have their vigilance skill up, so there's no need to be worried of things getting close. She detects two orcs about 1 kilometer to the northeast from here and asks what they should do. Lily and Elisa admit they really don't sense anything, so Ren asks if they should go to subjugate them. However, Lily denies this because it sounds like a pain. Ren wonders what's up with this complete lack of tension. They find the rare herb and see that it looks like more of them grow around the spring. She wonders if this is something of a hole in the wall for herbs, remarking that the adventurers who know about this spot would take more pro-level requests, while lower ranks wouldn't want to deal with this sort of troublesome, unpopular request in the first place. She sees why Elisa and Lily chose this request and combines search and appraisal to search for the herb. She sees that there definitely are a lot of them growing around here, and remarks that depending on the place, they'll even grow in places you don't notice at all. She's getting a ton of reactions, so she gathers and stores away all of the ones growing around here, believing no one will know if they disappear, since even she hadn't sensed them yet. She decides to mix in normal searching as well while she's using storage to gather them, and notices that Lily is setting up camp while maintaining her barrier. By the time they're finished herb gathering, if they go back to the capital, they'll arrive late at night, which is why they will be camping out here tonight. Elisa is patrolling the area, even though Ren's vigilance skill is up, admitting there's no harm in being extra careful. She thinks Elisa learning vigilance might be a good idea, since she's their vanguard. Additionally, Norn and Belle were looking pretty free, so Ren sent them out to hunt. They're going even deeper in the forest, so maybe they'll probably find something interesting. While she's gathering herbs, she's also grabbing ingredients and materials. She says she's gotten a good amount shocking Lily, who becomes depressed again. Elisa tells her that there's no point, since Ren's common sense doesn't match theirs. Setting aside what the two of them are saying, Ren says coming again would be a pain, and if you split the profits, they would need this much for the three of them. Going by the details in the commission, they would each get about 5 gold coins, so it's no big deal, and she's still got more in storage. She sees that Norn is back without anything, and asks if it was a bad day, but Norn instantly summons a small pile of monsters. Shocked, Ren realizes Norn has learned how to use item box, and sees that they've filled up their capacity after learning the skill. Lily asks what's up with the massive chicken they brought, since it's even bigger than her, so Norn indicates that this is a cockatrice, and that they brought the eggs too. Shocked, Elisa exclaims that the cockatrice is a B-rank monster, and Lily adds that you need the skill of a C-rank party to take one of these down. Ren smilingly sees that this is the result of Norn and Belle's training to defeat the Ogre Lord, and acknowledges that they've come a long way. For now, she decides to keep the big chicken in her storage and to destroy the evidence of the meat and eggs by eating them. For the rest, she wonders if she should sell it or use it to make something. Lily and Elisa have calmed down enough to start preparing the food, so Ren decides to unveil their home, inwardly remarking that not only has she gotten pretty close to them, they've gotten to the point where even if they see this, they will keep quiet about it for her. More than anything, she admits that she's completely fallen for them, and likes them to the point that even if they did tell on her, she would probably just think, well, it can't be helped. She swiftly takes out her house from storage, seeing this Lily and Elisa slowly ask what the heck this is, and admit they don't understand. Ren cheerily says it's her home, that she worked really hard to make, which they amusingly accept. Yeah, they're getting tired of this crap. Upon entering the house, Lily and Elisa shockingly ask if Ren really made this, so she says she tried really hard, and tells them that they can both stay in the guest room tonight, since she has 2 beds in here already. Surprised, Lily admits this is better than their hotel by far, and asks where she's sleeping. Ren explains that she'll be sleeping on the 2nd floor, since her room is there, so Lily and Elisa excitedly say they want to see it, but Ren hurriedly declares that she's not letting them. She inwardly admits that all of the things she used are still in there, attachment parts for her golems, and things like that, so she's done for if she lets them see that. Ren apologizes to Lily, since she had set the camp up, but she tells her to not worry about that, since this house is way better. Ren smilingly admits she's a really good kid, and that she feels bad about making her go through all that trouble, so to atone for her sins, she'll go all out and make something special today. She decides to make an oyakodon using the cockatrice they found today, and sees that they have all the ingredients on hand, since Norn brought the eggs back as well. She says she'll just stick with a basic oyakodon instead of going for something fancy, and starts working on the dish. Ren heats up some sliced onions along with some dashi in the frying pan, cuts the cockatrice meat into bite-sized pieces, heats it up before tossing in half of the beaten eggs, and letting that heat up until about half cooked. After cutting the heat, she adds the other stuff and lets it steam under a lid for a soft, melted texture. After taking the dish out of the pan, she puts it on top of rice in a bowl, garnishes with mitsuba, and finishes her cockatrice oyakodon with nappa cabbage, yuzu pickle, and azumashi. Lily excitedly takes a bite and exclaims that it's insanely tasty. She's surprised by how soft and juicy it is despite being chicken meat, and Ren excitedly says she can't control it. Her chopsticks are moving on her own. After that, they finish the dish in an instant, and Ren happily says cockatrice meat is legit insane. She decides to start over hunting, and to ask Norn to keep going later. She tells Norn she's done a great job by catching something this delicious for her, and admits that she might just be her goddess after all. While Elisa and Lily are warily lying on the couch, Ren apologizes for disturbing them, but informs them that the bath is ready. Elisa and Lily teasingly suggest that they bath together, and push Ren along with them, remarking that it's no big deal, since they're all women. Ren admits the size of the bathtub should be enough for 3 people, but asks if they really need to go in all at once. As they start undressing, Elisa says Ren's chest is really big, while Lily's is really tiny as they start bathing. Lily realizes Ren has soap, and exclaims that they've discovered the secret to her supple skin. Ren recalls how soap in this world is bad at forming bubbles, and tells Lily and Elisa to come sit next to her, since they can use the water made with lifestyle magic to wash each other. Lily and Elisa use the soap, and Ren wonders if they know she's only using this today, and that you need to keep using these over sometime for the results. She admits both of them are really attractive, and slowly relaxes in the bathtub, admitting this is the best. Lily says they were supposed to be gathering herbs out in the wood, but instead, they got an awesome meal. Now they're warming up in the bath, and won't even need to keep watch later, so they'll get plenty of sleep as well. Later, Ren sees that Lily and Elisa are sleepy after getting full and taking a bath, and admits this sort of sloppy feeling is really attractive. She just cannot take a break from being a full-time pervert. She heads to her room and locks the door, remarking that she's finished fully soundproofing the walls, and will pick out some of her best golems. It's been one whole month, so tonight at last is time for her routine. Later, she satisfyingly lies on her bed, admitting that this is a level of excitement most people wouldn't expect from a female lead, and that she's performing acts that could draw criticism from some people, but she happily exclaims that this is the face of someone completely spent. No matter what you think, she is dedicated. Ren summarizes the events from before, explaining that she got to the royal capital, did some adventurer work, ate some ayakadan, and did a month's work of her routine. Lily sees that Ren seems to be in a really good mood, since her face is practically glowing. Elisa admits they're feeling some strange power as well, but it seems to be a different type for Ren. She answers that it's probably because of their dinner made with cockatrice meat and eggs. Lily exclaims that that's a high-class ingredient, and is surprised they ate that yesterday. Elisa asks why she didn't keep it to sell, since it would have gone for a high price. Ren says an E rank like her beating a monster with a magic stone would be tough to explain, and anyone would want to try out a high-class ingredient. If they got it, inwardly admitting this glow is for different reasons. Elisa says she gets what Ren means. The dinner yesterday was really delicious, but when she thinks about how expensive the meal was, her brain gets a little fried. She admits that it can't be helped now, since the food has already been digested, and decides to just put in the food's worth of effort into fighting and training. After taking down a bunch of orcs, she says she'll just work hard in getting back. Hearing this, Ren laughs, inwardly remarking that she still has 5 more cockatrice eggs and a bunch of beaten eggs left too. She wonders what she should make, and says some herb chicken would be nice before remembering that she can make some blanket from the skin too. Seeing her, Lily believes that Ren's item box level must be pretty high. Elisa adds that it must be more than pretty high, since it can fit a whole house, a carriage, and its horses too. Lily remembers that the other goods from yesterday, and the cockatrice are inside as well, so Elisa estimates that her item box must at least be level 10. Ren remarks that she let the fact slip that she had a storage skill, as Lily tells Elisa that they have to keep this a secret. Ren happily hugs them, seeing how they decided to keep her secret even though she didn't tell them to. Ren sees that the look on Lily and Elisa's face is changing, and sees that Elisa harbors the same feelings as Lily. She quickly asks Elisa if she was using the vigilance skill, since she instantly spotted the orcs just now. Elisa reveals that it seems like she's learned it, and it also looks like she's received detection. Ren happily congratulates her before Elisa recalls how Lily's magic seems stronger as well. Lily checks her status, and surprisingly sees that several of her skills have leveled up. They suspiciously look at Ren, who assures them that she hasn't done anything. They don't believe her, so Ren asks if they can stop acting like everything that happens is because of her. After that, they went straight to the Adventurers Guild. Ren wonders if there would be less people around, since it's already noon. However, it's still crowded as always, and Ren cheerily admires how cute beast people are. Lily quickly brings her back to reality. Ren apologizes, so Lily tells her to behave more like an adult if she doesn't want to stand out. Ren says sorry, remarking that an angry Lily is kinda cute. The next day, in the Craftsman Alley, Lily says the forge borrowing thing they were talking about before is over here. Elisa says this place has a different sort of atmosphere from both the market and the main street. Lily agrees, saying she doesn't come to the east side that much, so Elisa recalls how Lily always spends time at the magic shops here. She explains that the workshop that they are going to right now is home to one of the most skilled blacksmiths, even within the royal capital, and it doesn't get along with the shop on the opposite corner. Lily agrees, adding that they don't get along with each other despite that they work together at the same place. They left to set up their own branch shops around the same time as well. When the shop they used to work at shut down, they both started claiming they were the original or the real deal. Incidentally, the opposite shop seems to focus on imbuing equipment with magic, while the shop they are going to right now is focused purely on blacksmithing. Ren realizes these sorts of dumb fights happen everywhere before they arrive at the shop. Elisa slowly enters, so the person on the counter cheerily sees that she's the daughter of the Hamiltons, and asks what they can do for her today. Elisa asks if the owner is in, since she has a request for him, as Ren figures out that her full name is Elisa Hamilton. The boy says the owner's further in, and goes to call him, asking her to have a seat for now. Elisa says it might be a while before he comes out due to the time of the day, and Lily sees that there are a lot of swords here. Ren sees that this is a forge, and asks if it's alright for her to take a look at the swords on display. She picks out a Kazu Uchimono, the thing that's actually forged. Lisa affirms this, revealing that everything here, even the mass production stuff, is all forged. Lily asks Elisa if they can make a profit doing that, so Elisa cheerily tells her that there's a surprisingly large demand for mass-produced, but high-quality goods. Surprised, Ren acknowledges that this place is pretty good, since upon using appraisal and analyze, she can see that the quality of these swords isn't half bad. Out of all the weapon shops she has been to, this has by far got the best quality, if even their Kazu Uchi is this high quality. The owner here must be very particular about keeping the traditions. She tells Elisa and Lily that this is the first time she's seen a store display mass-production Kazu Uchi of this high quality, setting aside the make of the blade. Even the materials and the way the steel is tempered is excellent. The blacksmith arrives and smilingly says it looks like Ren's good at flattering their work. He cheerily sees that Elisa is here and asks why he hasn't seen her around recently, so she explains that she went to Harula to be a waitress. She says she's not a little kid anymore, so she has to go get work experience and stuff. He asks if she's really taking this waitress work seriously, so she assures him that she's serious about this. Ren asks Lily and Elisa how old they both are, surprising them by the fact that they haven't told her yet. She says her birthday's next month, but she hasn't become an adult yet. Ren cheerily admits she thought she was older than that, since she's got everything in her life together. Surprised, Lily asks if she looks old, and Elisa tells the owner that she's got a pretty unreasonable request for him. She reveals that she told her friend that he would lend her his forge. The owner acknowledges that that really is unreasonable, since he doesn't think there's any workshop out there that would just let her stroll in willy-nilly and let her use their forge. He asks if the little miss here is the friend she's talking about. Elisa confirms this, so he reminds her that this forge isn't a playground, questioning if she can even swing a hammer with that build. Ren says she understands, and declares that swinging hammers should be no problem either. The man asks how long she wants to borrow the forge. He asks if she's alright on money, and how long she wants it for, so Ren says she would like to borrow it for half a year, and should be fine on money too. If not, she'll just go earn more. The man asks Elisa if it's really alright despite what Ren is saying, so Elisa assures him that she thinks Ren should be fine on money. The man says he's got no clue what she's trying to make, but he isn't lending the forge out to someone without the skill for it. He questions if Ren is carrying anything that she made on her, so Ren shows him the sword she's made. He takes it from her to have a glance, and is stunned by the quality. He slowly asks if she's really made this, and starts inspecting it, wondering what kind of strike you need to make this. Ren shows him the base material, and asks him to take a look at this too. He asks how she hammered it out, since it has the quality of steel, but something is different about it. Ren says she used iron sand she gathered from a river and smelted it down. The man remembers hearing of people using this long ago and asks how it compounds. He admits she has enough skill if she can make something like this, and says he's willing to lend her the forge. Ren asks if she can really use it, so the man agrees, acknowledging that it will be good for their younger bunch. They've got several spare forges, so she can use any of them. Ren happily thanks him, admitting a random stranger like her wouldn't be able to do that normally. She asks him to keep the ingot as thanks, even though it's not much, so the owner asks if she's sure, since this material is pretty legendary. She assures him that she doesn't mind, since she's just repaying his generosity for letting a stranger use his forge. He thanks her for this, and asks if she wants to rent out the forge for at least half a year, telling her that a small gold coin is enough, and that they can take care of the fuel too. She asks if that's all right, so he remarks that he can tell a lot from just this one ingot. It will take some time to analyze, but once that happens, their workshop's technology will go up a ton, compared to the returns they'll get on this. Skimping a bit on the rent is nothing. He asks where she's planning on staying, so Ren reveals she'll probably be staying at an inn, since Lily and Elisa are going back after all. The man thinks about it for a moment and asks why she doesn't just stay in one of the empty staff rooms, since they can provide food too if she'd like. The baths are separated by gender, so there's no problem there as well. He assures her that there's no need to hold back and asks when she'll come today or tomorrow. Ren happily sees that he sure is assertive. He's so aggressive that he refuses her refusals, like a salty ex-girlfriend. She wonders if her bribe was a bit too effective. Lily tells Ren that they will be going now, and asks if she's all right. Elisa tells her to not go off doing weird things, and to take care of herself. Ren says she'll be fine, inwardly remarking that Lily and Elisa will be heading back to Harula by carriage. She was thinking of sending them off, but they have ended up coming all the way to the workshop to send her off instead. The owner, Arno, sees that Ren's finally arrived, and says he was wondering when she was going to show up. Ren questions if he has been waiting for her since the morning. He affirms this and tells her to come inside already. Ren sees that he's pretty restless, and declares that starting today she will begin her forging training. Arno shows her the leather working room for sheaths and sword belts, the blade grinding room, and the forges that the craftsmen mainly use, as well as the reserve forge they use when they get big orders. He explains that the forge they're renting out to her is in the reserve workshop, where the fire is already lit. Across from here is the main building, which is connected to the employee dorm from the outside. He adds that the dining hall is on the ground floor of the main building, and tells the other guys to say hi to her. He shows Ren her room, and she remarks that this should work fine for her, since it is free after all. She says she won't be using the closet, and decides to swap the mattress out later. After changing to the top and trousers she prepared earlier, she puts on her forge work outfit. A while later, Arno explains that this is the forge she has rented, the coke fuel for it is stored over there, and if there's not enough, she can just give them a shout during their free time, and if she needs metal materials, she can get some for a fee. She slowly asks why he's doing so much for her. Hearing this, he heartily laughs, explaining that they tried looking around for how to work that ingot from yesterday, but they've got no clue at all, which made him really get a sense of how vast the world is. Treating the little miss who knows a metal-working method, not even he knows with care, as a given. Ren admits she really doesn't get how the craftsman work works, and Arno gives her the key to this place and orders her to make sure she locks up once she's done forging, or some of their idiots might try to steal a peek at what she's doing. Without further ado, Ren says it's time to start making something, and sees that the smiting tools are heavy as expected. It would be impossible for someone with her build and stats to use them properly, so now it's time to let her body's strengthening magic take the stage. With the mana circulation she's learned, she's decreased the amount of mana she uses, and should be able to keep the magic going even with constant use. With that thing, she can swing this stupidly heavy hammer around without a problem. As she's working, she remarks that she really doesn't know the proper order for forging anything, but for now, she'll just put the ingot in the furnace and see what happens. As for the steps after this, she'll figure it out as she goes. She wonders if the skill is fixing her moves for her, admitting that Isekai fantasy settings sure are amazing, and apologizing to all the actual hard-working craftsmen out there. She gets ready to see if she can make a sword or something from this. 3 hours later, Ren warily sighs and says this must be it. Making one sword in 3 hours would be pretty weird normally, but upon using creation magic, she's completely cut out the time needed for slow cooling. She acknowledges that it's a big help, since she's going to need to do this a lot to build up experience. But even though she's the one doing this, there's something she's confused about a little. On a side note, she sees that it looks like her forging skill experience is going up well. Just going over it with Analyze, it looks like this one is top quality. She decides to just keep hammering away for now, and ends up making a few swords, happily seeing that every single sword she's made is top quality. She remarks that her forging skill is only level 3, so normally she would be able to make top quality swords, but when she can use creation magic on the side, she can do it just like that, and when she makes a high quality product, the amount of experience she gains is also greater. She opens status and says the fact that she can get her forging skill up 1 level this quickly is seriously a cheat. She guesses that she'll be grinding out more EXP in one go from here on out, even though she still needs to get a lot of practice. A girl informs Ren that she is poisoned for the men's eyes, and quickly tells her to head to the bath now. While taking a bath, Ren warily says this seems pretty bare bones, but having a bath at all is pretty great. After she's cleaned up, she goes to get some food, but notices a boy angrily glaring at her, and she wonders what she's done to deserve this. Someone tells Ren that boy still hasn't been able to forge up a pretty good sword, and then a younger girl comes along and takes an entire forge to herself. The owner even said that since she's a guest, it's a given that she gets a forge to herself. So let's not have any weird misunderstandings. However, since the boy is still a kid, she doesn't really like it. The person tells Ren that it's fine if she stares back, since the boy will just get embarrassed and turn away. On top of that, Ren's chest is really impressive as well. The person asks Ren how she was able to get that big at her age, so Ren lamely says she wants to know that too. On day 2 of forge training, Ren remarks that the rental agreement stated that meals were included in it, so she may as well take them up on that offer. She asks the cook if she needs some help, so the woman agrees that would be great. Ren sees that they get a lot of food even for breakfast, so the woman explains that that's because it's important for the body, and they don't get tired this way. She sees that Ren has pretty good technique, since they finished up here earlier than usual. Ren explains that she thought it would be good to learn some cooking, since she's an adventurer. Surprised, the woman asks if she's sure she's doing all right, since she looks pretty small for an adventurer. Arno and the others arrive, and he sees that she's up pretty early as Ren introduces herself to the others. She inwardly remarks that a group of 16 workers, trainees, apprentices, and helpers are gradually filling in, which is why it really feels like a worker's dorm. The people notice that today's food tastes better than usual, so the cook reveals that Ren helped out with the cooking today, and has got really good technique. So she let her do the seasoning, and it turned out really well. Ren inwardly asks her to not compliment her too much since, as a Japanese person, she can only awkwardly smile and nod in response. For the morning, she will be finishing the sword from yesterday, sharpen the blade, make the sheath, and finish the sword. She notices that while she was finishing the sword, it seems like the temperature of the furnace is also good. She decides to go forge some blades, and later, warily lies down with Norn. She admits forging away blades all morning is pretty tiring, before Arno appears and asks if she's taking a break. He remembers that her name is Ren, and asks if she's managed to finish a sword yet, since she's been working away since yesterday. She says she's already finished a bunch in terms of blades, but has only finished one down to the scabbard. A boy annoyingly says he's had it with Ren lying about finishing her swords, but he gets angrily smacked on the head by Arno, who orders him to mind his manners, since he's talking to a customer. He apologizes to Ren and asks if she can show them the sword she's finished. She says she doesn't mind, and hands it to them. Upon examining it, Arno acknowledges that it really is a well-made sword, and admits the fact she started working on it yesterday, and has already finished it, is kinda scary. He remembers hearing her hammering away today too, and asks how many she's done. She explains that she's only done the blades, but has finished forging 2 of them. He doesn't believe this, and believes that's way too fast before the boy, named Ed, declares that she's lying, and that there's no way she can do that. He gets smacked on the head again, and Ren asks if they would like to see the swords, since they're still cooling down at the forge. Arno agrees to take a look, and goes with the boys to check them. He acknowledges that these look really good too, and asks Ed if he gets it now. He tells him that if he has time to be yapping away with complaints, he should be swinging away that hammer more. During lunch, a girl tells Ren that she really is amazing, and asks what kind of training she had to go through to be able to make swords like that at her age. Ren slowly says that's a secret, so the girl reveals that while she was chilling in the courtyard earlier, it looked like she had something in her cup of water. She inquires about what it is, so Ren reveals that it was ice she made with ice magic. Shocked, the girl questions if she can really use ice magic. Ren slowly asks them to calm down a bit, but the girl and the cook hurriedly hoist her up as Ren slowly wonders if ice-type magic is all that rare in the first place. The others explain that it's July starting from today, and this year is especially hot, so much so that the ice maker is having difficulty filling deliveries. Ren unleashes her ice magic and remarks that this atmosphere from the others is really making her feel like they're going to keep making her create ice after tomorrow. The chef suggests that they will pay her and asks if she can keep going tomorrow too. Surprised, Ren remarks that if she can make money off of it, then it will probably be fine. After splitting up with Lily and Elisa, Ren has been at Arno's workshop, borrowing a forge for residency. Her first forging experience went off without a hitch, and she's been working hard every day at leveling up. But her ice magic abilities got exposed, and she ended up getting stuck dispensing ice for everyone. She admits it's not like unpaid labor or anything, and decreased spending is good. As she's working, she remarks that this is a life of waking up, helping out with breakfast, striking out swords during the day, eating dinner when it's dark, getting in the bath, and sleeping. Once a week, she'll take Norn and Belle out for exercise, and hunting while she gathers some herbs. While she was doing that, her gathering skill went up to level 10. Surprised, she sees that her skills seem to be boosting the dexterity stat as well. However, she wonders if that's not the case, since her dexterity doesn't look to be excessively high. Also, her sword shooting attack and quick thinking ability have become skills, sword manipulation magic, and multitask. The former seems to let her shoot out swords with better efficiency than before, and keeping those MP costs down is pretty great. As for the latter, in addition to using multiple skills at the same time, it also seems to increase the effectiveness of combined skills, and it might also work with magic too. She sees that they're both currently at level 3, so she's thinking that it could be a good idea to increase them just a little more. Later in the workshop, Ren sees that the cook seems stressed and asks if something's the matter. The woman explains that the bakery they usually get their delivery from ran into some trouble, so they don't have enough bread today, which is why she was mulling over what the least bad thing to make here is, since those kids eat a ton of food in the morning. Ren thoughtfully remarks that this workshop does have a comparatively large population, but even taking that into account, the people here eat a lot, so the amount of food they make for each meal is kind of ridiculous. She sees that means there won't be enough carbohydrates, and asks if it would be alright if she adjusted the soup a little. The woman says she doesn't mind, but asks Ren if she has some sort of plan. Ren cheerily declares that she can at least make up for the lack of bread, and starts by getting some water boiled, and scald the tomatoes to help remove the skin. Then add water to the flour, and knead the dough into bite-sized dumplings. With the help of the assistant and the cook, making a lot is no problem. It would be even better if they knead some steamed potatoes into the dough, but since they're pressed for time, she'll just have to leave it this time. Crush up the boiled peeled tomatoes from before inside the pot, and sprinkle in some togarashi as a secret ingredient. The cook and her assistant are looking at the perfectly red soup with some complicated looks, but she decides to just ignore it. Since they were made with just flour, she'll just toss the dumplings into the pot as is. The color combo here is a bit of an eyesore, but again, she doesn't have time to fix it. Because of the lack of time, she'll skim off some of the scum on top and do a little stirring. Once the dumplings are cooked through, season generously and adjust the flavor. She finishes up her dumpling-style minestrone soup and says it seems about right. In awe, the cook says it's her first time seeing someone put tomatoes in a soup, as Ren realizes the recipe for minestrone must not exist. She smilingly says she's already made it, so there isn't anything she can do at this point. It might be better to be assertive here. Besides, the owners have been treating her pretty well while she's here. Upon taking a sip, the cook surprisingly exclaims that this tastes pretty good. Later during lunch, a man tells the cook that there's not enough bread here, so she says they had to prepare a substitute today. Seeing the soup, Ed confusingly asks what it is, so the cook tells him to give it a try, since Ren helped out today. However, he turns away and declares that he doesn't want anything to do with this red mess. So the cook's assistant tells him to move over if that's the case, since she can eat his portion instead. Giving up something that tastes this good is a huge shame. She really just humbled this little jerk. Surprised, Ed asks if it really tastes that good, but the cook tells him that it's too late for take-backs, since they've got none left for him now. She tells him that he seriously doesn't need to be such a contrarian just because he's the second son. Everyone happily agrees that it's really delicious, and asks what it is, since they've never had anything like this. Ren sees that it's pretty well received, and notices Mr. Second Son glaring at her accusingly. She inwardly tells him that you reap what you sow, so he shouldn't look at her like that. 2 weeks later, Ren's forging skill reaches level 5, and a few days after that, she was asked by the owner to let some of the workers watch while she made a sword, but she really can't calm down like this. However, he told her he'd give her a pretty decent amount of mithril as compensation, so she agreed. She begins working, and a while later, once she's done, the workers warily say they cannot comprehend. As they examine the sword, Ren inwardly remarks that she didn't use creation magic, so it took a bit longer than usual to make a sword, but since her skill level went up, she was still able to make it pretty quickly, and maybe her level 10 metal processing skill is also having an effect. Arno tells his workers that it's got nothing to do with age, so before they go around spewing nonsense, they should go polish up their skills first. Ren realizes she's being used to fire up the apprentices, and says she probably can't complain, since she's borrowing their forge. She notices Ed, and inwardly tells him that that's his most intense expression so far, questioning if he can seriously stop this already. With that, she's obtained mithril. With a bit more skill level, she would be able to make a sword for herself, even though she's still got a long way to go. After another 2 weeks since then, in the month of August, Ren says she's also started to make a bunch of other things like spears, tips, and axes, but she's starting to get real tired of just constantly forging up swords. With that, she thought she would try making some things other than weapons, and stuff like that. Now it's time to make a bunch of luxury items, so the first thing she's made is a noodle maker, or rather, a pasta machine. By changing out the metal socket, it's also possible to crank out shorter cuts of pasta as well. She also tried making a pocket watch, or so she thought, but the parts were too detailed, and she ended up having to machine them out, so it was kind of a waste of time. After that, she made a bunch of cooking tools like mandolins and peelers, simple but effective things. There were some other things too, and she made some knives while she was going at it, although she doesn't know if she'll ever use them. Checking her stats, she sees that her dexterity is going up nicely, but her strength and vitality aren't going up at all. Later, the cook is stressed again, so Ren asks if something's the matter. The woman says she was just thinking about what to make for today. Ren remarks that the woman is a very skilled cook, so she's mostly just been enjoying the food, but she occasionally gets stuck like this. Thinking up a menu every day looks really tough, and she's in her care basically every day. So she asks the woman if it would be all right for her to take care of breakfast again today. The cook admits that would be really helpful if she's willing to do that, but asks if doing that so suddenly is all right. Ren thinks it'll be fine, and decides that it's time to put those new tools she made through the gauntlet. She unveils her pasta machine and meat grinder, and explains that first she'll have the house maid make a bunch of ground meat for her. She can just keep cranking away on the meat grinder, and they'll be good. She's assigned the cook to work on the dough, while working on turning the kneaded dough into pasta. While they're doing their divided up work, she'll start boiling a large amount of water in advance. When one part of the work is freed up, she'll use that time to start making a meat sauce, and since they're making such a large amount, she's already taught the cook the recipe. They're all working on this together, and once the huge amount of meat sauce is done cooking, she'll start boiling the pasta. Since they're boiling a huge amount here too, this will also take some time. Once the pasta is done, heap some onto a plate and finish by topping it with a generous amount of sauce. She finishes up the meat sauce pasta with fresh veggie salad and onion soup on the side. The cook says this is another dish she's never seen before, and her assistant remarks that this soup has amazing flavor. The cook asks how this is supposed to be eaten, so Ren explains how it works. Arno arrives and says something sure smells delicious here, so the cook reveals that Ren cooked this up for them today. They start eating and happily begin gobbling it up. After they're done, they exclaim that this is too delicious and ask what this is. Arno tells them all to listen up and reminds them that they have to express their thanks before getting all wrapped up in talking about the dish, especially since Ren didn't have to go out of her way to make this. Hearing this, all the guys thank Ren for the meal, so she slowly says they're all welcome, inwardly asking them to keep it in moderation. Since she's feeling embarrassed by how grateful they are, even that rude second son went ahead and honestly said thanks. A while later, the cook asks Ren to come here for a second and questions if it would be possible to loan out that noodle-making machine and mincemeat machine. Ren agrees, but says they will have to figure out the price, surprising Arno, who asks if these things don't have a patent. Ren doesn't know what a patent is, so Arno stays silent for a moment before urgently ordering his guys to take Ren to the Commerce Guild and to cover it up with something, so that those idiots can't see it. After that, She was taken to the Commerce Guild, got registered in the guild, was made to draw out a blueprint, and had a patent filed on her while Arno and the cook annoyingly watched over her. After she's done, she cheerily says that will bring in some additional income, before suddenly starting to wondering what did she came to the royal capital for. Ren explains that regarding the pasta machine and the meat grinder she used before, apparently they're so revolutionary, that she will actually be earning quite a bit of money in patent fees for them. According to the talks from when she went to the guild to register her patents, in this world, machines for making noodles for pasta dishes have always turned out somewhat unreliable. So compared to those, the machine she built made pasta so easily that it was some sort of incredible achievement. On top of that, she's heard that dishes which use long pasta don't really exist in this kingdom, same with Hamburg steaks, but to the west. There are some trade cities that do have them. She wants to head in that direction at least once just to get a taste of these delicious foods. Setting that aside, those machines were just something she tried making, since she happened to know how they worked. She really can't say that they were her inventions, so she feels a bit sorry about getting money from them. She wonders if this is what they call that knowledge cheat thing, and if this is just something that she will have to get used to. She adds that registering with the guild is expensive, and in general it costs between 1 to 5 coins, but sometimes it can even go up to 10. If the restaurant's business fails, and losses are incurred, it seems that the money is used as a deposit to offset the losses. In her case, it cost 5 coins, and when she thinks about how registering at the guild was free, it really seems quite generous in hindsight. This time around, if she registers her blueprints along with the patent application, whenever they get produced, she'll earn a patent fee from it. Since the Commerce Guild is an international institution, she'll get money even if they're used in other countries. That's why. To protect the guild's interests. They're very diligent about collecting these fees. With that, since she came to apply for the machines, they asked her a bunch of questions, and she ended up more tired than usual from the hassle. Incomes from the patents are managed by the guild and is automatically transferred. When registering with the guild, they make a bank account for you, and with the patents she got this time, the fees will be transferred into this account. Additionally, for the deposited money, it seems that many guilds are in a business partnership of some sort, so in her case, she can also withdraw money from the Adventurers Guild. But really, she remarks that she dealt with so much questioning when she applied for the patent. She really doesn't want to go through that every time she wants to withdraw money. She can't tell if it's the merchant's gaze or their research skill, but it really scares her. She doubts it will happen. But thinking about getting exposed for making tonkatsu in Harula, or of what happened in the chicken-raising village, or if they find out she was the person people were calling the witch in the western forest seems seriously terrifying. She wonders if the hypothetical frog-faced merchant will take an interest in it, if any of this is leaked, and hopes there's no one coming for her. She decides to be prepared in case she ever needs to run away quickly, and says that's why she'd rather not come to the Commerce Guild, if she doesn't have any business there. She admits she's been doing lots of things on the fly, or going with the flow, but maybe she should start being a bit more careful about it, but reminds herself about not standing out. Despite all this trouble, she's sure that after it all, she'll just continue making swords and spending time as she pleases. Someone suddenly approaches Ren from behind and asks if she's an apprentice at the workshop, since they saw her coming out from there. Ren hurriedly explains that she's actually staying here at the moment, or renting out space there. The girl realizes there's not much point in asking her about it, then introduces herself as Turiella, and explaining that she's actually looking for someone to make a mutual aid contract with, which is why she has been wandering around here in the blacksmithing alley, but her luck so far hasn't been great. She notices Ren's expression and asks if something's wrong, so Ren says she was just wondering why she's doing this. The girl becomes a bit worried, and wonders how she should say this before revealing that she's still only a novice adventurer. Ren inwardly explains that there's a system between the adventurer and craftsman guilds called the Mutual Aid Contract. It's a contract between novice adventurers and new apprentice craftsmen to increase their skill. To give an example, a new adventurer doesn't have money, so they are unable to obtain new equipment. Since to get reliable equipment, you need a sizable chunk of money. Not only that, they mostly need consumable equipment, so with that, new adventurers and craftsmen provide each other with something the other needs. The adventurer can get the necessary weapon and defense equipment at a low cost, or sometimes even for free, at the same time. The craftsman gets to test the quality of their creations, but there are obviously some demerits to this. It's obvious that novice adventurers have relatively limited abilities compared to more experienced veterans. They could die at any moment, and they're lacking in skills. Even just gathering the materials from requests is no walk in the park. An apprentice craftsman's skills are similarly untested. The effectiveness and reliability of the things they make are unknown, and there have been times when equipment suddenly breaks mid-fight. That's why, taking this into account, mutual aid contracts are formed entirely on mutual consent and understanding. Toriella explains that because of that, and since she needs to take care of the kids that came with her from the orphanage, she thought that looking for someone to form her contract with would be her best option. Ren asks if you're thinking that she's about to get herself into some pointless trouble again, even though she has every reason not to. She reveals that she does have a reason, because she actually knows this girl. She tells Toriella that she hasn't changed. Caught off guard, Toriella asks if they know each other, so Ren slowly apologizes and takes off her hood and glasses. She says she's sure that after she left the orphanage, sometime later, a few of the other kids left the place together and become adventurers. The place they were from should have allowed all of the kids to stay until they were 15 years old. Toriella, and maybe some others, in order to make sure the younger kids had enough resources, decided on their own to leave before that. She can tell just from looking at her hands that Toriella hasn't changed a single bit from back then, always taking care of other people and putting unnecessary burdens onto herself. She affirms that this is her childhood friend, Toriella, her first friend ever from the orphanage, and the only person in the world she would call her best friend. Shocked, Toriella realizes she's Ren and starts crying, admitting she thought she was dead. Ren slowly grabs her hands and assures her that she's right here before they both embrace each other. Toriella tearfully says the others claimed that Ren had died after falling off a cliff. Ren assures her that she isn't dead, and everything's all right. They sit down, and Ren smilingly asks if she's calmed down a bit. Toriella confirms she's settled down now, and sees that she's definitely Ren because of her overly polite way of talking, and the way her face looked haven't changed, and the squishiness of her cheeks. She happily says she's glad Ren's alive, so Ren admits it's been a struggle, revealing that after she fell, she survived by the skin of her teeth and lived off of tree bark and mud water. She basically did crawl up from death. Ren inwardly decides to dodge any questions about her skills, since she shouldn't talk about them. Toriella sees that she's been through a lot, but Ren says that goes for both of them. She asks if that frog-faced orphanage funding merchant guy said anything about her, so Toriella explains that like before, when caravans would get attacked and robbed, there would be people whose statuses end up as unknown, and just like those times, there wasn't any real effort put into a search, and everyone was assumed dead. Overjoyed, Ren happily realizes she doesn't have to worry about anyone shady coming after her, and questions if this is actually real. As Ren is celebrating, Toriella reveals that they've been staying at a cheap inn in the outermost area of the city, and got a big room, since they had a lot of people with them. She admits that she can't tell the differences between herbs and stuff at all. Even when she asks the more senior adventurers, the only advice they have is to work hard at memorizing all the grasses. On top of that, self-defense is tough, because monsters are very tricky to deal with, and the only weapons she can get are low quality. Ren asks Toriella if she listened to the explanation properly when she registered at the guild, and if she's been using the reference room. Toriella doesn't seem to understand, so Ren explains that the Adventurers Guild has a reference room that you can use for free, and that has details and drawings of medicinal herbs you can collect. There's also information on monster ecology and fighting strategies against them. Since they also have information about skill requirements, they're a good place to plan out how to obtain skills too. Caught off guard, Toriella says they should have told her earlier if there was a place like that. Hearing this, Ren realizes that she definitely didn't listen to the explanation, and tells her that she should be able to get the information she needs to get her on her feet for both now and the future. Toriella thanks Ren for telling her this, and admits she's being really humble before her stomach suddenly starts grumbling. She starts furiously blushing before Ren hurriedly asks if they should have some lunch. She takes out egg sandwiches, orange juice, and apples and asks Toriella to take some, but Toriella hurriedly argues that she can't just take her food. Ren assures her that it's fine, so she slowly takes a sandwich and takes a bit. Shocked by the taste, she starts quickly gobbling the sandwiches up and asks Ren if she really made this, since it's really good. She's surprised by the fact that Ren has the money to just go and buy eggs, realizing she really has been working hard. Ren agrees and gives her more sandwiches to take this back for the other kids to eat. Toriella slowly says she can't take all of this from her, but Ren tells her that it's fine, and asks Toriella to drop by again when she has time, although she will be pushing her food onto her then, too. Toriella smilingly agrees and is about to leave, but Ren stops her and takes out a sword too, saying she wants her to have this. Toriella hurriedly says this is too much, since she's already gotten so much from her, but Ren says she doesn't care what she thinks, because she's taking this. Ren sees that it suits her really well, and Toriella smilingly remarks that the way Ren is sometimes assertive hasn't changed either. Ren cheerily says that's a given for her best friend, and tells her to be sure to come again, since she still has a ton of things that she wants to talk to her about. Toriella remarks that she can count on it, since she's got a bunch of things she has to say. They happily bid each other goodbye, and Ren remarks that there's a term called the butterfly effect that refers to how small things can cause big changes down the line. Similarly with this has the cause. Many things around her will drastically change in the future, but that's a story for another time. Toriella angrily asks Ren what the hell is up with that sword. Ren stays silent, so Toriella says the food was really tasty and thanks her for that. Ren says she's glad to hear that, and asks Toriella if something went wrong with the sword or if it broke, believing she had made it specifically so that it wouldn't break so easily. Toriella assures her that it didn't break or anything, so no worries there. Ren asks what the problem is then. 3 days ago, when they parted ways, it seems like Toriella went over to the guild's reference room. She doesn't know how to read or write, so one of the librarians taught her several things. The day after that, she quickly wanted to test out the things she memorized, and went out to the eastern forest to gather herbs. The short of it is that Toriella was very successful. Up until now, the amount of money she made from gathering herbs wasn't anything big, and for an estimate, she said she would make around 7 small silver coins a day. That day her income was 5 silver coins, which is the most she says she's ever gotten. The lodging fees at the cheap inn Toriella's group is staying at is 5 small silver coins for a party of 8, so the income is barely enough. That day she managed to get 7 times what she usually makes, so of course there was an uproar among the members. Then the problem starts from there. Yesterday, while they were gathering herbs in the woods, Toriella's group was attacked by a goblin. Toriella swung her sword down during the clash with the goblin. She somehow managed to split the poor guy in half with a single strike. Ren congratulates her, but Toriella hurriedly asks her to hold up and questions what in the world that sword is, and if Ren really made it. Ren confirms that she was definitely the one who forged it, so Toriella thanks her, but hurriedly says she doesn't think the sword suits her as she is right now. Ren tells her that that's not something she needs to care about. She should just keep it on her to protect herself. Toriella knew she was going to say that, and slowly agrees to keep it. Ren agrees, and remembers that there's something else she wants to ask her if she doesn't mind. She reveals that she tried making some leather armor for her to use, and says they should see how it fits. She asks Toriella to lift her arms up, and Toriella asks if she can't refuse this one either. Ren affirms this and puts the armor on her. She explains that she made the armor so that the belt can be adjusted to a certain degree, even if her body gets bigger. She should be able to keep using it for a good while, and if she ever feels like it's getting too small, she shouldn't try and force it, and have it refitted to suit herself better, otherwise she could end up hurting herself. Toriella sees that the armor fits her body perfectly, and that it's really easy to move in this, since it doesn't hinder her movement at all. She asks how Ren managed to get her size so well, when she's gotten a good amount taller this past year. Ren inwardly says she used analysis to find it out the day they reunited. She admits that Toriella really has gotten taller before Toriella sees that Ren hasn't gotten any taller at all. However, she notices Ren's chest, so she hurriedly asks her to not stare at it so much. She says these things are just a pain to deal with, and admits she's honestly just surprised at the growth spurt Toriella hit. Toriella smilingly says she feels like the sword and this leather armor are incredible, so Ren says she just wants her to be properly equipped. Torilla says the sentiment is fine, but when she goes back and the armor gets seen, they're going to kick up another fuss. Ren mentions that she can just ignore them by saying she bought it with her own money. She found a partner for a mutual aid contract in her with her own effort, on your own 2 feet, and if they want a sword or armor for themselves, they can go get it themselves. Torilla laughingly admits that's true before Ren asks if there are any other problems she wants to talk about. Torilla thinks about it and reveals that she wants to bring the others over to study at the reference room, since none of the others can read or write either. Ren realizes it would be difficult to bring them along if they feel embarrassed or hate studying. Torilla explains that she had the librarian read the materials to her, so she won't speak for the others, but the boys especially have this weird pride, and she feels pretty bad about asking the librarian every time she goes to the room. Ren gets what she means, inwardly remarking that Torilla sure is an admirable person, since she's put in so much effort. She would also want to go over and give those boys and their silly pride a good sludging, since she thinks those who put in the effort should be properly rewarded. Also, she says she gets the frustration of wanting to obtain more knowledge, but not knowing how to do it. Not having knowledge and having to suffer for it can turn into a nasty spiral. But thankfully it hasn't happened to her. Although it's one thing to swear not to stand out too much, then going and doing it, but if it's for her best friend, it can't be helped. Since it's come to this, Ren decides to help out a bit, and suggests that she teach Torilla how to read and write. I bet she'll be running for president soon. Torilla is surprised by the fact that Ren has become literate. Hearing this, she stays silent for a bit, and recalls how before the memories from her past life came back, she wasn't able to really do that. She tells Torilla that she's been studying for the past year, so Torilla asks where she studied. In answer to this, Ren starts stuttering to hurriedly come up with an answer, remarking that the path ahead seems like a lot of trouble. Ren says she's spending her days here, hammering away at the forge, and day by day, she's feeling her skill EXP steadily going up, and she would really like if her forging skill hit level 6 soon. Once that happens, she decides to try her hand at making a mana sword, or at least that's how her current plan is playing out. Once again today, like many other days, she's taking her noon break and running her school here. In this world, plant paper is a pretty normal sight, so of course paper itself is widely circulating, and actually even toilet paper is pretty common. That's all to say that paper made for writing can be bought through normal means. However, the quality of this paper is rather suspicious. Even so, since the price of it is still much higher than that of toilet paper, it's still very difficult for orphans who become adventurers to buy a lot of it for studying. Because of that, she made something using materials she had on hand and creation magic. She unveils the personal use blackboard set, explaining that the blackboard was fairly easy to make, since she only needed to find a suitable surface material. For the appearance, she also made it green using a wooden frame. As for chalk, she just made it out of some decent rocks and stuff. Torilla was surprised when she first showed it to her, and Ren says they should get to studying now, since they've both got stuff to do later, and have to use every bit of time they have. Torilla says she'll be counting on her then. Overjoyed, Ren remarks that she's not really sure how to put it, but this feeling of being relied on makes her heart feel things. On that note, their noon banter and chatter time became study time. They aren't actually spending too much time on studying, reading and writing. As long as the learner has the will to improve and a decent level of memorization skill, she will be able to learn it in due time. By around the 3rd lesson, they got to a place where she could read the basics normally. She's still a bit basic on katakana, but she doesn't think there will be any problems with moving on to common use kanji in a little while. She smilingly tells Torilla that she seems to be a pretty quick learner, so Torilla remarks that you adapt as you go through life, and besides, studying is actually more interesting than she thought it would be. Ren admits, in one sense, it wouldn't be wrong to say that studying can just be another form of entertainment for the poor. Moving on from that, she tells Torilla that someone has been watching them for over a while now. Torilla asks where they are, so Ren says they're behind the cover. Surprised, Torilla looks over at the bush and spots a kid. She annoyingly asks Riko what she thinks she's doing over there, when she told her not to follow her. Riko gets out of her hiding spot and argues that Torilla has been taking care of them so much. The director always said that they should make sure to properly convey their gratitude when they receive help. Not only that, she's been smiling so much recently, so it's natural that she would get curious about why. Toriella reminds her that she still told her the person had their own circumstances. However, Riko realizes who Ren is and happily rushes towards her, exclaiming that this is the person that's been giving them food and stuff. She says she's got to say thanks to them, but Toriella quickly tells her to stop. Riko says it's nice to meet her, and thanks Ren for taking care of Toriella, adding that the food they have been getting from her is really delicious too. She recognizes Ren from before, and Ren happily says it's been a long time. Riko annoyingly tells Toriella that she should have told them if she had met Ren, and remarks that the other kids will definitely get mad too when they learn that she's been hiding it from them. Toriella says if they told them, Kane would find out about Ren as well. Ren inwardly explains that Kane is the leader of the boys and an annoying brat. Toriella and Riko decide to keep quiet about it, since they don't want to let that idiot Kane know, and Ren adds that it'd be great if he died. Riko asks what they were doing just now, and Ren reveals that she's been teaching Toriella how to read and write, shocking Riko, who annoyingly exclaims that that's unfair, and causes a tantrum, declaring that she wants to learn too. Toriella is about to argue with her, but Ren assures her that it's fine, since there's not too much difference in teaching one or two people. She happily says she's going to go all out in teaching them. A while later, Ren tells Riko that she's really fast at learning things, and might even be better than Toriella. Riko happily says they'll be able to read the books in the reference room now, but Toriella admits some of the kanji might still be a bit hard for them, so they will have to ask the librarian for help whenever they come across a word they don't know. Once that's done, Ren says they should have some food and unveils chicken gomoku onigiri and arc tanjiro. Toriella asks if it's okay to give them so much food, so Ren assures her that it's fine, since food tastes better when they're all eating it together. Thrilled, Riko and Toriella happily tell her it's delicious. As they're eating, Toriella reveals that she was thinking of renting a house, since the inn they're staying at doesn't serve any food and has awful rooms. As they're about to leave, Ren reveals that she has a dagger and a cloak for Riko, and happily gives it to her before telling them both to come closer, since she's got a bit of magic to teach them. Toriella remarks that her best friend was sold on that day. The operation costs of the orphanage were being paid out by a certain merchant. Because her best friend had manifested a valuable skill, the merchant made the decision to sell her. She heard that children who got sold were put under obedience magic or contract magic and were practically treated like slaves. Girls would be treated like toys, just playthings for the buyers, and just thinking about how her best friend would be treated like that puts her in a state of despair and makes her vision turn dark. Her best friend, Ren, was a pretty remarkable kid, even though they were the same age. The way she talked so politely had a really calming effect on her. Whenever they went searching for food in the forests, she always came back with more piles of edible plants than anyone else. However, at the same time, she also shockingly had very low levels of stamina, but she had one hell of a wicked tongue. Even with her polite speech, she could inflict massive damage on the boys. On the flip side of that, she was a very caring person, and she was liked by the younger kids to an unnatural extent. The rate of children competing over getting her attention was scarily high. Outside the orphanage, even children who had parents were drawn to her, and so the atmosphere around Ren was in a sense kind of bizarre. The person protecting Ren from those sorts of things was the brat boss, Kane. Kane fended off any group of people trying to harass Ren, and by doing that over and over, he became the boss of the brats not just in the orphanage, but in the entire town. However, when Kane started to become conscious of Ren as a girl, he himself became the person who harassed Ren, and due to his relentless bullying. Before she knew it, Ren started looking at Kane as if he was a pebble on the side of the road, or like the corpse of some random bug. A few days living in the dark atmosphere of the orphanage after Ren was taken away, they got news that the wagon Ren was riding was attacked by bandits and fell off a cliff. No survivors were found, and it was assumed that all bodies were ravaged up by monsters, which was awful. After that, the air in the orphanage only became even darker and heavier. After agonizing in the aftermath of that situation for a few days, Kane told her that they needed to talk, and called Toriella out. He told her that he was going to leave the orphanage and become an adventurer in the royal capital. The members Kane would bring with him were the other brats who were always with him, Bowman, Ryu, and Markle for a total of 4 people. Kane asked Toriella if she would want to come with them, since the 3 of them won't be able to go on like this. By the 3 of them, he was referring to the 3 kids aside from her who were closest to Ren, Riko, Kuro, and Arles. Those 3 were depressed to the point that it got hard to even look at them. While it's true that Kane's an idiot, when it came to things other than Ren, he was surprisingly ruminative. When Toriella thought about it, it struck her as being a possibly good opportunity, since changing their environment could change the way things were, and by taking action, maybe, they would be able to stand back up again. Toriella agreed, and said she would bring the other 3 kids with her. In the month of March, a year after the news of Ren's death, they had finished preparing, left the orphanage, and set out for the royal capital. Every day in the royal capital was a perpetual slog of work, where just eating was difficult. Riko and the others were also rushing about every day, and they found that they didn't have time to be depressed. When Toriella met Ren, she shockingly wondered if this was fate or a dream. Whatever the case, she happily saw that her best friend was alive, and inwardly exclaims that she's so happy she can't believe it. That day, she cried without any concern for anything else in the world. Toriella asked Ren if it was really her, so Ren assured her that this wasn't a lie, it's really her in the flesh. However, Toriella exclaimed that Ren looks completely different now, even though she's always been cute before. Now she's absurdly cute. Toriella learns that Ren has been working for the workshop, and assumes she's doing fine for herself, so Ren cheerily remarks that she isn't having any trouble living. She asks how things are on her end, so Toriella admits it's rough. Ren suggests that she go to the reference room, since it's free to use, and there are pictures and notes on what medicinal herbs look like. There's also information on monster behavior and fighting strategies too. If Toriella can figure out the difference between different herbs, that will take care of that problem. Toriella realized Ren had a really good head on her shoulders and was about to head out, but she suddenly stopped and revealed that Kane has come with them too, but Ren probably doesn't want to see him. Ren declared that she absolutely doesn't want to meet him and doesn't even want to see his face, so Toriella left, promising to keep it that way. That day, she got a short sword and a mountain of food, then parted ways with Ren. Back at the inn, Kane started devouring the food as if it came out of a dream, and the rest of the boys followed, which is why Toriella had a rough time saving enough for all the girls to eat. Kane asked Toriella what was up with the short sword. Riwi remarked that she should get one for them too, since it's not fair. However, Markle tells Ryu to knock it off, since Toriella got a mutual aid contract by going out to the workshops on her own. Annoyed, Toriella remarks the fact that she has to keep everything to herself is difficult. The next day, she went herb gathering with the others. On the way to the woods, they happened to meet up with Jim, a veteran adventurer who had been taking care of them. She learned a bit about how to use the short sword from him. Surprised, Jim sees that this sword is quite a fine creation, so Toriella explains that she matched with a good smith in a mutual contract. Jim says it won't matter how good the sword is if you just swing it around like an idiot. Seeing him, Toriella realizes he sure is a nice person, since he even went out of his way to teach a kid like her to wield her sword properly. After that, in the sudden goblin incident, Toriella wasn't able to use even half of what Jim taught her, but thanks to the ridiculous sword that Ren made, she was able to win against it. Ryu and the boys told her to hand over the sword, and started making another fuss when they heard what happened. Toriella taught the beastman Kuro about the information that she studied in the reference room, and she somehow managed to gather an unbelievable amount of herbs. This, too, is thanks to Ren telling her about the reference room and going there, so she happily thanks Ren. That day, their income was 5 silver coins, which is more than what they've ever gotten before. When they saw how much they earned, every member of the group got livelier, while the idiotic group of boys all went yelling there to buy new equipment. But all the girls agreed that it was more important to find a proper house to rent. However, the one boy who had some common sense, Markle, joined them in the rent-a-house party. He remarks that, if possible, getting everyone to learn about the herbs would give them better efficiency. Normally, they're doing work by splitting up into the herb gathering group and various commission groups, but they maybe should have half of them go to the guild reference room to study instead. The other boys declare that that's too boring and that they don't want to study, so Markle and the girls just decide to ignore them. Markle asks Toriella if she can bring him to the reference room too, if she doesn't mind, so she agrees, but remembers that they both can't read. She admits she feels bad for always asking the librarian and asks him to help her with that. Markle acknowledges that that could be a problem, and Riko unknowingly admits she can't read too. Toriella reveals that she's actually studying how to read and write at the moment, but they will all have to wait a bit before she can teach them. Riko asks where she's studying, so she hurriedly says it's a secret, hearing that Riko menacingly remarks that she's going to find out what it is. Toriella inwardly remarks that after meeting Ren, she's really got the feeling that things are looking great for them. So maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to do all right in this city. Doesn't sound that confident when you've got basically an entire family to feed. Ren remarks that this is her story so far, when she was teaching all sorts of things to her best friend from the orphanage, Toriella. Their little sister, Riko, joined in, so Ren ended up teaching both of them. Ultimately, she was worried, so her skill of pushing people away with words, but meddling with actions kicked in. As preliminary preparation for learning magic, Ren says they're going to start with learning magic perception. She asks Riko and Toriella to close their eyes and concentrate, since she will channel her magic so that they can try and sense it. Toriella admits it feels kind of hot, and Riko says she also feels that. They decide to proceed with the next step then, as Ren remarks that perception, manipulation, and circulation are training methods that are practiced up to 2 levels ahead. When practicing alone, you should spin the magic around yourself. Eventually, this will help you learn magic circulation. Toriella and Riko feel it flowing around, and Ren sees that it looks like Riko has a talent for it. She decides to check both their stats, and sees that Toriella has learned magic perception, but it's at level 0. At least, she's at the starting point now. She asks them to check both their stats. Toriella asks if there's a problem, but Ren just says Riko has a rare skill, since she's at level 2 of magic perception, and level 0 of magic manipulation, and on top of that, there's a skill called magic effect amplification. She inwardly explains that magic effect amplification allows you to enhance the power and effects of magic by investing more MP when casting it. With this skill, you can increase your efficiency. Elated, Riko happily asks if she's a prodigy at magic, as Toriella sadly admits she's only reached level 0 of magic perception. Ren acknowledges that Riko does have a talent for it, and asks which magic attribute she's apt at, since depending on her magic system quality, it might be a waste of talent. But determining all of that is rather difficult. Riko asks if she can't do that using appraisal, and Ren inwardly admits she has the higher version of that skill called analysis. She remarks that she hates to say it, but the only attribute Riko is suitable for is non-elemental. It's definitely better than nothing, but since she cannot use another attribute, her available options are limited and depend on the situation. Additionally, its firepower is inferior too. Riko reacts to this with shock, but Ren hurriedly assures her that her aptitude system is good. Even at this point, her magic is higher than Toriella. Moreover, what it lacks in firepower can be covered up by magic effect amplification. In fact, it can be quite high. Riko starts shaking, so Ren tells her that she thinks it's better if she doesn't worry about it. In the end, these types of things depend on how you use what you have, and there are many ways to go about it. She suggests that they can discuss about it, but starts panicking before Riko happily tells Ren she's awesome, since she can be of use to everyone now. She happily hugs Ren and exclaims that she loves her. Seeing this, Ren slowly smiles and remarks that she underestimated Riko, since she didn't expect her to be able to think so level-headedly. She sees that Riko has thought things through, which she happily affirms, remarking that she's always dragging everyone down because she's little, but she can be useful to everyone from now on. She asks Ren to please teach her magic because she's counting on her, so Ren agrees. She tells Riko that, first of all, she doesn't want her to practice magic when she's not with her, because if something happens, she won't be able to deal with it. Riko sadly asks if she can't, so Ren confirms this because magic can be fatal if it gets out of control. Riko slowly agrees to control herself, so Ren reminds her that she can't teach her again if she breaks their promise. On top of that, she'll also have Toriella keep an eye on her, so she'll know about if Riko tries to attempt anything. Riko warily agrees, but Ren inwardly admits her reaction makes her worried. On the other hand, she sees that Toriella's system aptitudes are arrows and shield, so as someone who can't use offensive magic, she's genuinely jealous of her. Toriella tells Ren that she'll go at her own pace with her training, and Ren inwardly says that after she taught Riko a couple of times. Her level in magic perception and magic manipulation increased rapidly. In addition, she also ended up learning magic circulation very easily. She realizes Riko's growth is even faster than her, and admits her natural geniuses are actually pretty remarkable, unlike a fake like Ren, who finally admits she's an overpowered fraud in this fantasy world. After that, Ren recounts how she's lately been helping others with their studies, and other things, to the point where she feels like she's been neglecting her training. Today and tomorrow, she decides to wholeheartedly focus on her blacksmith training, since it's about time her blacksmithing reaches level 6. While she's taking a short break, the leather craftsman Delia slowly says it's hot, and Ren says that's because it is still August. Delia remarks that it must be hell for the masters, since they're holed up in the forge, but it's the same for Ren too. However, Ren says she can make ice for herself, so she thinks it's a little better for her. Noticing Ed annoyingly staring at them, Delia tells him that he has to stop this, so he reminds her that this doesn't have anything to do with her. However, Delia declares that it has everything to do with her, and reveals that their master is getting criticized by the neighboring workshops because of his attitude, even though she doesn't think he'll understand. She adds that the workshops are saying that the master here can't even discipline his son properly. They say they have doubts about his skills to guard a subordinate. Ed slowly argues that it's just something he does on his own, but Delia tells him that the people around him don't take it that way, and tells him that he should just go ahead and die because of how stupid he is. Ren realizes this might be going a bit too far, since she actually went ahead and told him to die even though she agrees with her. Delia tells Ed that she'll tell the master to kick him out if he continues like this, and reveals that that's what everyone here thinks. Shocked, Ed asks if that includes his mother and brother, so Delia affirms this, declaring that that's how over-the-top his attitude is. Ed slowly says he knows it too, but he just can't do something he doesn't agree with. Delia angrily screams that all she's saying is don't be a jerk. Ren sees that this situation might be beyond any help now. However, she wonders if there also could be some fault on this side. Even though they're responsible for it, it could be because he has seen the difference in their capabilities, but hasn't personally experienced it. She wonders if she should just break his spirit for now, and slowly asks Ed if he can be her hammering partner, since she's going to hammer a sword. Shocked, Ed questions why he would do something like this, so she grabs his scruff, telling him to just shut up and bring the hammer. Delia sees that Ren is really scary when she's angry. In the forge, Ren tells Ed that she's going to create a sword identical to another one, and tells him to take a look at it. Ed says he understands, so she doesn't have to repeat it. However, when they begin, Ren annoyingly remarks that this guy is no good, since he didn't understand anything at all. She annoyingly asks why he's hammering that area first, so he declares that they have to lengthen that area. Ren annoyingly says the sword is going to lose its strength if he makes that part that thin, questioning if he doesn't even know that. She adds that this is what happens when you randomly hit it and improvise along the way, questioning if he even has the final form in mind when he's forging it. She angrily asks why his hands have suddenly stopped moving. When they're done, Ren takes a look at the sword they ended up with, and says she's pretty sure their plan was to make a broadsword. She asks if he understands why it turned out this way, and questions if she didn't tell him that they're going to make a sword similar to the one she forged before. Ed slowly says it'll do the job even if it's different from that one. Infuriated, Ren realizes there's no helping this guy, and tells him that this was not the sword she was trying to make. She reveals that she has seen a sword forged by him, and when she saw it, she thought the person who forged it was a skilled swordsmith. Having said that, it was a sword he hammered without thinking. In the end, he had to hit it many times to fix it, and asks if she's wrong. She says it seems like he has the talent and skill to turn a disaster into something decent, but if he doesn't hammer, while reflecting on where he is going, his skills won't improve. Ed slowly collapses. Once he's gone, Ren remarks that he might have gone to sulk somewhere, but she's leveling up, so she's just going to keep hammering. Later, she happily sees that her blacksmithing level has increased all the way to level 7, and sees that it seems like she didn't have enough experience to reach level 6. This time, Ren wonders if it was the experience of guiding someone. While Ed is depressingly sitting outside, Ren acknowledges that the line, "the good you for others is good you do for yourself," really is true. She questions if she can try teaching Ed again, since her level has increased, and her mood is also fresh. However, she admits she might have said a bit too much and decides to be more careful next time. Ed slowly approaches her and bids her a good morning, calling her master. He urgently declares that his eyes have opened and he's become aware of how big of an idiot he was. From now on, he says he will hone his skills and aim to become an amazing blacksmith like her. Hearing this, Ren takes back what she said and remarks that he's still annoying. Ed desperately asks Ren where she's going and tries to stop her, but she just says it's private business and walks off, inwardly explaining that she headed straight to the Adventurers Guild first thing in the morning after leaving that annoying Ed behind, since today's goal is the reference room. She adds that her blacksmithing level increased, so she wants to do some research on mana swords and such. In the Adventurers Guild, the other adventurers openly gape at Ren upon seeing that she has a greater wolf with her, and wonder if she's its tamer. Surprised, Ren wonders if she happened to barge in at the busiest time, since all eyes seem to be on Norn and Belle. She admits she wants to hurry back to the reference room, and wonders how many authentic books she's allowed to pick out. Ren decides to just try, the first book being a famous one about magic and holy swords. It includes the names of famous magic and holy swords, as well as their owners in each generation, their current whereabouts, and the abilities they were said to grant. The second book is about the stories of the famous masters of the holy and magic swords in the past, but it doesn't seem that useful to her. The third book is about the typical, or rather, the comparatively often bestowed skills. Ren realizes she's hit the jackpot, since the contents of this one are pretty much what she wanted. The bestowed skills are the same as what humans can learn. It says there are 10 levels. The bestowed magic attributes are also very similar. As for the skills that are often bestowed, there are ones that enhance the weapon itself like attack enhancement, endurance enhancement, weight reduction, and such. There's even ones that enhance skills like attribute enhancement and attribute resistance. Some specific monsters were to be defeated with specialty skills, which greatly increase attack power against them. Ren remarks that it seems like weapons that add skills with drawbacks that increase other effects also exist. On another note, there are 2 fundamental methods to obtain mana, and magic swords. You either have someone make them for you, or you pick them up, if you want it made. The only professions that can do it are blacksmiths or alchemists. The reason why you need a blacksmith to make them is that the secret techniques for it are passed down from generation to generation, but since their main occupation is blacksmithing, they cannot attach the bestowed skills themselves. However, even without a skill, the performance of the swords themselves is fundamentally high. Blacksmiths who have a high enough ability to make mana, and magic swords have high blacksmithing levels, that's obvious. Then the alchemists attach the bestowed skills to the prepared sword, so that normal swords can become magic swords. The higher the level of the alchemist's skills, the stronger the bestowed skills they can attach. They're the only ones who can make the finishing touches to the magic swords and attach the skills. The one who is named as the creator of the sword and becomes famous is usually the alchemist. This is why blacksmiths despise people who ask them to make swords for them to modify. The other method is picking them up, which means you would get them only in dungeons, which makes it seem like dungeons are known as training areas, prepared by God, though it seems like the dungeons themselves have many types. What they all have in common are the following 3 unique monsters, treasure chests that, even if you collect them, will appear again after a fixed duration, and rarely, magic formations that let you learn skills or improve your status. Ren thoughtfully says it seems like God had given us an oracle saying those things in the past, so that's how it is now. However, the magic swords obtained from these dungeons also have a drawback to them, and that is, bestowed skills are not guaranteed to be useful. For example, attaching weight reduction to a short sword that was originally light isn't really useful. There's also a famous disappointing weapon called Two-Handed Inferior Steel Holy Sword. She sees that bestowed skills are quite a deep subject, before Toriella surprisingly approaches her and asks what she's doing in a place like this. Ren explains that she was just a little curious about mana and magic swords, so she came here to look things up. Toriella asks if she's perhaps thinking of making one, so Ren suggests that maybe she'll just try it out a little. She asks Toriella if she usually studies here, which Toriella affirms, revealing that she can read words now too. She explains that the other girls she came with are also dumb like her, so she was thinking of teaching them, but she couldn't teach as well as Ren, since it is difficult. Ren smilingly says she'll get used to things like that, so Toriella agrees, saying she has no choice but to work harder. Toriella tells Ren that 2 days ago, when she looked at her status after they parted, she saw that she was able to learn a lot. Her mana perception became level 2, and she learned a new level skill called mana manipulation. On top of that, she learned attribute magic, fire, water, wind, and earth, and her water attribute was level 1 from the start, though all of the others were at level 0. Ren cheerily says that's amazing, so Toriella reveals that after that, she tried testing water magic immediately, and it was quite tiring. Ren assures her that everyone is like that when they haven't adapted to it yet. She'll get used to everything. Toriella also tells her that when she was wiping down her body at the inn, it was nice how she didn't have to collect water. She asks if she will be able to create hot water when the level increases, and there are also other ways to use it, so she can save on various things, and needs to do her best to make money. Ren tells her to work hard, so Toriella happily affirms that she'll definitely work hard, since Ren is doing everything right as a result of her hard work, but she won't lose now. Markle suddenly spots Toriella and points to a book, asking how he's supposed to read it. Ren hurriedly hides her face, but Markle asks who this is. Toriella hurriedly tries to say something, but Markle asks if that's Ren. Ren inwardly explains that this guy is Markle. He was one of the guys who lived in the same orphanage with them, a friend of that bratty Kane guy, but together with Toriella. He's a precious person with common sense who can admonish Kane. He remarks that he thought Ren was alive. Ren asks if that's the case, so he adds that Toriella and Rico started acting quite strange recently, so he thought she might still be alive. However, he admits he didn't think she was actually alive, and that the two of them were having a tryst here. Ren admits that in any case, Markle is a nice person who would help out anyone in trouble. The only guy who helped her when she was being bullied by Kane was him, which is why their childhood group really idolized him and Toriella. He realizes Toriella and Rico can read and write because of her, so Ren asks if it isn't convenient to read and write. He agrees, and says he also had the two of them teach him, and he can read a little now, while the other three can only guess the words. Ren remarks that by the other three, Markle means the three from the group of the 4 guys other than him. Markle says Kane was fast at learning as always, but he suddenly became lazy midway. Then there's Bowman, who's a little bit problematic, and Ryu is especially bad. Bowman and Ryu are the names of Kane's followers. Bowman is a pretty strong guy despite having a medium build, and Ryu is Kane's #1 underling. He even surpasses Kane in his stupidity. Together came Bowman and Ryu are known as the 3 idiots. Ren asks if they're still the 3 idiots even after more than a year has passed, so Markle slowly apologizes. Ren remarks that the one who has to watch over the 3 idiots is Markle, because he's nice. You could say he was forced to do this. He's mature yet pitiful. Kuro suddenly embraces Ren from behind and shockingly sees that she's alive. Caught off guard, Ren explains that this tiny child with a lisp is Kuro. She's a beast woman of the Black Cat tribe, as one would expect from something called the Black Cat tribe. Their hair color is the same as her, and it's also in a bob, which is why, when they're together, they're often mistaken as sisters. Ren asks Toriella if she did not tell them, so Toriella hurriedly apologizes, since she couldn't really find the right timing. Kuro happily says it's okay, since Ren is here after all, so Ren pats her on the head and asks how she's been. Kuro cheerily says she's been well as Ren smilingly remarks that she's being healed. If Rico was a little sister, Kuro would be a pet because of how soothing she is. Arles asks why everyone is gathered here, and screams in shock upon seeing Ren. Seems like the entire family is having a weird reunion at the library. Ren covers her ears and tells Arles that she's being too loud, explaining that she needs to be quiet here. Arles shockingly asks if she's alive as Ren explains that this pink-haired girl is Arles, who is like her hero. Whenever Kane bullied her, she would come running out of nowhere and send Kane flying with a kick. Ren suddenly gasps and asks if they've come here with Kane, but Markle tells her to not worry because Kane isn't coming in the morning. Ren realizes that this morning these 4 were the ones to come to the reference room recently, since Toriella and Rico learned how to read or write. It seems that they have split into morning and afternoon shifts to try and teach the others. Markle explains that the 3 idiots are coming to the reference room in the afternoon, so Rico is teaching them then. If Ren doesn't want to meet them, she should probably escape. Arles sadly asks if she's leaving already even though they just met her, and Kuro tries to stop her too, So Ren slowly asks if they're okay with not seeing the other four in the afternoon. Markle remarks that they always pass by each other anyway, and Toriella adds that they don't need to see each other all the time too. In that case, Ren suggests that the five of them go gathering herbs. Markle asks if that's really okay with her, so she slowly says she's the one who suggested it. She says she should prepare herself ahead of time, since she will eventually meet Kane anyway, but for now, she tells herself that she should treasure this chance to meet with the other three. Toriella thinks about it and says it can't be helped because that's what they decided, so they should hurry up and change locations. Markle asks Toriella if she's sure, so she remarks that it can't be helped and tells him to not say anything about Ren to the other idiots. Markle slowly says he'll deal with it before he spots Norn and pats her, remarking that he thought it was just some statue decoration with fur, and didn't think it was actually her follower. Outside, Ren sees that Norn sure stands out, and assures them all that they don't have to be so nervous, since she owes her life to them. Arles and Kuro decide to buy some lunch, and Ren sees that they've brought black bread and meat skewers from a stall. Markle explains that it was just this hard bread previously, but they can also buy the meat now. Thanks to the wisdom Ren imparted on Toriella, their earnings have increased. They tell Ren that she was like this back at the orphanage too, and she's amazing now, since she was able to learn so much just after 1 year. Ren explains that she tried a lot of things, inwardly remarking that there's no way she can tell them the truth. She asks Markle what the wooden plank he's been carrying on his back is, so he explains that he's been using this as a shield, but Ren inwardly says she just sees it as a plank with handles attached to it. Markle explains that even with this, they were forced to run away from goblins multiple times, since he has the largest physique. He thought he had the potential to be a shield bearer. Ren sees that the current arrangement puts the guys on the front line while Markle suppresses the enemy with his shield. The four girls back up the rear. Since Rico learned magic, Arles and Kuro were worried about what they could do to help, so party formations sure seem troublesome. As Kuro is eating the bread and the skewers, Ren asks to take a look at them for a second. She takes her knife, slices the bread open, and puts the meat inside it, along with some vegetables, making a simple hamburger. She gives it to Kuro, saying it should be easier to eat, and Kuro happily says it's delicious like a peasant who just tasted hot food for the first time. Seeing her smile, Ren once again says she's being healed before Arles tells Ren that it's not fair for only Kuro to get this special treatment. Markle asks her to make one for him too. Toriella sees that as usual she has good ideas, or rather, she's just good at taking care of people, so Ren remarks that it's just part of her nature. She and Markle are the ones who are good at taking care of people. Arles happily says that was delicious, and says that from now on, they should make sure they get bread from there and use it to sandwich things, since when they walk outside, holding meat skewers, it feels like the meat could fall off midway. If they have them do that, she thinks they'll start selling that kind of food someday, so it would become a business opportunity for them. Ren sees that Arles has been saving money in hopes of it as the funding she needs to become a merchant. Markle explains that thanks to Ren, they've been able to eat meat like this occasionally, but they need to work harder, so they can eat more. The three boys are also annoying about it. Arles happily says she wants to eat a lot of meat, so Ren thinks about it and asks if they hunt horned rabbits. Markle says they don't, and that they haven't gathered the weapons and armor necessary. He adds that even when they were at the orphanage, some of those old farmers got injured or even died every year. This is why their principle is to not push themselves too much, though Ryu and Bowman are being annoying about it. Ren smilingly says she's thought of a lot of ideas, and tells them all to please gather around, since she's handing out daggers. The others ask if she means the kind of daggers Rico was carrying around, the amazingly sharp one, revealing that Kane and the others really wanted one. They shockingly ask if Ren was the one who made these, so Ren says she's thought of a few things she needs to do, and asks if they can gather some medicinal herbs for her, since she'll call them once she's done preparing. This time, Ren explains that she'll be making 2 shields and a few spears. This is so everyone can safely hunt horned rabbits. First are the spears. The materials are the horns of horned rabbits and some sturdy timber. Both of them have been piling up in her storage. They're hunting horned rabbits, so the more they hunt, the more materials they will accumulate. These should be plenty for them to use and dispose of. In the center of the horn base, use a somewhat large pin-vise drill and twist it to make a hole and hollow it out. Then, create another smaller hole on the side so that a rope can go through. To make the sturdy timber easy to hold, shave it into an easy cylindrical shape. Make a hole on both sides of the tip for the rope. Push the stick into the hole at the base of the horn. Use another sturdy rope and pass it through the side holes, securing it firmly. Use body enhancement to strengthen the physical abilities and secure it properly, so that it won't wiggle. Make it around the length of a short spear. She a pro at making tutorials now, anyway. Markle sees that Ren has made something surprisingly simple, so Ren asks if he knows how to make it, and asks him to try making one. She explains that she'll have him make one this time, and he'll be the one gathering the materials for everyone from now on. She asks if he can dismantle horned rabbits, so he confidently tells her to leave it to him. Ren shows him a tool used to drill holes, and asks him to keep this with him, since he doesn't have to return it. A while later, Markle finishes the spear and asks if it's fine, so Ren tells him to try comparing it to what she's made. If there's no problem, it should be fine. Markle tries using it and believes it's fine, so Ren tells him to use hard and sturdy materials for the timber. If he uses shoddy ones, they might break instantly, and he'll die. Next, Ren moves to the shields, remarking that she has 2 boards she made as spares in advance. She starts working and prepares a few boards from suitable woods, cuts them into rectangles, and connect them with strings. Make a few of those. Stick tanned arc skin on its surface and fix it in place. Next, combine 3 of those and secure them together again before solidly reinforcing it to its limit. She shows Markle the shield and explains that this is a spare, since someone else might want to use it and will complain. Markle smilingly apologizes for Kane and surprisingly admits this shield is really amazing. He wouldn't say it's light, but it's not too heavy, and it feels quite sturdy for what he saw from the side as she made it. Ren says that was her intention, but she would still say they're consumable goods. She tells him to not try and use it if it breaks, and to just buy the next one at the shop. Next, she says they should go hunting, since they'll have them all secure meat with their own hands. Ren explains that Markle is the shield carrier, so he has the role of stopping the horned rabbits' charged attacks. However, she tells him to not just try to stop them, saying he should attempt to move with the flow of the attacks, and to suppress or even attack them with the shield. Markle asks if she means shield bash and charge, and if she wants him to learn to use a shield to deal with the horned rabbits. Ren smilingly says it helps that he's quick on the uptake, since she thinks it will be good for him to take this chance to learn how to deal with them effectively. She tells Toriella, Arles, and Kuro that Markle may be unable to do anything while he's suppressing the rabbits, but if he creates a gap for them to attack safely. They have the role of stabbing the rabbits to death with these spears. She asks them to have a proper discussion on how they will cooperate with each other. Arles asks if the tip of the spear is from the horned rabbits, so Ren explains that on top of being able to self-supply their meat after this, she thought about how to prepare for their weapon arrangements. Hearing this, Toriella starts tearing up, so Ren quickly says they should start hunting. Ren exclaims that it's hunting time, and though she says that there will be a problem if they just go like that. She explains that once they start, Norn and Bell will act as a beater and lead them over here. The horned rabbits that come out will get intercepted and thrown onto the ground by Markle, creating an opening to attack. Using that opening, the other 3 will attack with their spears, and just like that, they had hunted 8 horned rabbits. Ren cooks them horned rabbits grilled with herbs, and explains that while everyone was hunting, she gathered some herbs to use for cooking. Upon taking a bite, the others happily exclaim that it's delicious, and Toriella wonders what they should do, since Rico might sulk. Arles asks Ren if she used the grass in this dish, so Ren explains that if you dry it, it will keep for longer, so she suggests gathering some later. She asks Arles if she was able to learn something from her cooking, since she was watching how Ren made it. Arles cheerily says she learned the recipe, and asks if she would be able to sell this if she started a shop. Ren agrees and gives her the knife, the pot, and the frying pan, saying they should let Arles be the cook of the party, since it's best to leave it to someone who is eager to do it. Ren proposes that they gather medicinal herbs until it's a good time to stop and return. The others ask Ren if there are more suitable herbs for cooking other than the ones Ren used earlier, so she points them all out. Surprised, Arles asks if she's sure it's fine to teach her this, and if she can monetize all this, so Ren smilingly says she can just treat her when she opens her shop one day. Arles happily hugs Ren and thanks her before Toriella and Kuro join in as well. Seeing them, Markle says he'll be heading back first. As a summary of everything that happened previously, Ren had a reunion with her friends from the orphanage. To celebrate their reunion, they went to gather medicinal herbs together, made some weapons, then had a barbecue. That's all of what happened previously. Later at the Adventurers Guild, Ren is surprised to learn that Toriella and the others are changing inns, so she explains that they found a pretty good one a while ago. But she would like to rent a house with everyone eventually. Kuro asks Ren if she's free, and asks her to sing a song, and Arles tells Ren to please stop only talking to Toriella. Toriella annoyingly tells Arles to stop being so unreasonable towards Ren in a place like this, as Ren admits they have been waiting in line for quite a while. Ren clears her throat, saying this is because Kuro is cute, and starts singing.
Unfortunate in the prologue, I don't really get you, general. On Monday, you were jealous. On Tuesday, you left your hunting ground. On Wednesday, you gathered your comrades. On Thursday, you killed your subordinates.
Once she's done, Toriella remarks that she still composes really horrible songs while Kuro happily praises Ren. Just like that, they finished selling the medicinal herbs without any trouble, and while they were at it, to sustain the eating habits they were striving for, she forced Markle to buy 5 kilograms of salt. Markle says in the end, Ren helped them take care of a lot of things, and promises to return the favor someday. Ren cheerily tells there's no need for them to be worried about it, since he helped her out a lot while she was at the orphanage, and they're all friends. Ren is about to tell Kuro that she should let go of her, but Kuro slowly asks if she's leaving. Ren remarks that it's not like they'll never see each other again, since they're all staying in the same city, and will meet soon. Toriella slowly drags Kuro away, asking her to not bother Ren so much, so Ren happily says goodbye to them, inwardly remarking that if she gets too caught up with talking to them all, their parting will be more painful, which is why she needs to leave quickly, although she would like to bring Kuro along with her, and squish and rub her cat ears all night, but she must resist. Later, she decides to finally produce a magic sword today, but before she does that, she believes she should probably build up her stamina first. First, cook a large portion of rice, and decides to use an earthenware pot, since that's what she has with her. Carefully watch over the flame, and adjust the heat while preparing the meat at the same time. She asks the proprietress to mince a large amount of onions with her. Beside her, she can see how Ren makes it, but since she's using soup stock rice and wine, she doesn't think she can recreate the flavor, but might be able to make something similar because what she's making exactly is pork dumburi made with orc meat. Ren explains that the main part of today is the forging, so she will leave out their reactions and will just say that they loved the pork dumburi. After her stomach is full, she decides to start immediately with the mana sword production experiments. Though she says that, she decides to first review what the typical production of a magic sword is like. To create mana swords and magic swords, both blacksmiths and alchemists are needed. Blacksmiths can't make them without inheriting the secret methods of producing them, which means that the hurdle to acquiring the alchemical skill for it is lower. She remarks that she had been thinking a little about how blacksmiths would produce mana swords. They may throw in stones or monster materials while refining the minerals, or maybe they even throw them in with the ingots while forging the swords. She wonders if it's a skill derived from the magic tool production skill for alchemists, and explains that this is why she's trying to make it herself this time. But both parts are impossible for her, so she'll forcibly create it with creation magic, with the materials being a sword she forged and her mana. Nonetheless, Ren remarks that there's always the possibility of failure, so she'll use a slowing dagger as a test first. Ren says she has more than 100 of them, so it'll be fine if she fails a few times. Anyway, she bestows the skill on the dagger and confirms that it's a success, saying she'll next try out the bestow magic skill with the second sword, since it seems like a unique skill. After looking at her status, Ren sees that it's lined up with her other skills, and explains that in the past, unique skills could only be acquired by a single person or just a few people. Skills at that level were rare and had powerful abilities, and so the bestow magic And bestow ability skills can only grant skills you personally hold. Basically, even though her non-elemental magic is level 8, she can only attach it at level 3. She makes another dagger with level 3 non-elemental magic and decides to repeat the same thing until she gets a skill that seems genuine. By the 10th time, Ren learned a skill called mana sword production. She sees that it's somehow level 3 already and wonders if it's perhaps linked with bestow magic, and explains that after this, she will repeat the same thing with every kind of elemental magic. For now, she decides to test it with fire magic first and acquires the elemental sword production skill by the 10th sword, and it's also level 3. Ren sees that it's linked as she expected and wonders if it's because of the bestow magic skill, and if her overarching skill influences the skills downstream. She decides to not care about it, questioning if it really matters when she can level it up more easily. For now, she can make mana swords and elemental swords, so she decides to first raise their levels by 2. Therefore, the 110 slowing daggers she has and the 213 swords she's made since coming to the workshop will all be bestowed with elemental magic. After Ren's done, she wearily collapses with heaps of swords lying around her. She slowly remarks that, as expected, it took a long time, since it's already close to noon, but thanks to that, her bestow magic, mana sword production, and elemental sword production skills are all now level 5. She sees that it's grown quite quickly and that in addition, all kinds of her elemental magic also unexpectedly leveled up. The ones that were low level, dark elemental and lightning elemental, each leveled up 3 times while all of the others leveled up twice. She happily exclaims that non-elemental and water elemental are finally level 10, and subsequently, she gained the magic sword production skill. She remarks that it looks like elemental swords with multiple elements get treated as magic swords, and explains that after this, she will use creation magic to forcibly attach a skill. For now, she decides to try attaching attack enhancement level 1 and use a slowing dagger. Ren bestows omni-elemental magic level 3 and attack enhancement level 1 on the dagger, and says she somehow made a magic sword quicker than she expected to, but it feels a bit anticlimactic and consumes a lot of MP, which bothers her. For the next experiment, she decides to try using creation magic and bestow ability along with magic sword production to bestow. However, she notices that a large portion of her MP has been used and decides to try attaching endurance enhancement next, since on top of it being harder to break, the time it takes to do decreases its maintenance, so it's a very convenient skill. She sees that there wasn't any problem in attaching it, and remarks that if it's like this, she thinks it's possible to attach all the other skills she saw in the book. For now, she believes she'll attach attack enhancement and endurance enhancement to all of the weapons, since she'll surely earn XP. A while later, Ren warily explains that though she had to drink MP potions in the middle countless times, she finished the task smoothly, and she's pretty full thanks to that. Once again, Ren happily says her magic sword production leveled up 4 times, and explains that with this, these swords are projected to be more powerful compared to the ones under her sword manipulation magic. She surprisingly sees that blacksmithing also leveled up once, and became level 8, which means that part of the experience from magic sword production went to blacksmithing. Ren says she's grateful, but the feeling of dissatisfaction is strong, and since she has no problems with making both mana swords and magic swords, next, she thinks of trying holy and cursed swords. She explains that she gets the feeling that it will work, but she just decides to try it out now. After she's done, she wearily collapses, and says she almost ran out of MP and died. She slowly questions what's missing, and if it's perhaps the levels of the skill related to producing swords. She takes a look at her stats, and says the fact that she doesn't seem wrong is crazy. According to her status, she learned holy sword production, which probably means she was at least able to dip her toes into learning it. She explains that she used appraisal to learn more about holy sword production, and apparently she can use it to make holy and cursed swords. Wondering if this could mean that she's done something once again that she wasn't supposed to. Yeah, nothing like making swords no other human can. Ren wonders what she should do next, and if she should just keep leveling up blacksmithing for now, since she won't be able to earn experience points to level up magic sword production, and such if she doesn't have other swords to use as materials. She starts working again, and says she's already talked to the boss about it, and has heaps of extra steel lying around. She explains that it may be due to how she dried up her MP yesterday, but while trying to create magic swords, she woke up this morning to see that her maximum MP had suddenly increased. Since a bunch of her magic passive skills leveled up yesterday, even using creation magic to produce the ingots is a piece of cake. She starts hammering away, declaring that she can hammer the sword much faster now, thanks to all the skills she leveled up, which is why it takes her only 1 hour from start to finish. After working from 8 to 11, Ren takes a look at the finished swords with appraisal, and shockingly sees that they're all of famed sword quality instead of just high quality. She remarks that a famed sword isn't just something you can make willy-nilly, and admits reaching blacksmithing level 8 is insane. She realizes if word got out that she's able to pop out famed swords like it's nothing, it would spell bad news in multiple ways. Even if her parents asked her to see these swords, she feels like she wouldn't let them, and explains that for the ones she forged earlier, she bestowed them all with the omni-elemental property, so she can't really show those either. Incidentally, the tier above famed sword is Resolute Sword, which is pretty much the highest quality a sword can have. She worryingly realizes she has to get out of this place if she's already able to forge something like this, and questions if that means she can be done with her blacksmith training, since she's ready to leave. Ren gets ready to eat a hearty lunch and recover her stamina, but she suddenly realizes she's already getting burnt out, thinking it happens when you bust out hundreds of swords in a single day. She says she can see what lies ahead of her, and it looks like she's just going to be repeating the same thing for another 2 months, so she should maybe change her outlook. To snap herself out of it, she hurriedly thinks about trying to forge a katana, since she's tried plenty of times before, but it always ended in a failure. So she might be capable of making one now that she's gained more skills related to blacksmithing. After that, she tosses some ingots in the furnace and activates her signature creation magic before starting to smith on top of that. When the katana's form starts coming to her mind, Ren says all she needs to do now is let her body go with the flow without resisting the skill's corrections. A while later, Ren finally finishes the katana's blade and decides to finish the rest of it now to commemorate it. She decides to entirely make the hilt, and it's cored out of steel, then maybe knit it with thread. She remarks that she has no clue how to make it, but that's where her creation magic comes in. As usual, she's curious about how it will turn out, and finishes everything from the make to the sheath, all made entirely out of metal. She checks it with appraisal first, and satisfyingly takes a look at the blade's gleam before seeing the stats. She sees that she's also gained the swordsmith title, and guesses that there must be a different skill for making katanas. She says she has no choice but to keep at it even though it's going to be a pain to level up. At 5 o'clock, Ren warily chugs potions and gasps, saying she was able to make a total of 4 katanas, and they're all fully completed with finishing touches. As soon as she completed the 4th one, swordsmithing and steel thread production increased to level 2 and level 4 respectively. The steel threads are leveling up at a steady pace, but as for the katanas, it seems like there's going to be a long road ahead of her. She slowly says she's exhausted because of the fact that she made things she's not used to. After taking a bath, Ren says there's still some time until dinner, so she wants to test if she can actually draw the katana she so painstakingly made. She believes an adult or someone big enough could unsheath without any issues, but what's important is whether she can unsheath it. She says it may not look like it, but she was actually learning a bit about the eye draws in her previous world, but she's built much smaller compared to most people around her age. So there's a risk that her arms might not be long enough. Ren slowly regains her composure, lowers her body, and poises herself before taking a step, turning her hips, and using her entire body to calmly draw the sword. She actually manages to do it, and cheerily hypes herself up before sheathing the blade. However, she asks where the fun is in that, and decides to do a real eye draw like how she remembers from her past life. After performing the draw, she satisfyingly bets she looked really cool there. However, she suddenly notices the boss, and Ed watching her with their mouths agape. Stunned, Ren embarrassingly realizes they saw her before the boss shockingly asks if that's Arayan blade. Ren denies this, saying it's a katana. Hearing this, the boss remarks that he already knew she had the skill, but this goes to show it. He sees that Ren must be following the teachings of the skilled blacksmiths from Harai. Ren asks what Harai is, and learns that it is an Eastern island nation with a unique culture, a nation with a Japanese-esque culture, something that commonly applies to fantasy worlds, and seemingly does to this one too. On top of that, she learns that no blacksmith is able to forge the katanas from Harai, which are sold for ludicrous prices. Which means that her existence is out of bounds in more ways than one, so she gets scared and Ren hurriedly gives the boss her katana and asks him to keep this a secret for her. So he happily agrees, relieving her. Well, bribing works everywhere. As Ren gets ready for another day of blacksmithing, she remarks that she got herself in a little trouble yesterday and panicked. She didn't think a Japanese sword would be a super rare item in this world, but still. She handed him a bribe, so everything will surely work out. It pains her heart that she's hiding things from the boss, but it can't be helped. Despite that, she decides to eat a hearty breakfast today and quickly get on with blacksmithing. After hiding things and deceiving the boss, Ren gained new skills which are concealment and disguise. Concealment is a skill that can hide evidence and erase various traces, as well as hide categories of your choosing in your status when it gets appraised. Disguise is a skill that can tamper with the appearance of a lot of things and change the numbers on your status with different ones. For the time being, she explains that she'll hide half of the skill sections, lower the levels of some skills, and disguise her status to have lower MP, magic, intelligence, and charisma numbers. Ren also sees that she gained a close combat skill called sword art, sword drawing. She wonders if it's similar to what she learned yesterday in the courtyard, and says she studied it a bit in her previous life, so it's probably closer to remembering than learning. Ren later encounters the boss, who smilingly tells her that he's been thinking about it for a while now, but he just doesn't get this one thing, so he wants to ask her a question. She cheerily tells him to go ahead, so he thanks her and questions why the hilt of this katana is made out of metal too, explaining that he thinks it's really amazing how the threads wrapped around the hilt are also metal-based, but if she does that, it might be hard to reduce the impact. Thus, if it receives a bunch of attacks, your hands are bound to go numb. Ren suddenly gasps upon realizing it slipped her mind, and hurriedly explains that this is just something she made for fun. It's not meant for actual battle. The boss sees that she was just trying out a lot of things from the techniques she learned. Hearing this, Ren realizes he really fell for it, as the boss admits he's satisfied if that's really the case. But he asks her to make one for him if it's possible, although he might give up if she says she doesn't want him to steal her technique. However, Ren rushes away, saying she doesn't mind, and comes back with the katana. He happily thanks her and walks away as Ren remarks that she tricked the boss again and notices that her concealment and disguise leveled up again. That's not really surprising when she literally bribed the guy. In the forge, she wonders if she should try to make armor instead of weapons today, explaining that although attacking power is important, having defensive abilities is crucial too. She admits she's helpless, so metal armor might be a bit rough on her, but she can probably attach weight reduction to it. Someone like her equipped with full-plated metal armor walking nimbly would be too conspicuous, but if that's the case, she wonders if she could strengthen her clothes. She unexpectedly realizes that, since she's learned steel thread production, she could just weave metal threads into fabric. Even so, she remarks that if she makes it out of steel, it'll be too heavy, so she can use mithril, which is lighter than steel. She suggests that it would be perfect if she could attach weight reduction on top of that. After that, she makes underclothes for her as well as a mithril mantle, and remarks that she'll start attaching concealment as well. And with this, she should be able to stand out less than before, and do things more secretly. On top of that, while she was at it, she bestowed concealment and disguise on this elegant pair of glasses. She cheerily says her desire to produce keeps on increasing, and that she also tried to make some arm and shin guards. The area of defense reaches above the elbows and below the knees. The armor is made up of connected thin plates that had their weights reduced, so it has high mobility, and is an amazing piece of equipment that won't obstruct movement. Ren mutters that though its defensive capabilities and durability plummeted since she placed more importance on lightness and mobility, she can just make up for it by bestowing a variety of things, and now she'll stick leather on the completed armor to disguise it as leather armor of the same design she's always used until now. It's an important strategy to not stand out. On top of that, she's placed thin plates on the reverse side of her chest plate and shoulder pads to increase her defense. With that feeling, while she made this and that, her weaving skill finally reached level 10. Coincidentally, steel thread production also reached level 6. Since she's made a lot of things, her mithril stock has decreased. The remaining mithril ingots are only enough to make around 4 to 5 swords. If it just comes to this, she'll just make swords for herself out of mithril with a few clangs. However, it's not like she wants to stand out, so she made her usual short swords and bestowed skills on them, but just in case, she made a long sword as an extra for counter-attacking with eye. With this, Ren cheerily says it looks like she's pretty much equipped with all ordinary equipment, but she suddenly remembers that Toriella is supposed to be coming over today, so it's time for her to head to the inner courtyard. She greets Riko and Toriella and makes grilled onigiri and horned rabbit vegetable soup for them. After taking a bite, Riko happily says the food today is delicious as well, so Toriella suggests that she could try to restrain herself a little more. Ren reminds her that she won't grow bigger if she doesn't eat properly. She asks what happened since the last time, so Toriella confirms that it went well. When Kane, Bowman, and Ryu saw the weapons, they made a huge fuss. Then, when they saw the meat, they made an even bigger fuss and got so loud that the innkeeper scolded them a lot. The jerks finally got a taste of their own medicine. After that, they found out about what they all ate before and became more annoying than ever before. Riko remarks that she wouldn't get mad for merely that much, so Toriella hurriedly reminds her that she's already apologized. After that, the idiot Ryu suddenly started swinging the spears around in the room, and it seems he hit Arles with it, so all the girls beat him up. Ren says he should have just dropped dead, but Toriella remarks that that seems a bit too excessive. The next day, they all went to practice hunting the horned rabbits. The money they got from it is somewhat substantial enough to be useful, so they wanted everyone to get used to it. Ren cheerily says that's nice, but Toriella adds that even if they got used to it to some degree, they plan on continuing to gather medicinal herb, since it's not like they can hunt a lot of horned rabbits every time. Speaking of which, even though they were at it until dark, they only managed to hunt 4 of them. She asks if they were able to hunt a lot of horned rabbits because of those wolves, so Ren assures her that these children are very well behaved. Toriella reveals that the 3 idiots were grumbling when they went to get the pelts and meat processed at a shop. Annoyed, Ren inwardly remarks that she knows those idiots are really short-sighted. The more meat provisions there are, the more food you can save up for the winter season. Then, your food supply expenses can decrease, but it seems like they think that if they have it, they should eat it. Toriella continues by saying that after that, the 2 idiots, Ryu and Bowman, said stupid things like that. They're going to look for goblins and fight horned rabbits, even though Kane has that rusty broken sword. He's in total agreement with those stupid ideas. But they were more obedient when Markle got angry and hit them all. Ren remarks that they really are idiots, as Toriella reveals that in the beginning. Markle kept giving them explanations and reminders to the point of being annoying even though Ren gave them advice. So it seemed like they were getting ahead of themselves after hunting horned rabbits. If that's the case, Ren suggests that they could make more progress with hunting if they hunt with a bow, but it's quite difficult. Toriella asks if she can make a bow, so Ren affirms this, but says the arrows are consumables. Toriella asks Riko if Arles was the one who wanted to use a bow, so she confirms that, but admits it's difficult because arrows cost a lot of money. Ren thoughtfully says it's not like she can always lend them all a hand either, so she thinks it's best if they figure out what to do about that with everyone. Ren gets up and suggests that they do some magic lessons now, since they've already eaten. Kane suddenly arrives and sees that Toriella and Riko are here. He asks what they're doing here as Ren hurriedly hides behind a tree, realizing he sought her. Kane questions if that person over there is Ren, and annoyingly reminds her that it's him, Kane, questioning if she's been doing something behind his back like an idiotic dweeb, who doesn't want to be left out. Ticked off, Ren wonders why he's so mad all of a sudden, as Toriella inwardly tells him that he talks to girls like her all the time, so he should read the mood already. Kane asks Toriella and Riko what they've both been doing with Ren, declaring that he overheard Markle and Arles saying they were meeting up with Ren without telling him. Ren annoyingly remarks that this is Kane, the leader of the bullies who teased her back at the orphanage, wondering why he's here now, since she really didn't want to see him. Riko asks Kane if he's stupid, and why he's getting angry over nothing, so he declares that he said he'd be the one to protect Ren from now on. Ren questions if he's throwing a fit because the others didn't do as he said, as Riko determinedly tells Kane that it's not like he and Ren are in a relationship, so he should get the fact that Ren isn't interested in him through his head. Confused, he asks what she's saying when she says Ren hates him, as Ren sees that he seriously doesn't get it, admitting this dude is a piece of work. Kane cheerily says it doesn't matter, and reminds Ren that he's Kane, asking why she didn't come to see him when she was alive the whole time. Ren annoyingly remarks that he's the same as always. Not only does he refuse to listen, he also always makes assumptions. Kane cheerily asks why she isn't saying anything and says he missed her a lot, but Ren angrily says he's getting himself all excited, living in his own delusional world. Kane asks why she's avoiding him and asks her to let him see her pretty face, but she tells him to not touch her because he's grossing her out. Ooh, what a burn, and take that, you jerk. He starts sweating and asks what she's saying, so Ren tells him to not come any closer because he's making her skin crawl. Infuriated, he asks what she's saying and orders her to come here already, but Norn furiously rushes towards him. Ren happily pats Norn and thanks her. Shocked, Kane asks what a wolf beast like that is doing here, and tells Ren to get close to him because it's dangerous here. Toriella sighs and exasperatedly tells him that the wolf is Ren's familiar. The only danger here is him, and it's just protecting its master, since someone who's clearly harassing her tried to grab her after all. Infuriated, Kane declares that she's just embarrassed, but Toriella mutters that she obviously hates him. She didn't even want to see his face, questioning why he even thinks Ren would like him after he bullied her so much. She asks if he remembers Bob, the boy who was 2 years older than him, the one who was strict with him. Kane remembers and angrily says he'll never forgive that jerk, but Toriella explains that from an outsider's point of view, it must have looked like Bob was bullying him. But he was only being tough with him because he wanted to leave his orphanage in his care after he was gone. Kane remarks that he did mention something like that, but says that has nothing to do with this because he overdid it, even if he did have his reasons. Toriella agrees because as she sees things, there were times when he was a bit too intense, which brings her to her point. He's treating Ren even worse than how Bob treated him. She asks if he knows what the difference is. Bob at least had a reason, which was to discipline him, but he has no excuse, and she doesn't care if it's about hiding his embarrassment. She states that she's pretty sure she said it many times back when they were in the orphanage, but she told him that Ren would hate him if he kept acting that way, asking if he even remembers how many times he treated Ren like crap over and over again. Toriella adds that she can't comprehend what kind of mental gymnastics he's doing to think Ren would like him, after how much he persistently bullied her and made her cry. Yeah, that guy's high if he thinks she will actually like him after everything. Shocked, Kane slowly tries to argue, but Toriella continues by saying he asked why they didn't tell him about Ren earlier, but she said she didn't even want to see his face, so she never told him. She asks if he's got a problem with that, but Kane remarks that she helped them out and taught them so many things, asking why she did that if she didn't want to see him. Ren slowly explains that's because she wanted to help her friends Toriella and Markle, as well as Rico. He just happened to be teamed up with Toriella's party at that time. If it wasn't for them, she would have never involved herself with him. Kane angrily starts approaching her, but Arles suddenly arrives and kicks him away, telling him to go to hell. She asks Ren if she made it in time, so Ren mutters that she just barely missed the mark, since they ended up having to speak to him. Markle warily arrives and asks if they managed to make it on time, but Ren says he was unfortunately a little late. Arles apologizes, explaining that it seems like Kane overheard her and Markle chatting, but Ren reassures them that they don't need to worry about it, since it's probably just a matter of bad timing. Toriella suggests they should leave it at that and tells Markle and Arles they'll be heading back now. Kane was knocked unconscious thanks to Arla's flying kick, so she'll have Markle carry him on his back. Ren asks if they're sure they're okay, so Toriella assures her that it's fine. It's not a big deal. Besides, it seemed like he finally understood the weight of his own actions. This is a good opportunity to spend the rest of the day lecturing Kane once they get back, and adds that they'll be sure to drill it into him, so he doesn't come see Ren without permission. Markle apologizes to Ren for the trouble, but she assures him that it's all right, and thanks him before Arles cheerily declares that she'll be sure to kick Kane's butt again if needed. However, that was only the beginning. 2 days later, Toriella remarks that it was rough after they got back, and Markle admits he didn't think Kane had gotten things this twisted. Ren asks if it was that bad, so Toriella explains that as soon as Kane woke up after they brought him back the other day, it seems like he broke out of his room and tried to see Ren again. Noticing his escape attempt, Arles stopped him with another flying kick, and he finally calmed down after Markle put him in a chokehold. Judging by the ruckus he caused right after he woke up, the members of the pro-Ren faction all agreed that the best solution was to tie Kane to a chair and give him a healthy scolding until night fell. He had finally calmed down by the time dinner time rolled around, so they undid the ropes and ate supper before going to bed. The very next morning, Markle spotted Kane trying to sneak out of his room, and so he had to be restrained once again, as expected. He said he was trying to go see Ren again after they questioned him. After another lecture throughout the morning, it seemed like he finally gave up, although reluctantly and incidentally. Kane was suspiciously cooperative at the time, which led the others to believe that he might have been plotting something. Presently, Ren remarks it's really disturbing to hear about that, and admits she doesn't understand him at all, so Markle admits even he's a bit surprised this time around, since Kane is a decent guy aside from things related to her. Torilla mutters that she's tired of this because of how hard she tried to talk some sense into him. Ren slowly apologizes for all the trouble, but Torilla hurriedly assures her they're the ones always imposing on her. Rico agrees that it's all Kane's fault, and questions what he's thinking when he says Ren is going to be his wife. Putting Rico's jokes aside, Torilla says she actually has a favor to ask of Ren, asking if she would teach them all to read and write, since she and Rico aren't very good at teaching others. On top of that, Markle explains that he would also like Ren to teach him how to calculate costs if possible, since he can do basic math for the small sums of her everyday shopping. But if he's going to continue on her path as an adventurer, there may be times where he'll buy expensive pieces of equipment, and Torilla agreed that it would be bad if they were scammed without even realizing it. He says they will compensate her as well for her time, but Ren hurriedly says she doesn't mind teaching them and won't need any compensation. However, Markle insists, since Ren frankly doesn't stand to gain anything from this, so he would like her to teach all of them, including Kane and Ryu. To be honest, he admits she's already done too much for them. It's a matter of doing the right thing. He's sure she thinks nothing of it, but it's a big deal for him. Thus, he explains that he would like to commission her with a reward in mind, since he knows that he's asking her to teach someone she doesn't want to deal with. Ren thinks about it before slowly agreeing, for which Torilla happily thanks her. Markle apologizes to her and thanks her for the help, admitting this was actually Kane's idea to offer the reward, even though he's been prohibited from seeing her. He still wanted to see her so badly that he actually used his head for once, but his idea to pose it to her as a paid commission made a lot of sense, so it was hard to reject. Ever since Torilla and Rico first learned how to read and write, he thinks Kane wanted to learn how to do the same. He admits this puts a burden on her, but still asks her to teach them. Ren sees that Kane thought up a plan that involved the rest of them, and used a sound argument to talk his way into getting more time with her, so she just wishes that idiot would put his brain to use for something else. She puts her bowl down, remarking that she already said she'd do it, and informs them that class will be held once every 3 days from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., so they can plan on holding 10 sessions for now, with the fee being 5 copper coins per person every day. Markle admits that's good for him, but asks if that isn't a bit too cheap. However, Ren says she's going to just call it a friends and family discount, and reminds them that they said their current income is herbs. That takes quite a lot of time, and nets them 1 small gold coin a day at most. Lodging costs 1 silver coin a night, and the food expenses to feed 8 mouths runs them about 1 or 2 copper coins, and they're losing revenue, since they've been hunting jackalopes. As she recalls, it costs 8 to 10 small silver coins to tan a jackalope pet, and she's sure they will have to buy new clothes and other daily necessities if they run out. She wants to set aside savings as well, so she'd feel ashamed if she were to put it at a high price. Markle remarks that he doesn't know what to say, but apologize for everything before Ren tells them that, since aside from gathering herbs, they're also hunting jackalopes. They can use the meat to alleviate their food expenses, and should try to save money wherever they can. Markle asks where they will meet up for their classes, so Ren reminds them of the big tree near the forest when she went to gather herbs with them before, and thinks that place will work fine. Markle asks if holding their classes outside of town won't be dangerous, but Ren assures them that they'll be fine, since they have Norn and Bell, her familiars. On top of that, she says she'll be in charge of gathering the teaching materials, so Markle thanks her for all she does for them, after which Ren declares that they'll be starting class from tomorrow. inwardly remarking that it looks like she's officially become a teacher now. Ren remarks that she's decided that starting from tomorrow, she'll teach her friends from the orphanage in the forest as their teacher. First, she needs to prepare a large classroom, then a large chalkboard as well as the right amount of tiny chalkboard like the one she used for teaching Turiella. It would be better if she didn't have to use storage to carry them, and from now on, she'll be teaching countless times and will have many opportunities to take these out. She says people will be observing her, so just in case, she wonders what's something that can help her out, believing that if she makes something like a wagon or a hand truck, it would be fine if she uses that to carry and move things. If she split the large chalkboard into 3 sections, she should be able to fit it as well. Later, as Ren starts working, she remarks that if she structures it to be foldable, it will be convenient to carry and put away. It's best if the hook and rubber rope used to fix the luggage in place doesn't catch other people's eyes. So she thinks about adding holes to the leather belt to attach the hook to the frame. Additionally, she decides to make it so that the belt can be removed. That way, she can carry it on her back as a backpack. She can pull it as a normal cart on her way to the forest, but when entering the forest, she'll carry it on her back. She decides to make the modifications, so she can use it like that since she's decided on these characteristics. Including spares, Ren makes 5 sets and decides to give 1 set to Turiella and the others, before using it for real in the courtyard. Produce and prepare the teaching materials and chalkboards to bring tomorrow. Wrap up those chalkboards and walk around the courtyard while pulling them along. She remarks that it seems fine, explaining that she's made the wheels a little large, so she thinks they should be fine even on bad roads. The axle is also sturdy, so its strength will probably work out. Ren adds that if you don't care about its strength, it shouldn't matter if it's made out of wood or not. If she had done something like that, it can transport lots of materials. It seems convenient, which is why the boss and his wife also wanted a wagon. Seeing the cart, the boss asks if she filed a patent for this too, but Ren stays silent, and they both stare at each other. He annoyingly calls her an idiot and tells her to hurry up and cover it with a cloth before going to the Merchants Guild. Once more, Ren remarks that she's in a situation where she needs to go to the Merchants Guild to apply for a patent. Again, she drew and submitted a patent here, questioning if she really needs to submit a sample as well, and telling them to at least return the material fees to her. Apart from that, she received a summon, but ignored it since she didn't want to go. However, since she's already at the Merchants Guild anyways, she decided to finish up all her business and deal with the summons. She wonders if there was a rank up and decides to just deal with everything together. She heads up to the counter and asks the receptionist to show her to a private room, and Ren unexpectedly sees that she's been upgraded to C rank. She learns that the Merchants Guild was taking the sales of the mincer and passed a machine she registered in to account for the results. The royalties of the portions being made in foreign countries are also part of the revenue. The total sum of money seems to have become tremendous. It seems that there wasn't much domestic production, but it looks like there is in the western part of the continent and in the whatever empire in the middle of the continent. Each guild's headquarters are in mercantile allied nations, therefore there was a lot being produced. Ren slowly takes a look at her bank account and sees that, so far, she's earned a 26 millions. Did another overpowered protagonist become a millionaire? Yes, she did. Shocked, she withdraws the entire sum for the time being. Ren explains that this isn't just for viewing pleasure, it is so that she can put all of it in her storage. That's way more reassuring and secure than money under a mattress. There's quite a lot of gold coins, so she had them prepare some suitable amounts of silver and copper coins to mix them all. But in the meantime, she has no need to worry about money. Speaking of which, she didn't think it would be fine for her to withdraw the full amount from her bank account. It seems that the Merchant Guild is scary. While the money was being exchanged, Ren audibly gasped, but it's fine since she was in a private room at the guild. For now, it seems that the Merchants Guild is protecting her personal information for her, although she's unsure of how much she can trust them. Just as she was leaving, the staff brought various things to her attention, if you include the wagon from this time as well. Adventurers can use it in their daily life to hold the loot they obtain, and it's convenient for merchants to use it to transport their luggage. The man explains that he believes that's why the royalty fees for the pasta machine and mincer are high. Surprised, Ren admits that sounds kind of scary, since she feels like she's going to break before the man menacingly asks if she has more ideas in that head of hers. In the end, Ren applied for patents for more than 10 types of hand truck blueprints, and also drew up countless other derived blueprints for the wagon, so that they can just bear with those. She warily says she lost to authority. After she came back from the Merchants Guild, she asked the boss to sell him some mithril to restock her inventory, and asks if he has any type of metals in stock other than mithril. The boss thinks about it and explains that metallic materials better than mithril are so rare that it's hard to find them in the first place. Ren inwardly starts explaining about metallic materials, even though she just heard it from the boss. There's magic iron and magic steel, which are better than steel, but worse than mithril, but those were extracted from mines in regions that are rich from mana. They're a type of iron that has a high affinity for mana after all. Magic iron that has been refined is called magic steel. If you use it to make mana swords, a lot of the initial preparations required won't be necessary anymore, which is convenient. Again, it's an amazing material that can be used to create a low-ranked mana sword by itself. At first glance, it looks just like regular steel, so you need to pay attention carefully to distinguish them. However, if you have the mana perception skill, you can tell them apart just by activating it. Next, there's a metal called blue-silver steel, and another name for it is blue metal. This is a simple yet delicate substance. If you mix it with other metals and make an alloy, it can increase its magic resistance, efficiency, and such. If you use it to make an alloy with mithril, you will be able to make more of it, even with a small amount. It's convenient to use when making accessories for guarding or defense. And now she says she'll explain what mithril is once again. Also known as soul silver, it's a white and sparking metal. It's a metal that has an extremely high affinity with mana, while also harder yet lighter than steel. It's a standard material for making magic swords, to the point where one would say, all you need to make it is this. Although the amount produced is less than steel. When there's a lot of circulation, if you try your best, you won't have to worry about not obtaining it. Something even more rare than mithril is adamantine, also known as black magic steel. It's black with a faint sheen of dark green. It's harder than mithril, but heavier than steel. It's like a problematic child. That's why it's only used by heavy armor warriors, and just as a spare. It's a metal that's a little difficult to process when making a magic sword. It seems that the boss doesn't handle it often either. By the way, out of the powerful magic swords found in dungeons, most of them end up being made out of adamantine. The last one is the usual orichalcum, also known as divine steel. It is gold and shiny. It's as light as steel, but it has an even higher mana affinity. Furthermore, it's even harder than adamantine, making it the best material for equipment. However, it's so precious that on the off chance a vein of ore produces it, its size is only about a finger. It's so rare that only legendary holy swords and such are made out of orichalcum. There are various other types as well, but it seems like these represent the majority of them. A night has passed since that excitement with the visit to the Merchant Guild. Ren will now be attending event, the first day of school. Ren goes to meet Toriella, who remarks that she's a bit early. So she explains that she just thought she should move her things early. She asks Toriella why she's here early as well, so she explains that, since she's made such an unreasonable request, she figured that she should be the first one to be here. She asks Ren what the deal is with everyone watching them, so Ren says it's probably because Norn stands out. Arls bids her a good morning and asks what she's pulling, so Ren explains that these are the things she will be using for their studies. Seeing the cart, the other adventurers remark that if they had that, they could even carry an orc home. An adventurer approaches Ren and asks if she can tell him where she brought that cart if she has the time. Ren explains that she made it herself, and tells the man that he can take a look at the blueprints if he goes to the Merchants Guild. The adventurer cheerily says, "An object as convenient as this is really well thought out," and thanks her for the help. Ren realizes the hand truck must have really stood out before Kuro sleepily hugs her. Caught off guard, Ren explains that cats need blankets and such because of memories from when they were little. This case is an example of such. Seeing the adventurers gazing at her chest, Ren quickly tells Arlos they should get going, since she's a bit bothered by these stairs, inwardly remarking that Norn, her chest, and the unique hand truck she's carrying around are attracting a lot of attention. I think one of those things is attracting a bit too much attention. She blushingly declares that even though she wanted to act as everyone's teacher, she's standing out once again. Previously, Ren struck gold thanks to the massive royalties from patenting the pasta machine. After registering another patent at the Merchants Guild for the promising concept of a cart, she made her way to join her friends from the orphanage, with smarts and looks on her side. She's the most powerful teacher there can be, but they can't start because the boys aren't here. She gives Toriella a clock and asks her to teach these boys the concept of time. Toriella hurriedly says she can't take something this expensive. However, Ren explains that she made it herself, so she didn't spend a bunch of money buying it or anything. She decides to only charge her for the cost of materials, that will be 3 small silver coins. Surprised, Toriella says that's really cheap, but still quite a steep cost for them. Ren explains that each pocket watch is equipped with their complicated mechanisms. She's made 10 in total, so giving away 1 or 2 of them is no problem. But now that she thinks about it, pocket watches are a pretty high-class item. If you were to buy it from a shop, it would cost several small gold coins or even a few gold coins for an expensive one. But it's fine, since it's for Toriella after all. She can repay her once she's found success in her life. Toriella determinedly agrees to pay her back, but Arles sadly says she wants 1 too. Ren agrees to sell 1 to her at the same price if she wants, since there's still some left in stock right now. Arles asks if she's sure, but says she doesn't need it right away. She'll save up money, and asks her to hold on to it for her. Riko and Kuro slowly say they want 1 too, so they both agree to save up their money, so they can have 1 too. Ren hears the boys coming this way, and says they're late. Ryu asks Kane if he really has to do this, so Kane explains that he should at least learn to read and write, otherwise he won't be able to understand request forms. However, Ryu argues that Toriella can read them for him, so he's fine. Kane annoyingly asks him what he would do if they all died, and he was left on his own. Ryu declares that that would never happen, but Bowman says he doesn't really mind either way, reminding him of how he was angry that time he got scammed when he went shopping by himself, explaining that that won't happen again if he studies properly. Ryu hurriedly says that wouldn't have been a problem if Toriella or the shorty came with him. Kane asks if he would really put that burden on them to make up for his own incompetence, telling him that as he is now, he's even more useless than Riko. Annoyed, Ryu asks how he's more useless than Riko, so Kane explains that right now, Riko is capable of reading and writing as well as arithmetic, and she can even use magic. Meanwhile, he can't even read, write, nor can he use magic, and when it comes to physical strength, he's the weakest of the bunch. So there's no harm in at least learning how to read and write. Ryu agrees and asks if he just has to attend classes. Hearing this, Ren remarks that she's already lost her motivation, and questions if she can go home now. Toriella tells Kane that he's late, so he apologizes, but says it isn't time for class yet. Toriella annoyingly explains that it's good manners to arrive earlier than the other person for this sort of thing because Ren got here at the same time as them all. Markle apologizes to Ren and asks if they kept her waiting, so she pleasantly assures him that it wasn't for too long. Ryu annoyingly asks if she's really able to teach them, and if she actually learned how to read and write, so Markle punches him on the head and questions if he knows who he's talking to. He hurriedly apologizes to Ren, so Markle angrily just tells him to keep his mouth shut. Ren is about to ask Toriella if they should begin, but Kane suddenly stops her. Surprised, she wonders what it is, and inwardly remarks that she doesn't want to talk to him any more than the bare minimum. Kane is about to talk to her about the time they were at the orphanage, but he doesn't say anything at the end. Ren says they should just get the class started, and asks them all to take their seats. Toriella orders everyone to quickly get seated, and Markle hurriedly reminds Kane and the boys that that goes for them as well. Besides Toriella and Riko, Ren started teaching the other 6 students from the basics, for the 2 who were already a decent way ahead of the class. She wrote out more difficult sentences and gave questions directed towards them in between the lesson's material. She sees that Arles, Kuro, and Markle are motivated learners and are repacking things up fast. Kane is a fast learner as well for what he's worth. Bowman is average, but what was unexpected for her is that Ryu actually seems to have taken the material seriously, even though he keeps making growling noises. She's pleasantly surprised, since for all his complaining, he's still more motivated than she gave him credit for. It's like how the bully is always the genius. 1 hour later, Ren sees that Ryu and Bowman seem to have hit their limits and suggests they take a break. She sees that everyone else seems to be in need of a break as well, and decides to treat them to orange juice if it can't be helped. She tells them all to drink this, take a break, and bring their cups back once they've finished. Kuro and Ryu are shocked by how good it is, and Ren sees that Kane looks like he's going to try talking to her, but she decides to just ignore him. Ryo asks for more if there are any seconds, but she says there are not, and inwardly declares that she wants to kill him. Arls and Kuro sadly say they wanted a little more, so Ren pours out more for them, telling them to not worry, since she has some more for them. They happily drink as Ryu angrily asks Ren why they get orange juice when she just told him she didn't have any left. Ren says she said she didn't have any more of the juice for him, so he furiously tries to start a fight with her, but Markle smacks him on the head and tells him to settle down. A while later, Ren asks what they should do for the rest of the class, and if they should keep reading and writing. However, if they're burnt out or tired of that, they can start learning math instead. She asks what they all have to say, so Arls remarks that she preferred to keep learning how to read and write, but Markle remarks that it's getting a little bit tough for him, so he'd like to try learning math. Ryu carelessly says he's fine with reading and writing, since he still can't really wrap his head around it, and Bowman says he's fine with either. By majority vote, they decided to stick with reading and writing, and says they will continue the lesson, inwardly remarking that the idiot Ryu is trying his best, so it's not a bad idea to cater to the weakest link, even though he ticks her off every time he opens his mouth. The second half of the class went by without any issues before someone suddenly asks Turiella what she's doing in a place like this. Turiella turns around to greet her friends, Cheryl and Melty, so Ren asks if they're her acquaintances. She inwardly remarks that at first glance, it's obvious that they're cat people. Cheryl is the taller one with long pink hair and a white tail and cat ears. The short one is Melty with short-cut light blue hair and a white tail and ears the same as Cheryl. As Turiella explained it to her, Cheryl was the one who took her and the others under her wing when they arrived at the royal capital. It sounds like she came from an orphanage in another city and moved to the capital together with her little sister. This was apparently thanks to the caring Cheryl's instruction that they were able to learn how to identify different herbs. Melty recognizes Ren and says she has a request for her before asking her to teach them how to read and write as well. Turiella slowly asks Ren to teach Cheryl, and Melty as well, explaining that she understands that they will both be an added burden, but Cheryl has truly helped her, so much that she would really like to help her in return, revealing that she taught her a lot of new things when she came to the city. Ren slowly sighs and agrees to teach Cheryl and Melty as well, for which Cheryl happily thanks her. However, trying to ignore their overwhelming cuteness, Ren holds up a finger and explains that this study group was put together solely to teach Turiella and the others. She plans to end the classes once they've learned the material to a certain extent, and on top of that, there's a course fee of 5 copper coins per person for each session they attend. Cheryl and Melty bow to her and say that's perfectly fine with them before gratefully thanking her and declaring they will do their best. Ren tells them both to ask Turiella about any other details, so Cheryl and Melty happily ask Turiella to tell them all about it. Seeing them, Ren smilingly says this is starting to get out of hand. She's getting carried away, and that's not good, but that being said, this adds to her imaginary harem. So she thinks it's fine. When it comes to girls, whatever they will be boys or whatever, she's just interested in collecting more girls. Previously, Ren started with her class, and the first one went quite favorably. They finished the second class pretty much together, and wanted to dive right into the third class. Ren explains that she started teaching arithmetic in the later half starting from the second class, since she figured she should structure it so the first half had reading and writing, while the second half had arithmetic. She sees that arithmetic is difficult for everyone, inwardly remarking that 1 and 2 digits are still fine, but once it's 3 digits, they become considerably clumsier. If addition and subtraction are like this, multiplication and division will be even harder. However, she notices that Rico is solving the problems with amazing momentum, and Turiella is able to understand them properly as well, even though they're doing different questions because of being in the advanced class. She believes they should be fine, and wonders if Rico isn't way too smart. Rico and Turiella are doing multiplication in their classes, and are progressing at a completely different pace from everyone else. She admits everyone is learning at a fast pace, thinking it must be because they've accepted that this is important for their lives. One could even say their very lives are at stake here. As class finishes, Ren asks Arles and Kuro to come close to her and says she's giving them both something. Confused, Arles asks if this is a kind of rope and questions why it's tied up everywhere, so Ren asks them to watch her carefully and starts spinning the rope in her hands before throwing it at a tree, slashing off a branch. She cheerily says that's how you use this, stunning the others. Toriella asks what that is, and Arles questions if she aimed for that. Markel sees that the tree's been completely gouged and assumes it would be bad if it hit someone's head. Ren reveals that they can also hunt with this, inwardly remarking that she hit the target thanks to her sniping skill. She throws a rock at a rabbit, killing it, and says Toriella earlier told her Arles wanted to be an archer, and with this, she can directly use any raw material she picks up, like a rock, and it will be easier to practice. Unlike bows, she can wield it with her dominant hand. It will also be fine to fight in the future as an archer as well, and if it's just horned rabbits, she can defeat them as long as she hits them. Arles happily asks if this is for her, and Kuro admits it's amazing. Surprised, Ryu tells Ren to make one for him too, but she inwardly declares that there's no way she's going to do that, telling him to learn to watch his mouth already. She says she made this for Arles and Kuro, since she gave Toriella leather armor, and taught her magic, and gave Riko a mantle, and also taught her magic. Thus, she thought she should get a little something for these two as well. Ren notices Cheryl staring super hard at her, and remarks that she might give them some if she hypothetically mass-produces these. However, she admits it's a pain, and that she would prefer her blacksmithing instead. Ren ties the rope around Arla's waist, and explains that if she places it like this, it won't stand out or get in her way. Overwhelmed, Arles happily hugs Ren to thank her, and after that everyone started immediately practicing stone throwing, making a big fuss like cavemen who just discovered fire. She remarks that they're not hitting their target at all, but it looks like they're trying their best, and wonders what she should do with the rabbit she shot and killed, since it'll be a negligible amount if they split it between them. She suddenly notices that Norn secretly went to catch some more rabbits while she was worrying about it, and a total of 10 rabbits were gathered in the end. Seeing Norn's expression, Ren realizes it cleverly made Bell hunt while it took watch, and realizes it drained the blood too. She happily thanks Norn and pats it, deciding to treat everyone to grilled rabbit skewers grilled with herbs like last time, since Norn went out of its way. Markel asks Ren if she's okay with splitting them, so she says she might as well do that, and suggests they eat with everyone. While she's at it, she decides to make some soup too. She tells Arles she'll teach her a simple recipe, and assures her it's not that hard, so she can make something similar too if she continues cooking. The seasoning are herbs picked from nearby, and the spices are ones grown in the wild. For vegetables, they'll use the wild grass, and other plants they picked here, so the cost of ingredients are essentially nil, since they hunted the meat themselves too. Have some of the butchered meat stirred in first as an ingredient for the soup. After that, make skewers out of the chopped ingredients. Other than Arles, Ren says she left the grilling of the meat to the other two girls, Toriella and Riko. They know how to do it, since they've done it before, and this can also serve as a review. Markel continues preparing the rabbits, and the remaining boys aren't doing anything other than waiting for the food, with their drool spilling out. She annoyingly says those useless idiots should learn something from watching Cheryl and the others setting the table. They finish making horned rabbit vegetable soup along with some horned rabbit skewers and slowly start eating. They all simultaneously exclaim that it's delicious and happily praise Ren, who smilingly tells them to eat up. Toriella tells Kane, Bowman, and Ryu to not eat too much, as Ren notices Kane's expression and decides to ignore him, since he's creeping her out. Later, Ren remarks that it looks like Cheryl wanted something, so she's giving her the remaining skewers as a souvenir. Cheryl gratefully says she doesn't know how to thank Ren, since she taught them both and is even leaving them souvenirs. She thanks Ren, since she gave them a lot of knowledge other than reading and writing as well, but Ren inwardly tells her to not worry, wondering if Cheryl would let her touch her cat ears and tails, since they look really fluffy. Ren explains that after this, Toriella's group is going to pick medicinal herbs and hunt horned rabbits. The 3 idiots are getting all fired up now, since they will eat meat tonight as well. She sees that Cheryl's group is going to head back for the day and study at the reference room, since they decided it would be dangerous to enter the forest while the scent of the grilled meat they were gifted with is lingering. Riko asks Ren what she's going to do, and proposes that she can come with them if she wants, but Ren turns away and says she has a little something to do. Ryu is surprised by the dignified face she's making, and Kame believes she definitely has a noble objective. However, Markle tells them to let her go, since she definitely has her own business. A while later, Ren sits on top of Norn, and remarks that it's obviously important to get along with friends, but it's also important to have some alone time, declaring that she's going to do something she can only do by herself, her daily routine. While rushing through the forest, Ren says she's free like the wind, which is why she came into this deep forest, but to her surprise, her detection skill revealed that there were actually people out here, in the middle of nowhere, or so was her unfiltered thought. She went about as deep as she did the last time she came here, but there are quite a few people more than she anticipated, plus when she takes a closer look. She can sense a lot of orcs around here, wondering if it's breeding season, since it's close to fall. If that's the case, Ren wonders if they in the forest to reduce the orcs' population. She admits she can't exactly go about her daily routine with people around, and will need to head deeper in the forest. She prods Norn to ask if it can go a little faster, but Norn answers with an iffy face, as if it's asking if it really has to. Norn suddenly starts rushing through the forest, shocking Ren. A while later, Ren slowly gets up from the ground, and remarks that they've come pretty deep now, but since she was clinging to Norn for dear life because of how fast they were going, she didn't take in the surrounding scenery at all. She sees that detection isn't picking up any people around the area. There are a few monsters here and there, but it should be fine if she scatters some monster repellent, so she decides to erect a barrier just to be safe, and to conceal the entire area surrounding the spring. Ren sees that the monsters that were around here are gradually leaving, and says she'd like to start her daily routine now. But before that, she'll clear her mind by doing what needs to be done. First up is gathering to lead a comfortable Isekai life. It's key to keep a healthy stock of medicinal herbs and ingredients on you at all times, judging from a brief look around. Rin says she can tell there's quite a few medicinal herbs in the area. She decides to use storage to collect about 70% of them for now, and won't root them all out. She sees that there's a strange type of grass growing on the water banks that looks familiar, and wonders if it could be soft rush. She uses appraisal to confirm that it is indeed soft rush, and happily says she can finally make tatami mats now. She decides to collect some now, and use creation magic, remarking that she'll use this spot to build that extension she was talking about. Ren admits she has more work to do, even though she came here for her daily routine. Before that, she wonders where she should have a Japanese-style room in her house, and explains that in terms of layout, it would make sense to have it next to her room in the space she planned to make into a study. In that case, she'll need to do some remodeling, so Ren whips out her house and decides to enlarge the stone wall part of the foundation first. She also expands the living room and the kitchen on the first floor before widening the tub, and the washing area in the bathroom, and making the dressing room bigger. Finally, she adds a warehouse to her basement, and installs air conditioning units in every room. While eating, she says she'll need all the nutrients she can get after the manual labor, and this is preparation for her final reward, all for the sake of having the best daily routine. Ren creates self-generated electricity and launches fireworks in the night. After taking a bath, Ren wonders where Norn and Bell went off, and sees that they're relaxing outside before noticing that they're covered up in blood from all of the nearby monsters they exterminated for her. She washes them both and takes a little stroll around. She explains that she spotted a ridiculously large bee nest and used storage to collect honey, helping herself to some royal jelly. She sees that there are catfish in the nearby spring, but she doesn't see any freshwater eels. She also finds konjac potatoes as well as several other kinds of root vegetable, and remarks that she can eat konjac jelly and all sorts of things now. If she were to use creation magic to selectively breed what she found this time around, she can make a Haigo Zuki. After returning to the house from her leisurely stroll, Ren's next objective was to make a smithing workshop, so she used the one in her current workshop as a reference for the shape of the furnace, and was able to finish it in no time. She happily declares that her kitchen is newly renovated, and she has all these new ingredients she found, so she thinks it's time to make that forbidden dish the world isn't ready for: curry. She cheerily says she'll turn this Isekai into India, and will start by mixing the spices to make several flavors of curry powder. Since that looks good, she goes ahead and uses the curry powder to make a curry rocks, going with medium spicy this time. The meat is up to preference, so Ren makes chicken curry and finishes her cockatrice curry rice. She asks Norn and Belle if they would like some, and asks if they're able to eat it. She takes a bite and happily says it's delicious before realizing it's not a great idea to start feeding people curry without a care in the world, since it might destroy the local food culture, and she has to consider ramen too. Upon thinking about it, she believes she can make ramen whenever, but it takes a while to prepare the soup, so she hasn't tried it yet. She asks Norn and Belle if they would like more curry, but shockingly sees that the pot is already empty, realizing the dish is even popular among Fenrirs. She says it's fine every once in a while, since Norn isn't usually one to be selfish. Since it liked the curry so much, Ren decides to prepare 3 more stock pots of curry for later, 1 each of chicken, pork, and beef. Seeing them wagging their tails, she says those two seem to have a real liking for curry. However, she says it's taking a hefty toll on her spices, and decides to buy more next time. She makes even more curry for them, since they're always helping her, and this is the least she can do. Once the curry is done, she menacingly declares that she'll shut herself in her room for the rest of the day before telling herself that she should go to sleep at some point, since she has to get up early tomorrow. Later, after Ren is done, she says Norn and Belle went off hunting somewhere last night, and they seem to have caught a lot of stuff. So if she combines these with the ones from the other day, they won't have to worry about meat for a while. She sees that there are a whole bunch of orcs and different kinds of bird-like monsters, as well as 2 cockatrices, and wonders if she could deep-fry snake meat, since she's heard it tastes like chicken. She wonders if you can even eat lizardmen, realizing their skin can be used to make armor. She sees that there are also several cow-like monsters, which is quite rare, and happily exclaims that it's all good and fun working as a blacksmith and teaching people, but shutting herself inside her house and relieving her stress is nice too. She decides to head back to join the others, since she's recharged now, and asks Norn if it's full of energy after eating all that curry, so it woofs in response before starting to wildly rush forward. Later, Ren acquires the riding skill. Ren remarks that although she rode the Norn Express on the way back from the inn, in the end, they had the same movement speed as when they went there, so she felt like dying. While they were riding, she suddenly thought that it might be better if she casted a protective shield using wind magic, so she tried it out, and it resulted in a surprisingly pleasant ride, so they made it back without a problem. Just like that, they reached their location for the class with plenty of time to spare. Before Torella comes over, she decides to use cleaning, and also prepares the desk and stuff, before beginning class with some arrangements. Ren explains that she also used the disguise skill on her face to fool them, so there should be no problem whatsoever. Later, Ren inwardly remarks that this would be the 4th class, but Ryu's foolish face is not looking good. He has the motivation, but his efforts aren't bearing fruit, making this a huge waste. Bowman doesn't have motivation as usual, so of course he doesn't get good results. The only ones who have motivation and accomplish things are Markle and Kane. There are a few problems with Kane's personality, but as expected, he really demonstrates his intelligence at times like this, and normally he's brilliant, but he's still comparatively clumsy. If he doesn't spit the answer out soon, Ren annoyingly says she'll get fed up and stop waiting, since she still has her grudges. Somehow, though, she gets the feeling she'll let it slide, and admits that's fine, since she'll just completely reject him if he says anything. Markle is outstanding as always. He knows about the importance of the basics, so even if she makes him study them in detail, he digests it all without a complaint. Combined with his patient nature, his steady practice of the basics lets them see that he's not bad at it. Ren explains that she tried to get him to apply them more practically, but she thinks if she leaves him alone later, he'll study on his own, and study pretty well. Of the female members, Riko is passing with flying colors, whether it be reading, writing, or arithmetic. This girl can do it all. Ren believes Riko will also be able to write letters to a superior with no problems. Although there isn't much use for it, Ren says she's also taught her fractions. She was able to learn and solve them normally. She's super good at learning. She wanted to teach her a lot more, but a noble's pastime like mathematics doesn't contribute to your living expenses. Toriella is relatively normal or somewhat brilliant, though she's originally the talented type anyway. Ren thinks she will ultimately have outstanding results after she studies on her own. Arliss can do subtraction and addition without any problems, so it should be time to teach her division and multiplication. Kuro is slightly behind Arliss, but even so, she's at a level where it isn't problematic. Just like that, they finished their class for today, and while Ren was packing her things, the students started gathering ingredients for lunch. She admits she wants to finish up quickly and return to do more blacksmithing before Ryu asks Ren if she isn't cooking something today. Ren declines, saying the first time she did it was on just a whim. In that case, Ryu asks if it would be fine for him to pay her to cook something for them, since they compensate her for looking over their studies after all. Ren slowly takes off her glasses and leans towards Ryu, embarrassing him. He embarrassingly asks why she's looking at him like that, and Cheryl tells Toriella that Ren looks really cute. Toriella agrees, but asks her to keep it a secret. Ren asks Ryu if he has a fever, and tells him to not keep it to himself if he isn't feeling well. Ryu annoyingly asks what she's saying when he's perfectly fine, so Ren explains that she never thought he would make such an honest proposal, which is why she thought for sure there was something wrong with his head. Ryu blushingly says he'd obviously think that after people told him about it so many times. Shocked, Ren realizes miracles like this can happen too, but he embarrassingly tries to pull himself together and takes deep breaths. Ryu asks Ren what she will do, and she sees that he really has grown up, admitting she doesn't really mind a condition like that. Rao happily says he'll leave it to her, and Arliss shockingly asks if they can eat Ren's cooking again. Ren confirms that that's fine, and asks about the ingredients, since she can't do anything if she doesn't have ingredients. She annoyingly asks if he's saying that she should gather the ingredients for him, like she did before. Normally they should be bringing at least that much with them. Seeing his expression, she explains that if he has no ingredients, she can supply him with what she has in hand, and asks if that's fine. However, she warns him that it's going to be expensive. Ryu asks where the ingredients are, so she shows him her bag, saying it's all in here. Surprised, Ryu asks if that's a magic bag. Ren inwardly remarks that she'd be in trouble if her storage skill was found out, so she's resorted to something like this, and thanks Nikuro before being the food preparations. As she does every time, she uses earth magic to make an earthenware kiln, take out a pot, pour in water, and heat it over a fire. While the water boils, prepare the meat by grinding it, since everything else would be a pain. She's making meat sauce today, since they can still eat meat anyway. Pasta dishes like spaghetti aglio would probably be fine too, but for children who lack food, she thinks it's better to add more meat. She decides to make this quick, and says she can't forget the veggies either for the soup made out of easy-to-pick vegetables. She finishes her meat sauce spaghetti with summer vegetable soup and announces that it's only 1 plate per person and costs 3 copper coins. She sees that they're all coming to buy one, and Ryu asks what this dish is, since it smells really good. Surprised, Arliss asks if this isn't below market price, since it's only 3 copper coins, so Ren says this is called a friend's price. What a charitable individual. They take a bite and are completely shocked by the flavor of the ground meat and the vegetable stock that has been completely absorbed by the sauce. The faint soreness of the tomato soaks into your body and mind after a hard day's work. This portion is plenty enough to satisfy a growing child. Seeing Arla's reaction, Ren remarks that she's acting like a judge from a cooking manga, realizing it's probably because she's planning to work in the service industry. Arliss declares that the flavor amount and money value, adding those 3 components to a simple yet authentic cuisine, makes her feel like she's rushing through a meat sauce galaxy. The others happily start gobbling the spaghetti up, exclaiming that it's delicious. Ren sees that this is a situation similar to last time. After finishing his spaghetti, Markle sighs, saying that was delicious as Ryu asks Ren if she has seconds. However, Ren confirms that there's not enough remaining for seconds. There's still the bread that they all bought for themselves, so they should just eat that. Kane licks his lips, saying he wanted to eat more because of how delicious it was. Ren remarks that somehow she gets the feeling that she'll be continuing to make food for them, wondering if it would be nice if she prepared it in advance. Setting aside the 3 idiots, she wants to let the girls eat something. She remarks that Cheryl and Melty are cute too, and she wants to get them more used to being fed by humans. After the food, everyone departs. Toriella and the others all split into 2 teams, one hunting horned rabbits, one gathering medicinal herbs. She sees that Cheryl and Melty are going to gather herbs and explains that the sisters have a higher income now, so they're staying at the same inn as the others. She takes the road back to the workshop, and as she's rolling the cart behind her, she suddenly remembers the time she went home from a Comic-Con. She cheerily remarks that she sure was young back then. Later in the 5th class session, Ren sees that she's gotten another student. It seems that Marco brought along a benefactor. He's the person who taught Toriella and the others how to handle a sword, and also the person who asked her about her cart. He is the C-rank adventurer, Gim. Though he seems a veteran adventurer, it seems that he never learned properly how to read, write, and calculate. Therefore, thanks to his connections with the rookies he helped out previously, he came here with his head bowed for a favor. She cheerily remarks that it's important to have a heart for teaching, but even she has her limits. She admires him for being able to lower his head to ask for a favor from someone of a lower rank, since Markle asked her to. She decides to accept it this time, but since she doesn't plan on having any more of this, she told everyone about her thoughts, explaining that she can't accept them even if they prostrate themselves. She also gave the same conditions to Cheryl and Melty. She'd like to think that there won't be any disputes at the end of the day. By the way, Ren adds that it wasn't just Jim who joined, including his 3 party members. There are a total of 4 people. She tells Markle that this really will be the last time. Later, Gim asks Ren a question, and she confirms this is correct, patting him on the head. Embarrassed, Jim slowly says this feels a bit embarrassing, but Ren declares that she has the duty of praising her student for learning. Kane asks the question to Ren again, expecting a head pat, but Ren revoltingly withdraws before slowly touching his head, since she patted Jim too. Ren explains that she's got her hands full now that she's gained 4 more students, thanks to Markle. This is definitely her limit. She says they'll stop here for today, so Ryu carelessly asks if she isn't going to cook today. Toriella and Rico tell Ren that eating food made by her give them energy for their afternoon quests, so she agrees, since they're insisting. Jim remarks that he had heard Ren would cook as long as she was provided with ingredients and payment, so he did a little orc hunting. Surprised, Ren cheerily says he is indeed a C-rank adventurer, since he's saying it like it's nothing. She says she's tired of putting up a fight, and decides to just give in and cook for them. She wonders if she should grill orc meat, but ultimately she decides to make hamburgers for them all, since everyone has bread with them. However, she remarks that some vegetables would certainly add color and nutritional balance. Picking wild herbs will take a lot of time though, so Jim hands over dried vegetables and says she can use them too. She asks if these are dried vegetables, so he affirms this, but says you would usually want to rehydrate them by boiling them in water first. Ren sees that it seems like a preserved food similar to cabbage, and decides to start by rehydrating it. Then she'll use the ginger and other seasonings she brought with her to make ginger pork. She'll put it between slices of bread and make it into a ginger pork sandwich. Since she's using orc meat, she wonders if it should be called ginger orc instead, but decides to just cook the damn thing, since the name doesn't matter. Cut up the rehydrated veggies, grill the meat she had marinating. She says the core ingredients are ready. Now she'll thinly slice everyone's bread. She explains that these are pretty big loaves of bread, so if she slices them thin enough, each one would yield 6 pieces. She can make 3 sandwiches out of each loaf this way. There's plenty of meat, so she'll make lots of sandwiches to go around. To finish up, she'll just cut each one down the middle, and the ginger pork sandwiches are complete. The others gasp in shock upon seeing the sandwiches. Upon taking a bite, Rico excitedly asks what kind of sauce she used, since it complements the meat perfectly. Arl says the fragrance of ginger fills her mouth with every bite she takes. The sauce soaks the dried vegetables and bread, and it was delicious. Kane excitedly says even a rock would taste delicious if Ren was the one who cooked it, but Markle tells him to shut up already. As they're all happily eating it, Ren remarks that she's glad everyone seems to be enjoying it, but she feels like they keep repeating the same pattern of teaching class, and then cooking a meal, so the gag should surely stop working after reusing it 2 or 3 times. Ren decides to just eat her sandwich, and not care about it, admitting she wants to eat the good bread, since the ones she baked before all got eaten up, so she'll have to bake a few again at some point. She collected her fee after they finished eating, and says she'll be heading home now. But it seems like the others are going out to gather things. There was a lot of leftover orc meat, so Gim shared quite a bit of it with the kids. cheerily declaring that kids should eat plenty of food so they can grow up strong. Ren smilingly says he's a good person, unlike a wolf in sheep's clothing like her. He's an admirable adult. Back when Jim was a newbie, apparently the veteran adventurers treated him very kindly. Now that he's in their position, he treats other beginners the same way. That's why he's the person he is today, a really admirable adult. Since then, Gim has made stopping by to supply them with ingredients for lunch a regular habit. Many lessons peacefully passed like that, but during recess in their 8th class, a man suddenly approaches them, declaring that an outdoor classroom is a splendid idea. That way, even poor adventurers are easily able to participate. He asks Ren if she's the saint he's heard so much about, who has been teaching adventurers how to read and write. Noticing that he called her saint, Ren says this smells like trouble, and tells the man that that's incorrect. Surprised, the man says he'd heard someone was holding free lessons for adventurers here. Ren asks who he is, so he apologizes and explains he's from the Adventurers Guild before asking how often she's holding these classes. Ren mutters that she just watches over their studies once every 3 days, so the man sees that the other 2 days between lessons are open. In that case, he says he'll bring some people to her during that time, and asks if she will teach them how to read and write. Surprised, Ren inwardly questions why she should have to do that, and declines, explaining that although she's teaching these students how to read and write, it's not for free. As for the meals, she only cooks if she's provided with ingredients as well as compensation for labor. The man says he'd heard she was a saint who was educating others as an act of charity, but says he'll have the ones he sends here pay her instruction fees, so she can teach them. Infuriated, Ren declines, inwardly remarking that from the way he said that, he clearly came here intending to have her teach them for free. The man sees that she's quite materialistic despite being a saint, and says the guild will reward her separately as well if that's the case. However, Ren declares that she doesn't want that, and questions why she should do something like that in the first place. The man sighs, realizing she doesn't understand, and decides to explain it to her. He explains that the adventurer's lack of education is problematic for the guild. Adventurers being unable to read or calculate give rise to problems, and it's a common occurrence. Even the most uneducated individuals can benefit from a small amount of instruction. It would also help to reduce the bad reputation surrounding adventurers. He can name plenty of other benefits, but he doubts she would understand even if he explained. In short, the guild would like to hold a beginner course that welcomes all adventurers. Ren angrily asks why they would have her teach when the guild is the one who would hold the party. So the man asks what there is to complain about when she'll be compensated for her time. Seeing Ren's expression, Riko wonders if Ren is arguing with that man. Markle asks if they should complain, as Ren says she still declines. The man asks why, so she declares that she has no reason to agree to his proposal. It would only be a disadvantage to her. There are no advantages whatsoever, and more importantly, she simply doesn't have the time to teach that many classes. The man explains that this is a problem that concerns all adventurers. Her own selfishness isn't a proper reason to refuse. However, Ren says if it concerns all adventurers, that is exactly why the Adventurers Guild should be the one in charge of all this, and she's just an adventurer herself. So there's no reason why she should be obligated to teach them. It's clearly wrong to push that kind of responsibility on a single adventurer, and that's just negligence on the guild's part. The man tells her to watch herself, warning that she doesn't want to make him angry. However, Ren asks if that's a threat, and tells him that she's not trying to start a fight here, but the guild shouldn't be able to force an adventurer to comply with their requests. In that case, the man says he's going to report all of her remarks to the guildmaster. She may be punished accordingly, but it will be too late to apologize. Ren tells him to feel free to do whatever he sees fit before Jim suddenly tells the man to hold on a second. The man asks who he is, so he introduces himself as a C-rank adventurer. He asks why he's demanding their teacher to look after more students, when there's nothing wrong with what she said. The man sighs, muttering that this is why he can't deal with uneducated people. This is something that benefits all adventurers. It's not a matter a single child's selfishness should control. Jim remarks that if it benefits all adventurers, that makes his arguments all the more strange. The guild should be the one to educate them, just like Ren said, since this isn't something a single adventurer should be responsible for. The man nervously says that's why he came to discuss it with her, although it seems like that was a waste of time. He warns Ren that she's the one who asked for this, so Jim asks if he said something about reporting to the guildmaster earlier. He proposes that he'll be coming with him to make sure he doesn't lie to the guildmaster about what did or didn't happen. The man hurriedly tells him to not be ridiculous and questions what gives him that right. Suddenly, a voice angrily asks what they think they're doing. Stunned, the man worryingly asks Guildmaster why he's here, so the Guildmaster declares that that's his line and asks the man, Ricardo, what he's doing here. Ricardo nervously struggles to explain as Ren inwardly questions what the heck is going on and says this is seriously interrupting her class. She tells Jim that they will be continuing the lesson in a moment and asks him to sit down. Surprised, Jim asks if she's really going to start the class like this, so Ren questions what else she's supposed to do about these troublemakers who just barged in. The only option is to keep going. Jim admits he's not too sure about that. Seeing her, the guildmaster asks Ricardo if that girl is the saint from the rumors, so he affirms that that's correct. The guildmaster sees that she seems quite upset and asks what exactly he did, so Jim hurriedly steps forward to explain. The guildmaster asks him to please do that, but the man hurriedly asks him to let him explain. However, the guildmaster reminds Ricardo that he's falsely accused people before. Jim is not the kind of man to do that, because from what he's seen of his deeds, he knows that he's trustworthy. Jim thanks him for the praise and starts explaining what happened. Ren remarks that she wants to continue the lesson, but it looks like the conversation isn't over. The guildmaster grabs Ricardo by the scruff and angrily asks how he could be so disrespectful. He reminds Ricardo of how he told him that this was supposed to be a matter of discussion between her and the guild. They're the ones asking for her assistance, so they must not give her the wrong impression. Ricardo hurriedly explains that this is just a child they're dealing with, so there's no need for him to step in. The guildmaster furiously tells him that her age has nothing to do with this. They're the ones asking for help. It's only natural to be courteous, asking if he doesn't understand that. He mentions that he's being told he was being quite overbearing, and on top of that, he used the guild's name in order to threaten her. Ricardo hurriedly says that's because of the little girl's attitude, but the guildmaster tells him that she didn't say or do anything wrong. He's the one who needs to know his place. He furiously questions what the hell he was thinking pulling a stunt like this. Seeing them, Ren remarks that they're completely ignoring her, and guesses the situation is something about a self-proclaimed guild staff member getting ahead of himself. She approaches the guildmaster to ask if she can say anything, so the guildmaster pleasantly apologizes for all the trouble and asks what they can help her with. She asks if he would mind taking this somewhere else, explaining that she would like to continue her class and would appreciate if he wouldn't interrupt them with this drama. Markle sees that she just cut off an adult straight in the face, and the others admit she can be quite scary, so she's pretty dependable. Previously, Ren managed to teach her class despite the amount of people increasing, but then a guild employee, calling her a saint, appeared and wanted her to work for them. He was saying this and that, and even tried to annoyingly threaten her. His superior also appeared, but Jim helped her out. Presently, the guildmaster apologizes to Ren for disturbing her, and says they would like it if she forgave them as they'll keep their distance. Ren says she doesn't really mind as long as they don't disturb them. As the guildmaster's leaving, he asks Jim if he would be able to come with them, so Jim apologizes and says they need to go now. Ren says it's fine, and says sorry for causing him trouble. She inwardly remarks that she owes Jim one, but she's not fussed about him, since he seems to be a trustworthy person. After class ends, the guildmaster appears again, so Ren announces that she won't be preparing food today, and asks them to direct their complaints to the guild, since this isn't her fault. Everyone starts annoyingly protesting, and declare that they won't move until they can eat Ren's cooking. The guildmaster nervously apologizes, and says they can move their discussion to after this, so she can treat them to food first. Ren says she's fine with that, and asks about the ingredients, so Jim immediately rushes off, and comes back with an orc, shocking her. Ren decides to make pork steak with sauce, since today is just full of inconveniences. She minces garlic, fries it, grills the meat, adds soy sauce for flavor, and mentions that it's important to add a small amount of chili pepper to the hidden garlic flavor, since that makes it slightly spicy. They happily start eating, so Ren continues grilling, since everyone is eating with a lot of vigor, admitting it's sad that she can't eat it. Drawn over by the seemingly delicious aroma, The people from the guild are also intensely staring at her, so it's too bad that this is just for the children. Finally, after she packed away her stuff, it was time to talk. According to a claim from the guild, it seems that it's true that they want their adventurers to be more educated. Rookies often die. Rookies with promising prospects also often die. Fledgling adventurers who are children can't distinguish between medicinal herbs and can't earn money, so they often die from starvation. A long time ago, to improve this situation, they considered holding simple battle drills for beginners training and regular reading, writing, and arithmetic courses. Even though those types of training are normal in large countries, there's a shortage of labor in this country, so they couldn't do it. They would think it would be better if they asked a guild branch from another country with the know-how, but if they did, that would put them in debt and lower their position. Because of that, the other executives opposed this, so they couldn't do that. They received the same response when they asked the guild headquarters in the mercantile, allied nations. They said that if he's already bowing his head to them, what would happen from now on if he does it again? At a time like that, information about Ren reached a guild employee. According to what they heard, she was teaching fledgling adventurers how to read and write, free of charge. Due to these rumors, some people started calling her things like saints. Rather than an employee, the guildmaster decided to deal with Ren himself, so as to be careful not to take any unnecessary actions. Ricardo went and gathered information on the person from the rumors, though that was how the story went. Ren says she understands the circumstances now, but still refuses. Surprised, the guildmaster asks if it's because of Ricardo's horrible attitude, so Ren admits that's also a part of it, but even if she accepted, it seems like she would be stuck with being called a saint, which she'd rather not. The guildmaster admits that may be true, but says they cannot afford to pull back now, for this special case. The guild will let her increase her adventurer rank in addition to the compensation. However, Ren declines the offer and asks if they can't just get more people, questioning why he isn't placing a public recruitment for employees. He explains that they can't just hire people that easily, and reveals that Ricardo was originally a noble who was shunned by his parents and became a commoner. Since he's indebted to the nobles' families, they asked him to employ Ricardo, so he had to agree. Ren tells them to decide on a recruitment standard, select them, gather them, and make candidates take a test. At the bare minimum, he gains people who can become battle power. He wants people with literacy and calculator abilities. The exam can have arithmetic and essay questions. Proceed to have an interview with the people they are unsure about. Surprised, the guildmaster admits he's never heard of an approach like this. He admits he still has a few questions left, but that's where his own hard work comes in. He acknowledges that she's really thought this out well. She adds that he can even open a training center with his abilities. He will have to give up an initial investment as a required expense. If adventurers can grow, they will eventually recover from it, and after that comes the profit. After they worked out the proposal a little more and came to an agreement, the guildmaster left with an ear-to-ear smile, while Ricardo was restrained by the employees and taken away. When they leave, the others happily praise Ren, so she slowly grins, admitting this is getting bad. She's really turning into the Elon Musk of this world. Several days after the incident, the guildmaster visited Ren, and our protagonist thought that dealing with those guild members from the other day should have been a pain in the butt. However, in the end, things turned out for the better, and the guildmaster gave Ren an update regarding Ricardo's punishment. He would be reassigned to a different location, which was practically a demotion. There was also apparently going to be a large-scale hunting expedition that winter, and it seemed like he would be sent there to take charge as the sub-master of the guild's royal capital branch. Moreover, the guildmaster bet that Ricardo was going to be worked to the bone, which pleased our protagonist because she thought that he deserved his fate. In fact, when the guildmaster told her that even after that expedition, Ricardo would still be getting all sorts of unfortunate treatment, Ren couldn't help but feel happy about it. Besides that, the guildmaster also filled her in on some details regarding the guild's reform. The guild in that country was strongly conservative. Their inclination to maintain the status quo even when things weren't working bordered on the extreme. Nearly half of the current higher-ups were in the conservative faction and against the reform. Incidentally, the guildmaster belonged to the reformist faction. He told Ren that he wanted to work toward lowering the death rate of new adventurers among other things. But he couldn't move an inch without people on his side. He had been bound hand and foot during negotiations between guild headquarters, foreign branches, that country's government and its nobles, and the other higher-ups, so he hadn't been able to accomplish a single thing. However, what he didn't know was that our protagonist didn't exactly care about that. In fact, she thought that she hadn't asked him to tell her those details. As for the guildmaster, he kept talking, and thanked Ren because thanks to her proposal, they had been finally able to start making reforms. In fact, at that moment change was happening at a tremendous pace. He also added that once they had more pieces at their disposal, they would have to deal with all the corrupt officials, while Ren only wished for him not to get her involved in that. Although she warned him against making too many sudden changes because that could cause plenty of problems. Instead, it was better not to rush things too much. In other equally unimportant news to Ren, the popularization of the wagon had allowed the guild to carry more supplies, which meant they were receiving more earnings, which our protagonist thought was cool. Sometime later, Ren was taking a break during one of her blacksmithing sessions while using Norn as a cushion when a young boy found her and interrupted her, making her ask him if he needed something. To which he, while visibly embarrassed, replied by saying that he worked at the atelier nearby, before asking her if she would like to go with him to the harvest festival the following week. That made her realize that it was already that time of the year. The harvest festival was an event held around the last day of September, and lasted for 3 to 5 days until the beginning of October. It was a lively celebration to commemorate the year's harvest, as well as to pray for a bountiful harvest when the following year arrived. In fact, although the town Ren's orphanage was in couldn't exactly be called prosperous, there were several food stalls set up in the streets, and the church even set up a kitchen to distribute food. Their orphanage wasn't very well off, so that was where most of them went. She also remembered how they would steal glances at the street performers from afar. In fact, thinking about that was beginning to make her feel nostalgic. However, the important thing was that even her old town put on a good celebration for the harvest festival. So it went without saying that the royal capital's festival would be on another level, and that boy was inviting her to go to that festival together with him. Of course, Ren had no intentions of accepting his invitation, because if she was going to stroll around there, she would rather go with Triella and the others. In fact, at that moment she decided to ask her during class the following day. As for the boy, well, let's say that our protagonist very much enjoyed playing the villainous role while turning him down. The daily routine would still be a solo campaign for the time being. And just like that, their final day of class arrived, and just like that it was over, which was not surprising, since Ren really wanted to get that over with, so she could go home because she was tired of all that extra work. As for her students, the usual ones had all shown amazing improvement. Even Arles and Kuro, who our protagonist was worried about at the beginning, had reached a level where they had no issues. After all, the desperate need to survive was a powerful motivator. As for the rest, Ryu hadn't shown much improvement, although he could totally do it as long as he put in the effort. Sadly, he would have to learn the rest on his own and bother Markle to help him. Regarding Bowman, due to his lack of motivation, he was in the same spot as Ryu, or perhaps slightly above him. Even though Ren thought that he had learned enough to make it through life without too much trouble, especially because she was planning to leave him in Markle's hands as well, and she assumed that Kane would work too. Well, good luck taking all that, Markle. Regarding the other students who Ren had accepted into the class as a favor, Cheryl was at the same level as Arles, and her little sister Melty was kinda cutting it close, but our protagonist guessed she could receive a passing grade. As for Jim, he was already able to read to a certain degree, so Ren considered he was at an acceptable level. Other students were above Ryu but below Arles. Only one of them had been able to fully learn how to read, write, and do math, so she decided to leave it to them to figure it out. All in all, there had been more people than she had initially thought. At that moment, Ren decided it was finally time to head home, but she was interrupted by Ryu, who arrived near her, and told her that, since it was the final day, she should make some treats, which the other two idiots approved the motion. Nevertheless, our protagonist wondered why she had to go out of her way to do something special just because it was the last day. After all, that was such a pain. However, the usually modest and untalkative Markle also arrived, and said that he would like to eat something like a pork bowl, which astonished Triella, because that was huge news, although Markle didn't understand her reaction. Ren then thought that she would normally ignore a request from those three idiots, but if Markle was the one asking, she was more than willing to get cooking. A while later, our protagonist had prepared a revitalizing orc meat pork bowl for Markle, and when he tasted it he couldn't help but show a delighted expression while saying that it was delicious. In fact, everybody ate a lot to the point of making Ren wonder where they had all fit all of that food in those tiny bodies of them. However, she then thought that, since they were already there, it wouldn't hurt to throw in a little extra. So she prepared candy rounds for an after-meal dessert, which captured the hearts of the ladies. Ren then recalled that she had made those back when she had gone to release her stress in the forest. The candy she had served to them was honey and orange flavored, but she had made all sorts of other flavors, although she was planning to keep that a secret. At that moment, Triella approached and told our protagonist that the harvest festival was the following week, which made Ren think that they were still sticking with the same gag, since it looked like they both had the same idea. In fact, almost immediately, Triella adopted a cute pose and asked Ren if she would go to the festival with her, which made our protagonist blush while wondering when her friend had learned such a high-level technique. After all, Ren couldn't say no to a face like that, even though she wasn't going to say no in the first place. Our protagonist then replied that she would surely join Triella before asking her what about the other girls, to which Triella replied that Arles and Kuro had said that they were going with Cheryl and her sister, before asking Riko what she was going to do. Immediately thereafter, Riko replied with a happy face that she would go with Triella and Ren, which pleased our protagonist to the point of making her pat the little kid. Unfortunately, Ren also noticed that Dumber, and Dumbus were looking at her from afar, and decided to ignore them while mentally asking them to quit looking. Later, she returned to the workshop for her usual blacksmith training while recalling that she had made about 160 swords that month. She then wondered if she would be able to make a magic sword at that moment, so she could start gaining experience in those skills. Nevertheless, she decided to put that aside for the time being, and decided that she should make some new clothes for when she went out the following day, the type of clothes that would kill a virgin. A while later, she finished the clothes and tried them on while thinking that she would kill them with those frilly laces. In fact, she thought that wearing those clothes was like a premeditated murder, and she might be right because she looked stunning indeed. Of course, in the end, she decided that she would cover it with a cloak as well as a hood. However, despite that, she thought that it was necessary to wear those clothes anyway, because a girl should dress up for special occasions, and the following week was her date with Triella, which was something our protagonist was seriously looking forward to. Things continued like that until Triella showed up at our protagonist's doorstep one early morning, or rather, she had taken Ren out. The harvest festival hadn't started yet, and our protagonist wondered what that could be about. As for Norn and Belle, they had decided to tip-tap behind them, but Ren thought it should be okay, because judging from their body language, she didn't think there was any danger. After a while, Ren noticed that it seemed like they were heading toward the border of the commoner district, but since the guard station was close by, our protagonist guessed that it should be a safe place. Sometime later, they arrived at a house, and Triella told Ren that she and the others had rented a new house together, and she wanted to show it to her best friend. At first, that amazed Ren, but that feeling turned into confusion when she realized that the house was almost in ruins. Our protagonist then asked Triella why they had rented such a ramshackle house, to which the other replied that the rent was cheap. Ren then got serious and said that the house itself was definitely in bad shape, enough to mistake it for ruins, but it was not a bad location. After all, it was not far from the market and the guild's branch office, and despite being near the border, it was in a good spot for the 3rd District. After hearing that, Triella quickly agreed, and added that although the building was pretty run down, it sounded like they were allowed to fix it, and the rent would even stay the same afterward. Ren then told her that the owner had probably rented it out at a low price on the assumption that whoever rented it would handle the repairs. However, after considering the conditions, our protagonist added that the terms of the contract didn't sound too bad on the assumption that they were actually able to fix the house. Triella agreed, and remarked that with the rent staying cheap after they got the house fixed, she thought it might be a bargain in the long run. Ren accepted that was a fair point, and then asked her friend if they were going to fix the house themselves, to which the other replied that that was the plan, since it would be expensive to hire a carpenter. However, our protagonist almost immediately thought of all the things that could go wrong with that plan. Thieves could easily break in if the gaping hole in the walls and the broken front door didn't get fixed soon. She then assumed that the boys were not there because they had gone to buy lumber and other supplies. In fact, it seemed that they had left after confirming how many planks they needed, because they had also realized that they had to fix the door and the hole in the walls first. Our protagonist also guessed that the reason they had called her over in the first place had probably been to show off the new house they had worked so hard toward, but they should have wanted her advice on how to fix the place more than anything. In the end, she concluded that that was already doomed, and that she couldn't watch that go on. At that moment, she loudly declared that they should leave that run-down troublemaker to her because she, Ren Chan, the super encyclopedia of life, was going to fix the place up real good. Immediately thereafter, Ren chased Triella and Kuro out of the house and made them stand by, since it was dangerous to be around renovations. As for the two girls, they wondered if their friend was starting something again. Ren then began fixing the hole in the wall, since that was what bothered her the most, since it was practically inviting burglars to go in. Once she fixed it, our protagonist thought that she should focus on the kitchen fireplace and oven, since they were somewhat falling apart, which made it difficult to light a fire in the house. As for the washroom, it was also in shambles. There was no way you could call that sanitary, and for a Japanese person, a washroom like that was blasphemy. She checked the bathroom afterward, and decided that with that many people living in that place, it would be better if the bathtub was a little bigger. Next, she went upstairs and concluded that the stairs were also dangerous, since there were no handrails, not to mention that the footholds felt precarious, like they would give out soon. Furthermore, she wanted the boys' and girls' rooms to be completely separated, because when boys and girls turned 7, they shouldn't share areas. Afterward, she finished thinking of all the things she wanted to change, and immediately thereafter, she began to use her powers to make a full reform of the house. A while later, she thought that it had been a while since her recovery potions had appeared, but considering the amount of power she would have to use to perform the full reform, using them was a must. After all, not only she was unleashing the full power of her storage, but she was also using her creation magic to its fullest. It was obvious that she had immersed herself in her builder persona. A while later, she finished reforming the place with her powers under the astonished looks of not only Kuro and Triella, but a bunch of people who had approached the place out of curiosity. It took Kuro and Triella a few seconds to react, and the former immediately asked Ren what on earth had happened, to which our protagonist simply replied that she had done that to celebrate their move-in. However, Triella still couldn't accept what had just happened, and told Ren that there were too many weird things about that, to which our protagonist replied that if they had tried to repair the house starting at that moment, they wouldn't have made it in time for winter, which left Triella speechless. Still, Triella looked annoyed, and Ren then asked her if it hadn't been tough to stay in a house full of holes and breezes during winter back in the orphanage, which began to crack Triella's defenses. In the end, she decided that she wouldn't care anymore, and that she would stop thinking from that moment onward. She then told our protagonist that although she didn't really get it, she knew that Ren was amazing before thanking her for having saved them. Right after, Ren told them to leave that aside and invited them in. Of course, Kuro and Triella were flabbergasted after seeing the house inside. After all, Ren's version of extreme makeover was really extreme. First of all, that pitiful-looking walls with a large hole had become a spending brick wall. The interior had also changed from a crumbling dirt wall into one made out of brick. Not to mention that Ren had reinforced the fireplace, oven, and even the center pillar with stone. Our protagonist had also improved the toilet by using a modern-looking toilet seat made of wood, so it could guard against the biting winter cold, not to mention that she had made it so that the door could be locked from the inside, which eliminated the possibility of an accidental encounter that might be the start of something. It seemed that Ren was against any non-solitary, daily routine. As for the bathing area, our protagonist had also installed a door there, and had made the floor rough, so that they wouldn't slip on it. Moreover, she had also installed a magic tool from her storage that supplied hot water. They only needed to switch on the faucet to easily fill the bathtub with hot water. As for the mana supply, she was going to leave that to Rico and Triella, the ones covering magic learning. Of course, after hearing the details, Triella couldn't help but say that Ren had done something very amazing very fast, while Kuro was amazed by the fact that hot water was coming out from the faucet, since she had never seen that before. Our protagonist then asked Triella to keep that a secret, to which the other replied that the things Ren did were always too out of the ordinary. Although she also thought that if she held the power to control hot water during the winter, perhaps the three idiots would finally listen to her, which would make things easier. By the way, Ren had also put up a new wall to make a small room in the space in front of the bathing area, which they could use as a changing room. She had also installed an interlock for the door there, because she wouldn't forgive lucky lechers. Our protagonist had also made handrails for the stairs, and had replaced the wooden planks for both floors, so there was no danger there. Of course, for the boys' room, Ren thought that it was fine to just go half-heartedly, so she only placed the floorboards and put up the walls. On the contrary, our protagonist thought that the girls' room was the most important one, so she replaced the walls and floorboards with new clean planks, and even put insulating materials in the walls. As for the original wooden window, since it was in shambles, Ren had made a new one. She had also set up 2 double beds and had laid a few thick sheets to be used as bed covers. She had thrown in pillows too while she was at it. Lastly was the door installation. She made the frame and hinged sturdy and reinforced with an inner locking mechanism. Of course she made keys as well, and the girls altogether got 4 sets. For the balcony she laid planks for the flooring and fenced it. With that they could dry things like laundry and sheets. And all of that took her 40 minutes to construct. The Ren-chan reform was complete. Obviously, Triella still was in denial, and kept saying that no one could do that in 40 minutes, to which Ren simply replied that she had just done it, which in turn flustered Triella. However, in the end, Triella took the keys from Ren while saying that she was already used to her friend being like that. She even praised our protagonist for only making keys for the girls' room, which the others celebrated. It was at that moment that the others finally returned from their outing, and of course they were astonished after seeing the house. But while Markle humbly thanked Ren for her help, Kane told our protagonist she was touched after seeing that she had done all of that for his sake, which Ren immediately and vehemently denied. The little kids also praised Ren for being cool, which she enjoyed to her heart's content while accepting their hugs. Afterward the newcomers asked if they could go inside, and Triella panicked, thinking that our protagonist would do the guided tour again. A while later, everybody was happy inside the house, saying that the place looked amazing, especially because after the reforming done by Ren, they could make it through the winter. In fact, Triella revealed that they had been saving money in preparation, but they were still worried about it, before adding that thanks to Ren, they could finally feel at ease. Our protagonist's performance had been so perfect that they didn't have to do repairs anymore, which meant that they had some money left over. At that moment, Bowman made a suggestion that surprised everybody. He wanted to start a stall together with the others. However, the girls didn't take that suggestion well, and Triella even told him that they had already said they wouldn't, so she didn't understand why he had brought up that subject again. Nevertheless, since Ren didn't get what Bowman meant, Rico explained to her that during the country's harvest festival, for the past few years, they had been holding something called a food stall sales contest. The top participants were awarded with stuff like prize money and job recommendations, so Bowman wanted to participate in that contest and suggested it to everyone some days before. At that moment, they were still thinking about how to get through the winter, and were in a situation where they didn't have enough money. Back then, they didn't have the luxury to do that, so everyone persuaded him to give up. But that day, after coming back from shopping, they found that what should have taken them a lot of money to remodel had gone through a dramatic reformation. Therefore, they had leftover money from what they had planned on spending on remodeling fees. Nevertheless, Triella intervened again, and told him that even if they no longer needed the money for the renovation, the fact that they needed a lot of things, like groceries or firewood, to face the winter still remained. Markle then agreed with Triella, and added that at that time it would be better to save up that money. Obviously, after listening to Triella and Markle, Ren thought that their remarks were to be expected, since they both acted like the party's conscience. However, the next one to talk was Kane, and the idiot said that he wanted to support Bowman to do what he wanted. He also added that if they came out as a winner, then everyone would get a better view of them, while our protagonist thought that Kane was saying irresponsible things again. As for Bowman, he got fired up after hearing Kane, and said that if they won he would buy them some splendid gear. But Triella replied that they were forgetting what she had said about the preparations for the winter. As for Ren, she thought that the 3 idiots were causing trouble again, before realizing that that time there were only 2 idiots causing trouble, since Ryu had been surprisingly quiet. Our protagonist then decided to intervene, and told Bowman that even though he had said he wanted to do commerce, there was still the fact that he was bad at math. So she asked him what he was planning to do about that, to which Bowman simply replied that he was planning to leave that to Arles. He even added that she had said that she wanted to do commerce too, before remarking that she was better at math than him, without noticing that Arles was getting very pissed off while hearing his words. When Arles finally reacted, Ren immediately noticed that Bowman had lit a fire under Arles, which was bad. However, still our protagonist had no idea that casual exchange would later become a catalyst for the boys of their orphanage group to get upset, and that they would end up in tears. Of course, after hearing Bowman's dumb remarks, Arles finally had enough and snapped. She said that there was no way in hell she would do that before asking why she should do all the work for him. As for Ren, she simply thought that Arles was scary when she was angry. Still, Bowman couldn't understand her reaction, and told her that she had previously said that she wanted to start a restaurant, so what he was proposing was simply doing things together. However, Arles immediately replied that although she had said that indeed, that had nothing to do with his stall, before adding that she would never want to work together with him. Bowman finally began to get angry as well, and yelled at her, asking who she would run the restaurant with, since she didn't have anyone else. But that pissed Arles even more, and she replied that it wasn't his business who she chose to work with, before adding that it wasn't like she wanted to do it right away. Nevertheless, Arles didn't stop there, and said that if he worked with someone like Bowman, who only thought of slacking off, all the hard work would get pushed on her, and she was sure that it was going to be the same that time around. Obviously, Bowman didn't like that, and replied that he would not slack off on something he was doing for the sake of realizing his dreams. But Arles didn't back down, and asked him how he could say that when he hadn't taken Ren's classes seriously at all. Afterwards, she added that if Bowman's dream was to start a business, then knowing how to read, write, and do math was a must. Arles even went as far as to say that she just couldn't imagine a lazy slob like him taking that seriously. Bowman then tried to justify himself, saying that he hadn't expected a chance like that would come that soon, since everyone had been against it when he had said he wanted to set up a stall, because they didn't have any money. Nevertheless, that excuse wasn't enough for Arles, who retorted that even if he couldn't do it right now, he might be able to do it someday. She then added that she knew that she wanted to start a business at some point, so she had studied hard for the sake of her future. Right after, she told him that he shouldn't push the things he was incapable of doing onto other people. However, Bowman didn't agree with her statement, and replied that he was not pushing anything on anyone, before explaining that it was simply a fair share of responsibility. Sadly for him, that pissed off Arles even more, and she immediately asked him who would do the cooking, since she was the best chef out of all of them. But she wasn't finished, and asked him if she was going to do the cooking and accounting, what he was going to do for the sake of the fair share of responsibility. Of course, that finally left him speechless, because he couldn't find out how to reply to that question. As for Arles, she was planning to vent even more, and asked him what kind of food he would be selling in the first place, because since he had been the one who had come up with the idea, he should know some recipes, even though when he was on cooking duty, the only thing he made was skewers. At that moment, Bowman tried to escape from the predicament, saying that they had Ren, and since she could cook anything, he was sure that she knew plenty of recipes. Nevertheless, our protagonist immediately replied that he wouldn't teach him because they were not friends, a reply that surprised not only Bowman, but Arles too. Ren then, after seeing the other's reaction, asked Bowman if they were friends, but after seeing that he really thought that they were friends, Ren decided to ask him why he thought that she would be willing to teach him recipes. Right after, Bowman replied that you would normally help a friend in need. After all, she had done so much for them, ever since they had reunited. After hearing that she couldn't help, but agree with the fact that it was natural to help a friend in need. In fact, she added that if Triella and her sister were in trouble, she would help them without a second thought. At that moment, Bowman thought that he had won the debate, but almost immediately Ren burst his bubble by saying that that was precisely the reason why she wouldn't help him. After all, he hadn't helped her when she needed it, so they had never been friends. That astonished Bowman, who immediately asked her when she needed his help, to which our protagonist replied that when she was at the orphanage she was crying because of Kane's bullying, and he had never stepped in for her once. All he had done was watch from Kane's side. Bowman tried to say something, but Ren cut him off, adding that he hadn't deigned to help her when she was in need, so he was delusional, thinking that she would help him at that moment. Right after, she told him that that was not happening because he was a bad person. In fact, she took that chance to throw some jabs at Ryu, by saying that he was even worse for pointing and laughing at her while she cried, which surprised him because he didn't understand why the spotlight was on him. Nevertheless, after hearing Ryu's name, Bowman remembered something, and told Ren that she had accepted Ryu's proposal before, but she quickly replied that she had done that because Ryu had matured more than she could have expected. That was why she had acknowledged his growth, and had responded in kind. Even so, she wouldn't exactly call him a friend. Immediately thereafter, Bowman pointed his finger at Kane and asked her what about him, which frightened Kane and made Ren's expression turn into a devilish one. Our protagonist then replied that she denied Kane's very existence to the point that she wished he would stop breathing right that second. That crushed the poor guy, but Ren didn't stop there and explained that she could never be friends, or anything of that matter, with someone who had bullied her so relentlessly. In fact, she added that she wouldn't have even thought of involving herself with the three idiots if it weren't for the others. Of course, that finally made Kane realize his mistakes, and he immediately tried to apologize to her, but Ren told him to stop because it was already too late, and she didn't need it. That surprised Kane, who quickly asked her why it was already too late, to which she replied that she thought that she had given him plenty of opportunities to say sorry back during the open-air classroom, but since he had never said anything to her, she was already over it. She no longer had any need for an apology, and she was not accepting one. Kane then asked her why she wouldn't forgive him, and she told him that there was nothing to forgive, because she was over it. Right after, she considered her talk with Bowman and Kane concluded, and asked Ryu if she could speak with him, which astonished him. Ren then got closer to him and, after putting both hands on his shoulders, told him that his words and actions had far more of an effect on those around him than he thought. She also added that when something happened to him, or whenever he decided to do something, the deciding factor of whether or not the people around him would lend him a helping hand depended entirely on how he conducted himself. After all, he had just seen a good example of that. Ryu then told her that he had said it back then, but after hearing everyone's feedback, he had been trying to be more considerate in his own idiotic way. Right after, our protagonist told him that that was wonderful before adding that Bowman, and Kane hadn't changed a bit, but Ryu had actually done it. He had actually put in the effort to change, and she was sure that he was already aware of that. She then told him that although he wasn't the brightest apple, he wasn't an idiot either. After all, he was capable of change. In fact, she knew that he could change even more for the better, so she encouraged him to keep working on that, which touched him to the point of making him say that he would do his best. Of course, in her mind, Ren was aware that she shouldn't be preaching them from a high horse, because she was always indulging herself to her heart's content. In fact, she hated herself for that. Perhaps that was why she made a decision, and immediately thereafter told Arles that she would teach her some recipes before asking her to get ready to learn. Of course, that surprised the little girl because she wasn't expecting that after all that had just happened. Nevertheless, Ren told her that both things were different, and then she wanted to confirm with her if she had brought rice earlier that day, before adding that she would teach them how to cook it. Arles then replied that she really appreciated it, but she wasn't sure if that moment was the right one considering the current mood, but our protagonist suggested throwing both Bowman and Kane in a separate room, before adding that there were all sorts of other things she would like to teach them, so they would run out of time if they didn't hurry, which made Arles feel excited. Later that day, they were all exhausted, and suggested Ren stay there for the night, and since having a pajama party with the girls was one of our protagonist's wet dreams, she agreed right away while thinking that she was way too easy with women. Well, yeah, you are. Since she had said that she would teach Arles how to cook rice, Ren decided they should make 1 or 2 dishes for lunch, so they started by polishing the rice in a bowl. In fact, Ren thought that the main reason why rice was not popular in that country was because they didn't polish it. The other reason could be that they didn't know the proper way to cook it. After all, without polishing, the taste and mouthfeel just weren't the same, even though when you left it unpolished its nutritional value was much higher. Ren had prepared a few mortars and pestles to mill the rice, because milling it with a bottle would be very tedious, and they wouldn't be doing anything like that. She then decided to leave the milling to Markle, Ryu, and the other girls who had their hands free. By the way, since Kane and Bowman were still too depressed to be of any use, our protagonist decided to leave them in their room, so they wouldn't get in the way. Afterward, while Ren was wondering what side dishes she should make, Jim arrived at the house. That made Triella happy, while our protagonist thought that the dwarf had stopped by at the perfect time, especially considering that he had brought some orc meat as a housewarming gift. Afterward, Ren began to consider all the available ingredients. They meat, potatoes, and several other vegetables including onions and carrots. So, after considering things for a while, she decided that since they had meat and potatoes, a stew would be good, not to mention that it would go well with the cooked rice. She would have liked to use dashi, mirin, and other things since they were making stew, but she decided to stick to just soy sauce for seasoning, since the others were hard to acquire. Of course, Ren was aware that because of that, the stew was severely lacking in flavor for her taste. However, the meat's savoriness and the sweetness of the carrots and onions came through, so she decided that that would do. By the way, she had decided not to include shirataki noodles because she thought she was the only one capable of making them. In the end, Ren decided to leave Arles in charge of watching the stew, and it soon was complete, so with everything still inside the pot, our protagonist took it off of the heat for a while because it was important to let the flavor soak in that way. After all, she would put it back on the flame to reheat it shortly before eating. Next was the rice. The polishing stage was done quickly, since they had so many hands working on it, not to mention that the amount of rice they had yielded was not bad. Unfortunately, since they would be cooking again later that night, the polishing hell wasn't over yet, so Ren simply cheered the guys up, so they kept up the hard work. On the other hand, the leftover husks after polishing the rice could be used in place of detergent when doing the laundry. They could even be used as body wash. Eventually, it was time to cook the rice, and Ren wondered if there would be enough stew if they cooked enough rice to have 3 servings per person. However, another problem was raised, since Triella was desperately trying to convince Jim to stay and have lunch with them. Ren realized that there would be 10 people, including her, for lunch, and they didn't have enough space. Luckily, our protagonist solved that quickly by having Kane and Bowman eat in their room. After all, they would dampen the mood, so it was better that way. And then, just like that, lunch was served orc meat stew with white rice, and everybody began to eat almost immediately. The first one to react was Kuro, who said that the potatoes were very tender, while Markel said that the orc meat was also great. On the other hand, Arles was surprised because she hadn't thought that you could get all your veggies at once. Shortly after, they began to say they wanted more of that stew, while Ren thought that although the flavors had soaked into the stew, and that the stew tasted good in its own right, there was still some room for improvement. Obviously, the others weren't that demanding, and were simply asking for refills as if there was no tomorrow. Afterward, Trella told Ren that they were all going shopping, and asked her if she would like to go with them, to which the other instantly agreed. However, Ren asked if Bowman and Kane would also go, to which Jim replied that she shouldn't worry about it, since he would take care of them. After learning about their circumstances, Jim decided to take Kane and Bowman out, and our protagonist thought that the dwarf would surely get them fired up again. Of course, that was not important for Ren. What was important for her was that the girly girl even of her dreams was finally there. She would go on a shopping spree with those young ladies, and since she was filthy rich, she was ready to adopt her, Uncle Persona. A while later, Ren and the ladies returned to the house, and our protagonist, while looking tired, said that shopping was all about daily necessities. In fact, she realized that that was more of a shopping trip than a girls' night. Although she had gotten fired up and given Kuro, Arles, and Rico some clothes she had made a while before, the sexy ones were excluded. Afterward, Triella, Rico, and Arles began to silently adjust the sizing, especially the chest area, so there were no squealing or giggling events with the girls, which saddened Ren. Moreover, since they would take a bath after the meal, our protagonist could only wait with bated breath until then. In the end, she understood that it couldn't be helped, and despite being a little early, she decided to start preparing dinner. The staple food of dinner was bread, so she just cut potatoes into thin slices, fried them for a bit, and combined them with fried bacon to make a bacon and potato cutlet. However, even though they were going to eat bread, she decided to also cook some rice, in order to use it for breakfast the next day. Once the rice was cooked, she shaped it into onigiri and grilled it with soy sauce. Furthermore, while she was at it, she also decided to make some kind of soup as well, while thinking that if she let it sit for an entire night, the flavor would surely be amazing. The main ingredient for the soup would be ground orc meat, plus she would mix some finely chopped vegetables into it and make meatballs. By the way, she made everyone work hard to mince the meat, and afterward, she took out the meat mincer and they got mad at her. This lady is truly evil, but at least she included the girls this time in her prank. Luckily, everybody calmed down after she explained that they should learn how to do things when there were no tools. Right after, she fried the outside of the meatballs in a frying pan until it hardened and threw in half of the finished ones into the vegetable soup to make something similar to a meatball pot au feu. The other half of the meatballs would be for the next day's breakfast, because she could just heat it before they ate it. Of course, she was aware that there would be a difference in texture, but she thought that it should be fine as long as they could still enjoy it. Not to mention that the portion she had added to the soup might crumble apart anyway. Afterward, they all enjoyed the delicious food, but our protagonist didn't fail to notice that even during dinner time, Kane and Bowman were still in their room. In fact, she could kind of hear what the two were talking about from the second floor. It was probably about things like whether they could sell gallets at the stall. She then considered that if you were doing stall or street stand sales, that was pretty much something like French fries, but since it would need large amounts of oil, it would be something difficult to do. Because of that, fried food as a whole was known to be treated as high-class dishes, which was something she didn't like, because she couldn't stand French fries being considered a high-class dish. Oh, come on, they taste really good. Don't be picky. Nevertheless, she quickly dismissed those thoughts because after dinner went the long-awaited bath time, and she was really looking forward to that moment as the big pervert she was. In fact, since the bathroom couldn't fit everyone, they began taking turns, but our protagonist made sure to be the only one who was in the whole time under the excuse of entertaining the girls. Obviously, she also made sure to have a lot of skin contact with the girls while enjoying the hot water despite the place being cramped. By the way, before dinner time, Ren had used rice bran to make rice bran bags, and when it was time for the girls to wash their bodies, they used it to scrub their bodies. Well, Ren used it to scrub their bodies while telling them that afterward they could use the foaming soap to wash their hair, and then they could rinse it with rice bran to make it all silky. And yes, she took her time to analyze the girls' bodies, concluding that while Triella was very slender, Rico was squishy all over, which made her cute. As for the others, Arls had a body full of energy, so her legs and feet were really nice, while Kuro obviously had cat ears and a tail. Of course, Ren was feeling very happy having the chance to touch their soft skin while helping everyone wash their bodies. Nevertheless, that was just in the beginning, and by the second person, our protagonist suddenly got fed up with it. Not to mention that after she finished washing the hair and so on for all four of them, Ren's hands became all wrinkled. Curiously, our protagonist thought at that moment that even though they had finally had the chance to take a bath together, halfway through, she felt like she was washing vegetables. In fact, if she thought about it, in the 6 months she had been with them, she had pretty much seen everything, so she began to wonder why she had started to feel disappointed. Afterward, she told Markle and Ryu that they could head right in while informing them that there was soap, so they should wash themselves properly. And the next moment, Ren prepared herself because it was time to go to sleep with the girls, and she wanted to talk about all kinds of things with them. At that moment, our protagonist thought that even when they were in the orphanage, they had shared rooms with multiple people, so if she thought about it, nothing had changed since then. Well, she thought that at first, but then she realized that there were surely a few differences. In the end, they moved to the girls' room after getting their bearings, and since there were only 2 sets of double beds, Ren decided to sleep on the ground. After all, she could just lay down the mat wherever, but the girls had other plans. There was actually a scramble for sleeping with Ren, and Kuro was the winner. Although our protagonist noticed something the others didn't. Kuro was cheating by shooting it a little late during the rock-paper-scissors game. After all, with her amazing visual acumen and fast reflexes, she was so fast that they didn't even detect it. However, Ren had the hawk's eye, so she somehow noticed and realized that Kuro was a terrifying child. After that, they talked about a lot of things. For example, things like even though Kuro had come all the way to the capital, she hadn't been able to meet her older brother. Kuro's brother was quite older than her and had left the orphanage a while ago to become an adventurer. In the beginning, he had written letters every now and then, but in the past 1 or 2 years, there hadn't been any. His name was Raven even though he was a black cat. In fact, after considering that his little sister's name was Kuro, which is black in Japanese, Ren concluded that their naming sense was weird. By the way, Raven suffered from Chunabu, but since his dominant eye was actually an evil eye, Ren thought that it was not actually that painful to look at. Well, on second thought, she concluded that it was indeed quite painful to look at. Triella then talked about how she wanted to send money to the orphanage. If possible, she was thinking about buying the rights to manage the orphanage, although that thought was not realistic. However, you couldn't say that its situation was that great either, so it looked like she had been doing some research to see what she could do. After that, everyone talked about their dreams for the future, and as expected, Arls wanted to be successful in cooking. In fact, she truly wants to start a restaurant or something. As for Kuro, she said that there was not anything in particular she wanted to do yet, but if she were more competent, she would want to travel with Ren, which touched our protagonist. Rico wanted to try advancing in magic-related studies, but it looked like she wanted to stay with our protagonist and Triella. So, for the time being, her most pressing objective was to train her magic and make a name for herself as an adventurer. Ren also noticed that Triella was very conflicted. She had thought about countless things, but hadn't decided on anything yet. In fact, everyone had been thinking a lot in recent days. As for our protagonist, for the time being, she had as many as 3 things she wanted to make, so making those things was her current goal. In fact, whichever of the 3 she made, even doing trial and error in the beginning still required her to learn and train various skills, and above all, she would need a mountain of materials. So she decided that no matter what she was doing, she needed to raise the level of her current skills and gather materials. In fact, buying mithril from the boss in bulk was just one part of that. Of course, she wasn't in a rush or anything, so she could take her time. While they talked about those things, and before they realized, everyone had fallen asleep. After all, everybody had been active since that morning, and even Ren was very tired. However, Kuro didn't forget she had won the contest, and ended up sleeping using our protagonist as a cushion. What Ren hadn't imagined was that the next morning after waking up, she would find Kuro sucking her chest. Although considering our protagonist's reaction, it seemed that she didn't mind that at all. After going downstairs, she lit the stove, then waited a bit until the flame grew bigger, and began to heat the pot of soup she had made the night before. While doing that, a sleepy Ryu arrived, and after greeting her he asked what she was doing, to which she replied that she was getting started on breakfast. Arls was the next one appearing in the kitchen, and the girl said that she had thought that was where Ren might be, before apologizing, saying that she was just really not good with mornings, to which our protagonist replied that it was okay, before asking her if she could help with the morning chores. It was then that Arls noticed Ryu was also there and told him that he was up pretty early, but he quickly replied that he was always up around that time. After hearing that, Arls told Ren that she would start doing the morning chores right away. Afterward, Ren gave Ryu a wooden sword and told him that if he didn't have anything else to do, he could do some sword practice. Of course, that surprised him because he couldn't believe she was giving him that, but she reassured him saying that she would give that sword to him, so he could feel free while thinking that it was hard to cook when he was staring at her back. As for Ryu, he was elated after receiving the sword because he could finally train, and he immediately told her that he would start right away. Shortly after, Arls got closer and said that she couldn't decide if our protagonist was being kind or disciplining Ryu, before asking Ren if she was a tsundere, to which the other immediately replied that she was not a tsundere for him, which meant she was a tsundere, just a picky one. Arls then asked Ren if they were going to let each person choose how they ate the meatballs, to which our protagonist replied that the meatballs were delicious by themselves, but she thought they were also tasty when added to the soup. The mouthfeel was different depending on how they were eaten, so she thought it would be nice to let them choose which way they preferred. Arls then began to consider Ren's words and concluded that they made sense, to which our protagonist added, while serving herbal tea, that even the aroma could change the flavor in many ways. Arls drank a little and immediately thereafter said that it was delicious before asking what was in it. Ren then took the opportunity to teach Arls about various herbs and wildflowers that could be used to make tea because, since tea was a luxury item, it was rather expensive to buy. It was difficult to acquire for those who were strapped for cash, but if you were able to make your own, it was a different story. Ren then told Arls that it was fun to try out different types of blends, which the other agreed before adding that it was amazing how many benefits you could get from drinking tea as well. At that moment, Ryu arrived after finishing his sword practice and told them that he had really worked up a sweat with all those swings before asking what they were drinking. However, Arls cut him off saying that he smelled of sweat before asking him to take a bath first. Right after, a sleepy Riko and a sleepy Markle arrived, followed by an also sleepy Kuro. It seemed like the sound of Ryu's sword practice had woken them up, which confirmed that he was putting serious effort into it. Nevertheless, since he had left the door unlocked after entering the bath, when everyone went to wash their faces, they were all greeted with the unpleasant sight of his naked body. In the end, he was still an idiotic boy as always. Shortly after, they all gathered together in the dining room because it was time for breakfast, and they quickly began to eat the menu, which consisted of meatball pot au feu and grilled onigiri. Of course, they all loved the dishes, and the first one to speak was Triella, who said that the meatballs were delicious even on their own. Ryu then added that she was going to put hers in the soup, to which Ren quickly replied that she should feel free to do it. In the end, they all concluded that they were very happy to start their day with such good food, since those meatballs were good, After eating, they all enjoyed some relaxing tea time with the herbal tea, while everybody except Arles and Triella, who were busy making more grilled onigiri for lunch. As for Ren, she made some wooden lunch boxes for them, so they could put the onigiri inside and carry it with them. Our protagonist also took along a carry cart, since that would be perfect for loading them all up. Suddenly, Trella told Kuro that she seemed to be in an especially good mood that day before asking her if something had happened, to which the little girl replied, with a smug smile, that she was that way because Ren's mommy milkers felt really nice, which startled everybody. Obviously, Ren got flustered after hearing that, especially because the others began to stare intently at her chest. Rico even went as far as to say that it was not fair after seeing our protagonist's chest bouncing. A while later, Ren returned to the workshop while everyone else headed to the guild to go about their usual business hunting jackalopes or gathering herbs. Then, after several days of blacksmithing, the harvest festival had finally begun, which meant that our protagonist's date was there too. Ren quickly met with Rico and Triella, who looked gorgeous in their new dresses. In fact, our protagonist quickly complimented them while thinking that they were all dolled up. As for Ren's outfit, instead of a cloak, she had wrapped herself with a scarf that covered her mouth. Moreover, since you never know where someone might be watching, she would use her concealment and disguise skills in full force. Once all preparations were in order, they could finally walk down the main street together while holding hands. Of course, she wouldn't miss the chance to hold hands with the girls. In fact, even though Ren was walking perfectly between the two of them, our protagonist also noticed that Triella was blushing very hard and began to wonder why she was that way before thinking that if she kept doing it she was going to make her feel embarrassed as well. Nevertheless, instead of backing down, Ren decided to go a step further and intertwined her fingers with Triella's, which made the other feel even more embarrassed. Sadly, that prank backfired on Ren because after seeing Triella even more flustered, our protagonist's cheeks began to feel hot too. Even though, Ren still decided to interlock her fingers with Rico's too, and they continued marching down the street. There were several stalls set up on the main street, now that the harvest festival had begun. So naturally they had to start their journey with a street food tour. Most of the stalls served foods that you could easily eat while walking, like meat skewers and such, but Ren soon spotted a stall that sold French fries. Nevertheless, although she would have loved to have them, the color of the oil was a big Ike's, so she decided to pass, since she had gotten pretty bad stomach aches from fried foods before. As for soup, serving it would be difficult, since unlike modern Japan, they couldn't exactly use disposable bowls. Luckily, aside from French fries, you could also make hash browns, or fry up some mashed potatoes to make a croquette. Those dishes were all pretty doable, and our protagonist decided to teach Arles how to prepare them. The royal capital's harvest festival lasted for 5 days. On the first day, which was that day, they held a sword-fighting tournament where only commoners were allowed to participate. That being said, more than half of the competitors were adventurers. Moreover, swords were the only weapon allowed and participants were provided with dull blades. The second day was when beauty contests and other traditional performance events were held. The third day acted like a small break with no major events being held. The royals used that day to head to the temple of the wind god located at the northern lake shore to perform some sort of ritual. That being the case, the third day was the time where commoners could regain their energy and prepare for the 2 remaining days. The fourth day focused on events geared toward the nobles, such as aristocratic martial arts tournaments. They did things like fencing, horse riding, justing, archery, and horseback archery. Finally, on the 5th day was an anything-goes tournament. You could take your own weapon, and anyone could join whether they were nobles, knights, commoners, or adventurers. It was a chaotic event. Nevertheless, the champion was granted the title of a knight, so you would find many enthusiastic adventurers aiming for fame. As for Ren, she didn't know much about ranks and titles, so she wondered if knighthood really was that big of a deal. Unlike baronets, the rank of knight only applied to one generation, so she felt it was not as great as you might think. At that moment, Triella pulled our protagonist out of her reverie by saying that she was feeling pretty full before asking if they wanted to go check out the tournament. Ren then replied that she didn't mind before asking if that was really entertaining to watch. Triella then said that she was not that into it, but Kane and Markle were going to be participating. Our protagonist almost immediately said that she didn't care about Kane before adding that they could go to watch Markle's match, since there was not much else to do at that moment, so the trio decided to go to the Coliseum. Once they were inside, Ren quickly noticed that the crowd was really heated, and right after Rico told them that Markle was winning. Afterward, Ren heard a middle-aged man saying that Markle was pretty good with his shield for being a young man, and she thought that it was impressive how much he had improved from hunting jackalopes every day. She even decided that she would make him a pork bowl later as a reward. Rico then informed them that the next match was Kane, and while Ren thought that she didn't really care about it, Rico added that Kane's opponent was a guy named Neil, and immediately thereafter, the memories of those days being stalked were flooding back into Ren's mind, while she wondered why it had to be him. Ren then considered the option of Neil arriving at the capital looking for her, which she obviously didn't like. However, she dismissed her thoughts and focused on the fight, and she quickly realized that the two of them were battling seriously. In fact, they were fighting each other as if there was no tomorrow. Furthermore, our protagonist also noticed that Neil seemed pretty strong, to the point that she thought he was somehow moving like a proper swordsman. On the other hand, it was clear to her that Kane was a complete amateur, because he was making too many unnecessary movements. Nevertheless, Kane was giving his all and didn't look too bad. In fact, he was somehow putting up a good fight against Neil, but shortly after Neil decided to unleash his fighting spirit, and with a swift attack he managed to defeat Kane. Ren then thought that although Kane had put up a good fight, he still had lost in the end. Moreover, she also thought that the Neil she had seen up to that moment was more like a seemingly useless guy, but she had to admit she was wrong about him. She had thought Neil was just a former farmer, but it seemed like he had done some proper training. The swordsmanship he used in particular seemed to be legitimate, which meant that he should have learned it somewhere. However, she still thought that he was an annoying person to face, so she decided to be careful not to bump into him. It was then that Ren noticed something and wondered why were Kane and Neil celebrating together. She then thought that they had perhaps hit it off with each other, and thought that it was annoying that the two people she couldn't handle the most were getting along with each other. In fact, she thought that if they went to Triella's place to hang out, she might suddenly encounter him, which made her feel pissed. Afterward, they confirmed Markle's loss in the next match with their own eyes, and decided to meet up later. By the way, when Triella and Rico noticed the weird face Ren was making, she had to explain to them about Neil despite feeling awkward about it. After hearing our protagonist's explanation, Triella got pissed and said that she would go tell Kane, since he always took people over to their house uninvited. At first, Ren wanted to trust Triella, thinking that with her taking the proper measurements she would be able to dodge that bullet, but then she gave it a second thought and decided to make some arrangements on her own ahead of time, just in case. After the hype from the sword fighting tournament died down, they resumed their street food tour, but the three of them suddenly got an upset stomach, so they were aware that it would be tough to try to continue eating meat. In the end, they decided to rest on a bench in a public square until their stomachs calmed down. But, since Ren's mouth began to feel lonely, she took out pretzels and juice she had previously made from her bag. Well, that was what she pretended to do, but in reality, she had just taken it out of her storage. Obviously, when the other two saw the pretzels, they told our protagonist they also wanted some, and she let them have a bit. Unfortunately, some random guys approached them looking interested in what they were eating, making them feel uncomfortable, especially since they were young boys who also wanted to ask them out. Because of that, they decided to change their plans and dispersed for the day a little early. After all, that was just the first day of the Harvest Festival. The next day soon arrived, and since during the second day of the festival there were going to be the music and performance contests as well as the beauty contest, Ren and the others had a lot they planned to watch. Although our protagonist thought that the beauty contest stank of a flag, so she decided to avoid that one. There were a lot of activities on the second day, so of course the venues were all here and there. Furthermore, around the venue areas there were a lot of street performances and such. In fact, Ren guessed that, since there were a lot of people who weren't able to enter the venues, those street performers were targeting them. Moreover, along with all those sites, a bunch of food stalls were selling food, and because of that the path was narrow and chaotic, and some accidents happened. For example, someone bumped into them and got Rico's dress dirty. Of course, Rico was about to cry due to her being angry and sad, and Ren thought that if they left her like that, she would feel bad. Luckily, there was a bathroom area at the corner of the venue, so our protagonist thought they could move and get her changed. But once they got there, they realized it was super crowded. Shortly after, Ren learned that those ladies were there as participants in the beauty contest. They had intended to go to the performance contest area, but from the looks of things, they had gotten caught in the flow of the crowd and had ended up in the beauty contest area. which was the worst-case scenario for our protagonist. Triella then told Ren that it was fine because it was so crowded there that they would only get in the way, and Riko agreed with her. But our protagonist replied that girls needed to dress pretty properly. After hearing that, Triella decided to ask the other ladies where they could change, and immediately thereafter, the other ladies began to push her away, mistaking her as one of the participants. In fact, all the ladies began to frantically push Riko, Triella, and Ren away. Ren then told the other two that it seemed the other ladies were treating them rudely because they believed they were participants, and Riko replied that she couldn't understand why the others thought that. However, Ren couldn't help but notice that the stares of the other ladies around them felt super harsh. Our protagonist also noticed that the stares weren't just directed at her, but also at Triella and Riko. After all, together with the bathing environment and washing methods with rice bran, the two of them had transformed into beautiful ladies you could be proud of no matter where you were. The problem was that the other ladies kept bullying them despite them trying to explain that they were not participating. In the end, someone who looked like she was from the contest managing committee had to step in, and thanks to that, Ren, Riko, and Triella were released from that situation. Sadly, right after that, more trouble got in their way. The woman looked at them, and after telling them that they looked super cute, she asked them if the three of them would like to participate as sisters, as a mysterious group of dark horses. Obviously, immediately thereafter, Ren said they were not interested, but the woman didn't back down and told them that they would definitely create an upheaval in the competition, to which our protagonist replied by asking what would happen if they did that. Sadly, the management people had already set their eyes on them, and kept nagging them to participate, especially Ren, but our protagonist wasn't moved at all. Eventually, Riko gave in and told Ren that it would be such a waste to not participate. After all, they were already there. Luckily, Triella quickly reminded Riko that Ren had said that she didn't want to do it, so she shouldn't force her. However, Riko didn't back down and told Triella that if Ren participated, she would definitely be the winner, which left Triella speechless. Nevertheless, Ren thought that no matter how much Riko begged her, she really couldn't say yes. After all, our protagonist didn't want to stand out, and it seemed like a pain. Not to mention that she still hadn't forgotten the pervert merchant who sponsored the orphanage. If he found her, it would be pretty bad. Plus, if she were found, other perverts would also make eyes at her. Still, Ren also was aware that that was just a selfish request from Riko, and since it was rare for her to behave that way, our protagonist really wanted to hear her out. It was then that Ryu arrived and asked them what they were doing there. Nevertheless, the girls didn't reply and instead asked him what he was doing at a place like that, to which he replied that he had gone there to watch the beauty contest with Bowman and the others, but they had gotten separated. Ryu then asked again what they were doing there before adding that it seemed like they were kind of fighting. Triella then filled him with the details, and almost immediately Ryu began to scold Riko, asking her how many times she was going to be selfish before adding that she was bothering Ren, to which Riko relied that that had nothing to do with him. Ryu then told her that just because she put on that cutesy act didn't give her the excuse to be that demanding. But Riko quickly retorted that she was not the only one who had gotten things from Ren, before adding that Ryu was the one bothering our protagonist. However, the boy's reaction surprised them, because she assumed that Riko was right and that thanks to their attitude things had ended badly for them. He even added that after reflecting on the matter, the boys had decided that they wouldn't do something like that ever again. Right after, she told her that if she kept making selfish requests, Ren might end up disliking her, before adding that because of that she should stop. But Rao didn't stop there and said that, unlike the boys, the girls had already gotten themselves together, so she should calm down. After all, Ren liked taking care of her, but still, she shouldn't misunderstand that because it was scary to get scolded. That finally beat her, and an ashamed Riko sincerely apologized to our protagonist. Immediately thereafter, Ryu intervened again to say that Ren didn't have to participate in the beauty contest anymore. Of course, Ren didn't miss Ryu's behavior and couldn't help to admit that he had matured so much that she was startled by it. She even wondered if that was really him. Our protagonist then told Triella and Riko that she wouldn't participate, before adding that they should because it still might be a good experience to have. Nevertheless, Triella immediately said that there was no way they would do it, especially because Riko wouldn't be participating and Triella didn't want to do it alone. However, Ren had an idea and suggested that Triella and Ryu should participate together. Of course, Ryu refused, but our protagonist insisted, saying that as thanks for scolding Riko on her behalf, if he participated she was willing to give him a one-handed sword, one that could be used in proper battles. Ryu's resolve of not participating began to crumble, and Ren decided to strike while the iron was hot, by saying that she would make the sword based on his desired specifications, which did the trick, because after hearing that Ryu decided that he was going to participate. Ren then thought that Ryu actually had quite a nice face, so she was sure it would work out with some makeup. What our protagonist didn't know was that her desires were making her show an evil expression that was seen by Triella and Rico. A while later, the beauty contest was in full swing and Ryu was telling Triella that he couldn't step out onto the stage, to which Triella replied by cheering him up, saying that if he did it, he would get a sword. The problem was that Ryu was cross-dressing at that moment, which explained the vicious look that Ren had shown before. Obviously, the boy was having second thoughts about the whole thing, but it was too late for that because at that moment he was called to the stage and our protagonist told him to do his best. Right after, he maned up and went to the stage while the host introduced her as Ryusi, the contestant number 23. At that moment, he thought that he looked weird, and that everybody would instantly know he was a boy. But contrary to his expectations, the crowd went nuts supporting her, while Ren thought that they had gotten them. A short flashback then started showing how Ren, Rico, and Triella helped Rico turn into a cute young lady. Our protagonist planned to have Ryu cross-dress and enter the contest, but since she didn't have much experience with makeup, even if she included her time in her old world, she decided to put her disguise and concealment skills to use. She would multitask with those skills and apply the makeup in a calculated manner to make him look pretty from all angles, and the result was a shockingly beautiful young lady. In fact, after seeing the birth of Ryusi, our protagonist had to admit that disguise was an insane skill. Ryu himself couldn't believe the reflection in the mirror was actually him. Ren then thought that Ryu had been using the same rice bran soap as Triella and the others, so his skin was nice and glossy, so by just putting on a headband he looked like an entirely different person. Moreover, he was at the age where his physique hadn't started to change yet, so she thought there were very few people who would be able to tell that he was cross-dressing. In the end, our protagonist had embraced her producer persona and was planning to make that girl a top idol. Back to the present, seeing how wild the crowd had gotten after seeing Ryusi, the host told her to say a few words to her fans. However, once she grabbed the mic, she simply told the crowd that she didn't know what to say, which made Bowman say that she looked even cuter when she was embarrassed. In fact, Ren was aware that what was making her look like a genuinely shy and reserved cutie was precisely that she wasn't acting, but being herself after all. Ryu's embarrassment was very real. The host then asked Ryusi why she had entered the beauty contest, to which she replied that her friends had sort of forced her into it. Obviously, the host immediately thanked her friends for giving them the chance to meet a wonderful lady like Ryusi, while Ren wondered why Ryu had to name them, and Rico said that she was glad she hadn't joined. Shortly after, the contest neared its end and the winner was contestant number 23, Ryusi, which left her flabbergasted. As for Ren, she thought that the whole contest had ended up being very interesting. Of course, she would think that way, since she was the one making others suffer. I wonder if she would feel the same if she ended up at the other end of the rope. Afterward, Ryu said that he was never going to cross-dress again, while Triella congratulated him for a job well done and Rico told him that she had looked very cute out there. In fact, Rico even said that she would bet a bunch of men had had their hearts stolen after seeing the adorable Ryusi, which Ryu didn't believe. Nevertheless, when they left the room where they had been changing, Bowman met with them, and he quickly asked Triella if she had been with the girl who had won the contest, and while the others wondered why Bowman was so excited, he asked Triella to tell him where he could meet Ryusi, before adding, while looking infatuated, that he was sure that she was his destiny. In fact, Bowman went as far as to say that he was going to marry her and be with her for the rest of his life. Of course, Ren didn't miss the chance to tease Ryu by telling him that it sounded like Bowman had fallen in love with his cross-dressed self at first sight. Triella then told Bowman that Ryusi was just an acquaintance she had run into before, adding that Ryusi had told her that she wanted to overcome her shyness, which made Triella help her out a bit. She also said that Ryusi had probably left already. After hearing that, Bowman immediately ran after Ryusi while yelling that he would find her. And once he left, Ren teased Ryu again, saying that had turned into a really troublesome situation. While Ryu wondered if he was going to be okay, sleeping in the same room as Bowman, because he had begun to feel like his body was in danger. Luckily, Ren told him to rest assured because he had dolled him up beyond recognition with her skills. Still, he decided to put up a screen to split the boys' room in two just to be sure. Right after, he reminded our protagonist about the sword, and Ren asked him to wait until after the festival. Ryu then thanked her, and Ren said that after having put him in a pretty awkward situation, keeping her promise was the least she could do. After that, Ren went back to trying more street food while strolling with Triella and Rico. They also went and checked out a music contest to kill time. Our protagonist even thought it would have been fun to play some tunes from her old world there, but since that would attract too much attention, she decided against it. In the end, the second day was pretty enjoyable for them. The next day, Ren decided she wouldn't be going anywhere, since it was a break day. After all, she was a bit tired from walking around so much the 2 previous days, plus she was concerned for Triella's wallet. Even though our protagonist had treated them to quite a few things, they had insisted on paying for quite a bit on their own too, so she decided to spend that day at the workshop. Moreover, she was also planning to use that time to cook up a time-consuming dish. She was going to make orc meat char siu. She began by rubbing the salt into the blocks of orc meat, then she bound them with strings. Right after, she grilled the surface of the meat blocks, flavored the broth with soy sauce, mirin, sake, and sugar, and threw in ginger, scallions, garlic, and spices. A while later, it was time to plop in the meat, and she thought that she wanted to use that in a lot of different dishes, so she decided to make a big serving. Afterward, she thought she would just let it simmer, and once it came to a boil, she would turn the heat down to let it absorb all of the flavors. Of course, it began to give off a really good smell while it was simmering, so the craftsman at the workshop that day stopped by to take a look at what she was cooking. Ren then began to wonder what she should eat once it was done, and thought that a char siu bowl would be tasty, especially after topping it with minced cabbage and tons of broth. At that moment, Ryu arrived and pulled her out of her reverie, and when our protagonist asked him what was the matter, he replied that he wanted to hide there for a bit. He then explained that Bowman had used to be quiet before the harvest festival, but afterward he kept muttering to himself things about Ryusi, which scared the boy. Ren then told him that, since she was partly responsible for that, she would allow Ryu to lay low there for that day. Right after, she took the chance to ask him about his sword specifications and offered him some char siu, while thinking that he didn't look happy, which was understandable given what was happening to him. Luckily, once Ryu began to eat, he reached cloud number 9, while saying that the dish was delicious. As for Ren, she said that it would have been even better if they had waited until the next day. However, for Ryu, the dish was so good that he admitted he could eat tons of veggies like that despite not liking vegetables that much. Shortly after, he thanked her because he was feeling a lot better, which made Ren think that Ryu's growth was remarkable. Right after, she asked him how he would like his sword to be made, and she told her that he had made a drawing of what he wanted it to be like. Unfortunately for him, since Ren was a researcher, she gave him a blunt critique session about his blueprint, which astonished him. "Come on, Ryu, you really went full Chunibyu with that blueprint." A while later, Ryu was shocked to see Ren working on his sword, because he had never seen her with such a serious expression before. In fact, he assumed that what she was doing required a great deal of concentration. After all, she was taking her time to hammer his very own sword, the one that he had always dreamed of. However, almost immediately she turned around with a big smile on her face, and told him that the sword was finished, which astonished him because she had finished the sword extremely fast. And if that were not enough, she also told him that if she was quick about it, it usually took her 2 hours to produce a sword. She had even made a short sword with a smaller blade that Ryu could use as a sub-weapon. Of course, after that performance, the boy had to admit that Ren was very good. Then, she said that she would just leave them cool off, before adding that they could add the finishing touches the next day or so. At that moment, he couldn't help but say that although he didn't know much about blacksmithing, what she had done had been crazy fast. As for our protagonist, she was thinking that she would make some fine-tuned adjustments that would suit Ryu afterward, so it was not like she would hand him the sword at that moment. Right after, she told him that he might have to wait a bit longer before receiving the sword, to which he replied that there were still 2 more days of the harvest festival, so it was fine even if it was not done by then. After all, there was no point in rushing those kinds of things. After hearing that, Ren thought that Ryu really had grown more mature, and that she appreciated kids who worked to better themselves. Immediately thereafter, she asked Ryu to take a sit, and once he did it, she got really close to him, which made them both blush, and Ryu's heart beat fast. It seemed our protagonist had activated the big cis Shota neuron. "I don't know, Rick, it looks fake." Afterwards, she began to touch him everywhere while asking him how it felt, to which he quickly replied that it was amazing despite being kind of tight. Both of them were kind of hugging each other, and both of them were blushing hard. She then made more moves, and asked again for his opinion, to which he replied that it was very shiny and felt good to the touch. He even added that his head was going to explode from her doing that for him out of nowhere. However, in the end, Ren was just putting a leather armor on for him. Yup, this protagonist will definitely remain as a solo player in bedroom games, if you know what I mean. Ryu was elated after receiving the armor, but he quickly came back to his senses and asked her if she was sure, to which she replied that he should just think of it as a freebie. While thinking that since his chastity is in danger, she figured that he could use some protection. Afterward, while Ryu was modeling the armor, she asked him how it was, and if there were any parts that she should adjust, to which he replied that everything was fine, before adding that it was amazing, and asking if it was the same as Triella's armor. Ren then replied that it was indeed the same, before adding that for someone whose body wasn't done growing yet, she thought that leather armor was a better option. Either that or some sort of lightweight metal chest plate. She then reminded him that he would probably have a growth spurt soon, so some leather clothes or coats would be ideal. After hearing that, he was touched and quickly thanked her. Ren then added that she would be sticking around there at the workshop to finish his sword, so it should be done by the morning of the following day. He then told her that he was going to be out the following day, which made him recall something, and he immediately asked her if she was not going to go see the tournament. Our protagonist then replied that she wouldn't learn all too much from spectating it, so she wasn't interested. Nevertheless, once she saw the disappointment on his face, she quickly added that she could stop by in the early evening if that was okay for him, to which he replied that since he wanted to watch the contest it would be good timing. She then told him that it was important to observe how strong fighters carried themselves in order to improve his skills, to which he replied that Mr. Jim had told him that too. He had said that while Ryu observed the fight, he should think about why they moved in certain ways. So, if Ren was saying the same thing, then it was probably an important piece of advice, and since he wanted to get stronger he would do his best. After hearing that, Ren couldn't help but feel proud of him while thinking that that mischievous brat who never listened to anyone had become such a good kid in just a few days. In fact, she thought that those two idiots should learn from Ryu's example. Still, she then wondered if she was really the one to think that when she had no concept of self-restraint. Well, I can answer you that no, you aren't. Of course, almost immediately she tried to justify herself, thinking that she at least tried to restrain herself, depending on the person and the situation. She then got very close to him to attach the dagger to his waist, teasing a boy. Now that is self-restraint to the fullest. Immediately afterward, Ryu asked her if she was sure because she had already done so much for him, to which she replied that it was okay, while thinking that when someone did you a favor, you should quietly accept their kindness. Afterward, Ryu left for the time being, and, perhaps because the dagger had made him happiest of all, there was a spring in his step. Later, when she sat down for dinner, the other at the workshop looked like they wanted to say something. They had a look of longing in their eyes as they stared at the char siu she had made that afternoon, but she simply ignored them. Instead, she offered one of the dishes she had made alongside it, a dish called glazed potato mochi. Nevertheless, that dish was enough to make all of the people present feel elated, while Ren thought that despite having prepared a lot of food, she would only them 3 glazed potato mochi pieces per person for the time being. Her family in her old world originated from up north, so she had happened to learn the recipe. Moreover, they were delicious when wrapped in nori and topped with a sweet soy glaze. Those mochi were pretty good filling, so you could eat them as a snack, or even as a convenient meal for when you were busy. Shortly after, all the people began complimenting the dish. Some said that it was squishy and yummy, others said that it was perfect with the sweet and salty glaze, and others had already realized that it could be either a snack or a meal. Obviously, everyone seemed interested in the recipe once she told them that potatoes were the main ingredient, but she felt like she had been sharing too many recipes in recent times, so she pretended not to notice. In fact, even the landlady looked like she had questions as well, but whatever it was, she didn't ask Ren. Afterward, our protagonist took a bath, before getting into bed feeling very exhausted after all the things that had happened that day. Besides, she had already had some plans laid out, so it looked like the following day would be busy too. Finally, the 4th day of the Harvest Festival began, and Ryu received his new sword. Then, Ren told him that she would make some minor adjustments at that moment, before asking him to try swinging it around a bit, before she did it. Immediately thereafter, Ryu began practicing swinging the sword, and shortly after, Ren adjusted the leather strap around the hilt for both the sword and the sub-weapon. Then, while Ryu was holding both weapons, he asked her why she had made him 2 different swords. Ren then replied that it was not a good idea to use a sword that was too big for him, so she threw the sub-weapon in for free so that he wouldn't hurt himself. After hearing that, she asked her again if she was sure, and she asked him to accept the favor because she was not always that nice. Afterward, he thanked her and wore the swords feeling very happy. In fact, he quickly told her that he felt like a real swordsman at that moment, which made her give him the gaze of an elderly man who was proud of a good kid. Ren even went as far as to tell him that going by looks alone, he already was one, before thinking that she shouldn't forget that she was a cool-headed young girl. Then Ryu, while showing a big smile on his face, said that he wanted more than just looks, before adding that the rest was up to him, so he had to do his best. After hearing that, Ren couldn't help but think of Mary Jane's catchphrase. However, you are not Mary Jane, dearie, you are a solo player, remember. At that moment, he said that something was smelling very good, before asking Ren what she was preparing, to which she replied by showing him a dish called consommé, or rather the step before that, bouillon. Ryu then said that despite it being nothing more than soup, it smelled very good. Of course, Ren didn't like that comment and told him that soup was life. After all, that day she had prepared the time-consuming consommé. It always took a long time to make, so she had prepared to spend the whole day on that dish. She had been working on it since the crack of dawn, just slaving away in the kitchen up to the moment Ryu arrived in the evening, tossing in all the ingredients and letting it slowly simmer. She wanted to make lots of consommés, so she had set up multiple pots to simmer all at once. That meant that she was constantly removing scum and toiling away in the kitchen, and before she knew it, it was already noon. So, in short, it had really tired her out. Furthermore, after she considered what she had to do the following day, she decided that she would use some sort of spell to cool off the soup. In fact, she assumed she could use creation magic to change it into cold soup. She could even age things with the same method, which was why it was quite useful. After hearing that explanation, Ryu was amazed because not only Ren had finished his sword, but she had also made such a time-consuming dish on top of that. After hearing that, our protagonist thought that in actuality, the consommé had been the main event, while the sword had been something she had done on the side. Afterward, Ryu told her that she was really amazing, before asking her to let him sample it after it was done, to which she thought that if it was for a good boy like him she wouldn't mind sharing a little. Meanwhile, the following day Kane was devastated upon seeing the various pieces of equipment Ryu had received from Ren, especially because all he had gotten was a sword he had stolen from a goblin. The 5th and last day of the Harvest Festival began with Ren still in the kitchen, preparing the consommé while thinking that it was a pain. She didn't have any plans to go out that day, and even though she was slightly interested in the martial arts contest, it was not enough to motivate her to go, not to mention that making the consommé was more important for her. At that moment, Triella arrived and asked our protagonist if she wanted to go watch the martial arts contest finals together. Rico, who had arrived along with Triella, Kuro, and Arles, then said that Ren had been staying inside for 2 days already, before reminding her that it was the Harvest Festival, so it would be a waste to stay inside during the last day. After hearing that, our protagonist admitted that they had a point, but there was still the consommé who was still not finished. Nevertheless, Triella quickly told her that they would all be with her, so if something happened, they would have her back. However, Ren thought that the girls were worried about Neil, and that was why Triella had said that. But the issue was that the main worry for our protagonist was not Neil, but the consommé. However, in the end, she decided that since they were that concerned for her, she should get out of the house. Right after, she asked them to give her a moment to get ready since she had been making consommé all morning. Afterward, they rushed to the Colosseum and with spirit and determination, somehow wedged their way into the front row to secure their seats. As for the boys' group, they took a different route, and were spectating from another part of the stands. In fact, Ren even thought that perhaps that was their way of being considerate to her, which she truly appreciated. On the other hand, since she had been making soup all morning, she hadn't had any lunch yet, so she decided to take something out from her storage bag, right there. She ended up taking out soy sauce yaki onigiri, potato mochi, char siu skewers, braised soft-boiled eggs, and consommé soup. Of course, for the soup she used a thermos, since when you were spectating a match, you had to have one of those. Right after, she began enjoying the meal, while thinking that the mellow flavor and the deep aroma were just good stuff. Of course, almost immediately, Triella told her that the soup she had there smelled insanely good. Even other spectators were already salivating. After hearing that, Ren thought that the soup had to be very good since she had spent 2 days on that dish. It was then that she noticed the effect the smell was having on all the spectators around her. But she simply thought that she couldn't help it because she was hungry. In fact, she kept eating all the dishes she had taken out while thinking that all the dishes tasted like heaven. Finally, the spectators couldn't take it anymore, and began to yell that Ren was enjoying her food with such ecstasy, and that combined with her milk monsters, made it difficult for them to decide what to watch, if our protagonist or the match. Even her friends told her that her expression and her every action were insane, to which Ren replied by asking them to stop referring to her like she was some kind of human weapon. However, they were all interrupted by Triella because she pointed out a guy, which caught the attention of the other girls. Almost immediately, Rico identified the guy as the one who had beaten Kane on the first day of the sword tournament, Neil. Right after, Ren thought that it was really him, before admitting that he had way too much energy to be able to fight again that day, although she didn't care. Then, our protagonist managed to identify his opponent as Beck, a friend of Neil, a wise and sensible guy. Of course, after realizing that, she thought that facing against a friend in a contest like that was unlucky, although she didn't care. Yeah, we know you don't care about anything related to boys. Geez. Immediately thereafter, the match began, but both of them remained in the same place without making a move. Obviously, after a while the spectators began to complain, and they even asked out loud if both of them were tired. Nevertheless, Ren knew that that was not the case. She immediately realized that both of them were planning to use the same move that had decided Neil's match with Kane, which was why they were unleashing their aura. Of course, that meant that both of them were taking the fight seriously from the get-go, but the thing was that Neil's aura didn't even begin to compare to Beck's. Suddenly, Neil finally moved, and almost immediately their swords clashed, while Ren thought that Beck's moves were elegant as he turned his defensive stance into an attack. They kept exchanging blows while the girls were loudly rooting for Beck since they didn't like Neil. However, Ren kept analyzing the match. In her opinion, in terms of skill, Beck vastly outclassed Neil, but if you looked closely, their stance and style of swordsmanship were actually quite similar. In fact, she even began to wonder if Beck was Neil's mentor. The fight went on, and the intensity increased to the point of Beck resorting to dirty moves. While he swung his sword towards Neil, he also stepped on his foot to reduce his movements. In fact, our protagonist had to admit that doing that in the middle of a swing took a lot of skill. She also thought that Beck's swordsmanship was so refined, yet he seemed accustomed to using dirty moves too. Immediately thereafter, Beck managed to land a hilt strike on Neil's chin, and he kept pressing Neil with more attacks. Shortly after, Neil couldn't take it anymore, and Beck disarmed him with a swift swing. Right after, the referee declared the match was over, and the crowd went nuts. Of course, all the girls were very happy with that outcome. Even our protagonist had to admit that sending the opponent's sword flying for the win had been very impressive. Of course, she also was aware that the skill gap had played a huge role in that outcome too. However, at that moment, while Beck was helping Neil to get up, the referee declared that Vector was the winner, which surprised Ren since she believed that the guy's name was Beck. That twist made her curious, and she decided to take a quick peel at Vector's stats with appraisal. Right after, she confirmed that his name was indeed Beck. But there was something strange with his status window to the point that she couldn't read all the things written on it. Because of that, she decided to use analysis instead of appraisal. It was then that she finally was able to read all the info in his status window, but then she realized that the name written there was Vector instead of Beck, which shocked her. Well, she wasn't shocked only because of the change in his name, but also because he was a prince in disguise! Not to mention all his other titles and his tons of skills. It didn't take a genius to realize that the guy called Beck or Vector was a big shot, which meant bad news for Ren, because she had seen something she shouldn't. Could he be her nemesis? That would be interesting, and cool too. Ren then began to wonder what was someone like him doing in a place like that, and why he was role-playing as an adventurer. At that moment, he seemed to notice something, and immediately turned his head to look at our protagonist, who right after began to think that she hadn't seen anything, and hadn't noticed anything, and didn't know anything like it was a chant. In fact, she kept thinking with all her might that she didn't have any clue, before mentally swearing that she hadn't looked anything. In the end, she continued to spectate the contest while trembling with fear, and the winner was Beck or Sir Vector. Even the final match was a one-sided victory for him. He was so stupidly strong that it was mind-boggling. Once the martial arts contest ended, Ren parted ways with everyone and returned to the workshop to rest. After all, after discovering something like that, there was no way she could stroll around like nothing had happened. So, with that, Ren's Harvest Festival experience came to its chaotic conclusion. Still, she had no idea that Sir Vector was of noble birth. Even more than that, he was royalty. In fact, she could already smell something bad coming if she got involved with him. Once the Harvest Festival was over, she returned to her usual peaceful days. The outdoor lessons had concluded, and she didn't have any particular reason to visit Triella and the others at their house, so Ren had been spending her time forging swords and developing other skills as she pleased. Furthermore, she had accidentally discovered the truth about Vector, and she didn't want any part of it. After all, peace was truly fragile, so she had to treasure it while she still could. Still, she believed she had heard of an adventurer called Vector, so our protagonist did a little digging around her memories, and sure enough, a result popped up. Vector the Red. About 3 years before, there were talks of a swordsman with dark red hair and eyes, who quickly made his name as an adventurer. Needless to say, Beck definitely had the same appearance as how the rumors described Vector. She also recalled hearing that he was 15 years old then, so his age also checked out. In fact, he was very likely to be the same person. That country was located fairly up in the north, so they got a good amount of snowfall in the winter. But it snowed even more when powerful ice-type monsters showed up in the mountain ranges. Incidentally, those types of monsters that increased the amount of snowfall were known as Winter Lords. Moreover, if they weren't defeated during winter, they hid away and stored their power, then came back stronger than before, once the next winter rolled around. One day, when Ren was still at the orphanage because it had never been defeated in the years prior, a powerful lord appeared, and the one who finally subjugated the beast and rose to fame was none other than an adventurer called Vector. Cain and the other 2 idiots wouldn't shut up about it, so Ren remembered it well. But when he had holed up in the forest the following year, she noticed there was more snow than usual, so she thought that another lord had shown up. Then, it turned out that the promising adventurer was actually a royal. At that point, Ren would like to ask him what would happen if he died, especially since he was probably using the disguise skill to avoid revealing his identity. Of course, our protagonist had seen more things, and knew more information thanks to Vector's status window, but she would rather forget what she had seen. In the end, she spent another afternoon blacksmithing, and shortly after, the landlady arrived telling her that the lunch was ready, before asking her to let everyone know. Afterward, she went looking for her master, while informing everybody that lunch was ready. But since she couldn't find her boss anywhere, she assumed he should be at the storefront. Once she arrived there, a young guy asked her what he could do for her, to which she replied that she was there to tell the boss that lunch was ready, before asking him if he knew where the boss was. The young guy then told her that the boss should be on the other side discussing something with a customer. Unfortunately for her, when Ren arrived at that place, she realized that her boss was talking with not only Neil, but Sir Vector too. Of course, Neil instantly blushed after seeing her, and while her boss asked her what she wanted, Ren thought that she had just met with Bad News Beck and the Stalker, which meant she was facing Stubbly Typhoon of danger and creepiness. Our protagonist then quickly told her boss that it was nothing serious, before adding that she was looking for him to let him know that lunch was ready. She then apologized for interrupting their talk. Right after, the boss also excused himself, saying that they were still in discussions. Right after, all of them stared at each other, making Ren feel extremely awkward. But then Beck suddenly asked Neil if there was something in his mind, to which the other replied that there indeed was, and that it was related to Ren. Immediately thereafter, they both began whispering while discussing how cute she was, and then Beck realized that he had seen her before. Luckily, the boss noticed their behavior and listened to what they were saying, and he cut them off, saying that Ren was an important guest of him, before asking Vector to refrain from unnecessary comments. After hearing that, Vector immediately reassured the boss that that wasn't his intention. However, Ren didn't buy that, and thought that Vector looked suspicious, like he was trying to fool her boss. Moreover, knowing what she knew at that moment, that guy seemed really shady. He had a scheming look on his face. She even was aware that she might be acting biased or prejudiced, but she couldn't exactly help it. As for the boss, when he noticed how uneasy Ren was feeling, he suddenly stood up and told Vector and Neil that their request was impossible, before asking them to give up on it. Nevertheless, Vector didn't back down, and asked him if he could reconsider that, to which the other replied that he knew Vector would say that. At that moment, Vector put a sword on the table, and said that the sword he was currently using was one the boss had made for him, before adding that the sword's make wasn't poor at all. In fact, at that moment, there were hardly any blacksmiths in that country who were capable of making a sword of that quality. Still, Vector was worried about his next subjugation, even with a sword as fine as that. After hearing that, the boss said that the other had already told him that, before adding that it would be a hard task if he wanted a better sword than that. The boss even told him that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it had been his finest work. Afterward, the boss said that if they were talking about the sword's make, he was confident that he could produce something better. However, when it came to mana swords, if Vector asked him to make something better than that, to be frank, his bestowments were add-ons at best. The boss said that he didn't mind making Vector a sword to use as a base, but he would be better off asking someone else to handle the bestowments, to which the other replied that he had been told that there wasn't a single alchemist who could provide a higher level than that. After hearing that, the boss told Vector that he could go to a place located nearby because there was no doubt that his mana sword production skills were better than his, to which the other replied, after some hesitation, that if they were purely talking about bestowed skills, the level of that blacksmith was higher than the boss, Mr. Arnott. Nevertheless, the quality of the sword itself was lacking. Moreover, he had already asked him if he could add the bestowments later, while Mr. Arnott provided the base sword, but he replied that that would be impossible. In fact, he also told Vector that he and Mr. Arnott had had some sort of quarrel, which was why the boss worked independently. Then Vector asked the boss if there was a way that he and the other blacksmith could make the sword cooperatively. But Mr. Arnott replied that he doubted that the other blacksmith would accept those terms. Meanwhile, Ren was thinking that, according to what she had heard, it seemed that Vector wanted a mana sword, but the boss said that he couldn't make a sword that would meet his expectations. Nevertheless, since Vector had also said that the boss had made him his current sword, our protagonist confirmed that Mr. Arnott could make a mana sword. Afterward, she took a look at the sword in question, the one Vector had out on the table, and immediately used appraisal on it. Then, by checking the sword's stats, Ren noticed that the weapon was a one-handed sword with a longer blade, made with the highest quality of mithril. She also noticed that the sword had been bestowed with Fire Aspect Level 2. While she was doing that, Vector seemed to compromise, and asked the boss to forge a new blade for him, before adding that the bestowment could remain the same. However, Mr. Arnott quickly replied that if he did that, the result wouldn't be much different from Vector's current sword. The boss then added that even if Vector was satisfied with the new blade, he would have a tough time against his opponent if the bestowment level was the same, to which the other agreed, before adding that even in that case, he would like to prepare as much as possible. Right after, he showed the boss a suitcase while saying that he had already prepared the materials. Mr. Arnott then opened it, and was astonished after realizing that inside the suitcase were various pieces of adamantite. As for Ren, when she heard the name, she took an interest in the material, because she hadn't seen it before. Immediately thereafter, Vector said that although orichalcum was out of the question, he knew that the boss had dealt with adamantite before. Mr. Arnott then said that he had worked with it a few times, before adding that adamantite wasn't suited for bestowments, so it might be difficult for him to bestow it with the same level. That surprised Vector a lot, especially because there was no one else he could ask. He even asked the boss if there was anything he could possibly do. In the meantime, Ren was thinking that he envied the boss because he could get the chance to play with such rare materials. In fact, in her opinion, he should just accept the commission. She even was planning that if the boss accepted it, she would have him show the adamantite to her somehow. She was already imagining herself jumping for joy if he let her get her hands on it. Perhaps because of that, at that moment, Mr. Arnott turned around and stared at her. Immediately thereafter, he asked her if she could make mana swords, which startled her. She then mentally wondered why he had to ask her on the spot like that, before quickly considering how she should answer his question. After all, if she was at a loss for an answer, that would be pretty much telling him that she could make them. In the end, after deciding how she was going to lie to them, she replied that it was not that she couldn't make one, but it would be hard to make one that would live up to Vector's expectations. After hearing that, the boss said that had been just a shot in the dark, because he didn't expect her to say that she could, which made our protagonist feel tricked. Nevertheless, Ren was aware that she had been the fool for falling for it. As for Vector, he was astonished, and she couldn't blame him. After all, you would never expect that a girl like her could make mana swords. Right after, she got his full attention, and he quickly asked her how well she could make mana swords, which scared our protagonist a lot, to the point that she decided to dissuade his interest somehow, because she felt that she could get caught in the typhoon otherwise. Ren then told him that, as she had said, she couldn't make one like what he was hoping for, which was why she would have to politely refuse. Nevertheless, Vector's reaction was out of her expectations, because he just simply dedicated a grin to her, before adopting a main character pose. Vector then said that since he was asking for her help, it would be best to explain his circumstances. As for Ren, she quickly adopted an antagonist pose while thinking that she hadn't asked him to do that, before thinking that all that she wanted was to live in peace like an unassuming plant. Ren was having a heated debate in her mind. On the one hand, that was a very good chance to use such a rare material like adamantite, but on the other hand, she was aware that she would be screwed if she showed off her mana sword production skills to a royal. Furthermore, even if Vector didn't cause her trouble, if the public were to find out that she was able to make mana swords that could contend against a Winter Lord, there would be all sorts of trouble going her way. That was why she wanted to give him a false impression, so she could get out of that mess while she still could. Nevertheless, before she could set her plan in motion, he began to explain that the Winter Lord he was dealing with at that time was the same one he had driven away 3 years before. He had managed to wound it, but he hadn't been able to finish it off. Then, the year before, the monster showed up again, and nearly everyone who had gone to subjugate it had been wiped out. Moreover, most of the survivors had sustained injuries that had left them permanently disabled. The reason that Winter Lord hadn't shown up 2 years before was probably because it was still healing from its wounds, and perhaps it wanted to store up strength. As for Ren, while she was hearing Vector's story, she couldn't help but have a bad feeling about it. She even thought that, despite it sounding awful, it wasn't really her problem. In the first place, slaying a monster of that level was more the job of high-rank adventurers or knights. The reason she paid taxes was for times like those. In fact, she had paid a fair amount of taxes on her patent fee earnings. Of course, Vector had no idea of what Ren was thinking, and kept talking. He said that based on what he had seen 3 years before, as well as what the survivors from the year before had told him, he had a general idea of how strong the monster would be that year. Moreover, the guild in the nearby walled town had also started bringing in items for the subjugation effort. Plus, the mountain frontier village that had been destroyed the year before was also in the middle of reconstruction. On the other hand, Vector had some concerns about the equipment of the combatants who would be fighting against the monster directly. After hearing that, Ren gasped and realized that that was what the guildmaster's assistant had been talking about. Furthermore, she also realized that the blizzard she had experienced while she was hiding out in the forest the year before should have been due to the Winter Lord's reappearance. Moreover, if the frontier village were destroyed, there would be probably several other towns that would be reduced to rubble. Still, she thought that that was not a good enough reason that she should forge the sword. After all, she was not some kind of hero. Come on, he is not asking you to kill the Winter Lord. He's asking you to forge a sword. Hiding your secrets behind a pile of corpses won't make you a hero for sure. Ren then apologized to Vector and said that she didn't think that she would be able to live up to his expectations for that job, to which he replied by asking her if there was anything she could do about it. After hearing that, Ren added that she was only renting a space there, so she didn't actually work there, and then Vector quickly stared at the boss who said, while looking very embarrassed, that he didn't really see a problem with that, which pissed Ren a lot. Of course, once he saw her reaction, he tried to appease her, but she simply ignored him and asked Vector why he would go that far. After all, he was just a regular adventurer, so he should leave a dangerous situation like that to the knights or adventurers above A rank. Vector then replied, while showing a solemn expression, that he couldn't simply leave it to others who headed into battle knowing that they might not make it back home. If he could do something to help them, he wanted to do it. Right after, he asked her if that was strange to her, and she went silent while thinking that he had a very sound argument. The young man then kept talking, and said that from his predictions on its strength that year, there could be consequences even as far as the walled town where the headquarters were located. If the Winter Lord wasn't defeated that year, people living in the towns in the affected radius could freeze to death. So, in order to prevent that, he wanted to defeat it no matter what. Right after, he added that there was an orphanage in that town, and when you thought of the town's protection against the cold, it was very possible that the orphans could die as well, and he didn't want anyone to die if possible. That finally caught Ren's interest, and she asked him if the Winter Lord had appeared in the mountains to the northwest of the royal capital. After all, that was where it showed up 3 years before, which had made her think it was located near the capital. After hearing that, Vector replied that it had appeared in the mountain ranges further to the west the year before, and at that moment it was around the mountain north of O'Neill, where the headquarters were located. Furthermore, from what the scouts had reported to them, it was practically guaranteed to appear there. That turned on all the alarms in Ren's head because she had grown up in that town, in O'Neill. Moreover, her young sisters and brothers were still living there, and the orphanage director who took care of all of them was in her senior years. Not to mention that the cold winters had always been hard while she was there, which meant that all the orphans would freeze to death if the Winter Lord wasn't defeated. It's funny, Vector mentioned an orphanage before, and that didn't move Ren, so I guess the death of unknown orphans is okay if she can hide her secrets. You are truly no hero, dearie. Shortly after, she told Vector that she had changed her mind, and that she would accept his request, but on one condition. She had heard that there weren't many blacksmiths capable of making mana swords, which meant that forging that sword for him could invite all sorts of trouble for her. Besides, she didn't have any backing, so there was nothing that would protect her from any potential incidents. After hearing that, Vector guessed that what she wanted was protection, but she quickly told him that it was the opposite. There were still plenty of things she wanted to do, and for that reason, gaining backers would only be an obstacle for her. After all, she had no desire to be trapped by the protection of people in power because she needed to be able to move about freely. Of course, Vector, who was a smart guy, quickly understood what she wanted, and asked her if her condition for forging the sword was to keep her identity as its maker hidden, and she quickly confirmed it. She wanted him to keep the information from reaching outside ears. Afterward, Vector closed his eyes and remained silent for a short while. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and swore upon his name that he would guarantee her safety. To that effect, he would make arrangements to ensure the information wasn't leaked. After hearing that, the boss told Ren that if Vector was swearing an oath upon his name, she had nothing to worry about because he would keep his promise. Right after, Ren thought that if the boss personally guaranteed it, that meant that he knew Vector's true identity. Immediately thereafter, she asked Vector what sort of sword he would like, to which he replied that for starters, he would like it to have a fire element with a level 3 or 4 at the bare minimum. 5, 6 or higher would be ideal. In fact, he said that if he wasn't fighting it in the snowy mountains in the dead of winter, he could have defeated it with his current sword. As for the actual shape, he would like it to be a bastard sword. He had used a one-handed sword 3 years before, since he hadn't built up enough muscles, but he had improved since then. Moreover, a bastard sword could be wielded with one hand or both. Ren then asked him if she could make him a new shield if there were enough materials to spare, to which he replied that he would get her whatever materials she needed. He also told her that a non-elemental shield would be good for its versatility, although an elemental shield could be nice too, and Ren thought that he was just like Ryu when it came to weapons. He then explained to her that the Winter Lord was a frost salamander that used ice rather than fire, and looked like a humongous lizard. However, despite its appearance, it was a powerful monster belonging to the same family as lesser dragons. Afterward, Ren asked him how he was planning to defeat it, and he told her that he would treat it the same as when slaying any other dragon, which meant that he would slip under it and slice open its stomach. Ren then thought that that was indeed the usual method, since if you tried to fight it head-on, its scales would obstruct any damage you tried to deal to the dragon. Right after, he offered her to pay 5,000 gold coins for forging the sword, and our protagonist was startled thinking that that was an astronomical amount. At that moment, the boss intervened, and offered Vector to give them the remainder of adamantite as payment, because he guessed that the young guy had plenty. Moreover, he knew Ren would prefer that too. As for Ren, he was internally praising her boss for his good thinking. Once they closed the deal, Vector told them that he would deliver the materials the following day, before adding, while bowing, that he would leave the rest in their hands, to which Ren replied by agreeing while thinking that a royal was bowing his head to her. Afterward, Vector and Neil left while Ren ignored Neil's jealous look on his face. As for the boss, he told her that they would return to retrieve the sword once it was finished. Then Ren knew it was time to fulfill her duty as an artisan. So, starting the following day, he would be producing a mana sword with the lives of everyone at the orphanage staked upon it. And it was then that Ren realized that she had taken a pretty big deal for his first ever commission as a blacksmith. Sometime later, Ren returned to her workshop and began to work on Vector's sword. After all, Everyone's lives were on the line at the orphanage. Moreover, it was her first time receiving money from a blacksmithing request. The first thing she did was raise the skill level a little bit. She had her potions at the ready, and a bunch of skills to level up, and she didn't want to waste time and get that blessed sword made. It was time to finally make use of those 300 burner swords she had bashed out, and transform them all into blessed swords, netting her tons of experience points. 3 days later, she looked exhausted. After all, there were a lot of them, so it took them a lot longer than what she had anticipated. On the bright side, she had been able to level up blessed sword production, and her 2 skills, Spellblade level 9 and Techblade level 7, and she decided that she was ready to try the real deal. She had decided to do something a little special that time. She was going to give that blessed sword a unique finishing move. She had already decided on the shape of the sword and the skills it would have. For example, since the enemy was a frost salamander, fire affinity was mandatory. The monster would no doubt anticipate that, though. So that would have to be a special sword, and with that in mind, she forged the base sword. Afterwards, she planned to bestow it with a unique weapon skill. That would allow the sword to utilize a special finishing move, as those swords of legends were said to have. Of course, she was aware that that was her first time ever bestowing a skill to anything, so naturally, she was going to bulldoze through the process with her creation magic. Moreover, since Vector would be up against an ice magic monster, she was going to create a blade that could shoot out pillars of fire, and that was why she was making a practice sword. However, when she analyzed it, she concluded that the output was a bit subpar, so after that, she tried adjusting her method and creating different swords. Trial and error at its finest, folks. Sadly, after a lot of experimenting, she just couldn't seem to bestow the right kind of attack, which made her wonder if perhaps her skill level was still lacking. Then, she considered the possibility of adding some wind affinity to it. Her logic behind that was use wind to help the flames dance, therefore boosting the firepower. In the end, she added level 6 fire affinity, level 3 wind affinity, and level 1 light affinity as a bonus. Afterward, it was time to add a weapon skill, and for that she thought that tack up was a good place to start. Since she was using adamantite, she was also bestowing reduce weight, and since she was a nice person, she also decided to add endurance up. Then, for the final flourish, the moment of adding the weapon skill had arrived. Shortly after, she looked at the finished product and thought that that would work, and that was going to be just right. Next, she began to wonder what to give to the shield, but she quickly concluded that there was no need to think hard about it. After all, non-elemental affinity level 5, attack up level 3, reduce weight a level 3, and endurance up level 3 should do it. Still, she felt like going nuts and bestowing as many skills as possible, but she knew that she had to be careful, so she decided to keep herself in check. A while later, she decided that it was enough practice in bestowing skills, and decided to seal the weapons and shields she had made away, because it would be bad if those somehow made their way to the market. The next step was to practice working with adamantite. After all, she had already accepted payment in advance in the form of more adamantite, so she wanted to get to grips with it. At first, she decided to just try making a one-handed sword. However, a while later she realized that that was definitely harder than any metal she had worked with before. It was not that it lacked malleability or anything, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what the issue was. So, to overcome that, she decided to keep practicing until she got used to it. She finished something, then she melted the adamantite back down and repeated the process. Furthermore, while she was at it, she added in some extra steel that she had lying around. In the end, she made a bastard sword, a two-handed sword, a spearhead, a hatchet, and a whole bunch of other stuff. However, the stiffness of the metal still bothered her a bit, but she felt like it was becoming easier to work with. Sometime later, she decided to stop practicing and take a bath while thinking that she had finally felt like she had gotten a grasp on how to work with adamantite. So, she decided that the time had come to work on creating the items she had been hired to create. After all, she had already spent a full 3 days practicing for that. From that moment onward, she sped things up, and some time later, she was presenting the finished products to Vector. The first one was called Blessed Sword of Anonymity. It was a steel sword, blessed sword made of adamantite that had the following stats: fire affinity at level 6, wind affinity at level 3, light affinity at level 1, attack up at level 3, endurance up at level 5, and reduce weight at level 3. As for the weapon skill, it was called Blazing Tornado. Then there was the Shield of Recklessness, a magic shield made of adamantite that had the following stats: fire affinity at level 6, wind affinity at level 3, light affinity at level 1, attack up at level 3, endurance up at level 5, and reduce weight at level 3. Finally, there was the Mantle of Suppression that had the following stats: suppress at level 3, disguise at level 3, and conceal at level 5. When Vector looked at the finished products, he said that those items had been completed very quickly given their stats, which made Ren feel embarrassed. In the end, she could only say that she had worked very hard. In the end, it had taken her 6 days of preparation and practice, and then 2 more days of careful production, so 8 days in total. Obviously, she couldn't tell him that if it had been only the sword, she would have been done in a day. After hearing that, Vector could only accept that it was possible to achieve that if she worked hard. Then, he asked her if he could try them on, and was astonished after unsheathing the sword. In fact, he said that it was a magnificent blade, before adding that he had never seen anything like it. Not to mention that it fit his grip terrifyingly well. In fact, he couldn't help but ask her if she had really made that, to which she quickly replied by confirming it, before adding that even though it hadn't been easy, she had just about managed. Right after, she gave him the shield and the mantle. Afterward, she began to explain to Vector the abilities of the items. The weapon skill, Blazing Tornado, used a whirlwind of flames to boost his firepower, hence its name. In its basic form, that was a long-distance attack with a wide range. Then, the modified attack was activated by thrusting the sword forward to shoot a blaze of flames from within. By the way, the HP and MP of the caster were consumed by the magic contained within a weapon when using a weapon skill. It ultimately depended on the power of the skill, but using Blazing Tornado once depleted almost all the sword's magic. In addition to that, it took an entire month for the sword's magic to recover, which showed how aggressively it consumed magic. Of course, the wielder might cast Blazing Tornado by consuming their own MP, but there was also a chance that massive consumption would make them faint. And if the enemy survived that attack, you would not survive your foe's next attack. Because of that, she told Vector that she had made sure the blade had a gimmick to it. Right after, she pressed something in the handle while he tried to understand what she had said. After hearing a click sound, she removed a couple of small cylinders from the handle and explained to Vector that those were cartridges with magic power stored within them. Besides, he could consume the magic contained within those to activate his weapon skill, which meant that he could use his weapon skill as many times as he had cartridges. With his sword, 2 of those cartridges, and his own MP, he would be able to use it a total of 4 times. She then pointed out that she was pretty sure that 4 uses should be more than enough to defeat anything. Anything! Anything! That weapon is like the One Piece of that world then. However, she told him that it took more than a month to fill one of those cartridges up, before begging him not to use his skill all willy-nilly. Furthermore, she refused to give him more of those cartridges because she had to use her own magic stones to make them. 1 cartridge required 2 coquetry stones, so she couldn't make more even if she wanted to. In fact, there was still so much she wanted to make. Afterward, she explained to him that his shield had a barrier of magic attached to it. A dragon's underbelly was its weak spot, so to fell a salamander, he could sneak under it, thrust his sword through its body, and fry it alive with Blazing Tornado. However, if he used too much firepower, he would end up charred to ash, which was why she had made sure to add a barrier of magic for self-protection. She also told him that she had thought adding fire affinity to his shield would nullify blowback from the spell, but instead she had chosen to prioritize his request. Besides, null elemental affinity gave it more utility. She then thought that since that shield was destined to be used in an incredibly foolish battle, it was proper to call it the Shield of Recklessness. Of course, she was aware that she should probably not be proud of being so brazenly sarcastic. Right after, she told him that the mantle was a freebie, before adding that she had figured that conceal would be a useful accompaniment to a mantle of that length. Then, after seeing Vector's and her boss's reactions, she thought that there was no need for them to look at her like that, because she had held back. After all, she hadn't given it all the elemental affinities, nor any affinity at level 8, even though she could have done it if she had wanted to. By the way, she had also gotten a big reward for doing that aside from her payment, because while doing the items, she had also learned 2 new skills, Magic Effect Boost and Magic Compression. To put it simply, both were skills that boosted the power of her own magic, not to mention that her MGC and MP stats had jumped quite a bit. In fact, she had gotten the feeling that she was becoming less human as the days went on. Back with our protagonist, she told Vector that since she understood that the assault would begin in early December, she had made it as quickly as she could. After all, he would need time to practice using his weapon skill. Not to mention that recharging a single cartridge took over a month. Afterward, Vector took one of the cartridges and said that he had never considered using a cartridge to contain magic. Normally, you would replenish it with magic tools, but he had to admit that the cartridge approach was practical. After hearing that, she asked him if she could take his reaction, as he was satisfied with the final product, to which he quickly replied that he really was, before adding that he was much more satisfied than he could have anticipated. In fact, he told her that she had given him something so amazing he was going to have to rethink his entire battle strategy. At that moment, she reminded him of his promise, and he assured her that he would honor their agreement. In fact, he also told him that he knew she was concerned about Neil's infatuation, before telling her that she didn't have to worry about that anymore, because he had already thoroughly warned him. That really made Ren feel ecstatic to the point of thinking that Vector was a great guy, and that he had given her an amazing bonus. At that point, she was certain that Vector was going to drag Neil around with him, which meant that he was finally free from that stalker. Moreover, she was also reassured that her anonymity was safe. Still, she had recently noted suspicious individuals lurking around the forge, and after using appraise and analysis on them, she discovered that they had all been sent there by Vector, which made her conclude that they should be the kind of secret agents charged with protecting members of the royal family. Nevertheless, the truth was that she didn't even realize who they were until Norn told her about them. In short, the royals sure were terrifying. That was why she had a feeling she couldn't expect Vector to always be sincere and have good intentions. So she had decided to run despite it being shameful. After all, she lacked true samurai spirit, and it was smart to know when to retreat. At that moment, Vector pulled her out of her reverie by telling her that, since the sword didn't have a name, she would appreciate it if she gave it one for him. After hearing that, she thought that she had 0 talent when it came to naming things. But then she had an idea. After all, it was a burning sword. In the end, she asked him, while being very nervous, if he thought that the name, the Blazer, was okay. In fact, she admitted to herself that she was filled with unbearable angst while she waited for his reply. Luckily, he told her that he liked the name, which made her think that she had earned his acceptance. Immediately thereafter, they shook hands with the boss as witness, and with that, her work was done. She had successfully completed an important job. Then, a few days later, she noticed a massive pillar of fire shooting toward the heavens from some nearby fields, which made her realize just how powerful the sword she had made was. Furthermore, a few days after that, the Adventurers Guild was crawling with rumors that Sir Vector had gotten his hands on a blessed sword. But our protagonist was no worried about it, because she knew that as long as no one found out it had been her who had made it, everything was going to be fine. A few weeks after completing the sword for Vector, November quickly approached, and a quest went up for adventurers willing to take on the Lord of the Winter. Thanks to our protagonist's low rank, she was not permitted to accept the quest, but seeing it all in writing had made her even more anxious. She began to wonder if the sword she had forged would be enough to help them defeat the Lord of the Winter, but then she reminded herself that Vector wouldn't be taking the quest alone, as a large number of adventurers would be there to back him up. Still, she also wondered what would happen if they couldn't defeat the monster, and what would happen if the damage reached her hometown of O'Neill and everyone at the orphanage. After all, from what she had gathered, a large number of the residents of O'Neill still hadn't evacuated the city. Residents with family and friends in other towns had been able to evacuate relatively easily, but the government had refused to take any special measures to help the remaining residents. Not to mention that it would be near impossible to leave when you had spent all your savings preparing for the coming winter. Of course, the orphans had nowhere at all to flee to. At that moment, our protagonist's friends Triella, Arles, and Rico appeared, and told her that that was the reason why they had to go together to help them, which confused Ren. It seemed that Triella and the others had heard about the Lord of the Winter quest, and had decided that they wanted to make a temporary trip home to O'Neill. They wanted to check on the condition of the orphanage. Furthermore, if the adventurers failed to defeat the Lord, they planned on grabbing everyone and running away, and I wonder why our perfect protagonist didn't think of going there to help them. If she was so worried about them, she should have been the one proposing that plan. Besides, it appeared that the group was split over taking our protagonist with them. Those who wanted her there were Rico, Arles, and Kuro. On the other hand, Triella, Markle, Rio, and Kane were against it. As usual, Bowman couldn't pick a side. The ones who were against taking her with them were concerned that the merchant who financially supported the orphanage would learn that she was still alive. After all, she was a hit among the children of their town, so if it got out that she was alive, the rumor would spread like wildfire. Furthermore, the merchant apparently ran a small branch shop in O'Neill, so they were worried that gossip would eventually reach his ears, and Ren could see it playing out exactly like that. Still, in the end, our protagonist decided that she would go too. Obviously, after hearing that, Triella asked her if she was sure, because she might be found out, to which Ren replied that she would be fine because she already had a thorough plan in mind for handling that. There was a dense forest a little away from the town itself, so all she needed to do was to hide her house deep in it. Nevertheless, even after hearing Ren's plan, Triella wasn't convinced, and told her that she thought our protagonist was making a mistake. However, the others quickly said that Ren was not making a mistake at all. In the end, since Triella's group was more or less ready to go, they decided to depart from Ascalon the day after the following day. On the other hand, the boss and his wife looked concerned when she told them, but once Ren mentioned that she was worried about her hometown, they relented. Once our protagonist gathered her things, they were ready to depart. They met up in a group outside the western gate, and immediately thereafter, they began their journey to O'Neill. They continued on foot for a while after leaving the city, and as for Triella's and the other's house, they told Ren that they had locked it up and had given the key to the landlord. Moreover, before doing that, they had paid their rent up front for a few months, and asked the landlord to handle the upkeep while they were gone. They had also taken with them all the food they had. They had also taken bare necessities like pelts and blankets and tools needed for camping outdoors, which was why the boys all had to carry such heavy bags on their backs. They walked for about an hour after leaving town when they noticed Ren was acting strange, and when they asked her what she was doing, she replied that she was just looking to see if there was a thicket or some tree shade. After hearing that, Rico teased Ren, saying that she wanted to use the restroom, before reminding her that it was cold. However, thanks to that comment, all the girls began complaining that they wanted to use the restroom, so everyone began to search for some decent tree cover. At that moment, Bowman complained, saying that that was so annoying, before adding that the girls could go wherever they wanted because nobody cared. Nevertheless, Ryu immediately reprimanded him, telling him that he couldn't just treat the girls like a guy when it came to delicate issues like that, before adding that he was a freaking mess. After hearing that, Ren couldn't help but think that Ryu was becoming more of a gentleman by the day, and right after, she found a good spot to do what she was planning to do. Immediately thereafter, she used inventory to summon the carriage which, of course, astonished everybody, and no, in case you are wondering, she had never planned to go to the restroom at that moment. Shortly after, when the others managed to react, they asked what she had summoned, and our protagonist told them that it was called a carriage. However, that was not the issue. What had surprised them was the fact that it had appeared out of nowhere, not to mention that there was also a driver and a horse. Our protagonist then explained to them that the horse and the driver were golems, and they immediately began to praise her, saying that she was absolutely terrifying. Nevertheless, Ren didn't want to waste time, and told them that if they were all done freaking out, they should hurry up and get in. Unfortunately, there was not enough space for the entire group inside the carriage, and since the girls were faster to get in, the guys had the short end of the stick, and had to walk behind the vehicle while complaining a lot. Being a man in this manga is really sad. Well, at least the girls were taking care of the bags the boys should be carrying, so it could be worse, I guess. Obviously, marching in the snow was extremely tiring, so they took frequent small breaks. After all, the girls had to keep pace with the boys, so Ren couldn't make the carriage go too fast. Even she, who was a cruel-hearted woman, wouldn't make someone run in the snow. Oh, how considerate of her! That almost made me forget that she could let them go in with the others, at least 1 or 2 at a time. During those small breaks, they could eat warm food, which more or less alleviated the boys. But they still felt their hands and feet hurt due to the cold. Eventually, Triella asked if they could at least let the boys sit with the driver, before adding that she didn't want to ask because she was sure Ren wouldn't want the boys riding with the girls. After hearing that, Ren replied that if the girls didn't mind, then she didn't either. See, this is what I'm talking about. They had to wait up to that moment to discuss that. Her reply surprised Triella to the point of making her ask our protagonist if she was feeling fine. Ren then replied that the cold they were currently feeling was not something to joke about, before adding that even she would feel bad if they were to drop dead out there. Then why do you have to see them suffer like that? Are we supposed to root for this protagonist? Obviously, Ryu exploded with joy when he heard that Ren had accepted Triella's request. It seemed they really were having a hard time, which made our protagonist recall that despite being boys, in Ryu's case, he was younger than her. In the end, they managed to make it further than Ren had originally anticipated. But at that rate, she had a feeling that it would take a week to arrive at O'Neill, which made Ren wonder if she should make some sort of trailer for the boys to ride in. At sunset, they arrived at the ideal camping spot and decided to set up camp for the night. Nevertheless, when our protagonist explained to the girls that they would be sleeping in the carriage, they were as shocked as Ren had expected. The problem was that none of them had taken a proper tent along with them. They had assumed that they would just build a fire and huddle together around it overnight. However, you would die if you did that, and even Ren would have a guilty conscience if she woke up in the morning and saw them frozen to death. Luckily, our protagonist made a simple collapsible tent for the boys to use, and she even made sure it had a solid framework, so it wouldn't collapse under the weight of the snow. Then, during the night, Ren thought that he had good fortune to be able to sleep somewhere warm, before wondering how cold it was at the orphanage. After all, if things were already bad when they were still, so far from the Lord of the Winter, she could only imagine how much colder the town was. Still, that made her find her resolve, and she wished she could arrive on time. In the meantime, inside the boys' tent, some were complaining due to the cold, while others said that they should be grateful because they would be dead if it wasn't for Ren's tent. The following day, there was snow outside, and our protagonist had spent all night in her warm carriage having her breasts suckled by Kuro. In the end, Ren was the first one to wake, so she got up and got ready. She couldn't believe the boys hadn't even taken a tent, which made her think that perhaps they all would have died had she not gone along with them. Ryu was the next one to awaken, and he greeted our protagonist while taking a look at all the snow surrounding them. Ren greeted him back while pointing out that he was up early since no one else was even up yet. Ryu then told her that after receiving the wooden sword from her, he had started waking up early in the morning and practicing before breakfast, so he was totally used to getting up early at that moment. In fact, he wondered if he could squeeze in practice that day, but Ren quickly told him that he would catch a cold if he worked up a sweat. Besides, literally everyone else there was still asleep. After hearing that, he realized the situation and he said that he guessed he would just have to pass on training while they were on that trip. Our protagonist then noticed that Ryu kept his sword on him, and asked him what had happened to his other sword, to which he replied that the longer one would just get in the way, so he decided to keep it with his belongings. Still, just to be safe, he also decided to keep the short one close. Right after, he asked her if she was going to cook, before asking her if he should chop firewood or gather some more. However, she replied that she had plenty, so he didn't need to worry about it, before adding that she wanted him to help her cook instead. That request startled her to the point of wanting to double-check if she really wanted him to do that. Ren then told him that since everyone took turns cooking meals in his group, he could think of her request as gaining experience. She then told him to roll his sleeves up and start cooking. Immediately afterward, she asked a blushing Ryu if there was anything he would like to eat, which made him wonder what he should pick. Finally, after a short while, he told her that even though the thing she had prepared for them last time had been delicious, he wanted to try the other thing she had told them about. However, seeing that it would take a long while before he could make up his mind, she decided to start preparing something. Moreover, since it was cold, she wanted to really chow down on something substantial, so they had stamina for that day. Then, almost immediately, she decided to make the meatball dumpling soup she had prepared before. Afterward, she asked Ryu to prepare ground meat using the device from before, and he immediately guessed that she was going to make the soup they had had before, which was super yummy. Shortly after, while they were working on the dish, she asked him if they had taken bread along with them, to which he replied that they had hard baked bread. Then, she asked him if he had decided on what he wanted to eat, and he said that there were just too many things he wanted to eat, not to mention that there were also other things that he had only heard of, but had never tried. After hearing that, she told him that they would go with those meat sandwiches she had made the last time he helped her cook, which elated him because those were really yummy. At that moment, Triella and Markle finally woke up and were surprised after seeing Ryu helping Ren. After noticing that, Ryu quickly greeted them and told them that he could do things when he put his mind to it. However, that didn't dispel Markle's concern, and he asked Ryu if he was sure he could do it, which pissed the other off. At that moment, Ren intervened, saying that she was the one handling the seasoning, which was a guarantee that everything would be fine. Still, she also added that Ryu had been a very reliable assistant. Right after, Triella said that since Ryu had just received praise from Ren, she needed to work harder from that moment onward, which also pissed Ryu. As they were getting everything together, the rest of the girls woke up and helped prepare the meal. As for the rest of the boys, Markle snacked around Kane and Bowman until they woke up, and then it was time to eat. Of course, everyone was fat and happy after a hearty breakfast. In fact, Ren could see people from other caravans preparing their own breakfasts, but the problem was that they kept looking their way like they were jealous of what they had, which she got because their food did smell super good. Right after, our protagonist told the others that since everyone had a full belly, it was time for a lecture. Afterward, Ren really let them have it about how underprepared they had been, and after 30 minutes, everyone looked downtrodden and on the verge of tears. Still, our protagonist was not done because she was aware that they had literally died without her. Ren told them that once they got back to Ascalon, they all were to go and very politely ask Mr. Gim to teach them all about camping. They should also ask him to teach them about conducting night watches. However, when she was about to start another rant, a middle-aged man appeared and politely asked her if she could stop the lectures there. He then added that it was clear that the guys had understood the gravity of the situation. Our protagonist's first reaction was to wonder who the heck was that guy, before realizing that he was one of the caravan guards. Right after, he said that Ren had been lecturing the guys for the past hour, before adding that she had made her point very clear. After hearing that, she told the guys that they would call it a day there, before asking them if they had understood everything she had explained, to which the guys quickly replied by apologizing for their mistakes and asking for her forgiveness. At that moment, the man told them that even though she had been tough, from what he had overheard, she was teaching them the right stuff. He also said that they would rarely meet people in life who were as concerned about them all as she was, so they had to make sure to thank her for what she had taught them. Afterward, Ren thanked the man for keeping her on track. After all, they would have been late to leave if she had kept going on. After hearing that, the man simply said that they got to look out for each other in situations like that. Our protagonist then offered him a bag as a token of her gratitude, and when he took it, he asked her what the rock-like things that were inside were. Ren then replied that they were hard candies, before inviting him to enjoy them as he was traveling on his journey. At the same time, she was thinking that the old guy seemed like a good person, and that it was people like him that you wanted indebted to you. After hearing that, the old man wanted to double-check since a present like that was not something cheap, but Ren told him that it was fine, before asking him to keep an eye on the children, aka her friends, even though she was aware that that was not fair compensation. Nevertheless, the old man simply laughed and replied that he would do the best he could. By the way, starting from that day, everyone would be traveling by carriage since she had rushed to build a sort of camper for the carriage, and yes, everyone, included the boys since she had allowed them to pile into it. Oh, what a magnanimous protagonist, I'd cry, but I need to keep narrating. She was aware that it was a rush job, but she had made sure the camper was properly insulated against the cold. Also, by adjusting the sofa inside, she could pull out a bed that would fit all 4 children, so no one had to die of cold. Obviously, the boys had kneeled in front of her to show their appreciation, and she was aware, since she used to be a guy, that boys love to be appreciated like that. With everyone safely inside, they were able to match the speed of the carriages around them, which was a good thing since it was significantly safer to travel with other caravans instead of on your own. Of course, they continued to take breaks along the way. It wasn't just for them, but also for everyone traveling alongside them. Furthermore, by cleverly taking the same road as them, they secured their own safety both in transit and every time they stopped. Nevertheless, after a while, our protagonist started to feel like a parasite, which was why, during one of the breaks, she offered the other people warm cups of tea. In fact, she had decided to do that whenever they stopped to rest from that moment onward as their way of thanking them. Of course, Ren's group also benefited from that decision because the tea and the sight of our protagonist's breasts acted as a fine bribery to the point where the caravan leader promised that he would turn a blind eye to pretty much anything they did. Moreover, Triella and the others quickly caught on to what Ren was doing, and they began to help her serve tea to everyone. However, you needed to be careful who you chose to serve in situations like that, because not everyone in the caravan appreciated the gesture. Once they were back on the road, they made good progress, and safely arrived at the next campsite. Then, since every group in the caravan had begun to prepare for dinner and sleeping arrangements, they did the same. Ren's group set up the tent just like they had the day before, and while the others leisurely gathered firewood, she began to prepare dinner while thinking what she should cook that night. She wondered if she should prepare an ingredient-heavy soup, and either bread or rice balls, or perhaps pork broth soup, since everyone could get their veggies in that way. Besides, she could also make little dumplings out of flour, since it would be easy to pop them in some soup, and she was sure no one would complain that way. By kneading the flour to make a dough, she could let it rest, and while she waited, she could chop up the ingredients for the soup. Of course, she knew that she had to put the ingredients that took the longest to cook in first. Afterward, she continued preparing the meal, and a while later the orc meat pork dumpling soup was ready. Shortly after, the others arrived, and when they began to eat, Ryu said that it looked really yummy, before asking if that was all there was to eat that day, to which Ren replied that she had filled the cup full of ingredients, before promising him that it would be delicious. Besides, she had made a ton, so she assured them that they were free to help themselves to seconds. In fact, the aroma was so good that the middle-aged man from before arrived and asked her to let him join them. Afterward, they agreed on Ren selling him 1 bowl of soup for 8 copper coins. Then, when he tasted the soup, he was totally elated and said that he had never had anything that delicious before. In fact, he continued praising the dish from the bottom of his heart, which made our protagonist feel pleased. Shortly after, the leader of the caravan arrived too, and also had the same reaction as the middle-aged man. However, Ren downplayed the whole thing, saying that he had to cut a lot of corners to prepare it, which made the man praise her even more. In the end, everybody in Ren's group had seconds, and our protagonist sold the leftovers to the people of the other carriages, making a good amount of money in the process. Only those who had previously refused her bribes were not happy while seeing the rest eating Ren's food. Nevertheless, regarding the trip, they still were far from reaching O'Neill. That morning, while everyone was working on shoveling snow, Ren hunted a few horned hares, cooked their bones down into a soup stock, and made horned hare pot off Yu. By the way, Ryu had helped her as per usual. Obviously, their guests also arrived, and the leader of the caravan praised the tea, before asking about the type of tea leaves she had used. Moreover, he also said that the meal looked delectable, but our protagonist quickly let him know, after thanking him for the praise, that the meal was not for sale. Sure, Ren had enough ingredients in her inventory to make enough meals to sell, but she knew that the people would be shocked to see her pull out vast amounts of food from nowhere like that. Not to mention that there was no guarantee that she would catch the hares so easily next time. Oh, come on. Insert Jim Carrey's spilling water meme here. You have a humongous plot armor, you know you would succeed in that. By the way, just like the day before, Arles woke up later than intended, and was bothered since she couldn't assist Ren with cooking. Once breakfast was finished, they prepared to move out, and just like the day before, they departed in succession. Nevertheless, that day, they were attacked by a pack of hungry wolves. Luckily, that was a small group that seemed to have been separated from their pack, so the guards drove them away easily. And for some reason, the guards began to show off, trying to get Ren's attention. They stopped for a few breaks along the way, and eventually found a spot to eat lunch. At that moment, Ren noticed that the members of her group were staring at her in anticipation, and she decided to prepare the orc bone soup she had prepared earlier. Obviously, she knew that the aroma alone would invite problems, so she prepared the meal in secret behind the carriage, but that magnificently backfired and drew tons of attention to her. Shortly after, all the malnourished children happily gobbled down the meal, and while they were at it, the leader of the caravan arrived and asked her if she was willing to sell to him any leftovers she had. After hearing that, she told him that there was only enough to feed about 5 people, but the man, instead of being disappointed, was very happy and replied that that was perfect since everyone had loved her soup the day before. In the end, she agreed to sell the leftovers, and shortly after, she could hear some wails of sheer ecstasy from her clients. Then, after lunch, the leader of the caravan formally made a request to Ren. He wanted that from that night onward she prepared enough food to feed their caravans. Of course, they were willing to pay, and they even offered to provide her with the provisions to prepare it. In fact, he even told her that she could include the meals for her friends since they were also willing to provide the provisions for that. Immediately thereafter, she began to wonder what was the best option. In their current situation, they really benefited from the protection they provided, and she was sure that if she refused his request, it could backfire on her. While she was considering her options, the leader of the caravan made the offer more attractive by saying that she wouldn't have to worry about her friends because they would ensure they were looked after without asking compensation for doing it. In the end, she accepted the leader's proposal, and they both agreed on Ren preparing enough food to feed only the members of the leader's caravan and hers, since the other caravans, the ones who had rejected our protagonist's bribes, could fend for themselves. After being hired as the unofficial camp cook, they got back on the road and traveled until night fell, and she decided that starting that day, she was going to let the others set up camp, so she could start cooking right away. Luckily, the other caravan was full of merchants transporting foodstuffs, so she had access to plenty of ingredients and utensils. So for that dinner, she decided to prepare pasta with ground orc meat sauce. Fortunately, dinner was a success, but people kept calling for seconds until the leader lectured them about how they couldn't burn through all of the provisions since they were also their own products. The next morning, she prepared orc flour dumpling soup for breakfast, but she didn't stay up all night making the broth since the night watch was in charge of that. Of course, that dish was also a success, but our protagonist thought that you didn't have many options when you needed to prepare something quickly to both fill tummies and warm people up, which made her realize how amazing mothers were. For lunch, since they didn't have much time, she prepared pepperoncino pasta, which raised some doubts among the men in the caravan because it was a simple dish. But once they tasted it, they fell in love with it. Afterward, since they had estimated to arrive in O'Neill just after noon the following day, that dinner would be their final meal together, which was why Ren wanted to make them something that would give them energy. Luckily, since that would be their last supper, she got permission from the leader to use some eggs. A while later, the dish was finished. Our protagonist had decided to prepare tonkatsu using orc meat, and everyone was exhilarated after tasting it, to the point of some of them saying that orcs would go extinct if people knew how good they tasted. However, the leader of the caravan recognized the dish as one that was famous in Harula, which made Ren realize that he should be talking about the dish he had cooked while she was staying in Harula. She even guessed that the leader should have had the crappy version that crook of a cook had stolen from her. Nevertheless, that was bad news since that could lead to some people knowing of her existence. Fortunately, the middle-aged man from before intervened and told the leader that he should just enjoy the meal instead of trying to compare it with others. The following day, the castle walls of O'Neill finally came into view, and as they approached the southern branching path, our protagonist decided to stop and take a break, which meant that she parted ways with the other caravans. Obviously, the leader of the caravan told her that they would make sure her friends arrived safely in O'Neill. Afterward, she found a secluded spot in the forest nearby and summoned her house to make it her headquarters. She then recalled that she had told Triella and the others that she would be setting up camp in the forest, and that she had asked them to stop by every few days to keep her updated on what was going on in the city. Right after, she thought that only God knew what was about to happen there. Last time, Ren accepted a request to cook for all the old men in the caravan. She had made tonkatsu, which put her in danger of being caught. Soon after, she came to the forest. First, she levels the ground around her to make it easy to watch O'Neill. Thereafter, she sprays Monster Bee Gone everywhere. She sets up her home from the inventory. She hasn't been home for a long time and feels warm there. Norn and Belle stay outside as they are naturally resistant to cold. They leave for the hunt, and Ren guesses they can't fight their wild instincts. Today, she eats alone and thinks it's natural that she is tired due to the long journey. She told herself that she wouldn't do her daily routine today and decides to just go to bed. But after a while of rolling in the bed, she ends up doing it anyway. The next morning, she wakes up fresh with a clear mind and immediately starts creating the light tower she thought of yesterday. She named the finished product Barrier Tower. A single barrier tower can create a barrier of 3 meters in radius. This tower also emits Monster Bee Gone periodically into the air as fog. Also, if 3 or more towers are placed near each other in sync, then the barrier becomes stronger. The bigger the barrier becomes, the better it is. In the afternoon, she went around to set up the barrier tower and decided to explore the area a little. She also placed the barrier tower in all 4 corners of the stone wall around her home. This adds a barrier within a barrier for double safety, as safety comes first. 2 years ago, when she was at the orphanage, she came to the forest many times to gather things to eat. However, she had never gone this deep into the forest before. For orphans, the future is pretty much clear. Register as an adventurer and save money from quests and herb gathering. Once you've saved enough money, leave the town and head for Ascalon. Ren is also on this path to become an adventurer, save money, and leave the town. Regrettably, her fortune changed when she acquired the appraised skill. Suddenly, she found herself on a "you are getting sold off" life path instead of the adventurer path. What is usually believed is that if someone signs a contract with an individual to provide live and domestic services, they are likely to have the contract or slave magic cast on them, without their consent. This results in their being treated like an old slave. When Ren signed the employment contract, she was also forced to sign an agreement form that allows the use of contract magic. It means if the merchant who purchased her finds her, she will become his slave instantly on the spot. Since everyone thinks Ren is dead, the magic cast on her was nullified. However, if they find she is alive, a clause will be triggered that will revive the contract, and she has to become a slave again. These employment contracts are counted as a standard practice in this world. The worst part is that these contracts intentionally gloss over minor things such as employment periods and pay. This means Ren can be ordered to work without pay, rest, or even sleep. And the most terrifying part is that one can't fight the contract magic caste. Okay, now it makes sense why Ren is sometimes cruel in the name of not being discovered. Anyway, when Ren reclaimed her memories from her past life, she realized how terrifying the experience was. That made her angry about the current state of the world. Ren regrets that she should have read that contract more carefully. This means Ren must think of a strategy to overcome contract caste magic while they think she is dead. Ren could flee to a kingdom, or she could search for a way to nullify the contract. In the past 2 years, she gained the ability to look after herself without relying on others, as strength is power. Ren thinks that if she uses power to eliminate the merchant, she would be treated as a criminal, so it should be a last resort. She thinks being a criminal on the run isn't any better than being a runaway slave. Ren has been careful until now about pursuers. That's why she has gone this long to avoid the merchant who purchased her. She wonders if such a thing is even possible. After some time, Ren is walking around in the forest when she senses something human. Her detection skills picked up a while back. She realized they had noticed her as well. She guessed maybe they were a hunter coming to warn her to stay away from their territory. She used her appraisal skills and saw an impactful aura. She realizes it's no use since he fought back. Ren then tries to use analysis on him, but he got closer to her before she could use her skill, and he says he looks suspicious, but he promises he is not going to harm her. He also adds that she doesn't need to be so guarded. Ren realized that he closed the distance between them in a second. He again says he does not intend any ill will. He says that despite his appearance, he is a simple hunter, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Ren inwardly panics while questioning herself if hunters like him exist. And isn't he supposed to say that he is a brave and legendary warrior? He tells her he climbed the mountain to hunt for food, but he wasn't able to find a single creature. He hates this, but he asks her if she has any provisions to share. Ren asks him if he is one of the adventurers here to defeat the Lord of Winter. He refuses and says he is a hunter. Ren is wondering, with his overwhelming aura, confused about what to do. Ren accepts that he is a hunter, and she asks how unskilled he must be not to find any creature to prey on. He accepts that he is an unskilled hunter, and says he would really appreciate it if she would share her provisions with him. Ren gives up and says her home is over there, so he comes with her. Ren's home has incredible detecting abilities, but it seems he has already detected its location. She thinks it's futile to resist at this point. Ren made the old man wait outside her home while she pulled random ingredients from inventory and combined them. She figured it would be better to have someone as shady as him indebted to her. She even planned to use her magic sword if this didn't work. After some time, Ren made oyakodon miso soup and pickled vegetables. She even made a dessert fruit and jelly for him and thinks he has to like her now. He thanks him kindly and starts eating. As soon as he eats, he compliments that this is delicious. He also adds he never eats anything with this texture. Ren thanks God that he liked the food, but whispers that the old man should shut up and eat. Come on, how can the old man eat with his mouth shut? Anyway, he praises it again, emphasizing that eating a warm meal outdoors is true elegance. He also sees the lanterns in the corners, and says he has seen those in the Eastern Kingdom before, complimenting Ren's taste. Ren thinks, "Who is this old man?" and questions herself, is she in danger of being found? She is only making him eat outside because she simply doesn't want him inside her house. After he is done eating, he thanks Ren for feeding him a delicious meal. Ren questioned herself where all the food was gone, as the old man ate a fourth bowl as well. He asks her to let him give this dragon wing membrane as thanks. He mentions it's from a dragon he killed long ago. Ren gets surprised hearing that, wondering if he is a dragon slayer. He expresses regret as he would give her scales as well, but he doesn't have any right now. Ren is just wondering what's going on here. He observed that her mantle was made of mithril mesh and asked if he was right. He also adds mithril alone is quite rare, but weaving its fibers together increases the defense. He asks, shouldn't she be wearing something like a breastplate? Ren backs away a few steps and refuses to accept this all just for a single meal. But he laughs and says, just take it. He assures her it will be helpful one day. He gets up and mentions he has a full stomach now, so it's time for a walk. He bid goodbye, mentioning they will meet again if they are fated to, and he will have the scales with him then. He called her Finn while leaving. Ren just left, wondering what he meant by Finn. He leaves like he is a hero who did a great deed. This old man is really interesting. Anyway, Ren just ignores his words and goes to bed. Ren starts thinking about the Dragon Slayer, which she thinks that they need to stand a chance against the Lord of Winter. She feels that there is something puzzling about this matter. Ren guesses that the only thing left to do is her daily routine. Now let's guess what happens next. Yes, you are correct. Ren wakes up in the morning wondering if the old man was a dragon slayer or something else. She observes the dragon wing membrane closely and gives it a brief look with the appraised skill. She realized it belonged to an elder dragon, which means it's like the rarest of wares. She evaluates that if she tries working on it with her current skill, she will ruin it. As dragons grow older, they become stronger, and their names reflect this. An elder dragon is the highest rank of dragons, while the youngest dragons are known as dragonettes. Then comes the leather dragon. Then major, after that greater, and finally elder dragon. Becoming an elder dragon is not easy, as they have to live for a very long time to reach that rank. She has read all of this in the documents room, which is located in the Adventurers Guild. Ren, at her current level, can't work with materials from such a high-ranking dragon. Once you cut leather, there is no way to redo it, so you have to do it right, or else it will be ruined. That's why Ren decided to put it in the inventory, and just wait for the right time. Ren mentioned that today Tryla and others are coming to visit her. Norn is accompanying them, and they are collecting information for Ren on the whereabouts of the orphanage in O'Neill. Ren has decided to make some snacks for them as a part of the reward. After some time, Tryla sees Ren's house and wonders if Ren told them that she was going to be camping deep in the woods. Ren justifies that she said she is staying in the middle of the forest, which means she is camping. Tryla and others are speechless for a moment. Tryla says forget it, it's Ren they are talking about. After that, Ren asked them about the town's situation. They tell her the night battalions and monster hunting squadron have left the town already, and they are heading for the front line. However, there are people left in town, but they are a few backup adventurers and a night battalion. Scouts come from the front lines with intel routinely, while only some of the information is made publicly available. They use the intel info to determine whether citizens should evacuate or not. Arles mentions there are other adventurers too, from the orphanage, who also plan to lend support to help in evacuations, just like them. Everyone is thinking of helping with evacuations of the townspeople. Tryla also informs us that all of them brought a lot of food with them. Tryla asks if Ren remembers that kid Commander Bob, adding that he was there too. She also tells her about Kane, who used to poke fun at him all the time, so he made a funny face when they reunited there. Ren gets emotional hearing them, complimenting them in mind, thinking that they are really good children. They also inform Ren that nobody knows she is still alive, not even the headmistress. Arles continues saying that it can't be said if anyone who works there still has connections to the merchant who purchased Ren. And Ryu mentions that the little ones might accidentally let it slip. Their words touched Ren's heart. The orphanage is letting townspeople stay in empty rooms for free. However, the adventurers who are staying there go hunting during the day or gather herbs and vegetables. Some of the kids are so good that, if they get a reward for killing a goblin or something, they give it straight to the headmistress. Sometimes, Ren also spots the orphans occasionally at the edge of the forest. Since she doesn't want them to find her, she made a point of not going outside. Ren tells the kids that he made some snacks for them to take back with them. However, Tryla shows concern, saying that it is fine, but she has to make sure she doesn't give them something that makes the people suspicious. Ren mentally agrees with her, as if she doesn't keep everything in check, she can be noticed easily by accident. She has to be cautious regarding this matter. as there are currently more than 40 orphans at the orphanage. Additionally, there are 20 returning adventurers, so she knows that there won't be enough food to go around. Ren decides to make a strategy to deal with this matter, as the adventurers have been there for a while. Ren is concerned that if the adventurers start coming deeper into the forests to get herbs, they might discover her home, and that will be the real problem. Ren will have to move deeper into the forest if ever it happens. Ryo noticed that it got dark fast, and Ren says that the forest is dangerous at night, so she allows them to stay in her home that night. Ren's home is in the center of the forest, while the town of O'Neill is far from her home. Ren lived deep in the forest, so it takes them a long time to get there. Toriella and the others left town early this morning. Still, it takes them half a day, as they arrive past lunchtime when Norn went to meet them. With the decision made to stay tonight, they all started to help Ren in preparing the dinner. Arl starts cutting the vegetables with Ren. After that, Ren starts stir-frying up some chicken meat, onions, carrots, and potatoes as well. She seasons the meat and vegetables with white wine, bouillon, salt, and butter. Ren also adds milk and flour, and as soon as it thickens up, she allows it to simmer to create the perfect meal for cold nights, cream of cockatrice stew. All of them take the first bite and are carried away with the taste. They weren't able to believe what they had just eaten, and complimented the food as super-duper yummy. Ren is happy that they liked it so much and asks if they want more. Toriella is thinking, where the heck does the recipe come from? Then, she lets it go, considering that it is Ren she is talking about. She also finds it delicious and compliments bread alone as a fancy delicacy. She still wonders how Ren came up with this in the first place. After, they are full with no space left in their stomach, and are concerned they are going to get fat. Ren tells them to get up and get in the bath, so they go to bed early. Ren gets them up to send them straight for the bath, and they are just more than amazed at how they are treated, and everyone enjoys that bath. After that, Ren wants to discuss the orphanage over tea with them, so she waits until everyone is done. She tells them that she was thinking of sending provisions to the orphanage with them. However, the adventurers have got that covered, and additionally, she has seen orphans foraging in the forest. Ren offers them some of the extra pelts that she has lying around to take them back at the orphanage with them. Toriella mentioned pelts are a luxury there, and asks if she is serious that she has them lying around. She also adds that they will accept them and thank her. Ren welcomes her, as pelts are not a luxury for Ren, as she has a lot of wolf pelts thanks to Norm, so she is fine giving them away. Ren also thinks of sending some hot water bottles, but if she sends Triala and the others back with many pelts and stuff, people might question the kids about where they acquired them. Ren is confused about what to do to send the pelts without making others conspicuous. After the discussion, Ren showed them the bedroom she had prepared for all of them and said good night. It was the first time any of them had ever slept in their own room, so everyone was excited about it. Ren decided not to engage in her daily routine tonight, and she doesn't care how soundproof her walls are. There is no way she could relax enough to do it while Triala and others are in her house. However, it's not like she does her daily routine every single day. Ren's daily routine are for when no one will bother her anymore. She wants to be free. She has to feel like she is rescuing herself from something, or it doesn't hit her right. She likes to stay alone and quiet, and with this, she says goodbye to Toriella and the others in the morning. Once the group left, she made some weapons with her creation magic, which is better than before. Today, she is making a large throwing dagger, and she uses non-elemental affinity, fire affinity, attack up, and endurance up on it. She is also going to give the sword a unique finishing move, which is known as a weapon skill. That will be the final strike skill, and this skill will allow her to unleash all the magic contained in the blade in a stroke, creating a powerful explosion. Ren can even launch the dagger using her sword arts, and make it explode as soon as it hits her enemy. She introduces her very new weapon, the burst dagger. When she had fought the Ogre Lord, she remembered how thoroughly she had to destroy the evidence of her throwing swords. With this new approach, the daggers explode, leaving no trace of her involvement, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh man, that's so smart. Ren doesn't mean that she doesn't have any faith in the sword that she made with hard work. It's just an insurance policy. As soon as she completed her 10th burst dagger, it was already night, and she was also eating while working. Once she finished eating, she checked her barrier towers with her detection skill, and also surveyed the forest. A few of the barriers recorded movement from here and there. However, the people the barrier towers detected are special. They are the guards Sir Vector arranged to protect Ren as part of her reward. The guards followed her all the way from Ascalon in the snow. She is thankful to those guards for their hard work. Ren is in relief that the expansion of her detection skills via the barrier tower's hubs is working fine. However, she didn't detect the old man and her friends. She keeps this matter aside and wonders what she should use as a reward during her daily routine. But she got a sudden realization: she can only detect the guards in the forest, which concerns her, as this means all the animals have disappeared from the forest, which feels like a really bad sign. She even looks around from her balcony, but there are literally 0 animals in the forest. She is having a bad feeling about it, but she gets back to work. Since she had the time in the morning, she spent it creating some extra burst daggers. She put a barrier tower in each corner of the walls around her home, and there are even 4 more beyond the wall, which adds up to 8 in total. Still, she is aware that he might need a stronger barrier, so she starts to prepare some more. Since the barrier towers look like traditional lanterns, she can even light a flame in them. She has also prepared a lot of burst daggers to keep herself safe. By lunchtime, she has completed her preparations. Suddenly, she senses something moving through the quiet forest. She also realized it's heading directly towards her house, and she started questioning herself if this is why all the animals disappeared from the forest. It's moving fast, and Ren is afraid she is about to be attacked by some scary monster. Ren falls in relief as her expectations were wrong. It was just Kuro, while she thought it was something monstrous. Markle and Rico say hello to Ren, while wondering who the heck lives here. Ren welcomes them, and sees it's Markle and Rico, today's guests. Rico says Kuro ran straight to Ren's house, while Ren thinks that beast people aren't something to be messed with. Markle praises Ren's house just when he thought she couldn't surprise him anymore. Rico tells her she has used a non-elemental arrow to take the hares down, and then Kuro finished it off. Ren wonders if Kuro's hunting is the reason behind the animal's disappearance, but on second thought, she finds it not to be the reason, although Kuro's abilities are pretty remarkable. Kuro even came all the way directly to Ren's house without needing Norn's guidance. Ren made a warm cup of tea for the guests, so they could enjoy tea while getting status updates. According to Triella's group, some of the adventurers in O'Neill have successfully reached D rank, which means they would be able to successfully complete monster hunting quests. Those kids teach the lower-ranked kids practical skills often needed in battle in a set of practice matches. However, the most shocking development is that Kuro remains undefeated entirely. They inform her that Kuro started fighting with all D-rank adventurers, and then just kept going, winning every match until she became a feared opponent. Kuro isn't an assassin, but she fights like that in battles. She repeatedly attacks weak spots with high speed and accuracy. When Kuro finds an opening, she is there with a dagger to their throats. Even Ren feels terrified hearing that. On the other hand, Markle has also been able to hold his own against the D-rank graduates. That's not all. He has mastered how to utilize his sword, which makes the victory rate clear at around 50%. He is working hard to be stronger. They also told Ren about Ryu's daily training. Ryu uses his speed to take advantage in the short battles, where his energy speaks even in tough fights. The problem is his poor stamina, which makes him weak in long battles. As for Kane, he received an old sword from one of the graduates, and he was happy about it, even though the sword given was short. However, he quickly became stronger, and not only that, he even built his reputation as a talented fighter. Though Ren is still not going to forgive him for what he did. Bowman has only one incredible attack, and there is nothing else to talk about him. If we talk about the girls, Triella likes to use Lance as her weapon out of all of them. A D-rank girl taught her a lot of tricks, and now she is doing really well with Lance. Triella has already mastered the technique, as informed by others. She appears to have more aptitude for the spear than Ren expected. Ren thinks of making her a spear later. Arles has been killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as she has been practicing her stone-throwing skills while she hunts for food. Only Arles has stone-throwing skills among all the graduates, so she has a unique skill. Riko has been practicing her magic for a while, and her magic skills are also unique, like Arles's. None of the other graduates have this skill. Riko shoots arrows at targets with her magic. No manual weapon is needed. Ren asked as she heard someone give Kane a sword, but what about the others? She also asks Markle if he got anything. Markle responds that only Kane received something, as it seems graduates don't have much to give away. He also guesses that they must need the backup weapons. After that, Ren is only informed that the caravan of merchants they traveled with had already returned to Ascalon. It's also clear that the leaders they had befriended hadn't said anything about her to anyone. That's a relief for Ren. Markle evaluates the possibility that once the Lord of Winter is defeated, the monsters it commands will be free and run wild. Markle is also told that some of the knights and adventurers are staying back in O'Neill to provide backup support, if they are needed. There is a special name for the phenomenon when monsters attack a nearby town and go wild. It is Stampede. In addition, there are troops designated to fight the Lord of Winter. Also, there is a rear unit that is ordered to move to the front lines to help fight the monsters. In the worst-case scenario, the monsters can outnumber the rear unit and break through and enter O'Neill. It all means the reserve troops are the last hope of the city. If that happens, then there is a high chance orders will be given to the young adventurers of the town to fight. This will include the orphanage graduates as well, who are training Ren's friends. Ren senses something has been triggered, and she is really hoping Vector will do a miracle. Come on, Ren, Vector is not a magician, but you are. Anyway, Ren is concerned about them all, so she has prepared armor for them. Since the things in the forest in previous days are of a bit of concern, this will put her mind at ease. Ren first presents Kuro with some leather orc forearm guards, shin guards, and a breastplate for her defense. She also prepared 2 cool fighting daggers with larger blades for her, so she could fight more easily. Ren has made this armor considering Kuro's fighting style and her species skill. Ren is sure that Kuro is a double-class ranger and scout after this armor. Ren made Kuro a ninja, literally Ninja Kuro. Even Ninja Kuro finds this armor cool. Ren thinks that Ninja Kuro can double as an assassin from time to time, which she could use her if the merchant shows up. However, that's the last resort for her, as she has to leave the kingdom if she becomes a criminal. Now, it's Riko's turn. Considering she is a magic user, Ren used lightweight leather forearm and shin guards. That's not all, she also gave her a slingshot, so she can fight from a distance even if her MP runs out. However, if a situation comes when Riko has to rely on her physical abilities, then it will be only when the party gets wiped out. To avoid such a situation, all Ren can do is to make everyone work hard so that day never comes. Now, it's Markle's turn. Ren reinforced him with metal plates, and also gave him a full set of orc leather armor to increase his defense. That was not sufficient, so Ren also made him a one-handed sword with the highest quality she could provide. She also provided him with a simple round shield, but strongly composed of various materials, including wood, and orc leather reinforced with a thin metal plate. Markle finds it amazing, and Riko can't believe Markle's getting pumped up with it. Ren also told him to pass his old shield to Ryu or Kane. Markle asks how much this armor would cost if they were to buy it. Riko asks if she is sure about this as it seems expensive. Ren says she would be sad if they all perished. Markle says it's possible, but let them pay back when the time comes. Ren tells them to pay back when they achieve great success. Markle says she can count on them, while Riko says she is going to be a roaring success, and Kuro says she will too. Later, they mentioned that Toriella had told them about last night's dinner, and they also wanted to eat that stew too. Then Ren made corn stew. It was really painful for Ren to shuck all of the corn, but it turned out delicious. Once Markle takes a sip and finds it so good that he feels like he is standing in a cornfield. This is exactly what Toriella's group ate. No, Ren, they ate something different. You cheated with Markle's group, that's not fair. After dinner, they took a bath and went to bed. The evening turns out like it was spent with Triella and others. Ren dumped Markle into the same room Ryu had slept in, while Riko and Kuro preferred to share the room, as they felt lonely when they slept apart. The next day, Ren decided to work on disguising herself once everyone left. Ren is doing this just in case there's an emergency and she has to go to O'Neill. She learned to disguise herself by using dual casting and light magic. With this, she could change both the color of her skin and hair. She decided to have fun and also try out different features as part of research. After that, Ren 100% does her daily routine. Ren never miss an opportunity. Suddenly, one day it finally happened. She comes out of her home only to realize Norn has sensed something. The worst-case scenario has happened. O'Neill is being attacked by a bunch of monsters. It is a stampede. Ren sets out to get to the town as fast as possible. The only reason behind all the animals disappearing is that the stampede was coming. Ren put her home into the inventory and prepared to leave the forest in a hurry. She sits on Norn and goes rapidly towards O'Neill, hoping to reach it in time. A bunch of monsters appear when Toriella's group is out there, and she tells Rico to go and contact the Adventurers Guild right now. They also have to help everyone flee into the city to save them from monsters. Toriella tries to stop a monster while Rico warns Triella that it's bad since there are too many monsters. Ren is in a hurry to get to O'Neill as soon as possible, and she saw some people being attacked by monsters. She observes that it's a horde of wolf monsters, and they are fighting with someone. Ren needs to get a closer look, so she uses Hawkeye and finds out it's Toriella's group. Ren orders Norn and Belle to save them, and they kill the wolf monsters in a few minutes. Toriella's group are left wondering what happened. Ren asks Toriella if they are fine, and Toriella is happy to see Ren. She asked about everyone else, and Toriella didn't have much information. Ren's anticipation came true as the stampede happened. The scout, who was on the front lines, rushed back to warn that the Lord of Winter had a huge number of monsters under its command. Ren evaluates that the Lord of Winter has a vice commander, something that was making its way to O'Neill with a fleet of monsters under its command. The frontline troops wanted to rush back to the town, but they needed more time to eliminate the remaining monsters. The situation became so critical in the town that even the youngest adventurers have to come forward to fight. Even a squadron of mixed units had already begun to fight a defensive battle near the town. Ren thinks that this could mean that the Lord of Winter has already been taken down, which might have been done by Vector, as Ren armed him to the teeth. However, this many monsters can still create big trouble. Toriella and the others tried to get to Ren's house, as they hoped to recruit Norn and Belle for this battle, as they are powerful allies against monsters in this situation. Although, when Toriella's group was heading towards her home, they got attacked by the monsters, and had no option other than engaging in the fight regardless of the danger. Thankfully, she came at the right moment, and saved them. Ren realized how bad their situation is, and mentions that they need to hurry. Toriella questions her if she can even fight. Ren says that they don't have to worry, as she has a thought head. Well, I guess it's time for Ren to show how OP she is. Ren inwardly remarked that she is really armed to the teeth, as her burst daggers are ready to explode those monsters into the air. Now, the situation has changed, but Ren can't leave her friends alone. Her first priority is to protect them. So there is only one thing left for Ren to do, and she told them to come in after her. Ren orders Norn to run as fast as it can, and Norn does its best. She uses Hawkeye again, and focuses on the front gates of O'Neill. As informed by Triella and the others, the stampede is heading for the northern entrance. Ren evaluated that at Norn's max speed, she can arrive there in under 10 minutes. Ren decided to transform while she was on her way to the northern entrance. Ren uses her disguise skills and changes her eyes and hair to a silver color. She also transformed Norn and Belle's fur into black. Now, Norn and Belle have jet black coats, and they look kind of intimidating. There is an infamous black wolf known as the Shadow Wolf, who is known for being evil. Also, there used to be a similar creature known as the Shadow King, but it is believed to be dead. Ren made their coats black intentionally, as if she were to make them silver. It would become very hard to tell them apart from the enemy wolves. Since Norn and Belle are black, there are very few chances that the O'Neill adventurers accidentally attack them. Norn seems to be in a good mood, and Ren thinks that it might be, because they are black, and she is silver. And Ren inwardly thinks that it is adorable that the little change makes Norn that happy. After a few minutes, the northern gate is viewable, and the adventurers are already fighting the monsters. There are different types of monsters fighting, and the pack of white wolves surrounded a group of people. Ren mentions that they are going to be killed, so it's time to turn the tables in their favor. Ren makes some drill-shaped rocks from the earth magic and fires them up. However, the speed of the rocks she is firing up is at the same velocity that Norn is currently running at. She is not even casting earth magic, and it's just pure sword arts in motion. Ren is also using wind magic, so she can control the trajectories of her projectiles carefully. She is just basically turning the rocks into homing rocks. Ren called this spell simply bullets. Now, she has a dual arsenal of projectile attacks, the powerful air barrel, also the reliable bullets to double the firepower. For this, Ren is using bullets made of literal rocks, because they don't stand out as much as flying swords, which would draw all of the wrong types of attention. Since Ren can't use magic attacks, she has to be creative with her attacking methods. But if she is attacking by using only magic to literally launch small stones, then she is really weaponizing her earth magic. She used her new spell against the wolves, obliterating everything on her path. And once she is done, she noted that her snipe skill is now level 7. At this level, the aim accuracy is so high that not even a single stone misses its target. On the other side, the surprise adventurers are wondering with their mouths open, how were the monsters all blown away like that? One of the adventurers notices the big black wolf, and thinks that it might have done that to the other white wolves. Another adventurer says no, it was the woman with the big assets on the wolf's back, who wiped out all of the white wolves in seconds. Ren asks the boys if they are okay. One of the adventurers answered that they are okay, but also asked if she is on their side. Ren says that a certain someone asked her to help them, and the adventurers thank her for saving their lives. They even compliment her wolf, which is really cool and stuff. They think Ren must have a high rank, because she's able to command a monster like that. Ren is glad with such compliments, but then they start asking who is the person that asked for her help, and if she is going to stick around. This is where Ren feels in trouble. She thinks that she overdid it, and is now wondering how she can explain this. Ren can't just mention that she is friends with Toriella and others. Ren wonders what to say to them, but she got an idea after she noted that they are mistakenly thinking that she is a high-ranking adventurer. Ren says to them that Sir Vector asked her to help. She inwardly remarks that she doesn't care of what will happen when Vector finds out about it. The adventurers believed her answer and mentions that they never thought Vector knew someone as powerful as her. Ren is glad that her answers work, and this trouble is solved. She asks one of them to explain the current situation to her. One adventurer explains that there is a powerful creature who is leading the stampede. This creature is known as the White Fang, and it's an enormous ice elemental wolf. Ren is terrified imagining it. She evaluates that this monster could potentially become the Lord of Winter in just the passage of time. They also inform her that the White Fang brought a legion of ice wolves with it. They make them aware that what they just saw was the advance unit of them. They add that, according to their scout, there is another massive pack of white wolves that is already heading that way, so they need to be well prepared. Ren inwardly mentioned that a pack of ice wolves in winter, under the command of such a powerful creature, is going to be a big problem, especially because this climate will strengthen them, which means that they are in some really deep shit. Since all these ice wolves Ren killed were just the vanguard, she is now even questioning herself. Can they even continue to maintain the city's defenses until the main squadron makes their way back here? Ren believes that this is the worst things can get, but not long after, an adventurer appears, explaining that because of the delay, the wild animals like boars and deer are starting to change into monsters and are coming their way, which might be the doing of the Lord of Winter. He also talks about the huge bear-like monsters that are breaking through their defense lines and slowly overwhelming their forces. This huge attack has left them to push back unwillingly to save their lives. Ren listens with an annoyed expression, thinking that this is most likely the royal flush, and believes that at this rate, these people will be wiped out in no time. The man continues, saying that while no one has died yet, many are badly injured, and if things keep going like this, they'll all be wiped out before help can arrive. He further explains that these men are swapping their roles constantly, so that the tired can rest and the injured can be healed, but it cannot go on forever. He adds that if the extermination squad joins the fight, they might be able to stand a chance against the Winter Lord. However, the adventurer knows that if Ren decides to lend them her helping hand, things might turn out fruitful for them, so he begs for her help. Ren calmly nods and agrees to fight, and right then she rushes forward, stating that this is what she came here for, asking the adventurer to leave everything to her. Seeing her leave so quickly, the adventurer steps forward, asking Ren to hold on, offering to tag along with her, thinking it would help if people could clearly see that she is on their side. Ren suddenly stops, realizing that the adventurer isn't wrong, and if she lets them tag along, she might be able to avoid any annoying situation. They even suggest putting the city flag on the wolves, and one of them offers a piece of bread to the junior wolf to try to gain its trust. As Ren moves ahead, the adventurers follow behind her, feeling relieved now that they have a clear path forward. Furthermore, since this adventure group is being so noticeable, a lot of stray soldiers decide to join them as well. Suddenly, more ice wolves appear, but Ren charges at them without hesitation, using her stone bullet skill, defeating them one after another, and leaving the adventurers in awe. One of them wonders who she is, and someone says she must be the prized pupil of the red-haired Vector, while another says Mr. Vector once wanted her to join his team, and others whisper that she is the mysterious silver-haired adventurer. Just like others, these adventurers comment about Ren's chest, but quickly disguises their lust as praises for her. Moreover, they appreciate Vector for having a keen eye for beauties such as Ren. After this, Ren tells them that she is going to take out her item box and start collecting the beasts and the magic stones, since she decides to join this battle on her own volition, adding that she should be allowed this much. Ren then calmly uses her storage skill to collect monster bodies and magic stones. Meanwhile, the adventurers are shocked by her storage skill and start calling her Silver Hair. One person looks confused, but another quickly explains it's a nickname for someone with a rare and special ability. Although this person gives some unnecessary details about Ren's breasts, he also mentions that Ren has a very great precision when it comes to firing bullets. As more adventurers gather behind her, Ren begins to feel like she's leading an army. They soon arrive at the defense line, where Ren sees the White Fang group still struggling under a heavy attack. Without waiting, she steps forward, sees monsters rushing toward people, and knows she must drive them back. Ren takes a deep breath and bravely charges into battle. Using her stone bullet skill, she launches a wave of stone shards that blasts through the enemy ranks and shakes the battlefield. She then quickly orders her wolves to attack the boar monster first, then the deer. Nearby defenders watch in disbelief as the bear monster explodes into pieces. While some feel a wave of relief, others glance around, confused by what is happening. Suddenly, someone shouts to the captain that a black wolf is breaking through from the side of the enemy. The captain wonders if this means more enemy reinforcements are arriving, but a soldier quickly notices that someone is riding the wolf. It doesn't take long for them to realize it is Ren, fighting with determination as she strikes down one monster after another. Moreover, she slays monsters one after the other effortlessly by using her deadly lightning spells. Ren then praises her wolves, Norn and Bell, feeling proud of how strong they have become. As she pushes forward, she questions whether there are any humans left fighting on the far side, and, sensing the growing danger, decides it is time to unleash a powerful area attack. Ren throws her weapon high into the sky, using her skill known as Burst Dagger, and a huge explosion follows, shaking the earth, so hard that it knocks her to the ground. For a moment she lies stunned, realizing that this is the most serious she has ever fought. During the battle with the Ogre Lord, her long-range sniping worked well. But this time, even with Norn and Bell shielding her, pushing through the enemy is terrifying. She admits to herself that she feels fear, despite having a skill that gives her resistance to it. Norn and Bell rush over, visibly anxious. It appears that they have come there to make sure that their master isn't hurt or suffering from a serious injury. Moreover, soldiers around her begin to recognize her silver hair, and finally understand that she is fighting on their side. Seeing familiar faces from Ren's brigade brings a sense of calm for Ren as well. One man mistakenly shouts that it isn't her chest, but her silver hair that cuts down enemies. I get you, buddy. Looking at that, anyone would start talking nonsense. Meanwhile, another calls out that it is time to take down the scattered monsters. Ren then gently tells her wolves she is all right, and decides to help even more by spreading the monsters apart to make it easier for the other adventurers to defeat them. As she moves ahead, she notices the monsters are weakening and wonders if they have finally managed to push them back. She also sees Norn taking the route on the human side instead of charging straight forward, as if staying close out of concern for Ren's safety. However, Ren realizes that she is making Norn worry for her safety for no reason. The defenders nearby begin waving toward her, and her wolves, clearly showing they now understand she is on their side. Ren presses on, continuing to fight just like before, focusing on the larger magic beasts first and thinking that she is now playing the role of a tank, clearing a path for the rest. Eventually, she makes her way back to where her first charge had begun, and sees that the monsters are now separated from the defenders. She finally returned to her brigade. Norn then gently lowers her to the ground, and Ren can't help but feel curious about Norn's gentle behavior, realizing that the wolf is silently asking her to stay safe in this place. Realizing to herself, Ren decides it is all right to take a moment to relax now that things have settled a bit, though she warns Norn to remain careful as something still feels strange in the air, and she is certain White Fang has to be nearby. Norn and Belle move ahead quickly, as they are trying to create an attacking squad whose primary goal will be to go after the general. As soon as Ren sees this, she also realizes that this is the best plan. While her allies continue to keep the monsters occupied, she plans to deal with the areas of their strategy that haven't been touched. To prepare, Ren casts barrier magic, forming a protective shield around her, and then tells the adventurers nearby to begin long-range attacks from inside this barrier. They instantly understand what she's doing, and realize that they are the fixed artillery for Ren and her wolves. Some ready their bows, while the minstrels play energizing songs to boost morale. The battlefield grows even more intense, with Ren's attacks tearing through the swarms of monsters. Later, we discover that the history books mention the silver hair for the first time during the battle for the defense of O'Neill. Moreover, these history books record how her shining silver hair and bright eyes become a symbol of hope for everyone watching. With a single move, she crushes wave after wave of enemies, and her daggers, now glowing with flames, destroy everything in her path. Over time, her legend grows, so much that some historians begin to exaggerate parts of her story, describing the silver hair's chest to be extra big. It is recorded that the size of breasts of the silver hair is so big that they can't even call them her breasts. Words like large, plump, healthy, and lumps of meat are used to describe the silver hair's balloons. This debate has been going on for a long time, though. Some historians suggest that this tale is recorded when the silver hair is wearing winter clothes, which are very tight, believing that it might be the reason for them to exaggerate about her chest size. One theory suggests that since the bard never gets laid, they used to imply their fantasies in these tales, and exaggerate about the silver hair's certain body parts. So, this still remains a debate. Of course, this is the most important part of Ren's legend, anyway. As the fight continues, Triella rushes over to Ren, checking to see if she is okay, and immediately noticing that something has changed in Ren's hair and eyes. Ren wonders how Triella still recognizes her, even with the differences. Ryu asks Ren about their next move. There, Ren begins thinking about their next steps, and points out that the front lines are already filled with strong fighters. Rather than heading there, she suggests they focus on helping the injured, inwardly thinking that the chaos at the front, where humans and monsters are mixed together, makes it too risky to throw burst daggers without harming their own side. Moreover, she sees that Norn has been using wide-range lightning spells at the enemy's rear, and fears that she might get caught up in it as well. So, she wishes she could use telepathy to talk to Norn for better coordination. Just then, a man arrives and introduces himself as the temporary captain of the defense forces. He personally comes to thank Ren for her efforts, explaining that it's hard to fully trust messengers in battle so he wants to speak with her face to face. They start talking about the current situation, and the captain expresses deep gratitude for her flanking fire, saying it has given their forces a much-needed push. Still, there are too many wounded soldiers, and he says they need one final, powerful strike to end the fight. His plan is to send fireworks into the sky as a signal, and once Ren sees them, she will cast a massive explosion spell. Hearing the plan makes Ren feel both excited and reassured. It feels good to have a proper strategy and a commander who understands the battlefield clearly. So, she quickly agrees to the captain's plan, thinking to herself that he has arrived at a very nice time. Meanwhile, the captain is confused since Ren responds so quickly, leaving him wondering who this silver hair is. Over time, Ren holds a detailed conversation with the interim captain. During this conversation, Ren begins marking key positions on the battlefield map, carefully planning the next steps. She mentions that her familiar is positioned nearby and asks for support in the central area. The captain agrees and reminds her once again to wait for the signal, the fireworks, before launching her next big move. After hearing the plan, the captain gets up and starts to leave, but before he can do that, Ren stops him. She then reveals a huge amount of health potions, asking the captain to take them with him. However, the captain is surprised with this offer, so Ren assures him that it's okay, adding that these are intermediate potions, asking the captain if these would be enough. In response, the captain excitedly mentions that these would be more than enough. The captain is stunned, both by how many she gives him, and by their high quality. He starts to believe that with these potions, they might actually have a chance to turn the battle around. Ren advises him to tell the wounded soldiers to rest a bit longer after recovering, and not to return to the fight until she gives the signal, or they might end up getting injured in the crossfire. Grateful, the captain thanks her sincerely. Triella, hearing their conversation, looks concerned and asks if Ren might be giving away too many supplies, but Ren simply smiles and reassures her that it's fine. Ren adds that they still have enough potions left. Curious, Ren asks Triella how she has been able to recognize her despite her changed appearance. Triella responds by saying she'll never mistake anyone for Ren, because she likes her, after all. Ren tells her to stop teasing and focus on helping instead. While this is happening, Norn is caught in a difficult situation of her own. A pack of wolves charges at her, and just as she gets ready to fight them off, a massive bear suddenly appears and strikes her, knocking her to the ground. Far away, Ren suddenly senses a disturbance in the force as a wave of shock hits her. At that same moment, Ren realizes that something incredible has happened. Norn manages to send out a faint telepathic signal. Ren, thanks to her celestial sensitivity, is able to detect it. It's exactly the kind of connection she has wished for earlier, and now she clearly understands that Norn is in serious danger. It seems that Ren's plot armor level up. So, Ren quickly analyzes the battlefield. The enemy group, led by White Fang, and supported by elite guards, is powerful and well-positioned, with the terrain giving them an advantage. Realizing she doesn't have time to wait, Ren decides she must act immediately. She plans to launch her strongest dagger attack to create an opening for Norn to escape. Even though the captain hasn't fired the signal yet, Ren knows she can't afford to delay. She measures the distance, coming out to be a staggering 3,000 meters. It's incredibly far, but she's determined to try. Channeling Air Barrel into her left hand, while using Barret in her right hand, Ren combines the two skills and ends up with an Air Barret skill. Gathering all her power, she takes careful aim, charges her mana, and focuses every ounce of energy into one perfect shot, setting the speed to be 1,000 meters per second. She fires the massive ethereal rifle, and the shot obliterates every monster in its path. She realizes that the hits might change its trajectory, so she also decides to use sword manipulation, making her attack keep going until it attacks the White Fang. A massive explosion erupts across the battlefield as her attack lands. When the dust settles, Ren sees that White Fang has survived using the ice wall to defend himself, though he's seriously wounded. Then, to her relief, she catches sight of Norn appearing behind White Fang, landing a powerful strike. Ren is quite happy to see Norn's intelligence for doing a perfect follow-up to her failed attack. The adventurers cheer with joy, convinced that the silver hair has defeated White Fang, and that the monsters, now leaderless and disoriented, are vulnerable. Seeing the enemy lines begin to crumble, they charge ahead with determination, while Ren also prepares to move, watching proudly as the soldiers' forces push forward. Knowing she has already taken out most of the massive boar-like monsters herself. At the same time, Ren is wondering if victory is finally within reach. But just then, a figure is seen running toward them, and an adventurer quickly recognizes him as a messenger from the Vector Squad, bringing urgent news. A new monster leader has appeared after the defeat of the Lord of Winter. One of the adventurers adds that he has already noticed something strange earlier, explaining that the monsters currently fighting the garrison forces aren't being led by a real commander, only by squad leader-type monsters, which surprises everyone. The messenger goes on to clarify that the actual leader is now approaching their town. This sends shivers down everyone's spines, but they grow even stronger when it is revealed that the real leader is from the giant race. Hearing this, Ren feels a wave of fear wash over her as she spots the giant who stands 15 to 30 meters tall, nearly as massive as demi-dragons, known for their incredible strength, and their hidden homes deep within remote mountain ranges, far from human settlements. Ren's heart sinks as she begins to doubt herself, wondering if joining this battle is a mistake, and fearing she may not be strong enough to face a true giant. Before she can think further, orcs and goblins suddenly appear on the battlefield, adding to her confusion and fear. Ren is in shambles, realizing that this is a disastrous turn of events. Just when it has seemed they are on the brink of victory, waves of powerful enemy reinforcements arrive, threatening to break their morale entirely. Panic rises inside Ren as more goblins and orcs pour into the battlefield, and she shouts for everyone to retreat back to the city. Markel, meanwhile, points out something unusual, and when Ren looks closely, she sees the giant standing in the distance, conjuring an enormous rock. With a thunderous roar, the giant throws the rock through the air, smashing it into a city wall, causing people to scream and flee in terror as the massive boulder remains lodged in the wall. In that moment of fright, Ren and the others freeze in shock, before she quickly gathers herself, and instructs Triella to take everyone and return to the orphanage. Ren adds that if things continue to get worse, they should consider evacuating the entire city, and Triella agrees, immediately telling everyone to follow her. Rico, however, looks upset and doesn't want to leave Ren behind, but Triella firmly explains that staying would only get in Ren's way, and hearing this, Rico reluctantly agrees to go. As the others retreat to safety, Ren remains behind, feeling it is her responsibility to face the giant alone. In her heart, she quietly apologizes to everyone, believing that she is the only one capable of stopping the threat now. So, she prepares herself for what could be the most dangerous battle yet. The giant conjures another enormous rock and throws it, and Ren tries her best to stop it. But it didn't work. Ren quickly realizes the sheer size, and weight make it nearly impossible for her to destroy it. She considers using her burst dagger to destroy it mid-air, but the explosions would likely damage the city too. Thinking quickly, Ren understands she needs to redirect the force of the explosion to avoid harm, and she suddenly has an idea. She decides to use creation magic to forge something useful out of the leftover parts from the nearby barrier towers. Holding the burst dagger and a broken barrier device in her hand, she uses her magic of fast creation. In an instant, she crafts a brand new dagger called Improvised Magical Explosive Shell. Feeling a bit of pride, she is glad to have combined science and magic so effectively, but she immediately shifts her focus back to saving the city. Although she realizes that this is a plan without any operational checks, she still decides to go with it. She finally throws the newly made dagger toward the rock, hoping that it would hit. Once the device is stuck in the rock, it activates multiple powerful spells at once. Magic Liner and the Explosive Shell. Then, Ren ends up activating all these skills at once. The resulting explosion is massive yet controlled, and the energy blasts upward rather than outward, surprising nearby adventurers with how focused it is. The explosion shatters the huge ice block, and Ren realizes that the superheated air should melt most of the remaining ice. After this, Ren wonders if she has somehow managed to protect the entire town. However, Ren is aware of the fact that they can't just defend themselves constantly using high explosive, as they can be kept throwing ice blocks. so she realizes that she has to do something about the giant. So she stands up and scans the area, but something feels wrong. She can't see the giant anymore, and she begins to wonder where it vanishes so quickly. Suddenly, a massive shadow falls over her, and as she looks up in shock, she sees a giant foot directly above her, leaving her to realize that this is the end of her. Meanwhile, far away on a distant mountain, an old man quietly observes Ren, thinking to himself that she is about to die, believing her to be still too young and inexperienced to handle real battles, though giants are incredibly strong and dangerous. The old man reflects that their attacks feel like a siege, and that nothing can compete against that. He feels a sense of surprise that they allow such a massive giant to slip away, noting that the subjugation force for the Lord of Winter is careless. As he contemplates this, his thoughts shift to the second Prince Vector, who he believes should be the true leader, and though he acknowledges that Vector has skill in combat, he also sees that the prince is still young, and that his companions share his inexperience. To defeat the giant with their current strength, the old man concludes, the defense captain will need to defend the city with everything he's got. Letting out a sigh, the old man mutters that the girl will have to go a long way too. Though he prefers to stay out of royal matters, he feels compelled to help Ren just once, because he owes her for one meal. Without further hesitation, he moves at lightning speed, attacking the giant with such incredible power that in a single clean strike, he slices off one of its arms, leaving everyone watching in shocking silence as the severed limb crashes to the ground. At that moment, Norn rushes to Ren's side and quickly pulls her away to safety as the giant falls over. Ren, still in shock, looks at Norn, wondering if she somehow takes down the giant. But after a closer look, she realizes it isn't Norn at all, deepening her curiosity about who truly helped her. Meanwhile, the old man admits to himself that he misses the spot he is trying to aim at, and so he blames his old age for being the culprit for this failure. He then furiously recalls his weapon, known as Georges, and says he won't be attacking again, and before disappearing, wishes Ren good luck, and advises her to act only when the moment is right, reminding her that's what a true hermit does. Then, the old man assures that he will return to admire the silver hare's huge chest. As Ren rides with Norn to escape the battlefield, she tries to make sense of what just happened, puzzled because she knows giants don't normally lose limbs so easily, and she begins to wonder whether the very powerful Vector squad has returned to help. Yet, something tells her that isn't the answer. So, setting aside the mystery for now, she decides they must return to the front lines as soon as possible to keep fighting. Suddenly, the giant begins moving again. Though badly injured, he is still alive. Ren immediately notices something unusual as she watches the giant use ice magic to seal his wounds, while also using ice around him to defend himself from sudden attacks. Activating her special skill called Analysis, Ren sees that the giant is strengthening his body by covering himself and the area around him with powerful ice magic, creating a solid layer of magical armor. This helps her understand why the White Fang monsters and the massive ice block they face earlier have been so difficult to deal with. The magic energy running through the ice significantly boosts their defense with the help of constant supply of mana. Realizing that her regular stone bullet won't be effective against the thick ice armor, Ren quickly prepares a new tactic by charging rocks with magic and launching a stronger attack known as Rock Cannon. The rocks hit the giant with heavy force, and seeing the damage, Ren feels some hope and pride in her ability to combine magic and physical attacks effectively. One of the nearby adventurers calls out that they'll leave the giant to Silver Hair while they focus on stopping the goblins and protecting the town walls. Since the giant is now locked on Ren, they can defend the city more effectively. Meanwhile, Ren realizes that she has successfully managed to get the giant's attention off of the town, confirming their strategy is working. As the giant makes another attack, Ren watches closely, telling Norn that this battle is up to her now. She then notices the giant preparing something new. He's aiming to split the lump of ice into multiple pieces to make sure that he gets his hit. This leads Ren to acknowledge that the giant is actually pretty smart. However, she is adamant on not letting the giant get near the town by whatever means necessary. Suddenly, the giant unleashes a huge tornado made entirely of ice, and Ren is stunned. She quickly realizes that even her rock cannon won't break through this tornado, let alone bows and arrows. However, Ren appears to have predicted that she might get into a situation where she ends up being all helpless with nowhere to go and no more move to make. So, she prepares a total of 10 explosive anti-tank rounds as a last resort. Ren believes that it is now finally time for her to use these bad boys to defeat this giant. Ren then prepares this new spell called Sword Bullets Remix, but quickly realizes that even these won't be able to break through that fearsome tornado. Without wasting any more time, Ren drinks an MP recovery potion to recharge her magic and switches tactics, deciding to counter the ice with fire magic. She casts a powerful fire spell, Firewall, directly at the giant, who screams as the flames scorch his icy armor. Her strategy works. A hole opens inside the tornado, and Ren sees the perfect opportunity, but her body suddenly weakens as she realizes she's out of magic again. So, she quickly drinks another MP potion and calls out to Norn, assuring her that everything is fine now. Looking up at the tornado, she spots the gap clearly and shouts to Norn that this is their chance, telling her to go in. Ren summons every bit of strength she has left and unleashes a final, powerful attack, Sword Bullet, straight at the giant's swirling ice tornado, causing a massive explosion that rocks the entire battlefield. The blast is so loud and intense that everyone nearby is momentarily stunned, with thick smoke filling the air as Ren is thrown high into the sky by the shockwave before crashing hard onto the ground. Norn and Belle rush to her side immediately, clearly worried, but Ren slowly gets to her feet on her own, looking around, and realizing with relief that the battle has finally come to an end. She then hears cheers rising from the adventurers and knights celebrating their victory. Though she feels completely drained, her body heavy and aching, all she wants now is a hot bath and a warm bed. But even in her exhaustion, Ren notices a few monsters still roaming the field. But she is too tired to deal with them herself, so she decides to leave that to the others. All of a sudden, her attention shifts to the giant's body nearby, knowing that such creatures often have rare, valuable materials. The scent of grilled meat flies through the air, but most importantly, she is thinking of all the materials, including magic stones, as she can craft many useful things with them. Although the giant's body is grotesque and unpleasant to look at, Ren's determination to gather materials is stronger than her disgust, and she chooses to have a go at it, and gather as many materials as she can. Moreover, Ren believes that she has done a great deal for the townspeople, and that she deserves this much. Climbing onto Norn's back, she rides across the battlefield in search of valuable loot, but midway, something unexpected happens. Red Hair Vector, the second prince, suddenly arrives and calls out, asking if everyone is safe, immediately drawing the attention of the others as the adventurers begin shouting with joy that the extermination team has returned to help finish off the remaining monsters. While Ren is glad for the extra support, she also feels slightly annoyed, worrying that someone else might snatch the magic stones before she can get to them. Spotting Neil among the new arrivals, she quickly turns away and dashes off, wanting to avoid any more interactions with him. While Ren is running off, she still cares about the precious materials that she couldn't extract from the giant's body. The next day, Ren lies curled up in bed inside her warm forest home, her entire body sore and aching from the intense battle. She laments the fact that she couldn't get that giant's magic stone. This is why Ren is feeling down. At that moment, Norm calls Ren, and as she steps out of her house, she finds that Norm got the corpse of the mid-boss, White Fang. Ren is aware that this monster is not the very best, but it is close to first class, and that alone fills her with joy. Though her muscles are still in pain from the battle, the thing that troubles Ren the most is that she has lack of stamina. This makes her to decide to do something about her chronic lack of exercise. Ren reminisces how she almost dies the day before, and realizes that she needs to work on her physical strength if she wants to come out alive in her next confrontation with a strong monster. Ren believes that this might be the time she will start her training arc. She understands that these are the times in manga when the main character realizes they need to work on their physical strength and start training. She considers whether it's time to push herself further and prepare for the next big adventure. but as the cold winter wind hits her face, she decides that it's far too chilly to train outside just yet. Instead, she comforts herself with the idea that sticking to daily routines and light exercises can still help her improve, and she promises to begin serious training once spring arrives. Deep down, Ren truly believes she has the potential to grow much stronger. Yeah, we all know that her training will be a more intense daily routine. Back inside her cozy home, she realizes it's already lunchtime, and feeling restless from lying around all morning, she decides to cook something special to celebrate her victory. She then prepares a warm, comforting curry, and adds crispy fried tonkatsu to make a katsu curry. Once the food is ready, she happily serves large portions to Norn and Belle, smiling as she watches them eat, and assuring them there's plenty more if they want seconds. After their satisfying meal, Ren sits down in quiet reflection, reviewing everything that happens during the intense battle. As she analyzes her performance, she identifies some important weaknesses. She's great at long-range attacks, but seriously struggles in close combat, and she knows that if a strong opponent had managed to get close, she would have been in serious danger. Determined to fix this, she decides to improve her defense skills, especially by leveling up her barrier magic, which can shield her from both physical and magical attacks. She also acknowledges how helpful it was to ride Norn during battle, as it gave her better speed and mobility on the field. But she realizes that evasion is an important aspect of that as well, so she needs to work on that. Thinking ahead, Ren begins to consider how she can improve her offensive capabilities. While she doesn't have a natural gift for powerful attack spells, she still wants a reliable attack that won't cause too much collateral damage. Moreover, Ren wonders if she should create a magic sword that delivers controlled, focused power. She knows the key to achieving that is to continue gathering quality materials. She also accepts a hard truth: she's not a close-range fighter. Her true strengths lie in crafting and supporting from a distance, and her combat stats are relatively low compared to real frontline fighters. With that in mind, she heads into her blacksmithing room to tackle the problem number 2. Now that she has White Fang's materials, a new idea forms. Her burst daggers give her strong firepower, but they aren't ideal against giants. What she really needs is a way to stop enemies from moving altogether. She suddenly has an idea. Maybe they can wrap vines around the victim's whole body, immobilizing them in the process, and make them easier to target. She plans to create such an attack that if the victim tries to resist, the vines would only multiply in numbers, holding the victim even tighter than before, rendering them harmless. The idea of ice vines pops into her mind, and it excites her. She then grabs the magic stones she got from White Fang and carefully begins attaching them to a sword's hilt, using a magic blade as the base and adjusting the design with precision. Ren reveals how this sword itself is based on a suitable magic sword, but it has some of its attributes reduced. But that still isn't a problem since Ren is only adding more attributes to this sword. To her surprise, the new weapon comes together smoothly and exceeds her expectations. But that's exactly what she was expecting from these high-quality magic stones. Moreover, Ren decides to name it Icebind. The sword can now summon ice vines that trap enemies within a specified range. Even if these vines are cut or untied, they regenerate endlessly, making it a really hard thing for her enemies to deal with. Moreover, the MP consumption for these things isn't high either, so it's economic friendly as well. Ren realizes that the ice vine is perfect for fleeing from the battle. However, Ren is still struggling with naming her new sword. She thinks of a few names like Ivy Binder, or Ice Binder, Ivy Wine, or maybe Ice Wine, which is based on the name of the binding skill. But Ren quickly realizes that there is a food already with that name. So, Ren decides to leave the sword unnamed for now, believing that it's not a big deal, and that she can go through her day without giving a name to her sword. The next morning, Triella, Kuro, and Miracle visit her at home, and Ren warmly welcomes them inside. They share updates from the city, explaining that the extermination squads and knights are continuing to hunt down the remaining monsters until winter ends, and that they will remain in the city for now. Ren listens attentively, and Miracle mentions that the younger adventurers are receiving rewards for their efforts, and that Ren is being offered a share, which fills her with quite some excitement. Then Triella brings up something unexpected. A tall and handsome adventurer had called out to her. When Triella went to listen to him, this adventurer handed her a gift to deliver to Ren yesterday. Feeling confused, Ren has no idea who this tall and handsome adventurer might be. Moreover, she understands that she cannot accept just any gift from some stranger, as it is quite suspicious. But she still decides to open this one. As soon as she opens it, her eyes could only widen in surprise, discovering that it's the giant's magic stone. She immediately suspects it's from Vector, and smiles, feeling touched by the gesture. At this point, Ren acknowledges that Vector's gesture is quite perfect. We are then introduced to Vector as a regular adventurer, but that's not really true. His real name is Vector Georgius Ostrato, the former second prince of the Kingdom of Georgius, and now the Duke of Ostrato. As the barkeeper hears this, he politely asks Vector to refrain their conversation to go any longer, as he doesn't like where all this is going. However, Vector ignored the request and continues introducing himself. He says that he used to be a great prince, but he now hides his real identity and wants to avoid political issues. Moreover, he understands that there are a lot of things going on around him. Since his life was sometimes in danger due to royal succession, he gave up his title and began living like a commoner. Not only that, Vector was also educated as a member of the royal family, which is why he understands all the duties and responsibilities that comes with it as a byproduct. He did intend to achieve being a royal, but he gradually grew tired of all the political schemes and dramas happening constantly around him. At age 12, he started working as an adventurer under a hidden name, and by 15, someone created a new dukedom, leading him to step down from his royal status. Later, he fought the Winter Lord, and even though he's no longer a prince, he's still close to the line for the throne. Managing his land is not hard because the royal family gave him relatively fertile land, and he has talented aides. One of his aides, like a foster brother, is someone he deeply trusts, but this aide is overworked because there aren't enough helpers. The real reason Vector became an adventurer is to find people to help fix this problem. Along the way, he also helps those in need, which benefits everyone. He picks his subordinates from his land, so trust matters a lot. Furthermore, Vector plans to go back soon to check on things in his territory. Vector knows that his aides are amazing, and that the number of capable people is increasing, which means that he is slowly losing all his freedom. The plus side to this is that he is going to be an adventurer, though. But Vector makes it clear he's not adventuring for fun. He even catches bad merchants doing illegal things. Although the knights and the military police are trying hard, their job is very difficult. Moreover, Vector remembers recently returning to the royal castle and meeting Lord Eisenstein, who looked into the distance and called him Kumon-sama, which confused him. Vector has no idea what it means, but he plans to ask about that later. Vector also part of a party. After defeating the Winter Lord, people start recognizing him. But this recognition wasn't ordinary. It was so much that Vector even started hating it at one point. So, he leaves his royal capital and moves to the capital of Mubaro using the fake name Beck. There, he meets a young boy adventurer who is just starting and eventually forms a party with him. They sometimes join forces with other parties since the original goal is to find good people. Vector then introduces his party members. The first one is Neil, a boy who wants to be a swordsman and is getting stronger each day as Vector is mentoring him efficiently. Then there is Kali, Neil's probably sister, whose feelings confuse Vector, as she always makes weird eye contact with him. The third party member is Tess, Neil's lover, who loves magic and learns some from Vector. The next two party members are Irvine and Gilliam, who help Vector with many tasks. As for the last member, while adventuring, Vector meets Ren, a special person. She is a witch and a skilled alchemist that lived in a forest near Neil's hometown. After meeting her, Vector starts thinking he wants her to be part of his team. Ren sometimes even helps city orphans fight ogres, collects rare herbs, and makes amazing food at the inn that no one has tried before. One time, Irvine and Gilliam are almost killed by a wild ogre, but Ren saves them. Later, she joins a secret mission to defeat the Ogre Lord, and Vector finds her very impressive. I mean, who wouldn't want someone like that to be on their side? However, her connection with Neil makes things a bit awkward since Ren had a not-so-pleasant encounter with Neil before, And this is a huge problem, as Vector believes that this created a barrier to recruit Ren. Vector thinks people with strong or difficult personalities, like this Ren girl, need more time to build relationships. Just when he thought he had started to know her better, she disappears from the city, and is said to have gone to the capital along with her group. At the same time, Vector is also heading to the capital to defeat the Winter Lord, so the timing works out. He is not planning to following them around and recruit them, but hopes to at least become acquainted with them. After reaching the capital, he has many tasks like checking on his land and looking for more helpers. A few days later, he visits the castle to speak with the king, who also happens to be his father. During this time, Vector had been working on making a sword of his own to fight with the Winter Lord, but soon the Harvest Festival takes place, so Vector takes a short break and lets his party enjoy it. On the last day, he enters the martial arts competition. In his match against Neil, he had the feeling that his true status, which was hidden by the disguise skill, were being looked at, and wonders if it was just his imagination, though it is normal for some information to come out during a tournament. So, in addition, Vector used special magic gear to keep his identity hidden, and with that he thinks that his true identity couldn't be revealed, or so he thought. Few days after the festival, Vector goes to see Mr. Arnaud, a well-known blacksmith, to forge the sword for him to use against the Winter Lords. There, he unexpectedly meets the same mysterious girl again, Ren. Even though she hides her face under a hood, she is very beautiful, and has a strong presence, or so she seems like to Vector. There, Ren claims she can make a magic sword even better than Mr. Arnaud's. Since Arnaud is one of the best blacksmiths in the capital and all nearby countries, Vector is shocked when even Arnaud says her skills are better. Arnaud told Vector that making a better sword than the one that he already has will be very hard. Because of this, Vector thought that it wouldn't be possible, so he asks Ren to try, and she agreed. When she finishes the magic sword, it is more powerful and rare than anything Vector imagined, and she called this sword Blazer. What's more is that Ren was even able to imbue weapon skills onto this sword, which is an extraordinary feat by itself. It appears that people only talk about blacksmiths like her in legends. Later, Vector tried using Blazer, and the power from it was so amazing that he couldn't stop laughing. Moreover, the sword even comes with a special shield called the Reckless Shield, which also has amazing power. Later, Neil told him that he had been grinning all day. Vector then realizes he needs to get closer to her no matter what. A blacksmith with her talent could become a powerful friend, or a big danger if she supports another country. She is good not only at making weapons, but also other useful things. Vector made sure to have proper guards, as he promised, so he spoke with the king and borrowed a few secret royal guards. He plans to speak with her and try to reach an agreement. If that doesn't work, the king will handle it himself. The king doesn't mind who talks to her first, as long as it helps the kingdom. And with that, Vector concludes the story about the preparations for defeating the Winter Lord. And now is about to continue with the story about the battle against the Winter Lord. When Vector went to encounter this Winter Lord, things didn't go how he planned they would. What Vector didn't know is that these monsters have been saving their strength for years, and that they had evolved to an extraordinary level. Not only that, the Winter Lord also has a large amount of monsters under its command, making things even more difficult for Vector to handle. Vector finds out that there are 3 Captain-class wolf-type monsters and 2 giant monsters, all of which are powerful and protect the Winter Lord. At first, Vector plans to sneak in and attack the Winter Lord from below using his stealth skill and a special cape that Ren gave him. But there are too many enemies around, so getting close without being seen is impossible for Vector. Since he cannot do it alone, the whole extermination team must break through the enemy forces together, so the battle ends up taking place on a wide, snowy field. Moreover, earlier, Ren told Vector that his magic sword Blazer can fire the weapon skill up to 4 times, but Vector realizes that using all 4 would drain his magic completely and leave him helpless, so he must be careful. Still, Vector doesn't want to hold back, and since the first shot was already fired at the start of the war, Vector knows that there is no use of overthinking his strategy. So he fires another shot, and it's so strong that it almost cuts through a mountain. This attack destroys not only one of the giants, it even damages the Winter Lord's hard scales. Then he fires a second shot and defeats one of the wolf-type monsters, which boosts his team's morale. Now, Vector thinks that he has to find a way to get his allies to distract the enemy's primary force. But things suddenly change when Vector witnesses the Winter Lord using his power. It appears that the Winter Lord possesses the power to control the weather. With this, the Winter Lord can make the weather around it suitable for itself by lowering the temperature. This time the weather manipulation ends up being unprecedented and widespread. Soon, the sky turns white and a strong blizzard covers the entire area, making it impossible to see. With the impending danger, Vector loses sight of his allies, and the enemy monsters become even stronger in the lower temperature. He realizes the entire team could be wiped out if this continues. Then, something surprising happens. Vector's necklace, which was passed down by his ancestors and given to him by his father before the battle, starts to glow. It's a holy artifact, believed to be a gift from the gods to the founder, known as Georges. Vector didn't think much of it before, but now he feels thankful that his father had secretly given this necklace to him. This necklace lets him sense where all the enemies are, even in the blizzard, as if they are right in front of him. Moreover, Vector focuses on the strongest enemy and attacks. A huge explosion happens as the atmosphere around him changes drastically. Not long after, even the snowstorm is cleared. After gaining the visibility of the area, Vector finally spots the Winter Lord, Frostless Salamander. Vector bravely steps forward and evades the attack of the Winter Lord, and finds himself under the salamander. Then he pours his blood and magic into his sword, and calls for Blazer's full power. Vector then charges at the Frost Salamander, and strikes with all his strength, finally defeating the powerful beast, and ending the Winter Lord. Later, Vector explains that this is how he won the battle against the infamous Lord of Winter. However, he ended up using Blazer's power. With this, his magic is completely gone, and he collapses on the battlefield, which allows some monsters to escape. It takes him a long time to recover and return to the city along with his compatriots. After the battle, life for Vector changes. Defeating the Winter Lord makes his stats and skills grow much more than he expected. Vector sees a sudden boost in his dexterity, HP, agility, and many other attributes. Even though he feels tired after fighting the Winter Lord, when he returns to the city, hunting the remaining monsters becomes easy for Vector with his upgraded skills. His strength growth was beyond his imagination, and it makes him feel uneasy, because he is aware that it might become a problem for him in the near future. Especially about being inside the royal castle, Vector knows that he will have to behave appropriately. Then something unexpected happens. Several people jump Vector, calling him Red Hair Vector, and begin praising him for defeating the ferocious monster boss. One of the adventurers steps forward and tells Vector how such a reliable person was sent to assist them. Hearing this, Vector is completely confused, having no idea what this guy is talking about. Just then, Vector finds out that a powerful mage with 2 black wolves defeated the giant and claimed to be acting on Vector's orders. However, Vector is still surprised. After reading the reports, Vector discovers that this powerful mage rode a black wolf, had silver hair blowing in the wind, and used powerful magic to crush the monsters. Other than that, this mage is said to have not only avoided the giant's attacks, but they also defeated the giant and left in style. After reading the description regarding the appearance of this mage, Vector realizes it must have been Ren. Even though the hair color and wolves are a little different, everything else fits. Moreover, it doesn't come off as a surprise to Vector that Ren can use the disguise skill just like him. Vector knew that Ren would help him someday in her own way, but he never thought that she would help him directly. However, he is still very grateful to Ren's generous behavior. This ends the mission to defeat the Winter Lord, and along with it, Vector's story about it. Vector can't help but grin while thinking about this story. Vector notes how this mage is said to have command over powerful magical beasts. On top of that, this mage can also forge a magical sword, which can be on par with the national treasure status. And obviously, this mage is also said to have tremendous mage-type abilities, complementing her role of a mage. Neil arrives and asks Beck the reason for his grinning. Although Beck hides his real intentions from Neil, he knows that this mage girl, Ren, greatly interests him, which is why he cannot help but grin. Neil then gives Vector the thing that he asked for, which happens to be in a sack. Inside of this sack is the giant's magic stone, but instead of handing it directly to Ren, Vector plans to pass it through some rookie adventurers who are close to Ren. In this case, the rookie adventurer happens to be Triella. Vector is aware that these rookie adventurers are in the town, so he plans to give it to them to pass the giant's magic stone to Ren. As Vector thinks about Ren, he feels sure that life is going to get even busier from now on. It has now been a few hours after the estimated departure time, and Ren still hasn't gotten ready. Meanwhile, Triella looks around and sees that everyone is still sleeping. The boys that were waiting outside got a bit too excited at the defense battle's victory party, so it was good to let them rest, since it's a long way back to the capital. Rico mentions that it's unusual for Ren to oversleep. She is usually punctual and asks if something happened, even pointing out how her panties are revealed for the entire world to see. Feeling embarrassed, Ren clenches her fists, acknowledging that she may have overdone with her daily routine. Ren thinks about how the battle with the giant messed up her body and her mind, so she had to find a way to divert all her attention to something else. This is why she summoned all her little golems, and had them mess her up from inside out. This goes on for the entire night, and Ren only commands them to stop when the dawn arrives. She combines her golems to create daily Lifen, her very own perverted Voltron for her daily routine. This is what a Gunner can do in a fantasy Isekai. Anyway, she acknowledges how it was truly a one-night carnival. But that's not the only thing Ren did that night. She also used the giant's magical stone that Vector gave her to experiment and create a sword. At last, she was able to create a sword that makes ivy out of ice, and she even worked really hard to improve on it all night. Although she could have made it in a second using her creation magic, Ren chose more difficult ways. At last, Ren ended up crafting an extraordinary magic sword. This sword doesn't just have normal skills that comes with it. It is also imbued with a special skill with the most generic name ever, the giant's special attack. This skill enables Ren to fight giants more efficiently in the near future. The problematic part about this is that Ren doesn't even want to fight any more giants. As for the weapon skill, it is called Ice Giant. This skill enables the user to create an ice golem out of thin air. However, the downside to this skill is that it consumed a lot of MP. Being a smart head that she is, Ren used one of the cartridges from the Blazer and attached it to her new magic sword as a source for backup power. Moreover, Ren thinks that this sword might be on par with the national treasure, Blazer Sword, but she soon changes her mind and thinks that it might even surpass Blazer based on the many skills it is imbued with. One problem with this sword is that it is a two-handed sword. Ren can live with this, but she thinks it would be better if she can size this sword down by a bit and make it a single-handed sword, as that would be much feasible. Now, it is time for Ren to name her newly made sword. She thinks about the frost giants and where they come from. The place is called Jotunheim, where Jotun refers to the ice giants and Heim means country. But since Ren has to give the sword an original name, she thinks to name it as Jotunvine, with Jotun meaning ice giant since the sword can create ice golems, and vine to complement the sword's skills of summoning icy vines. But not long after, Ren falls on her knees, pitying her terrible talent for naming things. She thinks that this thing between her two shoulders called a head is completely useless. So, in order to vent out her anger and grief, Ren summoned her little golems and ordered them to destroy her completely, and not in a literal way. That's how Ren spent her night, though she believes it was a truly one-night carnival. Ren is aware that she overdid it, but she now has to live with it. Soon after, they are ready to head back to the capital. Soon, they left their hometown, O'Neill, traveling across the vast fields to make their way to the capital. The girls were all placed in the carriage, while the boys took place in the trailer behind them. Moreover, they are also accompanied by a caravan just like before. Along the way, Ren's carriage passed many other carriages, heading back to O'Neill from the capital. It appears that some of the knight's order stayed in O'Neill, along with many other adventurers. Ren deduces that these carriages must have been carrying food to replenish the resources back in O'Neill. After that, the sailing went quite smooth, and Ren and others find a suitable spot for their campsite. As for the girls, they decide to cook food by themselves and kept Ren uninvolved. When Ren offers to help, they say that they want to gain some expertise in the field of cooking, so they can take care of themselves on the way back the capital. Ren even gets scolded when she tries to insist. They then light a campfire, and the group have their dinner by it. To Ren, this is such a relaxing atmosphere until Kane stands up. Ren thinks that he is just going to show his dominance now. Slowly, Kane walks up to Ren and asks if he can have a brief chat with her, but Ren refuses without giving it much thought. The group even asks Ren to consider Kane's request, and so Ren decides to listen to him. Kane then tells Ren that he is going to be a good man from now on, save up some money, and buy the orphanage later, though he beats around the bush for too long before coming to the real topic. Hearing this, Ren realizes Kane is just trying to impress her. Moreover, Ren is aware that Kane just wants her to shower praises at him for doing God's word, but Ren is not some sweet-talking teenager. So, she boldly asks Kane to stay realistic. Furthermore, she tells him to buy the orphanage first, and then say cheesy stuff like this. These words are so harsh that they pierce right through Kane, but he holds his ground. It also appears that Ren is also planning to buy the orphanage and abolish the slave contract, but this can leave her all loopy. For her plan to accomplish, Ren needs a trustworthy intermediary to act as a liaison between her and the merchant, but finding the said intermediary is not an easy task. There's another way. Ren can raise her rank and even ask the Adventurers Guild to act as a mediator. This way, she can even manage to put more pressure on the merchant. Initially, Ren had Vector on her mind for this job. The good thing about this was that Vector also owed Ren a favor when she got involved with him. Realizing that she is thinking about Vector too much, Ren thinks that she should probably stop imagining stuff. Later, inside the carriage, Rico calls out Ren about Markle, telling them how Ren was pretty involved in the fight with the giant. They then inquire to Ren about the skills she used during that fight, and Ren briefed them about every little detail. After their conversation, Ren spends some time thinking about what Kane said to her. She wonders if she should head back to the capital and continue blacksmithing to build a network, or if she should abandon everything and become a super hermit. But, for now, Ren believes that things are on track for her. Ren has created a new tool that she has attached in front of the carriage. This tool is called Snow Clearing Magical Tool, another generic name. Like its name suggests, this tool clears all the snow in front of the carriage, making a clear path, allowing them to move forward smoothly. Just like that, their journey towards the capital continues. They are resting at a campsite, and everyone seems to be helping out, doing their part diligently. Ren decides that it is time for her to get everything out of her storage box, and then relax. Just then, she starts hearing someone yelling. She sees Markle yelling very loudly, which comes off as unordinary to Ren as she has never seen Markle thing angry. Turns out that Markle is angry towards Kane for his messed up idea. But Kane thinks that Markle shouldn't be angry as his idea isn't as bad as he is making it sound like. It appears that Kane plans to talk to the merchant directly and get Ren's employment contract annulled. Hearing this, Ren is surprised by how bad Kane's idea is. The gravity of this situation only escalates when Triala and Arls arrive, kicking Kane in the chest, leading him to fly off to the ground. Triala then turns to Kane, explaining that it would be a really bad idea if outsiders find out that Ren is alive. She reminds Kane that Ren is pretending to be dead, and that she is in hiding as of now. Markle then said that, even if Ren is to create another golden egg type of invention, there is no way these people are going to give up their management rights that easily. On top of that, it's even more impossible for them to even consider to annul the employment contract and set Ren free. Rico chimes in, adding that as a pretty girl, she can assure that Kane's plan will only make Ren's life worse. Meanwhile, Ren realizes what's going on. She pieces together that Kane was trying to use her as a bargaining chip to gain advantage in the negotiations over the management control. Seeing Ren disappointed, Kane immediately tries to explain himself, but Ren turns around and begins to leave. Even though Kane tries to stop her, he remains unsuccessful in explaining himself. Markle and Triella then school Kane about things he doesn't know. Ren appreciates both of them for explaining her situation, but understanding the importance of this intel. Ren creates a magic barrier around them, so the outsiders cannot eavesdrop on their conversation. Moreover, we find out that Ren actually got magic barrier when she fought the giant, and leveled it to 5. While the two are lecturing Kane, the others are busy preparing meal. Arles is the one giving instructions to others, while Bowman is busy working seriously as well. As for Ryu, he is being a major influence for all the boys in the group, except of course Kane. Soon, the meal is done being prepared. It is Arla's special, winter vegetables and tomato risotto. After taking the first bite, the group is absolutely stunned with how delicious the food tastes. Ren notices that Arles added another ingredient, and made it her own dish even though she was the one who gave this recipe to Arles. It appears that Arles added crushed nuts to give this risotto some more texture. Ren tells Arles that she will give her more recipes later, and approves her risotto. The next morning, as they all prepare to leave, Ren spots a stray orc blocking their way. She then immediately turns to Norn and Belle, asking them for a favor. But the group steps in, asking Ren to let them handle this encounter, and hone their fighting skills for the future. Ren steps back, agreeing to let them deal with the stray orc, but she reminds that she is going to step in if she senses that they are in a state of danger. Shortly after, the group charges at the orc, leaving Ren confused, as it is a very dumb thing to charge towards a heavy monster. Markle seems to be performing quite well, carefully fending off the orc's attacks. Not only him, the entire group is doing their part, and keeping the orc at bay, not letting him swing. Kane is the one directing the team regarding the orc's movements, which are very precise. It surprises Ren to see that the group who was just ostracizing a moment ago is fighting together with such great chemistry, making sure that each one of them makes it out alive and unharmed. Meanwhile, Triella is taking care of the mid-ranged attacks, while Arles is constantly hitting the orc with her slingshot. Even Kuro's movements surprise Ren, as her incredible speed enables her to reach to the orc in no time. Riko is the one who deals the final blow, and ends the orc with an arrow. Ren takes a sigh of relief, realizing that the team is somewhat prepared to take care of orcs. Moreover, Ren notices Markle and Kane being excited about their victory, and Ren tells them not to forget that they worked as a group, which is why they were able to take down the orc. So, she strictly instructs them to avoid a horde of orcs or goblins. She explains that it will cost a lot of money to heal them if they get injured, and that she is just trying to be careful. Soon, they finally arrive at the royal capital. Ren hides the carriage in her storage box before making her way to the gates of the royal capital. Since they still have a long way to go to the second section where Arnaud's workshop is, Ren decide to stay at Triella's house. The entire group appears quite exhausted when they make their way to Triella's house. However, since they have left the house unattended for weeks, there is a thin layer of dust that has been formed around the entire house. So, Ren decides to use her cleaning magic to get rid of all the dust, while wishing to have this magical skill in her previous life, as it would save her a lot of trouble. After that, it is time for the girls to have a squealing in the bath. But soon all the girls are tired due to the long trip, so they decide to head to the bed early. Ren thinks about the past events, wondering if they had a great journey. She knows that she was the reason why they are alive in the first place, having encountered a series of dangerous events. But she knows that even if she is gone, this return journey could act as a rehearsal for when she leaves again. She deduces how this was all just like a graduation exam for everyone. But she deems everything all right, since they are all sisters who grew up in the same orphanage, going through thick and thin with each other. Ren believes that as long as her family remains here, this will also be her home, and that she will keep coming back to check if anyone is slacking off. Just then, the entire group of girls wake up and jump onto Ren, appreciating her for all that she has done for them. Ignoring all this, Ren plans to first reach the maximum blacksmithing level, which is 10. Although she is level 8 right now, Ren believes it wouldn't take her very long to reach the maximum level, even if things are not to go according to her plans, and it ends up taking her 10 years to reach that level, Ren is not ready to leave yet. The very next morning, Ren wakes up, only to find Kuro on top of her, sleeping. Shortly after, Ren realizes that she overslept and is quite tired from the exhausting trip. Making her way to the kitchen, Ren spots Arl's already up, and she appears to have prepared breakfast for everyone. Ren then takes a seat and begins having her breakfast while being surprised to see Arl's so energetic in the morning like never before. First, Ren has the morning soup, then the bread, and then the pickles. After having the delicious and refreshing breakfast, Ren thanks Arl's for doing so much effort. Shortly after, the others wake up and have their delicious and refreshing breakfast. After they are all done, Ren instructs the group about their next plans. They will head to the guild and sell the orc that they captured the day before. But before that, Ren has one important thing to teach them. It is regarding the organs of the orc. Ren dons her butcher uniform and tells everyone that removing the offal of the orc is both fun and enjoyable. Since orc organs are not eligible for purchase, Ren believes it is a much better idea to take out these parts and store them to eat them later, rather than throwing them away. Ren further adds how she has already kept some of the offal from the orcs in her storage box to keep them fresh. Ren then gets to the part where she demonstrates the group how to do it. At first, she washes the offal with fresh water, then she rubs some salt over the offal, and then she leaves it to boil for quite some time. Ren states that this process should be kept repeating until the required freshness is spotted in the offal. After she is done demonstrating, the group of girls take a look closely. They are amazed to see that the offal doesn't smell at all, and on top of that, it looks quite fresh. Ren then tells the group that she is going to teach Arls how to do it, explaining that keeping it fresh is the key to get the perfect offal. Moreover, the liver from the offal is the most nutritious part, and Ren knows that the rookie adventurers would need it. While Ren demonstrates how to do it, it is already lunchtime, and the group is starving, so Ren moves on to make the offal into a meal. After a few minutes, Ren ends up preparing stir-fried liver and liver steak. The boys waste no time and start devouring their meals. Moreover, they notice how the livers are so carefully cooked that they can't even smell the blood, and it just tastes like regular meat. Ren then proceeds to have her part of the meal and realizes that the young needs to eat stuff like this to add to their blood and strength. Moreover, there is also some raw, fresh liver left to be eaten. But Ren is not sure if she should give it to the group since it is prohibited to have raw meat of pork. For a slight moment, Ren changes her mind thinking that this meat is from orc, so it is okay. But soon she quickly abolishes this idea in order to not be held responsible if things go bad. Ren then tells the group that she will head to the workshop and tells them to come by if there is something that they need. Ren then tells the group that their job is to carry out the orc without its offal to the guild and sell it to them. Moreover, she orders Triella and Rico not to do anything stupid. As for Arls and Kuro, Ren asks them to support the two of them. Then, Ren turns to Markle and Ryu and leave them the responsibility to look after everyone's work. Soon, Ren leaves, and Kane is once again disappointed since Ren didn't even pay him any sort of attention. Ren then bids the group farewell and decides to carry on her task. She then heads back to her town, realizing that while the mountain city was good, nothing beats the atmosphere of the royal capital. Ren announces her arrival. Everyone leaves their work, turns around, and are quite happy to see Ren return. They all rush to her, cheering for her return. Just then, the owner arrives and greets Ren in a rather unusual way. Later that night, Ren takes a bath. During that, she notices a handprint on her back, so she drinks an enhanced potion to heal herself. She then decides to resume the blacksmithing work tomorrow. In her workshop, Ren is working peacefully until Ed, the second son of Arnott, arrives. Ren reflects on how Ed used to be pretty annoying when she first met him, but then she humbled him after he challenged her blacksmithing skills. Since then, Ed has been calling Ren as master. Ed then tells Ren that he has come there to ask for a favor, while Ren questions if she can refuse. Ed continues to explain that in winter days, the blacksmiths don't get a lot of work. So, in their free time, apprentice blacksmiths such as Ed can spend their free time crafting items of their own as a part of training. Ed explains that he is working to create a piece, and submit it to the competition, which is going to be held in the new year. But he is having trouble creating something that can satisfy him. So he asks for Ren's help. Ren finds it quite annoying, but he tells Ed that she will think about it after her meal, and then give him his answer. Annoying as he is, Ed continues to push Ren into accepting his request. But Ren reminds Ed once again that she said what she said. Later, in the tavern, Ren is peacefully having her meal, while Ed continues to disturb her, asking various questions about the blacksmithing techniques. Although Ren constantly asks Ed to give her some space and let her eat in peace, Ed doesn't stop. Soon Arnaud enters the tavern, scolding Ed loudly for annoying Ren. Instead of asking Arnaud to calm down, Ren enjoys Ed getting scolded, and is hoping that Arnaud would unleash his gorilla power. Arnaud then turns to Ren and apologizes for her son's disrespectful behavior, mentioning that he is still just a kid. However, Arnaud also tells Ren how he has to perform his duty of being a father as well. So he also requests Ren to hand his son a helping hand. Moreover, Arnaud makes this offer even more enticing after he tells Ren that he will pay her for her time in some way. He even bows to show some respect. Seeing this, Ren realizes that she cannot refuse the master's offer now. At last, she is convinced and accepts the offer, but mentions that she is only going to see what's being made. Arnaud and Ed are both excited to hear this and thanks Ren for her consideration. Meanwhile, Ren believes that it's a win-win situation for both the parties, since she is going to receive something in return as well. Just then, Ren notices a few of the apprentices eavesdropping on their conversation. Ren quickly takes into account that these boys look like they want to be noticed as well, so she asks Arnaud if he would like her to teach those children as well. Ren believes that it wouldn't make much difference if the number of students are to increase. Ren then fantasizes about being a teacher again. She's going to teach 4 rookie students. Ren knows that this might be troublesome, but she is willing to give it a try. The blacksmithing classes are in full effect, and Ren is seen casually hanging out near the factory, constantly keeping an eye on her students. Moreover, the students are diligently working, while Ren wondering if watching over these students is worth it. Ren realizes that she is not as involved as she thought she might be when she asked Arnaud to assign her some more students. All Ren do is watch over Ed and other apprentice blacksmiths once every 3 days. Ren is also aware that if she talks while the students are involved in their blacksmithing sessions, all she will do is disturb them, so Ren has to stay quiet during the class as well. But since this ends up giving Ren some free time, she usually created newer stuff with her creation, magic, for herself. She even make burst daggers for fun while she teaches her students. But this doesn't mean that Ren doesn't pay any attention to her students. Ren notices that one of the apprentices is overstriking his sword, so Ren gently calls him out for it. Moreover, she tells the apprentice that he needs to be more precise with how much he has to strike the sword and how wide it should be. Ren even explains to the apprentice that he needs to keep the blade's width even. The apprentice listens to her sharply and thanks Ren for the advice, referring to her as master. Ren then gives a smile in affirmation, telling her apprentice that she will continue to give advices like these from time to time. Just then, Ren jumps into her fantasy world and thinks about how the idea of some young boys calling her master excites her. However, she quickly tries to shut her intrusive thoughts off, realizing that she shouldn't be fantasizing about things like these. Ren then reminds herself that her only role is to give advice to the rookie blacksmiths whenever they need it, and that's all. However, listening to herself, Ren feels that it's a shame that she can't do anything else. Ren then comes up with some words of wisdom, mentioning that when someone is handling metal or women, they need to know when to be gentle and when to be rough. Her freaky thoughts doesn't just stop here, as Ren notices one more similarity between metal and women. They both need to be pounded at their hottest point. Coming back to the present, Ed is worried about something, and Ren notices this. Soon, Ed turns around and asks Ren advice on solving his problem. But Ren coldly responds to him, telling him to figure it out on his own. Ed, not having much confidence in his skills, listens to Ren. Meanwhile, Ren explains in her mind that she is not being unfair to Ed by giving him cold responses every time that he needs help. It is just that Ed's skills have improved so much that he has almost reached the level of a full-fledged blacksmith. So, Ren believes that there is no point in giving directions to Ed, thinking that it is best to give him freedom in decision-making. Ren tells him that only he can see what it is he wants to create. Ren believes that the only way one can achieve in producing a tool just like how they imagined is to keep smithing and gain more experience. Ed, happy, tells Ren that he is going to do his best. Meanwhile, Ren is satisfied with her teaching as she is also carrying out the side tasks. It appears that supporting others motivate Ren as well. Just then, Arnaud arrives asking Ren how everything is going on. Ren explains that she has given Ed a task to work on something else other than swords. She even mentions how Ed is excelling in everything he is being assigned, and is even losing some of his bad habits as a result of his hard work. Arnaud then adds that Ed is only doing this after Ren broke his heart badly. Arnaud then shares personal reasons why he is so worried about his son. He explains that if Ed performs well in this upcoming competition, he plans to leave all of his businesses to his son. Ren then questions if the guild's sponsored competition is at the start of this year. Arnaud confirms, mentioning that the workshop diagonally from where they are also plans to submit their work in the upcoming competition. But there is one problem. Arnaud and the owner of this workshop don't get along with each other. It appears that Ed has some sort of beef with the owner's son, prompting Ren to realize that the animosity has reached to a genetic level. However, Ed's elder brother, Al, is completely against dealing with such people. Arnaud also thinks the same, but what worries him is that the owner and his son make sure that they are making full use of every opportunity. Ren understands where Arnaud is coming from and realizes the gravity of the situation. So, to stop Arnaud from worrying, Ren states that Ed's skills should already be better than Al's. Arnaud, happy by Ren's statement, tried to smack her in the back to celebrate. Thankfully, she dodged. There, Ren explains that she is not just saying this out of thin air, and because she is Ed's tutor. It appears that Ren seems to have used his appraisal skill to check Ed's skills. Moreover, on the last day of the year, Ren stays up late and makes some soba for herself. Last year, Ren couldn't make any soba because she was hiding in the forest. Soon, the bells start ringing, and Ren begins wondering if these people have the same tradition as Japan's. And with that, the last day of the year passes, and Ren spends it while laying idle on her bed, doing nothing. The workshop is closed due to the year-end and the New Year holidays. Moreover, Ren realizes that people usually go to church or temples to pray at the start of the year, but since Ren is not religious, she decided not to go. Some time later, Triala and the girls showed up and forced Ren to go to the temple with them. Moreover, it is revealed that this country's religion follows the wind god, so they decide to head to the church instead of the temple. It is then revealed that the temple is usually jam-packed, so Ren finds it more comforting that they chose to go to the church. Soon, Ren's friend arrived with a bowl of soup to offer Ren. We then find out that the temple goers have to spend a lot of money to buy food from stalls, which is why the church hands out these bowls of soup among everyone. While devouring the bowl of soup, Ren asks her friends how things are going. They respond by mentioning that things aren't going particularly good or bad. They further mention that they have been snow shoveling and making a living out of that. Due to the death of the Winter Lord, this business has been booming for them. Ren then suggests it means that they are eating well. Triella confirms this by mentioning that they got plenty of reserved rations when they left O'Neill. And they also got a good price on the orc they sold the other day, so they have some extra cash. She also mentions that they have been training their mana circulation and use magic tools to supply their hot water to save on firewood. Ren then advised them to make sure to stay clean, as hygiene can be the real deal. Poor hygiene means you'll get sick more easily and get better more slowly, so it's important to stay clean. Just then, the group tells Ren that Kane and Markle plan to take on the goblin subjugation request after the start of the year, which is why all the 4 boys have been doing combat practice daily. The girls mention that it would be great from an income point of view if they boys end up taking care of at least 2 or 3 goblins. However, they might get injured in the process. Ren mentally thinks that, Markle seems to be skilled at using the shield, and with the equipment she made for him, he shouldn't get fatally wounded. Triella mentions that for Kane, he has actually been improving in his fighting skills after he has discovered a master. Triella further adds that Kane has been fighting with a skillful swordsman named Neil. Immediately after hearing his name, Ren throws up the soup in shock. She realizes that this is a recipe for disaster. Moreover, Ren wonders if Vector is really back from taking care of those monsters. That said, she feels odd that all these relationships are coming together like this, and she has a feeling that Vector is involving himself from the sidelines. On top of that, Ren knows that Kane might end up in Vector's party if things keep on going like this. But she is sure that Markle and Triella will be there to stop Kane from joining Vector's party if he does something fishy. Ren then thinks about Kuro and how she curls up on the ground, as she doesn't like to get cold. Ren finally got the realization that Kuro is a cat. As for Arles, she ends up studying cooking whenever she has free time. Bowman also joins in after practice. Ren takes a sigh of relief, realizing that her friends are doing pretty well for themselves. They then question Ren regarding how she is handling things with herself. Ren takes some time to reflect and responds that she has been busy teaching. However, immediately after speaking up, Ren realizes just how ridiculous it sounds, and wonders why she is even in this world in the first place. Ren then quickly diverts her thinking away from this matter, realizing that this is not the time to fall into existential crisis. She then tells the others that she is heading back to the workshop, planning to eat some mochi, questioning who is ready to join her. In solidarity, everyone raises their hands in excitement. Back at the workshop, Ed, who has been busy honing his blacksmithing skills, even sacrificing his New Year's leave, appears to have come up with some newfound inspiration. Ren then enters the workshop to check out the new weapons that these students have created. Ren then begins touching the sword blade and the handle with her hands in a questionable fashion, commenting various things about the curves of the blade, though some might think that Ren is not actually talking about the blade. After seeing the shape and the sturdiness of the blade, Ren appears happy by the students' work and acknowledges that they are growing up to be so well, of course in the field of sword making. From time and time again, Ren keeps reassuring that nothing naughty is going on here. However, we all might be a little too familiar with Ren's fantasies by now. She then tells the students that they deserve the passing marks for their hard work, and the students all rejoice in excitement. Just after the month of January, the result of looking after them begins to show itself, and Ren is quite happy with the results. Ren knows that the apprentices have reached a level where they can craft items of respectable quality. Soon, Ed arrives with his blade, presenting it to Ren, asking her to review it. After taking a first look at it, Ren is astonished by how much Ed's skills have grown in particular. Ren then proceeds to take a good look at the entire sword, and she checks the sword's center of gravity, and how the steel has been forged and tempered. Even without the appraisal skill, the result is obvious to her, but she knows that if she uses her appraisal skill, she will be able to gain more information about this sword, so she decides to do it. After activating her appraisal skill, Ren discovers that this blade is of good quality, which is one of the better rankings from the 9 rankings that are available. Soon, Ren notices that Ed has reached level 4 of blacksmithing. Even so, Ren is shocked since a level 4 blacksmith shouldn't be capable of creating a good quality sword. So, she appreciates Ed for his hard work and tells him that he will definitely do well in the competition. Ed is quite emotional to hear this, and immediately bows to thank Ren for looking after him. Moreover, Ed requests Ren to be a spectator during the competition. Arnaud tells Ren that he is counting on her to watch over those guys' growth, and with how much she has been watching them, she must care about them. However, Ren is clearly frustrated by just the idea of going to that competition, let alone spend hours there spectating a swordsmanship competition. Ren then begins thinking how Ed has really picked up on something. The more advice Ren gives him, the more Ed improved, so Ren got a bit more involved with teaching him. However, one thing Ren can't forget about Ed is how straightforward he was with his intentions when they first met. Even after this, Ren agrees to go to the competition, for which everyone thanked her. Arnaud then asks Ren if seeing her pupil excel in their respective fields is the joy of being a mentor. In response, Ren asks Arnaud if he was planning to make Ren feel joy all along. Although Arnaud doesn't confirm this, he does annoy Ren by telling her that it would be a joy for him if she is to marry his son. Ren then jokingly tells Arnaud that she will not be coming to the competition. Soon, the day of the competition arrives, and Arnaud and Ed have already reached the site. Soon Ren arrives and spots the two standing all alone. She then proceeds toward them, with Ed greeting her as master. But Ren tells him to just call her by her first name. Soon Ren begins to look around the arena and sees that there aren't just blacksmiths in here. There are also knights, adventurers, and even merchants. After assessing the entire arena, Ren realizes that the buyers want to keep tabs on the blacksmiths that create good quality products. Just then, Arnaud mentions that there are also blade tests. We then see that an orc has been tied up in the middle of the arena, waiting for the young apprentices to test out the sharpness of their blades. And since these blades are made by the apprentices, they might end up breaking, or in the worst case, not working at all. However, these tests aren't necessary. Still, every blacksmith from Arnaud's workshop takes part in the blade testing. Hearing this, Ren realizes why Arnaud's workshop is quite well known even in other countries. Just then, a stern voice calls out Arnaud and his men for being filthy. As they turn around, Ed stands in shock to discover that the voice is of none other than Peter. Confused, Ren questions who this ill-mannered kid is, and Arnaud reminds Ren about the neighboring workshop that he was telling her about. This kid is Peter, the son and the heir of Jeremy's workshop. Peter continues his bad guy expression, stating that he only came here to greet them as his workshop is soon going to take the world by storm. He further explains that the trend these days is to have a good design. He adds that a blade needs to look good in order for the people to take an interest in it. Peter even reveals that from now on, Jeremy's workshop will be involved in the crafting of swords, both for fighting purposes and for ceremonial purposes as well. Meanwhile, Ren is confused, because this is the first time that she actually met someone who has a villainous laugh. She then thinks about how Peter wants to expand his business. Just then, Peter lashes out on Ed for bringing along a woman. After defining some of Ren's bodily features, Peter expresses his displeasure and is quite angry. It doesn't take long before Ed comes forward in Ren's defense, asking Peter to back off from his insults, mentioning that Ren is a really good master. Peter then leaves, openly challenging them for the competition. Ed then turns to Ren and assures that with what she had taught him, he does not believe that he'll be outdone. However, Ren doesn't seem to be concerned about this at all. What worries her is that Peter is such a typical mean-spirited character that he might resort to harassment or other underhanded tactics. They then all decide to not waste any more time and head straight to the venue. Just then, Kuro arrives. We then find out that Ren asked Kuro to come as her bodyguard during the competition. The two of them then head for the stalls looking for snacks. After a while they found Gim. They then question Jim if he has come to see the weapons. In response, Jim explains that they have been hired as personnel for blade tests. Hearing him refer to himself as we, Ren realizes that Jim might be here to do some axes along with other people. Almost immediately, Ren spots Vector and Neil as well, with the former already locking Ren in sight. Just then, Markle and Ryu arrive, catching Ren's attention. She then questions the two if they are here for the sword display. The two confirm, and Ren inwardly reveals that weapons entered in the competition can be obtained at bargains. Not only that, but people also come here to enter a cooperative contract with young blacksmiths. If everything goes well, they can even get weapons from the blacksmith that they are contracted with. Ren then asks the two if they are planning to find a cooperative contract. Ryu excitingly mentions that it would be an honor for him to get some test pieces for free. So Ren decides to introduce them to the apprentices from Arnaud's workshop. As soon as Ren heads to Arnaud, he tells her that it's almost time for the blade tests. Ren is a bit disappointed, since she didn't even get a chance to get a good look at other people's swords. Soon the orc is placed in the center of the arena, and the rules are laid out. The participants are to strike at the orc's collarbone with their swords. The scoring is based on how many bones a sword can go through in a single hit. Obviously, if a sword breaks during the strike, it will be a disqualification. This can happen since the orc's collarbone is infamously hard and thick. Soon Vector comes forward to begin his blade testing, though Ren has no idea why Vector even needs to do this since he is a well-renowned hero. Moreover, she believes that it would be quite an easy task for him. Shortly after, participant number 13, Peter, is summoned, and Ren quickly recognizes him as the arrogant guy from earlier. After Vector takes Peter's sword, Ren acknowledges that the sword looks cool and stylish. She also notices some sort of trigger and hole by the handle of the sword. Peter wastes no time before starting to act arrogantly once again, and explains that it released elemental fire, damaging the enemy greatly. Not only that, Peter also talks about how there are 5 more elemental stones that people can get for low prices. Meanwhile, Ren is not sure if this blade is going to make it past even the first layer. After spending some time in the world of delusion, Vector finally strikes the orc with the blade. However, the blade ends up splitting in 2, and the people are really disappointed since Peter wouldn't stop talking about it. They wonder if this is all Peter can do, so now he has to step away. It is now the turn of participant number 14, and it is none other than Ed, Arnaud's son from the very well-reputed Arnaud's workshop. Ren is keeping a close eye. On the other hand, Vector noticed that the grip is very good, and soon after Vector strikes the orc with Ed's sword. As soon as Vector swings Ed's sword, the crowd goes completely silent, watching in amazement as the blade slices through the orc's body as easily as cutting paper. Just like that, the orc is cut in half with Ed's strike. People in the crowd are stunned in disbelief, never expecting an apprentice to perform so well in such a prestigious competition. Ren's eyes sparkle with pride and joy as she watches the orc fall, clearly impressed. The announcer then confirms the results, declaring the sword incredibly sharp and durable. Arnaud, like any proud father, sheds a few tears of happiness at his son's success. Ed, overjoyed, calls Ren, calling out to her excitedly. Even though Ren is usually strict with him, she tells Ed that he did it, thinking to herself that her tears should have dried by now. She's surprised all over again that Ed's good quality sword is able to slice the orc so cleanly. Trying to make sense of it, she wonders if it is actually because of Vector's amazing skill, since he is the one who uses the sword. But Vector, with a smirk, mentions that he believed that the sword wouldn't break, and because of that he was able to give it his all. He then approaches Ed, shakes his hand, and praises him for his hard work, clearly impressed. Ren quietly listens nearby as Ed thanks Vector for his kind words. Vector then glances over at Ren with a smile, and says he's sure Ed has a great teacher. Already overwhelmed just hearing the names Neil or Vector, Ren is completely caught off guard when Vector speaks to her indirectly. Ed tells Vector that Ren is indeed a great teacher, but before he can finish, Ren takes the chance to escape, saying she only came to see Ed's results. As she runs off, the crowd rushes toward Ed, eager to sign contracts with him. While escaping, Ren thinks about how sly Vector is, to use the moment to get close to her. She wonders if she should try the same, but the one thing stopping her is Neil's presence. Ren feels grossed out every time she sees Neil and wants to stay far away from him. She wonders if she should just ask Vector to remove Neil from the group, and she's confident Vector would agree without hesitation. Ren also remembers the favor Vector owes her, which he promises to repay by giving her access to a research facility. But Ren finds the facility boring, with nothing exciting happening there. She thinks there's zero chance for intimacy in that place, making it unappealing. To her, the research lab feels like the dull life of a salaryman from her previous world. Ren considers herself a simple person who just wants to be surrounded by cute girls all the time. After all, she has lived as a man in her past life. Still, she isn't sure if asking Vector for a harem is a good idea, as it might make her seem like a weirdo with strange fantasies. Finally, Ren remembers that she should head back to the workshop, recalling that she has given Kuro some braised pork and boiled eggs as a thank you. That evening, Ren goes to Ed to ask him more about what happens after she leaves. Ed explains that he is jumped by many merchants, trying to get to know him better. There are so many of them that Ed doesn't even remember all of their names. Ren silently thinks that this is bound to happen since Ed is a handsome man. Ed further mentions how he is bombarded with blacksmiths from his generation, questioning how he gains such a high skill level. Ren quietly thinks that Ed has been working day and night tirelessly, hence his skills are so high. But Ed tells Ren that he tells them it is all thanks to his master, Ren. Hearing this, Ren struggles to keep a straight face, thinking to herself that she doesn't want to stand out. Leaving everything else, Ren asks Ed about what happens with Peter if he ultimately ends up becoming the successor of Jeremy's workshop. Ed reveals that Peter is sitting in the corner all alone after he is humiliated in front of everyone. So much so that no one is paying him any attention. Ren thinks to herself that he deserves this. But Ed tells Ren that he actually went to Peter and comforted him with words. He told Peter that he is worthy enough of great things and explains that it is just not his day. In a friendly manner, Ed tells Peter to never give up and to never quit. Moreover, he ends the conversation by hoping that their relationship isn't dented with the outcome of the event. Hearing this, Ren can't help but feel chills in her heart after seeing just how modest a human being can be. She then asks Ed about his father. Ed reveals that his dad is showing off his Horai blade to everyone around him. But Ren is frustrated with Arnaud's behavior, since this only puts more pressure on her. That night, Ren then throws herself on the bed from the sheer carelessness of that father and son duo. She believes that she shouldn't have gone to the competition in the first place, thinking that Arnaud would have been equally happy to see his son succeed without Ren being present there. The very next day, Arnaud approaches Ren to explain himself. Arnaud then started by saying sorry, and that the reason that he brought out the sword was to divert attention away from her. He continues by reminding her that she told him that she wanted to keep the fact that she made the Horai sword a secret. But before she told him that, he had already told the merchants who came in and out that a skilled blacksmith was staying with them. Arnaud then mentions that no one would know that a girl like Ren was the craftsman, but he took an extra cautious approach. In other words, Ren was a newly hired live-in apprentice maid. Arnaud said that he specifically told them that there is a blacksmith who hates to stand out, is unsociable, and rarely goes out in public, apart from Ren. Ren is surprised, because this is the perfect description for her. Arnaud continued his story by telling Ren that the playing went well, and by the end of the harvest festival, the merchants only saw Ren as a maid apprentice who was good at cooking. Meanwhile, Ren was thinking that she certainly thought that she was cooking various dishes at the proprietress's request back then. Arnaud then interrupted Ren's thoughts by saying that situation changed when the magic sword that Vector had requested was completed, and a magic sword with such incredible power is beyond his reach, so there was a lot of interest in the creator. He also mentioned that he has connections with some very skilled craftsmen and can get rare weapons through them. So Arnaud told people that the magic and Horai swords were made by a craftsman far away, in order to hide the existence of the real creator, our girl Ren. He then told her that he gave it another go at the competition, and in addition to the Horai sword, he also showed off 2 other swords. One of them was a sword forged by a skilled craftsman whom he is in contact with, and the other one was a new one that he made using that as a reference. By showing off these 2 swords, the world would notice Arnaud's connections and his own skills. And if he is the one who's in charge of everything, then no one will be able to find out that Ren existed. When Ren heard this, she became emotional, realizing that Arnaud didn't do it for fame, but to protect her. Arnaud confirms this, saying he also wants to be recognized, but mainly does it for Ren's sake. He explains that Horai swords are very rare, and one of his apprentices who lives in Labyrinth City has told him about them. These swords can sometimes be found in treasure chests inside dungeon ruins. Ren has never heard of this before, and starts to believe that there's still so much to learn about the world. Arnaud also told everyone that Ed's master is the same mysterious, unsociable blacksmith who came quietly, trained Ed, and then disappeared during New Year's. Then Arnaud remembers something important. He has received a letter of introduction addressed to his junior apprentice who lives in Labyrinth City. He hands the letter to Ren, telling her to use it in case she ever gets into trouble there. After that, he brings out a large sack of money, saying it is the full refund for all the times Ren has used the workshop so far. Out of generosity, Arnaud decides to return the entire fee. He tells Ren she can use the forge anytime she wants, and the only thing she'll have to pay for is the steel. Ren bows in gratitude, smiles warmly, and leaves. As she walks away, the proprietress asks Arnaud if things will get out of hand if Ren's identity is revealed. Arnaud agrees it might, but says he knows exactly what kind of person Ren is. He believes her talent is so rare that it feels like she has been sent from the heavens themselves. He even thinks that Ren might be part of the celestial race, a being with power that's not often seen in this world. Meanwhile, Ren takes a deep breath, feeling relieved that things have turned out in her favor. She feels happy that her cover story has ended smoothly and is now ready to focus seriously on blacksmithing. She then checks her status and is shocked to see that she has already reached level 9 in blacksmithing. She wonders if she just needs more supervisory experience or teaching practice to level up again. Thinking about all this, Ren tells herself she can no longer sleep with her feet pointed toward Arnaud. She now respects him far too much. It is now February, the month right after Ren reaches level 9 in blacksmithing. She is seen celebrating her birthday and has made a homemade cheesecake for herself. Ren feels it would be awkward to go around the workshop telling everyone it's her birthday. She wants to keep things low-key and doesn't want to draw too much attention. In short, she's acting like a typical introvert. Still, Ren finds comfort in knowing that she's spending her birthday the same way she did last year, quiet and simple. Just then, she hears someone calling her name. When she looks out the window, she's surprised to see Triella and her group of friends outside, ready to burst in. Ren opens the door, and they all jump in, wishing her a happy birthday. They then take her to a secret location. Led by Triella, they reveal a big surprise they have been planning for Ren's birthday. The table is filled with food, and Ren feels touched to see how loved and appreciated she is by her friends. The decorations, lighting, and large plates of food all bring a huge smile to her face. Later, Ren brings out the cheesecake she has planned to eat alone. The moment the group sees it, they dive in and devour it like hungry dogs. Their kindness and effort inspire Ren, giving her the motivation to work even harder. She starts crafting again, making more tools, and by March she reaches blacksmithing level 10. The next day, Ren visits the workshop and tells Arnaud that she has decided to leave. Arnaud is stunned and can't believe what he's hearing. He doesn't understand why, since he'd gone a long way to conceal her existence. Ren explains that she's achieved her goal, and she is an adventurer, after all. Another reason she gives is that the number of guards sent by Vector has gone down. At first, there are 5 guards with 2 or 3 present at all times. Now only 1 guard remains. To Ren, this is a clear sign that the danger has passed, and her situation is stable. Hearing this, Arnaud is left with nothing more to say. He understands her reasons and agrees that they shouldn't be the ones holding her back from living freely. He asks when she plans to leave, and Ren says she'll collect her belongings tomorrow. Since she dislikes damp weather, she wants to say goodbye to everyone today. Later, Ren reflects on her progress, realizing that while she has reached level 10 in blacksmithing, her other skills are still behind. Her mana sword production and elemental sword production are both at level 9. Magic sword production and swordsmithing are still at level 7. Ren knows it will take time to master these, and she plans to improve them while traveling. The next day, she stands at the workshop's gate as everyone comes to see her off. The proprietress gives her a lunchbox and tells her to eat it when she gets hungry. Arnaud bids her farewell with a heavy but proud smile. Ren then waves him goodbye. Damn, this is the end of an era for Ren. I guess we are finally done with the blacksmithing saga. Anyway, while walking in the street, Ren then remembers that earlier the Commerce Guild has summoned her, and wonders if she should stop by before leaving the capital. Later, Ren arrived to the Commerce Guild to hear what they have to say. As soon as she enters the guild building, staff members rushes over to greet her. Ren is confused, unsure why everyone seems so excited. The staff member quickly escorts her to a private room. Ren then gives us a brief summary of the story. The cart selling business has been booming since last fall. To go into more detail, the adventurers find a better way to make money by using carts to transport more goods. Since then, the amount of produce being moved around has increased significantly. As a result, distribution has become much more active, and the economy in the royal capital has continued to grow. She then adds that more and more adventurers have been putting whole orcs into carts and transporting them to other guilds, where they are bought in bulk. This has led to a surge in the production of orc lard, which is now being widely used to make soap and oils. Since people realize carts make their work easier and more efficient, many begin buying them. This demand helps boost the local economy and contributes greatly to the success of the Commerce Guild. Ren is thrilled to receive a large share of the profits from this booming business. The amount of money is so much that she could quit everything and return to the forest to live a peaceful life without worries. Thanks to all this success, Ren's business rank also goes up to A, almost the highest rank. She knows that with this status, she would receive special treatment if she ever decides to open a shop, although she currently has no plans to do so. The staff then asks Ren if she's interested in asset management. Just hearing those words makes Ren nervous, but the man continues, saying she could invest her money in the guild and make even more profit. Before he can say more, Ren bolts out of the room, thinking she must be careful with her money, even if she has more than enough to last a lifetime. After leaving the guild, Ren decides to visit Triella and the others to say goodbye, before starting her journey with Norn and Belle. When she arrives at Triella's home, no one is home, so she writes a note and leaves it at the doorstep, hoping they'll find it when they return. Just then, someone calls out her name from behind. Ren turns around and sees Cheryl, the older sister of the Beast Girls she once taught at the open-air classroom. Cheryl happily tells Ren that thanks to her help, she's now earning a good income and can eat as much meat as she wants. Ren is glad to hear that Cheryl is doing well and living a better life. Cheryl then asks if Ren is going somewhere, and Ren explains that she's leaving the capital to begin a journey. Cheryl then told her that, if that's the case, she'll escort her to the forest. Curious, Cheryl asks Ren if she enjoys traveling alone. In response, Ren argues that it's more relaxing to travel alone, but she stops before completing the sentence, and realizes that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have someone as beautiful as Cheryl by her side during this trip, as she is a vanguard as well. Moreover, Cheryl's sister, Melty, is in charge of scouting. Even so, Ren decides to bid farewell to Cheryl before entering the forest. From now on, it's a real solo journey for Ren. Since the carriage isn't leaving yet, Ren decides to gather some medicinal herbs for the first time after a long while. She even sends the Norns to hunting, and they appear to have not gone far either. Even if they do, there is Ren's detection skill which always keeps both the parties updated about each other's current whereabouts. So Ren is sure that she will be okay no matter what happens. Seeing that the guards have also left, Ren is sure that she is out of harm's way. Moreover, Ren thanks Arnaud once again in her mind for taking care of her. Just then, she realizes that she is unusually out of breath today. It doesn't take long before Ren starts feeling dizzy and falls to the ground. Soon, a group of bandits arrive, smirking, thinking whether to boil or grill the girl. Ren has been poisoned and is unable to move as the bandits plan what to do with her. Moreover, Ren seems to have no idea why her detection skill didn't work, and the bandits appeared out of nowhere. Seeing her confused, the bandits realize what's up and tells Ren that her detection skill is quite basic, adding that there are plenty of ways to bypass being detected from that skill. One of the bandits get a bit more optimistic regarding this poison, and tells Ren that she should be careful from now onwards not to trust on her basic skills too much. Just then, another bandit points out that there will be no next time for Ren, prompting the first bandit to tell his companion that he was just sympathizing with Ren's current situation. He then tells Ren that her magic is useless in this situation as well due to one of the side effects of the poison. Not just that, the bandit reveals he sprayed the poison into the wind as soon as Ren entered the forest. He further explains that this poison makes the victim's limbs paralyze, rendering them unable to move. Hearing all this, Ren knows that she is in a very troublesome situation, like never before. She then starts thinking of ways to get out of this situation. At last, she thinks of Norn and takes a sigh of relief, knowing that she will be on her way to help Ren soon. However, the bandit soon bursts all bubbles of hope for Ren when he reveals that he also sprayed some poison on Norn's nose, and even used some of the paralyzing poison, so any chances of Norn coming to help Ren are also gone. They then turn Ren over, and they get a good look at Ren's figure, and are in awe to see just how perfect Ren's body is. So much so that they even begin wondering if they have got the right person. Another bandit notices Ren's characteristics, and believes that they have gotten the right person. But, before they decide to carry her off, the bandits soon get an idea, asking Ren to give them a taste of her body. Ren tries to resist as much as she can, trying to push the goons away from top of her, but they prove to be too powerful for Ren to handle alone without her magical abilities. They are about to do the bad deed, but in an instant, the entire situation takes a drastic turn when Vector appears out of nowhere and decapitates the head of the guy on top of Ren. After Vector's entered, then all of a sudden Lily appeared asking Ren, is she all right? And soon after Elisa appeared as well, and Ren realized that they have arrived to save her. Meanwhile, Ren is completely taken aback with the sudden arrival of her old friends. She thought that Elisa and Lily would have left for Harula by now, but what's more shocking for Ren is that they are with Vector now. Vector then tells both the girls to take care of Ren, and he himself decides to go after the remaining bandits. Elisa decides to tag along with Vector, leaving Lily to take care of Ren. 1 week later, at the Almfeld house, Ren is unconscious, slowly recovering from the horrific encounter with the bandits. Ren looks like she is now scared of men in general, and is even trying to avoid Vector as much as she can, even though he was the one who saved her. Miriam questions Elisa if they are acquainted with that guy named Vector. Elisa reveals that they just met him by chance. She then told Miriam that they were looking for Ren when they returned to the capital from Harula, and just happened to bump into him. They then headed to Arnaud's workshop, wanting Ren to join their party, and found out that Ren had already left. Along the way they met Jim, and even talked with Triella and her friends about Ren. There, they also discover that Jim saw some men following Ren into the forest. So, they all followed these strange men, and that's how they came across Vector in the forest. There, Vector noticed that Ren was about to be attacked, and decided to help her. Soon, a maid arrives, and tells Miriam that they have a guest, Vector. Soon after, Vector enters the room, and after greeting Ren, asks how she's been doing since then. Ren then told him that not fine, while inwardly saying that men are scary. While Vector is keeping his distance, he told her that he finally understood what happened, so he wanted to report and apologize. He then started with the report, and said that, thanks to Arnaud's consideration, the people stalking her should have almost completely disappeared. However, it seems that an arms dealer was still secretly investigating her, and in order to investigate him, they had to split off some of the Ren's guards. As a result, security was lacking, and the arms dealer asked the criminals in the guild to kidnap Ren. With this information, Ren shouts at Vector asking if that is the reason why there have been fewer guards recently, and if she get attacked, wouldn't that be counterproductive? Vector responded by telling her that it was his mistake, and it was also wrong that he didn't report the situation. He didn't want to talk too much and interrupt Ren's blacksmith training, but it backfired. Ren then thought that it was true because of her personality. She would have been annoyed and felt bad, and it could be said that it was because he was concerned about her, so Ren can't really blame Vector. Right after, Vector continued with the report, and mentioned that, in battle the other day, they defeated almost all of the people who were requested to kidnap Ren, and when they captured the survivors and interrogated them, they all died. Apparently they were under contract magic with some criminal guild or employer. It was supposed to bring death to those who committed acts of disloyalty. This news shocked Ren, but Vector continues saying that she can rest assured. The merchant who was the mastermind has already been caught, and his death sentence has been confirmed. As for the criminal guild that carried the crime, was also driven to extinction. Vector then continued saying that he does not want to make the same mistake again, so he'll make sure that Ren has a guard on hand again for her safety. Vector is feeling so guilty that he even places his head on the ground in order to ask for forgiveness. Later, after Vector is gone, Ren inwardly thought that Vector benefit a lot from this as well. On one hand, he will have Ren under his protection at all times, while on the other hand, He will be eliminating dangerous criminal guilds and arms dealers, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Ren knows that there is no point in being paranoid, and it seems that the mastermind behind this incident is a different person than the guy she has a connection with. Now, Ren lays with Norn all day and sleeps while cuddling with Lily all night. Moreover, Ren is so scared that she can't even head outside on her own, prompting her to wonder if this is the end of her adventure.
Thanks for watching, and thanks to all of the supporters that made this video possible. If you would like to help the channel, please use the QR code in the screen. And last but not least, a super thanks to our high-ranking supporters: Arizona Gold, 1090, Fallen Stella, Joel Alvarado, Julian Hernandez, Kildrak, Hitsuka, Lucifer High-Rise, Not Omega's Foot Fungus, Pawe Jajeski, and NATO Enthusiast. Thanks, and have a nice day.